Christian Brown going to come back in for Denver. I don't know, folks, just one man's opinion. At the level Christian Brown has been playing, it's hard for me to watch him come off the bench. And we'll see what transpires here over the next 48 hours. I mean, dude just had a career-high 28. The guy's playing out of his mind. And then he got benched. He's coming off the bench. Second free throw, Westbrook, no good.
Damn. You got to be a stupid motherfucker to get fired on your day off.
We're done at Madison Square Garden. There's the horn. For the first time this year, the Denver Nuggets have lost 3 games in a row. They fall to the New York Knicks by a final of 122 to 112.
Oh, no! We suck again!
We can just let the music play if you want to. I need a win so badly. I mean, how long's it been between the Avs and the Nuggets? When's the last W that we've had? When is it? I mean, the Nuggets have now lost 3 straight, so their last win was against the Kings on Thursday. Wait, was it the Avs on Thursday too? Because I'm trying to I just want to know how long has it been for 2 teams that we consider pretty good around here? Well, I guess you know what? Yeah, the Rangers game you got to win, but it was so crazy at the very end of it.
It's been 84 years.
It feels like it's been forever since I don't know.
Let's see. Well, and then before that, the last time the Avalanche had a significant win where you weren't white-knuckling was January 18th.
Yeah, Dallas.
Over the Stars. But yeah, to your point, every other win since then has been close, or it's been all losses.
It's just, we're in a lull right now. And when it comes to the Nuggets, if you guys heard us talking about this game, for the last couple of days as we head into it, all of us kind of felt like that was going to happen. Now, it certainly doesn't help when Jokic has to sit virtually the first quarter and a half with 2 fouls. It's why I hate his first foul that he took was that one where Cat pump fakes at the 3-point line and then drives to the hoop, and Jokic just does a slap because he knows he's beat. I hate those because you can't have Jokic risking 2 fouls that early in the game, and shortly afterwards, like 40 seconds after, he gets called for the foul on Cat again, and then he's got to go sit. But to what Kaz was just saying there on the intro into the show, Christian Brown has played well. Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup has also been good. The question is, how do you want to handle this? Because they moved AG back to the starting lineup, and we all kind of thought, because we were talking about it yesterday, if they move AG back, I assume that means that Westbrook's going to come back off the bench. And Westbrook played more minutes than anybody last night. Christian Brown played 29, but Christian Brown was a minus 18 in that game. Because when you play next to Nikola Jokic, you're a lot better. And he's been balling. I mean, Christian Brown since January 15th has 5 20-point games and 8 tries. Like, he's been really good in the starting lineup. And it's kind of like, what do you do? First of all, the Nuggets are just trying to find out how to win a game right now. But this feels like the deadline's in a week. Do you need to do something? Like, are you going to make some sort of major move? And again, I don't really know what the help is here. Because here's the issue. The Nuggets, once again, they gave up 122, which, you know what, by Knicks standards, was a low-scoring game because they put up 143 in the previous two that they went out and played. But you were able to hang in there for a minute without Jokic. You get to halftime, but are you guys with me on this? It never felt like the Nuggets were winning that game. They were keeping it close. Hell, they even got that lead in the third where you're like, all right, if they could extend this run a little bit more, then maybe you can turn this into a comfortable lead heading into the fourth. And it just never quite got there because it just never felt like it. Like they made it, 74-66 or something? It was like an 8-point lead. But the Knicks are really good offensively. And if the Nuggets have any sort of a drought, then they're going to get beat up. Like, I don't know what it is about OJ Anunoby against this team, but he does not miss. Every time he lets a ball go, it goes in. Jalen Brunson's a very good player. I'm not too fond of the way that his style looks. It's a lot of drive to the rim and fall down and hope for a foul, which is just, it's the worst kind of thing to look at. But they are a well-built basketball team. And the Nuggets right now are like a hodgepodge of pieces that sometimes fit and sometimes don't. Like, you actually got a really good Jamal game yesterday. He put up 33, and you know what? He had to just keep you in the game with Joker out for as long as he was. But bottom line is, the Knicks are just better. They're just better. And so how do you go about improving it? Again, there is also just internal question of what the hell is your starting lineup going to be? Like, I don't think that they know that yet. And these are like scary questions to be asking when February is 2 days away. No, this kind of felt like last year at times, where you're getting late in the season and then you're asking like very basic things of who's going to start. I know that there's still a little bit of time to figure this out, and who knows, maybe the Nuggets do go full kind of Avs on this and just say, as much as we love X player, maybe we're due for a big move or something like that.
And Brett, I feel like I'm getting mixed messages because what was the biggest reason for letting KCP walk? Roster flexibility, avoiding the aprons and all the other stuff we talked about with Jake Coyne, right? Mm-hmm. Not completely hamstringing the team and allowing them to have flexibility to make moves. But then every time we come on this show, Vic Lombardi turns on his microphone and says there are literally no moves that the team can make. Well, so which one is it? Are we making moves or are we not making moves? That was the point of letting KCP walk, and now we're just sitting here with our teeth in our mouth.
Well, this is why I was so confused, because I was really hesitant about the idea of letting KCP go. And it's like, I know that you're going to be cap strung. I know that. But you are anyway. Now, I'm not paying into the luxury tax. But if the whole point to this was, we need to have flexibility on this roster to fix problems if they present themselves, well, you still aren't there. You can't. And so my whole thing was, and I mentioned this a couple of times already, they took a half measure. And I think in most cases when you do that, that's not the proper choice. You got to go one way or the other. Like, you know what? I'm going to eat healthy for like 3 days a week, and the other 4, I'm going to have donuts and pizza. It's like, well, you're canceling out the 3 days that you're eating healthy then. It's not going to matter. There has to be a committed effort to one thing or the other. So here's what they could have done. And this is why they put themselves just kind of on a treadmill where they're moving nowhere. They aren't getting better cap-wise, and they didn't get worse cap-wise because it's hard to get worse than where they're at. What they decided was, I can't pay KCP, and I forget what his overall contract was when he went to Orlando. Could you look that up for me? It was something, was it 20-some million a year? Which is a lot of money. It is. But here's the issue.
Yeah, 3 years, $66 million.
So 22 a year. Okay, so it was around what Gordon was at. And they said, we can't do that because if we sign him to this deal, for years we're going to be under this sort of contractual obligation to all these different players where we aren't going to be able to move the roster around. Okay, fine. You're there. You are there. So you had two options. You sign KCP and you just lean into this and you say that he's going to be part of this team. We're going to keep Christian Brown coming off the bench. We're going to hope that Peyton Watson and Julian Strother improve. And then hopefully we can sign a vet minimum deal for, a point guard that'll really help. And that still could have happened with Russell Westbrook. Like, really, the difference is when you go back and look at it now, the money that you saved by not re-signing KCP went to Dario Saric, who doesn't play. Because what else changed in their offseason? If they kept KCP, what would have changed? They still would have drafted Deron Holmes. They still would have got Russell Westbrook. And this roster would look largely the same, but with KCP in it. Like, that, in hindsight, is looking to be awful. Your other option of what you could have done was let KCP walk and also make another huge shakeup. Whether that's trading Porter, whether that's not re-signing Jamal last year or whatever. Like, those things, if you did both, would make a lot more sense from a cap situation. But now it's just painful because you're kind of stuck unless you want to do something huge. And I'm just telling you, with Porter, here's what feels weird about it. So I fully acknowledge Porter's not been playing well lately. We know the limits that he has defensively, but if he knocks down shots, it feels like that can cancel out. It's not even defensively. He's limited athletically. I don't think it's an effort thing with him on defense. I just don't think he can move very well because of the back surgeries that he's had. But he had a stretch there. If you remember, towards the end of December, heading into the new year, he was rattling off 20-point games like crazy. And since then, it's just been few and far in between. It's felt way less impactful. But here becomes the problem with Porter. I don't know if you're going to get somebody on this roster. First of all, you need to make salaries match, which doesn't get you in any better of a cap situation. Second of all, I don't know if you get somebody that's even as good as what Porter is. Now, you could take like the Miko route and say, well, this guy could maybe fit in a way that and do things that he can't, which could make the team better. Like maybe. But you look at a team like the Knicks. The Knicks are loaded with a whole bunch of talent. And everybody feels like they fit right now, and everybody has a defined role. The key thing with the Nuggets when they won a championship was everybody had a job, and they did their job. I think people are confused on what is whose job now. Like Jokic's is always going to be set in stone. He is your centerpiece that you run everything through. Jamal is now, I think, learning how to play off guard if he's playing all these minutes with Russell Westbrook. But when it comes to the other guys, your Porters, your Gordons, your Christian Browns, it's like who starts the game, who finishes the game, who's like your third option, who's your fourth. Because all of them have kind of rotated in as third options before. And then you throw Westbrook in the mix, and that, I don't know. It's a weird place for them to be. Now, that game is much more understandable than Chicago or Minnesota, but when you throw that behind two awful losses, it just makes it feel that much worse. And now what you have is tomorrow, a game against the Sixers, in which, like, you need to have it. You can't continue to let this slide here. You know, the Nuggets are in a funny spot because they've played awful these last 3 games and literally haven't budged and don't feel like they're close to budging from the 4 seed. All they've done is lost ground to 2 and 3, which is Houston and Memphis. But you aren't like totally scared that they're going to fall off the map and then go into a play-in spot. Like, that's not a fear that you have at the moment. But a lot more, I guess, bigger overarching discussions with the Avs that I have after last night than just sort of the minutia of what that game was. So 303-504-0925 back after this. So a couple texts coming through here. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Couple things coming through. No Green, no Brown, no KCP. The Nuggets have not replaced them with overall better players. Now, there's a certain level to when you win a championship and guys' contracts are up. This is what happens. Your team gets so good that the players all deserve giant pay raises, and one team cannot afford to do so. I mean, you even look at the Chiefs. The Chiefs have lost a whole bunch of really good players since they won their first Super Bowl. I mean, they lose L'Jarius Sneed, their corner. They lose Tyreek Hill. They lose Tyrann Mathieu. There's been a lot of guys who have been in and out of that Kansas City roster. This is just part of what winning does. Now, at the same time, when you lose people like that, you need to be able to replace them in one way or another. And what the Nuggets have done is they've decided they're going to do this through the draft. So they put a lot of stock into your Julian Strathers and your Peyton Watsons, and yes, your Deron Holmes that we won't see this year, and your Jalen Pickett's and guys like that. And they've been okay at times. You know, Christian Brown, I think, has been a slam dunk of a draft pick. He's been great. But like last night, Julian Strather, Peyton Watson combined for 38 minutes and 9 points. It's tough. And here's the issue that I think most of us, including myself, are having with where the Nuggets are at and where we would like them to be. It was said from before the season started. Calvin Booth said that he wants this team to be set up for 3 championships in 6 years and not back-to-back. I understand why he would say that and why he wants the sentiment to be that way. But you're playing a pretty high-risk game with that. The odds of winning 2 championships, it's easier to do it in back-to-back years or 2 out of 3 years than it is 3 out of 6, because 6 years is a long time to keep things together. It's a long time to keep guys healthy. It's a long time to keep guys happy. It's a long time to keep guys contractually in a good place. Like, that's what makes it tough. You don't just keep a team together for 6 years. Think about this for a second. The Colorado Avalanche, who won a Stanley Cup 3 years ago. How many of the players on that Stanley Cup roster are still on this one from 3 years? I think the answer is 8. And we can try and go through it real quick. So Landeskog is still on the roster. McKinnon is. Makar is. Taves is. Logan O'Connor is.
Until about 4 days ago, Miko was, but he gone.
Lehkonen. And who am I missing? Val. One other name, I think. Manson. Right? Is that the 8? Am I missing anybody? Like, think about that for a second. Think about what I just told you. The team that just won the Stanley Cup 3 years ago, there's 8 guys left that were part of that roster. It's tough to keep things together. And Texture says the San Antonio Spurs did it. Yes, they did. And they're it. You know, you could say Golden State, I suppose, but Golden State was, they were playing in a different CBA. Oh, Sammy G. That's right. Sammy G was another one. So I either added a name that I shouldn't have, or it was 9 and not 8. Yes, the San Antonio Spurs did do that. But here's what's really difficult. If you're going out and saying our model is we're going to try and be the Patriots, I'm like, that's a great thing to try and live up to. Good luck trying to keep something together for 20 years. You know what I mean? It's difficult to continue a sustained level of excellence without some nonsense creeping up. And sometimes it's just luck of the draw, like injuries, and other times it's ego and contracts. Like, it's hard, really hard. And texters are saying, well, what about the Celtics from last year? They look pretty good this year. They just won a championship, and they kept their team together. Well, they did what I was suggesting you do with KCP. They said, I'm willing to be able to spend zero cash and just re-sign all of my own guys to giant contracts and just let the chips fall where they may. Like, there was two ways to go about it. You know, in fairness to the KCP move, if you guys haven't been paying attention, KCP this year has been bad with Orlando, at least offensively. It is the worst shooting year of his career since his second year in the league. He's only shooting 31.4% from three. He's averaging only 9 points a game on 31 minutes, which he averaged in Denver, by the way, was 31. All of his numbers are down. Now, defensively, he's still really good. But, again, it's difficult. And so, let me take this to another direction. When I look at what the Broncos face right now, they're at the completely opposite end of the spectrum. They have not been good, and so they didn't have to really pay anybody giant contracts. They gave one to PS2. They gave a long-term contract. It's not like it's the highest paid left tackle in the league, but they gave an extension to Garrett Bowles. Like, they aren't under the pressure of having to pay huge money out to multiple different people because of your success yet. Now, that could come. Like, Nick Benito, I think, is going to be due one here soon. You're still paying off the Russell Wilson stuff. But it's part of the exciting thing about the Broncos. They're like middle of the pack as far as money they can spend this offseason. And if you look at the people leaving the roster, the notable free agents, let's just say that all of the free agents who of note are gone. What are you really losing? Cody Barton, okay. Maybe that's difficult-ish to replace, but you wanted to, I think, improve at your linebacker spot anyway. DJ Jones is probably, to me, the biggest name on that list. He's been your consistent stalwart inside on the defensive line. And then what, Javonte? Who I think you're looking to replace anyway. So it's hard to imagine the Broncos getting worse from a roster construction perspective. Now, other things like injuries can creep in and certainly make that happen. But just from the way the roster's put together, it's going to be hard, I think, next year for you to look at this team on paper and say that they're worse than the year before. Don't think that's going to happen. But what they need to focus on now is getting some improvements wherever they can. It's like, can we get just slight upgrades at different spots? And I think a lot of that focus should be on the skill position stuff because most of the foundation is set in place. But when you look at what they're heading to as far as offseason needs or maybe what's the pressure of what they need to do in the offseason to keep this team together, they don't need to do all that much. Most of that money is going to be spent on guys that are outside the organization. The difficulty in all of that is, can you find immediate pieces to come in and play well? And I think the Broncos certainly have that opportunity. My guess is going to be that they aren't going to be like giant splash move free agent spenders because I don't know who that would go to. You know, perhaps you want another wide receiver to sort of fill out that room. Maybe you want to sign a linebacker. You feel like you're pretty weak in that area. Get one of those. Maybe you want a safety. Like all of that, sure. But it's not going to feel like the sort of oh my God stuff that we've seen in NFL free agency over the last couple of years. The amount of money being thrown around. They're going to do most of their damage by building through the draft. And luckily, George Payton has a pretty damn good track record of that. But you look for, hey, what are the Lions missing? Or, what are the Broncos missing? I just saw Detroit on here. What is the Broncos missing from a roster construction perspective to make this team some sort of bigger contender? Like if they played Buffalo again next year, what would they need to really compete with Buffalo? And I think a lot of it is just offensive prowess. You need to be incredibly dangerous and have a pressure on an opposing offense that if we don't make a play here, we're going to pay for it. And at times the Broncos felt that way, like they would catch lightning in a bottle for like a few drives, but it was few and far in between. So 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. Texter writes this in. It's just super disappointing that the Nuggets and Avs may not make deep playoff runs again with their championship cores. I don't even know if that's deep, meaning what, like conference finals appearances? I still think that's on the table for both. I don't think it's nearly as likely or nearly as expected as what we had for the last couple of years, though. Like right now, if the Nuggets didn't, I always kind of judge success and failure off of most of the fan base's expectation. Because expectations of a fan base is what loses guys' jobs. If you felt, how about this? If the Buffalo Bills lost to the Denver Broncos in the wild card round, I think Sean McDermott, it's like a coin flip whether he gets fired or not. Despite how good of a season they had and how good that team looks, losing in the first round would be so disappointing that they might think about making a change. And so where's that line to me? Like, obviously, both of these teams have to make the postseason, and they both will. But beyond that, would I consider it with this roster for the Nuggets a disappointment if they didn't make it to the conference finals? I don't think I'm expecting that. I don't think they're that good right now. Could change over the next couple of months, either with this roster just playing better or a move that they would make or whatever. But I don't expect that. And you're right, it is kind of sad that if they lost in like the second round of the playoffs, I'd be like, yeah, kind of feels like who they were. Now, the Avs are a little bit different. They're on a little bit of a skid right now, but I think once they get a healthy Val back in the lineup and the new guys start to gel and have a little bit more chemistry with where their roster's at, they feel like their ceiling's a little bit higher than what the Nuggets are right now. The Nuggets, I just don't know what to expect every single night. And what's funny is, last night was the first time I had a real, like, I think I know what's going to happen, and I thought it was going to be losing. Which that hasn't been part of my thought process with that team in a long time. So 303-504-0925. Keep in mind, Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends, and with a Hooters prize pack, and it's hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins, and a tie goes to the entry that was first. So hurry and get to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. I filled out mine. Not that I am able to win the prize pack, but I just wanted to see what this thing was all about. And I'll tell you, it's easy. It takes a minute.
If that.
So just so you know, some of the questions that are on here. Length of the national anthem is over under 2 minutes.
Hammer the over, man. They're going to get... I'm predicting... who was your girl that sang like a 4-minute anthem at the Lions game on Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Aretha Franklin. I can't believe I forgot that name for a second.
Wait, do we know who's singing it?
I don't know. The only people who ever hammer the under are country singers because they're more about respecting America, get in, get out.
Yeah.
Chris Stapleton, short, keeps it high and tight. Soul, R&B, they're going to milk it. So that maybe
Gonna
do
see
your
a couple
research.
runs in there.
Oh,
yeah.
They're going to take a minute on Land of the Free alone.
Again, it's coin toss. You call is it heads or tails? Will Kansas City win by at least 2 points? Which half will have more scoring? Like, very easy question. So go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters and fill that out. Super easy, and you can get a chance to win a prize back. So, all that being said, Adam Silver threw something out yesterday that I want to get to in just a moment about the time of games. And I think we're to me, it feels like people can't do basic math anymore. And I'm not good at math anymore, but I used to be. But I'll explain this, whether it's about cutting down the number of games or whether it's cutting down the minutes in a game. None of this makes sense, and I'll explain next. I just want to run through a couple of things real quick here. Number one, just saw a report that Kellen Moore is potentially a candidate for the Saints job. And I don't know what it is about the Saints. Nobody wants to go there. I know that they've been in a cap situation for years now. And it's always funny. Like, people say the cap isn't real and it doesn't matter. And what the Saints have done is they've just been kicking this can down the line forever. Just keep kicking the can down the road. And I think all these prospective head coaches are like, well, I don't want to deal with that when it comes time to pay the piper. I would like to have a roster. But for whatever reason, the Saints can't seem to have a head coach right now, and you're getting pretty late into the process. Now, maybe they pegged somebody like Kellen Moore who's still coaching right now, so they can't officially announce anything. Maybe. But just weird, because they're the last team left. Now, to the other part of what I wanted to get to. Adam Silver was on with Dan Patrick the other day. And Dan Patrick basically just asked him a question of, is there any ideas that you've floated out there that, like, change the game in some major way? And he brought up, like, well, you know, like the NFL kickoff has completely changed, and they love it because returns are up 40% or whatever the numbers are. And Adam Silver said, one suggestion. And I don't quite get it. Here's what he said.
As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, you know, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball, is 2 hours, you know, college basketball, of course, is. I'm a fan of what baseball did. I'm a baseball fan, and I think some of those changes have really increased sort of the engagement, the entertainment value of the game. And so I'm paying a lot of attention to that. And in fact, I've used the pitch clock, the sort of the increasing the size of the base, et cetera, in meetings at the NBA to say, you know, if baseball, which is more locked into tradition, and I don't mean that negatively, than any other sport, and part of what baseball provides is the tradition, the legacy, that if they're able to make those changes, certainly we shouldn't be afraid to look at changes as well.
Okay, for that on the surface, you want to change it to the 10-minute format for, I don't care about the global basketball. Who cares? We invented the sport, okay? Whatever rules that we want to have, we can have them. They can have different rules if they want to. That part doesn't matter to me. I would rather him just say, well, if he wants to do that, then take all the FIBA rules, because theirs is better. Less fouls, bigger pace, like all that stuff, I think matters more. But then he starts talking about, is this in the second clip here, Nelly, where 10-minute quarters could, like, help load management stuff? Like, this is what I don't get.
I mean, because this game is so global, one of the things we'd like to see over time is creating a more consistent set of rules globally around the game. Like, you know, again, the Olympic basketball, I'm sure you watched, you know, on NBC and Peacock, the U.S.-Serbia, U.S.-France, those are, people who are basketball fans, some are saying those are two of the best games they ever saw. Incidentally, if you went to a 40-minute game with the issues around load management and resting, it would be the equivalent of, I don't know the exact math, taking like 15 games off the season.
I like that.
Okay, so I want to stop right there for two reasons. Number one, they liked the product of those games in the Olympics. I loved it because it resembled something that wasn't all about trying to fake out a ref into giving you a foul. It was actual basketball. Now, I will say as a television product, if you shorten the game to like an hour and 45 minutes, like, yeah, that's great. Like a game starts at 7 o'clock tip and it gets done at 8:45, awesome. But here's the issue. When he brings up something like, oh, this will help with load management, because if you take 8 games or 8 minutes off per game, then that's the equivalent of like 15 games off. That's not how this works. And I'm so tired of people talking about stuff like this where, you know what they need to do? They need to shorten the games. Okay, so let me just take you through a scenario here. There is a process to getting ready for a game. You get to the arena early. You get your treatment. You do your workouts. You get your warm-ups. You do your practice. You do your film study. And then the game starts. And then you do your warm-ups again. And then is it really going to matter if you play 30 minutes a night or 35? Can somebody answer that? Like, here's my equivalent I would ask you. If I came up to you and you said, I'm your boss. And Nelly, you go, Mr. Kane, I was thinking about it. You know, I've been at this company for a long time. And what I'd really like to have next year for work is I want more vacation days. And I go, Nelly, I appreciate that. I'm not going to give you more vacation days, but how about this? I'll let you leave every day at 4:30 instead of 5. Will that make any palpable difference in your life? No, because you're still going to work every day. You're still doing the same job. Whether you leave at 4:30 or 5 o'clock makes no difference in whether you feel more rested or not. It's fake. Like, the whole thing about playing a game is going through the process of playing a game. That's where the grind comes in. Like, honestly, the game part's pretty easy. Like, if I told NFL players, guess what, guys? We're going 18 games, but instead of 15-minute quarters, they're going to be 12. They're like, well, I'm still bashing my head against somebody else for, a good 50 minutes a game. It's like it makes no difference. So leave that argument out of it. Just say it's for television purposes. Again, I don't even like the idea that it's we want it to match the global. Who cares about global? Texture says leaving at 4:30 would be a massive improvement. If you left at 5, would it really?
I guess the only difference is you might get a jump on traffic, I guess. But it's already so bad at that point. We've lost the plot, though. Well, another texter brought up a good point and said that the only way that this makes a significant difference minutes-wise for any given player is if you're already playing the whole game. Because if you're a guy that gets a few minutes off the bench and now they take a few minutes out of each quarter, what's the difference?
Well, I don't even know if that's the case. Like, let's just take Jokic, for example. So Jokic this year is averaging, hold please, 36.3 minutes per game. So let's say on average over a 4-quarter span, it takes off an average of 2 minutes a night, 3 minutes a night. If he's still playing 82 games, but it's 33 minutes instead of 36, 34 minutes instead of 36, it doesn't take the grind off of your joints. You're still doing basketball. That's what I don't get. And so the other argument is, well, then why don't we just shorten the season? Never going to happen. The only things that will happen with these sports is they'll add more games before they add less. And that includes basketball and hockey and baseball. Like, here's what happens in baseball. Are you telling me, like, let's go through this process too. Hey, our 162-game season has been shortened to 120. On the surface, you'd be like, that's great. Now go to the players. Hey, guys, it's 120. Awesome. Oh, by the way, your salaries are going to be cut by about 15 to 20% because we won't have that extra revenue. Oh, not awesome anymore. They'll never agree to it. Like, you aren't going to shorten the season because there's too much money to be made with extra games. Why do you think the NFL, how many times have you read this story already, Nelly? The NFL is looking to push for an 18th game.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to happen.
They're going to do it because it's an extra week of billions of dollars. And unless the players say, I am willing to fork over X amount of our total money that we're going to make collectively as a group, it's never going to happen.
It just seems like once again they're trying to solve the issue of ratings by attacking it from the wrong angle. What are people's complaints? I can't find the games. I can't watch them. And even if I have League Pass and it's blacked out in my market and then I don't have the proper streaming apps, people can't even find the flipping games to watch them. And when they do, it's just a bunch of people jacking up threes from 40 feet, shooting bricks all game. The style of play is bad. It's impossible to find the games. And even when you do know what channel it's on, the games start 25 minutes late because we have to have the pregame show shoved down our throat, players only. I mean, the problems are not 2 minutes in each quarter. And for some reason, Adam Silver can't look at what the actual problems are.
To me, it's a style problem. I really think so. And look, the NBA is not hurting for ratings right now. They're still making a whole bunch of money off their television contracts, but we can jump back into this a little bit later. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can shop Safeway's Winter 4X points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter, whether you're hosting or cooking dinner. Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app and start earning today. Get back to this Nuggets game in just a moment. Disappointing, but not unexpected, and that's a bad place to be. Discuss that, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Christian Brown going to come back in for Denver. I don't know, folks, just one man's opinion. At the level Christian Brown has been playing, it's hard for me to watch him come off the bench. And we'll see what transpires here over the next 48 hours. I mean, dude just had a career-high 28. The guy's playing out of his mind. And then he got benched. He's coming off the bench. Second free throw, Westbrook, no good.
Damn. You got to be a stupid mother to get fired on your day off.
We're done at Madison Square Garden. There's the horn. For the first time this year, the Denver Nuggets have lost 3 games in a row. They fall to the New York Knicks by a final of 122 to 112.
Oh, no! We suck again!
All right, here's the issue I got. Like, I got a sour taste in my mouth this morning, and I'll explain. I think I know why it is. That was not an unexpected result yesterday.
Well, we said as much.
So it's like, what am I upset about? And I think that's why. I think that's it. It's that I expected them to lose that game, and they did. Even when they had that little run in the third where they took like an 8-point lead, not once did I feel like they were winning the game. Not once.
Is that wrong of us to feel that way? Because I said going into the game, it's the first time in 2 years that I would feel surprised about a Nuggets win. Unfortunately, I don't want to feel that way.
Yeah.
Listen to me. Nobody wants to feel that way. It's just, do you want me to lie?
Right.
Do you want me to come out of here and say, "Oh no, they're gonna"? I didn't feel they'd win that game. And if you feel that way going into a game, you've already lost.
Look, sometimes here's what's difficult. And Moj, I think we know this well. This team won a championship 2 years ago. The Avs won 3. And when you do that, you have this feeling that you're going to be on top of the world for a while. And in this case, you entered a basketball game and you said, that team's better than you are. Like the Knicks just feel better than you, right? And sometimes it's just like it's acknowledging a reality. And so the question becomes, I think we talked about this a little bit last year too. What made, I think, the Nuggets so good when they won a championship is they had a roster full of guys with defined roles on their team. Everybody knew what their job was, and they did their job. I think there's some confusion on whose role is what right now. Joker's is obvious. But kind of everybody else, you guys tell me if I'm wrong here. We don't know. I mean, we're almost in February, guys, and we don't know what the starting lineup is going to be on any given night. Is Gordon going to be in it? Is Christian going to be in it? Is Russell going to be in it? You know what I mean? And it's hard to find out what your role is on a team when you don't know what minutes you're playing, who you're playing with. Like, that's tough. It's a really tough position to be in. Like, Christian Brown is coming off of 5 20-point games in his last 8, and he got moved to the bench last night. It just, I think, puts a stress on a couple of guys of like, what do you want from me tonight as opposed to what you wanted from me yesterday?
I think a lot of teams go through this in all different sports. It's hard to continue to win, which, again, when we look at what the silly Chiefs are doing and what the silly Patriots did in the NFL,
it's crazy,
over
right?
all those years, it's almost incomprehensible because when you're in it, you realize, man, it's really, really hard. And you even have to catch, even for the really good teams, you have to sort of catch lightning in a bottle sometimes. You know what I mean? You've got to, like even the Celtics last year, a very good basketball team. You put them in the final against the Nuggets, I'm not sure they win. It's how things break for your team, so on and so forth. Look, the Nuggets are still a very good basketball team. It's just hard to find that extra little something that propels a team to a win. The Golden State Warriors have completely they won the championship the year before the Nuggets did.
Yeah.
The Warriors they won the NBA championship the same year the Avalanche won the Stanley Cup. And they're in 11th in the West right now.
Did you see their starting lineup they trotted out last night?
Yeah.
Oof.
You see what I mean? It's like they're in 11th place right now.
Guys, it is.
And so they're mad. They're upset. Steve Kerr's, he's prickly on a daily basis. It's just very hard. Milwaukee got there once. Vic, they haven't even been close to being back since.
Guys, how long have we been talking on this radio show about AG returning to the starting lineup? How long has that been a topic on this show?
Since he returned from his injury.
Exactly. We've talked about it every day. When is he going to be back in the starting lineup?
Not only that, but we talked about him saying to Coach Malone, hey, you know what? Things are going pretty good right now with me coming off the bench. Let's do that. That's good, too.
But we have speculated on him returning to the starting lineup because he's a starter. That's what he paid to do. That's what he came here to do. He's what, the fourth highest paid player on the team?
Yeah.
Okay, so we all knew he would return to the starting lineup at some point. And heck, on Monday we were talking maybe it should have been against Minnesota. That was a better matchup. Maybe it should have been against Chicago. Well, it finally happened against the Knicks. We all expected that. That was not a big surprise.
Mm-hmm.
What was a surprise is that Russ stayed in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
That was a surprise. I did not see that coming. What do you guys think?
I think you're right. And I thought that it would go back to where it was before and number 0 would be still in the starting lineup. But you know what? Look, I guess this is, if you're going to experiment, now's the time to do it.
Yeah. And you can't really, last night's game is not a good indicator of how a starting lineup operates because the best player in the world left 90 seconds in.
I hate when he does that, 2 minutes into the game take foul thing that he did to Cat.
It's the first time it's happened all season.
I know, but he's too important to have a penalty
I thought it was a
foul like that.
I thought it was a little ticky-tack.
Yeah. And at the end of the half, Cat had one more foul than he did. The first call was ticky-tack, I thought.
Well, the first one he hit and he raised his hand immediately.
Either way, one of those two fouls should not have been called. And you could have fouled Cat out of the game in the first half the way he was hooking guys.
Right.
Doesn't matter. Okay? You got to learn to adapt. And guess what? Without Nikola Jokic, they're right there.
They kept it together.
They're right there. He returns to the game.
Jamal played pretty well offensively last night.
He kept them in the game. Now, he took a lot of shots, and I know people are going to sit here on this radio show today and say he took too many shots. I want him shooting the ball.
Me too.
You guys agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would rather have him err on the side of too many shots.
Me too.
Now, how you take them is a different story. Take them early in the shot clock versus late.
Right.
Don't dribble around and take one. That's a different story. But I think we all agree that's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get more from MPJ.
Yes.
You got to. It was an unfortunate circumstance for Jokic last night. That was not him. He was clearly out of rhythm because he didn't play for the majority of the first half. That was not him. I don't understand when Cat was out of the game why they didn't just park Joker right in the lane and say, here you go.
They went on a stretch of really not giving him he would have, a small guy on him in the paint and they couldn't get the entry pass in, which I couldn't get either. Yeah. Look, the Knicks are really good. They are. And I don't know what it is about Anunoby when he sees a Nuggets uniform, but gosh, he murders you every single time he plays.
Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. The biggest, what is the kryptonite to this Nuggets team? What do you guys think is the biggest deficiency this team has? And I've got an idea. It's just my own opinion. You guys form your own.
A power forward who cheats to midcourt and gets breakaway dunks? I don't know.
I think
that cherry picking was crazy.
It was too. What I watch, I see it all the time in the NHL. I see guys, they hover around the far side of the red line, the far side of the neutral zone, just waiting for their team to collect the puck and fire it up to them. And I'm like, you cherry-picking son of a gun. What are you doing?
I think the Nuggets' biggest deficiency, and there's proof in the pudding because we've seen it now for 3 straight games, their perimeter defense is awful.
Terrible. Yeah.
Jalen Brunson beat everybody in front of him. Now, that's an all-star guard. He does that to a lot of people.
Not a big fan of his style
but
either.
even when you guarded him, he had 15 assists. And most of them were the easy, here's a quick deuce variety where guys, the Nuggets rotation on defense, their perimeter rotation is among some of the worst I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
They're not staying in front of guys. They couldn't stay in front of them. And if you consistently can't stay in front of guards, guess what's going to happen?
You get eaten alive.
How many wide open corner threes did we see?
Because somebody got beat. Somebody else had to drag down to help in the lane, and then he kick it out, boom, wide open. Yeah.
I think that's the Nuggets' biggest deficiency. More so than anything on the court. Perimeter defense is about as bad as I've seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you fix it.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, how you fix it, I don't think it can be done with this roster currently constituted. I just don't think they have that. They don't have that guy. They did last year with KCP. KCP could do that. Like, they would have to go find someone, but it's a lot easier said than done.
What's your starting five? Because even Christian Brown mentioned it after the game. I don't know if you guys saw our post-game show. AG was asked about coming back and the conversation he had with Malone, and I'm sure those were some tough conversations. It's never easy, right? It's never easy.
Is that just for a night, or is this, what is it?
I don't know. We'll see in Philly, but imagine having that conversation with Christian Brown after he scored a career-high 28 in Chicago.
Again, he scored 20 in 5 of his last 8.
And he plays his ass off.
Yeah.
He plays hard.
Mm-hmm.
That cannot be easy either.
No.
Being told, hey, now, he did it, took it like a man, and he's a big reason the Nuggets got back in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Big reason.
You're trying to find things that work, though, right now.
Yeah. I don't blame him.
I don't think these are panic
prod.
Yeah, I don't think these are panic moves either. I mean, you're still in a fine spot in the West. It's just that now you've dropped 3 in a row that you didn't expect. You're put it this way. You're in the exact same spot you were before this roadie even began.
It's not, and I'm glad you brought that perspective. This is not at all panic mode. It's not like you're not Golden State.
Correct.
You're not at the bottom of the barrel here.
Correct.
Still plenty of time. I'm just asking you guys from what you've seen so far. The lineup they had won them 12 of 15 games. What do you do now?
I don't know. You know what, Vic? I don't know, because there's not – look, I'm sure there are egos involved in this, but there can't be time for egos. You got to – I mean, put it this way. Not right now anyway. I mean, you're trying to experiment, find some things out. When it comes time to winning, guys are going to have to buy in whatever their role is going to be. They're going to have to buy in, and they're going to have to say, you know what? This is what they're deeming best to have this team win basketball games, and I'm all in. That's how you win a championship. Yeah, but I don't know chemistry-wise and against any particular opponent-wise what the best lineup is going to be on a nightly basis.
And
Not at this point, I don't.
Maybe this plateau they've hit comes at a good time. A week before the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it facilitates something that perhaps they were not wanting to do. Maybe it expedites a move. Maybe. I don't know. We have no idea. We're not in those rooms. We're not in those conversations. But things happen for a reason. You know, when you see the vulnerability of your basketball team 3 straight games and last night on national television, perhaps it allows them to say, okay, we got to address this now. How? I don't know.
I'm just trying to figure out
to figure out campaign.
Listen, the Colorado more on a play he made. There was 7 minutes. There were 7 minutes.
Cameron Payne drives me insane.
There were 7 minutes and like 50 seconds left in the game. 7:50. The Nuggets were down by 7. They were getting back into it. Knicks fast break opportunity. Fast break. You think you're up by 7. You know, you're in the fourth quarter. Hold the ball. He grabs it, comes down. Campaign does. And like Steph Curry jacks up a 35-foot 3-ball with somebody in his face and no rebounders. It was like a 1-on-5 fast break and misses everything. And Dempsey and I are sitting we're going, that's grounds for give him off the court. What was he thinking?
Who was it in the NCAA? Ollie Faroukmanesh, right? In the NCAA tournament, just comes down, nobody in front of him, stop at 3, park it wide open. But he drained it.
But again, Steph Curry would do that, and you're like, I get it.
Uh-huh.
Your campaign.
Hey. That guy.
I couldn't believe
that guy still gets me to this day. That guy still gets me.
Anyway, guys, this is healthy, I think. It's healthy to see what we've seen now off and on. It's healthy. And I don't think it's the end of the world. I really don't. I'm not that bent about this. I'm not as bent as some might be. I think you could come back from where they are. We've seen it time and time again. I don't even like to measure last night's game because it was so weird. It was so awkward with Joker's situation. Joker is a rhythmic player. He needs the rhythm of he comes into the game at this time, he leaves at that time. Last night was all out of whack. And you could see that it changed his play. You could see it, right? He's blowing into his hands. He didn't feel warm. He spent most of the first half on the bench. You could see he wasn't the same player. So I sort of take last night's game, and I know it's bad. That's not even a consideration.
That's
for
fine.
me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, it's tough when you just had this stretch, 12 of 15 games you won. Defense was playing at a really high level, and then it just kind of disappears again. And you don't know the answer as to why.
And it's, I think on any given night, it's different reasons, you know? And last night, I was listening to the first quarter in the car, listening to Cause. By the way, I listened to a little bit of the Knicks broadcast. Actually, their pregame, not the actual
Because it felt like the Knicks were going
broadcast.
to boat race you from the jump.
It did.
Well, they had 15-0 run as soon as Joker went to the bench, and you're like, okay.
Cause is like, oh, boy, here we go. 90 seconds in, Joker just picked up his second, which I thought was, looking back on it, I thought it was a crappy call. But that's just me. That's just me talking. You should hear the Knicks guys. Wally Zerbiak's the analyst, and they got the other dude doing his thing, Tyler something or other. The New York Knickerbockers.
Well, they deserve it.
No, I know.
They deserve it. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
they deserve all their flowers. The reaction on the text line is obviously predictable this morning. From Brian, yeah, Vic, get bent. This team ain't making it past the first round. Listen, you could believe whatever you want to believe. Right now, if they play like they did last night or the last 3 games, clearly they're not. The reason I think a depression like this comes at a good time is because the trade deadline is a week from today. And if you think there's something flawed with your team, enough of a flaw, Brian, that you don't think they can get past the first round, well, let's see if you do something about it. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Sure.
If there's ever a time to go through this, it's now.
Yeah, it's funny. If the trade deadline came when they won 12 of 15 games, then we're probably like, oh, don't touch
They're
anything.
fine.
It's fine.
Well, weren't we saying exactly that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
What was the tone on this show during the 12 of 15?
Hey, look, feels good.
Hey, they found something.
Exactly.
This is the
Exactly.
They're back
rotation
to
you
being
need.
So
themselves.
was that real or is this real? What's real?
I don't know anymore.
I think the goodness is the real. This is the doldrums. We're seeing doldrums these last 3 games. That's what it is.
But you know what? This is
It's
really
late January crap doldrums, and that's just the way it is.
You know what? Hang on. The fear is this is a lot like last year, isn't it? Last year in the postseason. Remember when they would kick the snot out of the T-Wolves? And then they would lose by 40? And then they'd win by 30? And then they'd lose by 20? And then they're up 20 in Game 7? And then they lose that? You know what I mean? Like, it was never just consistent. They had moments in which you believed, just why we said last year, if they got past Game 7, maybe they win another championship.
Yeah.
But you don't know because it was so different
They
given
would've
every
beaten-
20-minute
Put
stretch.
it this way. They would have beaten Dallas.
Max,
Ain't no doubt in my mind on this earth they would have beaten Dallas.
Max writes in on the text line, Nuggets were on top of the world a week ago. Everyone needs to relax. It's January. Also can't stand the Knicks, and they're flopping. We just illustrated your point, Max. I mean, it goes in waves here, right? It is the roller coaster of a season. However, I'll say this, and I asked the question to the boys
Max.
yesterday. I asked this question. The Nuggets could have very easily won that game. Yeah, they're up by 8 midway through the third. They could have held on. They could have found a way to win. They didn't. Max, what is the Nuggets' best win of the year? That's all I'm asking is, what's the best win of the year? What's a win that you could put on your wall?
If
and
you're
say,
talking
"That's it."
about the game in early November against OKC,
That's it.
that's about it.
That's it right now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Last night would have qualified as that win. It's all I'm saying. At some point, you have to beat some of the top teams.
Agreed.
Do we agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see another one on the table. I don't know any of them that are up for discussion.
Blew out the Lakers on the road. They're a winning team. That's a quality win, clearly. But I'm talking about top 3, top 4 teams in each conference.
Yeah.
It's not been good.
Mm-hmm. 303-504-0925 can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. So, couple things I want to get to here. Number one, there's something that relates to, I think, both the Nuggets and the Broncos that I want to get to. Things that you want to see from the Nuggets that maybe they hamstrung themselves, and I can apply it directly over to Sean Payton. We'll get to it next.
In business for 65 years. That's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. And right now, even though the stock show is over, you can take advantage of great savings on trucks. And I'm talking about Ford F-150 trucks, from gasoline to the Lightning, whatever it is you're looking for. It's the number one selling truck for 48 years straight, and they are on sale right now at Silterhar. They're all over the road. You know they're very, very good. Also, you can lease a brand new Bronco for just $469 a month. I've driven those, and they are rad. So do what I did. Get on up to Silterhar Motors at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online and pre-shop. Check it all out at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, still a lot to get to today. I want to talk about Adam Silver, some of his comments with Dan Patrick yesterday about some changes he wants to make to the NBA. Have Biz's take now on the Miko trade because this is still a thing. So we'll get to that in a bit.
I'll give you the Bruce Boudreau take as well as we continue on.
Okay.
Hey, listen, this is all in the eye of the beholder.
So hang on to it for a second.
I'm hanging on. In fact, here's my take. I'm going to put it in my pocket.
Yep. Hold that.
When you tell me to pull it out, I will pull it out.
I got a lot of stuff in my pocket.
Hey, phrasing!
So I was thinking about something, and bear with me here. The Saints are the only team in the NFL that does not have a head coach right now. Now, it sounds like they were talking to McCarthy, and for whatever reason, those talks broke down. Now their next one is Kellen Moore's the OC for, I believe, Philadelphia. Still in right now. And maybe he'll be the next head coach. But I was like, what is it about the Saints job that teams hate? Why are like coaches not taking the Saints job very seriously? Because they interviewed all these guys that took jobs elsewhere, and they just had no interest. And then we keep saying like the cap's not real, but what the Saints have done basically since the Peyton days is they've been kicking that can down the road.
Down the road.
As far as they can. And I think all these coaches are like, well, when it comes time to pay the piper, I don't want to be the guy who's in charge when that happens, which makes it a more unappealing job. But let me say this, because when I was explaining this earlier, a texter said, well, who's responsible for that? And I said, well, Sean Payton was. Why? Because the Saints did what we're asking teams to do now. Like, Vic, when you talk about the Nuggets, hey, you're in a window. I don't care about 10 years from now. I want to take the chance while we got it. Well, the Saints had Drew Brees, and Sean Payton said, I'm doing everything I can to get championships now. Now, it didn't work other than the one, but still. I think about that in the context of the Nuggets, and I say, here's the weird spot they're in. Why did they not re-sign KCP? What was the main thrust behind it?
Well, I'm guessing
it was to have flexibility for the cap.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Do they have any flexibility?
They
with
don't
the cap?
have any.
But no, they did, though. See, that's where you're mistaken. They made that deal. They let KCP walk to allow them to go out and get the free agents they signed, one of which doesn't play.
One free agent.
That's a big one. That's a big one. You have to also factor this in. They fully expected Deron Holmes to contribute this year.
Sure.
That's a big blow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
A big off the bench is no longer there. So now that puts more pressure on the big that you signed in free agency.
Yeah.
The guy that you could not sign had you kept KCP. CBA-wise, you could not have done it.
That is
impossible. True. Correct?
Yes.
So now that allowed you to go do that. And I was all for it.
Here's what's kind of tough,
campaigning.
though. When we were talking about what's a major problem that the Nuggets face right now that is an impediment to them succeeding night in, night out, and we talk about perimeter defense, Deron Holmes and Dario Saric aren't helping in that department. They aren't.
Nope.
KCP would have. Now, I fully acknowledge, you look at KCP's numbers in Orlando right now, offensively, they're trash. They're bad numbers.
We understand that the biggest foible is the perimeter defense, but a lot of that can be band-aided if your front court is just that much more powerful.
Yeah.
Right?
And we acknowledge that Joker is not a rim protector, which means if somebody's driving the lane, you aren't going to have that help inside.
But think about this for a team that's top 5 in scoring in the league. All you really need to do, in my opinion, is Band-Aid it up a little bit, and you're going to give yourself a shot to win it all.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things about
just
that.
Band-Aid it up a little bit.
That, I was just trying to draw a correlation. Like the Celtics have done that. The Celtics have said, I don't care about free agents. I'm just going to go boatload of money for everybody. That was me. For everybody that is on this roster right now, and damn the luxury tax, and who cares if we can sign anybody else? We're just rolling with this squad.
They'll pay the price eventually. Eventually, they'll pay the
price. Well, they're
They-
paying it now. They
Well,
just...
Are you talking about the Celtics?
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the reasons they did that is because they sold the team. You understand that, right? The guys who did that said, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, but at the same time, they kept... You talking about paying the luxury tax? Is that what you mean?
I'm talking about the people who set that up are selling the team. It was bye-bye. So it's easy to make moves when you're no longer going to own the team.
Well, one of the things that this is actually a pretty good point from when we brought up yesterday the Hal Steinbrenner quote.
Yeah.
Where he said, I forget what the quote was, but it's crazy what the Dodgers are doing,
yeah,
right?
he said not a lot of teams can do what the Dodgers are doing. Well, he's number 2 in the league at it.
Well, here's the thing, though, and I heard somebody make this. I can't remember who it was. It was a good point, though, regarding the Yankees. You know what the difference is between the Yankees and the Dodgers? Who owns the Dodgers? That private equity group that has a job. The Dodgers are their hobby. That's not how they make money. That's their fun thing.
Correct.
Hal Steinbrenner of the Yankees, that's how he makes money. So he pays $1.4 billion. That's his cash that's leaving his pocket, as opposed to I just can't go to my hedge fund and say, well, I'll make my $180 billion this year from that instead. It is a little bit different in that sense. So to Vic's point, it's like you want to spend the money for something that you aren't going to have to pay for later. I guess that makes it different. Could we, you know what, Moser? Go ahead. Get to your Boudreaux take then. What did he say?
Well, here's the thing. Bruce Boudreaux, speaking like a coach. Now, Boudreaux was a player a long time ago. Hey, Vic, did you know that, Bruce Boudreaux, right?
Of course I do.
You know he was in the movie Slapshot?
He's plump. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I did not know that, but
okay.
I know who he is. I didn't know what role did he play?
He just played one of the skater guys.
He did?
Yeah, he wasn't like a character or anything, but he was in there. Anyway, Boudreaux, the coach, wants the player. He wants Rantanen. He's the best player in the deal. That's what I would want. I want the best player in the deal. Well, not just right now. Do you realize he's 10th in the league in scoring?
Yeah.
Number 10. Top. So right now today, in fact, unless somebody went insane last night, I can say that this guy's a top 10 scorer in the league.
Well, at one point in December, he was number 1.
He got off to a really hot start. Yeah, I mean, he got off to a really hot start, but the guy's a hell of a player, okay? Hughes is up to 60. Okay, so now he's 11th at 59 because Hughes scored last night. Yeah, it does. But that's what Boudreaux said. I'd want the player, I'd want to be Carolina because I think he's the best player in all of this and blah, 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 blah. Okay, I dig what you're saying. We don't disagree what a great player Mikko Rantanen is. What did Biz say last night?
That was very interesting.
I got it right here.
Yeah, this is, again, and it was Biz and Ryan Whitney who, wasn't it a week ago, they were talking about Mikko and they were worried about this?
Yeah.
Whether or not it's going to transpire?
Well, they said if you don't extend him, then you can't lose him for nothing.
This is the NHL on TNT. This is their intermission show. You've got, Liam McHugh's the guy who talks to him. Colby Armstrong jumps in at the very end. Okay.
Here you go.
I think this is a huge risk for Rantanen and what he did, and he was caught off guard, and so was his agent. I think that they had all the control in the world where they could have went to Colorado, and maybe he wouldn't have got what he got in free agency. Maybe he wouldn't have got the 13 and a half. But I bet you if he went away and said, I want to make $100,000 less than what Nathan McKinnon's making, I guarantee they would have handed that over. They were willing to make him the highest paid winger in the league. Now that's going to change.
That's going to change because the cap's going to
no doubt.
But I get that you think it's a risk, but you're telling me like if he doesn't deliver with Carolina, it only takes one team to pay him in free agency, right? Do you think it's that big a risk?
I think that you're playing with you could argue the best player in the world over the last 18 months, and you get to have a guy who's all over the place feeding you the puck, and you get to score 50 goals, have 100 points, and you get to make over the course of that deal maybe $8 million less than what you would have got and taken the risk somewhere else. You don't know where you're going to go and be happy. So I do view it as a risk and the opportunity to win more championships. So the fact that he's startled and now this is shaking him up and he hasn't looked like himself like he has in Carolina at least yet.
Still early.
I know it's still early, but he's like, he's talking to himself on the bench. Like he's flabbergasted by this whole thing where I think going into the season, he had the whole offseason to think about what was my true number and slide it over the desk instead of playing these games with the agent.
Very interesting. That's the player perspective. That's Biz, who I'm sure like Colby and like a lot of other guys would love to have been in that position, right? To be able to do what Rantanen is doing. But he's looking at it from a player perspective. And he understands what it's like to be a guy in that room. And, man, I was really happy here. Damn it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm sure Nazem Kadri, when you listen, if you put him on truth serum, is he as happy in Calgary as he would have been staying in Colorado? I bet he would tell you no. But he's happy about the bread because that's his last big contract in the NHL, and he had to do it. And that was completely his right, and everybody understood that. But if you're talking about happiness as a player in a room, in a city, in a situation, you trade happiness for money. Guys do it all the time. What did KCP do?
Yeah.
He traded happiness for money.
100%.
Bruce Brown traded happiness for money.
And we didn't yell at them.
No.
I'm not yelling at Mikko either.
I'm not either.
I'm not. I mean, you know what? I think we all collectively, we miss Mikko. We wish he was in that room. We wish he was on the ice. Go get yours. If you think you can make money, if you're going to make that much more money on the open market than you could here, go get it.
Do you think deep down inside, truth serum, I'm going to inject you with truth serum, Nolan Arenado, think he was happier? You think he's been happier in St. Louis than he was happier as a Colorado Rocky?
Well,
the environment, the city,
the happy win though. When the Rockies were in the playoffs,
they haven't won jack crap in St. Louis. So don't give me this whiny.
Moj, when the Rockies were
don't frown at me.
When the Rockies were a playoff team, he was very happy. As soon as they started to fall off, that happiness fell off.
It's more. Agreed. The winning is a huge part of it, but it's also about familiarity and comfortability and the city and the clubhouse and everything. Guys get happy. And sometimes you have to trade happiness for money because that's what the situation dictates.
So as far as Biz's comments on Mikko, Biz obviously has some intel here because, again, he and Ryan Whitney mentioned something before the trade occurred. He knows a little more than I think he's going to say.
Yeah.
On the inner workings of this deal. He says there's a risk involved if Mikko's numbers fall off dramatically.
Sure.
While in Carolina, if he doesn't produce like he did in Colorado, and you get to the end of the season, might other teams say, well, clearly your production was a result of playing next to McKinnon.
You're playing, as Biz said, you've been the best player in the world in the last 18 months is right here in Denver, Colorado, and he wears number 29. And he's looking for you, and he's feeding you, and he's sending those one-timers through the top of the crease to the bottom of the far circle so you can bang it home from one knee.
This is the Peyton Manning, Julius Thomas rule. This is the Nikola Jokic, KCP rule. It's no coincidence KCP had his best offensive numbers in his career when he played next to Nikola Jokic. His numbers aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
His numbers aren't there anymore. Julius Thomas fell off the face of the planet when he left.
He really did.
When he left Peyton Manning.
It's not I think that one of the smartest people in the last 2 decades of sports was Wes Welker. Tom Brady to Peyton Manning. I'm just going to do that my entire life.
Yeah.
And now, I'm not saying this is going to happen to Mikko. I hope it doesn't. I hope Mikko's numbers continue to flourish.
Absolutely.
But it is the risk that Biz brings up. That's the risk. Hey, let me ask you this.
And by the way,
I want you to be honest with this answer.
But let me say this, Vic. If he didn't think this was a possibility, then that's on his agent.
But he looks like Moj. You know what's really weird? He doesn't look angry. He looks like incredibly sad
and disappointed.
Anytime I see him.
What got me, though, was the reaction of McKinnon, of Bednar, even on this show. They were incredibly sad.
Yeah.
Everybody's sad, dude. Everybody's sad.
I'm going to ask you this question.
God, I mean, professional sports is hard.
If Mikko could go back in time, he signs that deal immediately. I think so.
I'll ask you this question, too. What would the chances be of Mikko Rantanen re-signing with the Colorado Avalanche in the offseason? What would you place those chances?
Would they want? Let me ask you this: you think the Avs would want? I keep saying
both.
that.
I want both. Do the Avs want him? Does he want the Avs? What would you? Where would you place those chances?
This is where egos get involved. Not from the team side. I mean, if the team says, "Hey, look, here's that offer. Remember that last offer we gave you? It's right there. It's yours. But you can only have 7 years now. You can't have 8 because." Vic, I don't know. I think a lot of times ships sail.
So
and they go to ports unknown.
Okay.
303.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Listen, everybody still loves everybody. I mean, I think that Mikko still probably loves Chris McFarland. I mean, there's no reason not to.
I don't know if the agent does.
Hey, the agent got Draisaitl 14.5 because he knew Edmonton would pay it. And they'll never win a cup.
303-504-0925 if you guys want in. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Let it ride, Nelly. Let it ride, please. And give me some volume. Give me some volume. Big pun. Victor. I want to get to some Adam Silver audio in just a little bit. I want to save more time for it, though, because the suggestions he made, I get where he's coming from. I think the reasons behind it are wrong. Bless you.
Thank you.
So can I go to something else? You know what's really interesting about this offseason that the Broncos are heading into is that I just looked this up. They have in the league, as far as projected cap space heading into the offseason, where do you think they rank in the NFL? Out of all 32 teams, where do you think they are?
Well, they're still paying the Russell Wilson tax.
Still got a little bit left, yep.
Okay. I'd put them middle of the pack, maybe.
16th.
Okay.
Perfect, yeah. 16th in the league. Here's the thing, though, that I think they stand to be in a really good spot about. All of these, there's an article on ESPN about projected cap heading into the offseason, where teams rank, and then it has their notable free agents that are left. And we've discussed this in one way before. I don't think they're dedicating really, if it's anything, a small amount of that number to guys that are hitting free agency this year. Like, who are the guys you would think about? Like DJ Jones, you think about him? But I don't think out of the $40 million that they're projected to have heading into this offseason is going to many places. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald. He's going to join us tomorrow. But where would you use the money is the question.
The reason I am optimistic with the Broncos and free agency and the near future is this. They know exactly where they need to spend the money.
Exactly.
And I couldn't say that 2 or 3 years ago.
Because they needed so many places to spend, yeah.
But now you look at this outfit and you say, okay, well, they need a running back. They need a tight end. They can use another linebacker. You could find positions specifically and say, there's your needs.
And
Go get them.
I don't know if running back and tight end are going to come through free agency
May not.
or not. But here's the good thing. That you're going to have enough money here for a extension for Benito, which I think is 100% an absolute necessity. You have to do that. But you start thinking about, all right, yeah, can you improve linebacker? Can you get like a really good safety in free agency that can fill out that room with like a Brandon Jones? Can you do some of the ornamental window dressing stuff that maybe you couldn't focus on previously because you had so much stuff to worry about? And they have some money to do it.
Let me answer a question quickly from the text line, 9129. Question for the morning show. If Russell Wilson makes the Pro Bowl, are there any bonuses due to him from the Broncos contract? Does it go against the Broncos cap? I don't have the 100% guaranteed answer on this, but this is my speculation. He's been traded. He's now property of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not traded, but his contract was cut.
is terminated.
Yes.
He's just paid out the guarantees.
So any bonus moves to the new contract. Like, he signed a deal with Pittsburgh.
Right.
He signed, was it a 1-year deal?
Yes.
So those bonuses now belong to Pittsburgh.
Correct.
If they wrote those in, they got to pay them.
And I was told most guys in the league now don't have bonuses for Pro Bowls.
No,
they're
'cause
all
it's
tied
stuff
to
like
all
this.
pros
Yeah.
because
Because
you
you can be the 8th replacement and get in. But no, man, that would be pain on top of pain if that were the case. I don't see that happening.
Out of all these guys, I'm going to list these names. You tell me how many of these names do you think return to the roster next year? Okay, of notable Broncos free agents.
Because they've got a lot of free agents. Some are not as notable as others.
Well, I don't know if any outside of maybe one is a super notable name, but let's see.
Number one on my list would be Frabroni.
Frabroni. That is hard to say.
I want to say Fabroni, but it's
Long
Fraboni.
Yeah, the long snapper. Just say the long snapper.
Hey, if I want to say Fraboni, I'm going to say Fraboni.
Every time I hear that, I think of that scene from Wedding Crashers.
Don't give me any baloney when I say Fraboni.
Remember they're doing the supercut at like one of the first weddings that they crashed?
Yeah.
And it just cuts to Vince Vaughn. He goes, and then I said, Fraboni! That's what I think of. Anyway, here are the names. Cody Barton. Back or not?
Yeah, he doesn't make a lot of money.
Well, Alex Singleton will be back. So,
well, that's a question. They might. I think they might kind of overhaul the room.
They could.
Yeah.
You could get 2 new backers.
Right.
Why do you need to overhaul the room? The linebacking core was not bad.
Well,
they're okay.
I think if you looked at the defense and you said, what area can we get better? That might be an area. It might.
It's probably the area.
They know
honestly.
it. They know it in the room better than we do.
Continue.
Michael Burton. I don't see the point. They barely used him, and he was like a scratch for most games. I didn't get it. I don't like wasting a spot on
He
fullbacks.
makes no money.
Yeah, and then half the time he's on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Half the time he's off. I can't predict.
Go ahead.
I can't predict that.
DJ Jones.
How much do you think he commands in the open market?
I think that's their biggest defensive free agent.
I think that's their
Well, I
biggest
think
free
it is
agent
for
period.
yeah. And you've got to get one of your quarterbacks back, theoretically.
Not necessarily. You can go get a rookie quarterback for less money if you want.
As your backup to Bo Nix.
If you wanted. If you really want. I doubt they would. They like the quarterback room.
So
they're friends. They like that room. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if, well, I shouldn't say both would be re-signed. I think one goes.
Wilson's gone.
Just for the record, DJ Jones had a 3-year, $30 million contract that previously, and he's now 30. I don't think he's going to be getting 10 a year, but maybe 7 to 8-ish for a couple. Who knows?
Well, put it this way. He'll be in demand.
And then you have
DJ Jones takes up a lot of space in that D-line, dude. I mean, he's a wide body.
Just 2 more here. Javonte, are we all thinking he's gone?
Yes.
Adios.
Yeah. And then Lil Jordan Humphrey. This one's interesting just because Lil Jordan always found playing time.
That's another Sean Payton security blanket.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's always a guy that I wonder is even going to make this roster. Then he always pops up on the active, and then he always pops up on game day.
He does a lot of the little things that we may not notice. I mean, when they throw that little bubble screen business, he's always out there on the perimeter blocking.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Again.
What about the guy missing a vowel in his last name? Stranad.
Oh, I thought he played okay, given the fact that he was a special teamer coming in.
But see, here's my point, though. All these names I just listed, the only one I left off was Riley Dixon, the punter. Sure, whatever. None of those guys command big money. Like, you're still going to have, even for the limited stuff that you have from the Russell Wilson contract termination, you still have a lot of money to play with in free agency where you can fish around.
Unless you take some of that money and give it to Benito right now.
Even if you did that wouldn't come until a couple of years later.
Yeah, but they're known for paying up front and paying that money now.
Hey, listen,
but
Benito's
from a
got
strictly cap perspective is all I'm saying.
Okay, he's got 1 year left, Benito. 1 year. And he makes 5.35.
Mm-hmm.
You want to lock him up this year?
You're gonna add about 20 to that.
What does Jonathan Cooper make? He'll make more than Jonathan Cooper.
I don't know what Cooper makes.
Cooper was re-signed this year. He got himself a bag.
How much
take a
is
look
that
at that.
bag,
Take a look
Brett?
at that bag.
Find me that bag, Brett.
Add a few numbers to that bag. And that's your
Jonathan
Benito
Cooper
contract.
just signed a 4-year, $60 million deal. So that's 15.
So 4-year, $70 million deal?
Throw another 10 on top of that per year. I think Benito's probably around the 25.
So you're going to have to save money for him because you are not letting him go. And if it's me, I get that deal done now.
Me too. I'm not messing around. It's just like just something to keep in mind. They're still going to have a boatload of extra cap space after this year that's going to kick in when this new contract for Benito comes up, when they do it. Because there is no question whether they should or should not. They should.
Joe says in Wedding Crashers, Vince Vaughn says Jabroni, not
I know,
Fraboni.
but I hear Fraboni.
What is a jabroni? I hear that all the time, and I don't know really what it is.
It's like a jerk wagon.
You know one when you see one, though.
Right.
I know, but here we go. Here it is right here. It's a foolish or contemptible person.
Right.
A jabroni.
Yeah.
A foolish, let me hear the proper.
A jerk wagon.
I want to make sure we're pronouncing this
I was going to
properly.
say a different jerk, but
No, it's
jerk.
jabroni.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's jabroni.
What are you doing?
Jabroni.
Proper pronunciation.
We're saying it
Jabroni.
exactly right, Jabroni.
I don't know. Are you?
Jabroni.
It's not into the microphone either. What do you do?
You know that Nelly's playing it right off his computer, which is crystal clear audio and not your laptop.
Jabroni.
That's what we said.
Jabroni.
Yeah.
Jabroni.
Nelly's just saying the word jabroni. Like
just
we got.
say it.
No, that's Nelly's playing it off the computer. That's not him.
It sounds like
Jabroni.
it sounds like Nelly's
It
voice.
actually does.
It is.
Hang on, play that
It
again,
does
Nelly.
sound like your voice.
Jabroni.
That is. That's
It
a
sounds
soothing
exactly
Nelly.
like you.
I think the voice guy's Nelly.
Thank you.
Campaign is a jabroni.
100%. He's worse than a jabroni.
Oh, can I say one thing before we get to a break?
God, that guy. Why do I let guys? Why do I get Cameron Payne has no bearing on my life whatsoever, but I see his face, and it causes angst and anger.
I'm going to save this. Along with Adam Silver wants to switch to 10-minute quarters in the league, and I don't think it's a bad idea, but I will say his reasoning for it I think is dumb. We'll get to it next.
Jabroni.
You know, you go to a party for the big game in about a week and a half, and they always got these contests like the squares. Well, you know what? Circus Sports has that as well. And if you download the app, you can get involved. Here's the nice thing about the way they do it. You aren't given numbers. You choose them. And each number has its own odds, but you get to choose the ones that you think are best instead of pulling these terrible numbers. And each one of these can net you up to $100,000 with a bet of just a $1 minimum. You can get involved with the Circus Squares contest on the Circus Sports app. So download it right now. Type Moneyline Splits and excellent customer service. Get involved with all of that, including all the prop bets for the big game coming up shortly. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
And The Rock says this, Big Show. Did The Rock call you a jabroni? You're damn right he did. He called 20 others a jabroni as well. Shut your mouth and look at The Rock. Read The Rock's lips. Jabroni. Jabroni-XYZ-ABC. Oh, it doesn't matter how you spell jabroni.
A great name.
The Rock or Jabroni?
Jabroni. Probably invented by my people, too.
I always thought it was an Italian thing. Like Italian people call people jabronis. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just an East Coast thing that I confused.
By the way, there's a radio host from Florida who calls himself a certain thing in Italian. That's a horrible thing to say. And I'm not even going to echo who it is.
Sports host?
Yes.
Oh. Is his last name Wiener?
Yeah, you could say it. What's his radio name? You could say it. It's his radio. Yeah, you can't say that.
Yeah.
You can't say that.
It's code for...
You can't say that. That's a dude not understanding what he's saying.
Well, no, I think they did, and their show caught on so much that now it's just accepted.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's a jabroni.
Can I... Before we get to the silver stuff, I got to say one thing. Thibodeau, it's time to let it go, man. I don't know what this little patch is you got going on top of your head, but it is far past time. I don't know how that guy every day looks at himself in the mirror and makes sure to have the perfect comb to that one little island.
He cares.
But wouldn't it be easier just to take a buzzer and just let it go?
Oh, did you guys pregame? You play a game in Madison Square Garden. You see all the stars, right? They always show up. So pregame, we're interviewing Chris Marlowe. This is 10, 15 minutes before tip-off. And right behind Marlowe, who walks behind him? Tracy Morgan.
I love Tracy.
So we turn to Marlowe and say, hey, Marlowe, Tracy Morgan walked behind you. And he goes, who?
No, he doesn't know who Tracy Morgan
so
is?
no, the guy in the orange sweatsuit, that's Tracy Morgan. Just right behind him.
He's one of those. You hear Tracy Morgan's voice, you know immediately who it is. Immediately. I think I've missed the 2 times that Jay Moore's been in studio with you guys when he's been doing a gig here.
He does the best.
He does an amazing Tracy Morgan.
Oh, my God. He goes on and on Tracy Morgan, too.
But no, what I'm saying is, Vic, when Tom Thibodeau gets his haircut, I mean, what is the barber thinking when he's got to lift up that little tuft of hair and just do this? Do a couple of those right there.
Of them.
I think it's good. Anyway, here's Adam Silver. He was on with Dan Patrick. And he was talking about, Dan Patrick said, are you guys thinking about big changes to the game? And he goes, baseball put in a pitch clock, and that's a pretty traditional sport. They made a big change. NFL got rid of their kickoff rules, and now they're very proud of their kickoffs because it's up like 40% or something like that.
Would you agree, Moj, that Dan Patrick is the best interviewer in our craft? If not, maybe there's top 3.
I
Scott
think
Van Pelt, Dan
he's
Patrick.
very good. I think you're very good.
But no, on the national level, Dan Patrick, he elicits some of the greatest responses you will ever hear from his guests.
So I listened to this whole thing. Dan was getting a little weird. He was like, what if we took space lasers and put them on the court for 4 points?
What?
It's like, wait, what?
How about this? Cats and lasers coming out of their mouths.
He was this close to going Mario, like, hear me out. 2 basketballs at once. What about that? But he's talking to him about changes you'd make. And here's something that Adam Silver said.
As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball, is 2 hours, college basketball, of course, is. I'm a fan of what baseball did. I'm a baseball fan, and I think some of those changes have really increased sort of the engagement, the entertainment value of the game. And so I'm paying a lot of attention to that. And in fact, I've used the pitch clock, the sort of the increasing the size of the base, et cetera, in meetings at the NBA to say, if baseball, which is more locked into tradition, and I don't mean that negatively, than any other sport. And part of what baseball provides is the tradition, the legacy that if they're
Here's the thing, guys. Okay, sorry, that was the wrong clip.
My God.
It was the wrong clip. What I wanted to get to was Adam Silver's talking about the 10-minute rule and why he wants to do that. Now, can I say this for what he was just talking about there? I don't care what they do internationally, okay? It's our sport. We can do what we want with it, okay? I don't care about making it globally palatable.
I don't know, in the Italian Football League, you got to go for 2 every I mean, come on.
But here's what he said about the 10-minute quarters that I want to really harp on.
I mean, because this game is so global, one of the things we'd like to see over time is creating a more consistent set of rules globally around the game. Like, again, the Olympic basketball, I'm sure you watched, on NBC and Peacock, the U.S. Serbia, U.S. France. Those are people are basketball fans. Some are saying those are two of the best games they ever saw. Incidentally, if you went to a 40-minute game with the issues around load management and resting, it would be the equivalent of, I don't know the exact math, taking like 15 games off the season.
No, it wouldn't.
I like that.
No,
No, it wouldn't.
Stop right there.
No, it wouldn't.
There's one flaw I could sense. One flaw. Number one, if you shorten the games, right, and the whole load management, they would just play less. They would just play less, but they would still load manage. They would still load manage. They just play fewer minutes. Number two, if you're going to compare to the Olympic game and those wonderful contests we saw, what made those games so good is not the time, the length of the game. It's the way they were officiated.
Yeah.
It's the way they're run. It's the fact that there's no flopping. They get physical. It's not the time. Nobody's saying, oh, my God, it's a great game because it's a 10-minute quarter. They're saying it's a great game because we ain't doing what they do in the NBA. We ain't doing that crap where a guy gets 3 shots with a mystery foul at the perimeter, at the three-point line. That doesn't happen. That don't fly with those officials. That's the difference.
Like, I just think he's looking at this wrong. Like, would I want a NBA game to be like an hour and 40 minutes? Like, sure, that sounds great. I'll be honest with you, though. When the Nuggets are playing, I'm not really complaining about how, oh, man, this game is really dragging on. It's so long. I don't really feel that. But the second part, where he's talking about, oh, if you take 8 minutes off per game, that's the equivalent of 15 games. No, it isn't. And here's the comparison I'll make. Moj, if I'm your boss and you come up to me and you go, hey, Brett, I've been working really hard. I feel like I deserve an extra week of PTO. I said, you know what, Moj, you have been working hard. I'm not going to give you that. Let me tell you this. You work this 9 to 5 job, it's now 9 to 4:30. The 30 minutes doesn't make your overall work consumption feel any shorter.
You're already
because
there.
you're still showing up.
I agree. There's more to it, too. I mean, understood that when I look at an NBA game, I'm never watching an NBA game and saying, oh, my God, this is so long. You know, like college football games sometimes can go 4 hours, and you're sitting there going, my God. Remember that CU-CSU game that started late and finished like 2 in the morning? But do you ever watch an NBA game and say, oh, my God, the length of the game is just too much?
In fact, the
fine.
the NHL is 60 minutes, 3 20-minute periods. We all, like, when the Nuggets and the Avs tip off and drop the puck at the same time, the Nuggets finish first every single time.
There's no
but,
issue.
Vic, here's the problem with Adam Silver that I can see in his thinking here. He's trying to screw with things that don't need to be screwed with to fix his product. His product has less consumption than it used to.
Yeah.
Okay? The way the game is officiated, the way the game is played, watching these guys just huck from 30 feet all the time it's not pleasing to everybody. All you have to do is watch 5 James Harden games in a row and you want to vomit. This is where he needs to fix his product. He's trying to fix something that isn't broken, and I don't know why.
Ask me what I would do if I'm Adam Silver.
Vic, if you were Adam Silver, what would you do?
All NBA officials, you now go officiate in Europe. All European officials, you come here. You run the show.
That'd be cool. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. I'm dead serious.
It's kind of like, hey, remember the movie Goodfellas?
I watched it.
Some of those officials at FIBA in the Olympics.
My bad.
Do you
Wrong
remember
movie.
how they would laugh at the players when they would try to flop?
Yeah.
They would openly laugh at them.
My bad. Not Goodfellas. I don't know how. The Untouchables.
Now you can't leave.
No, The Untouchables.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, with Costner.
Yeah, Capone stuff, right? De Niro. When the judge instructs the bailiff to go get the jury from the other courtroom and take his jury and put it in that courtroom, right? You get a whole new jury in, completely. Anyway, that's what it reminded me of.
The time thing is puzzling to me. Now, a shorter game. Now, if you said to me 10 fewer games to the season, that's something. That ain't ever going to happen. You know why.
There's a reason nobody brings that up.
That's never going to happen.
It's because you would have to go to the players and say, you're going to take a cut off your salary?
Exactly.
No.
And everybody
Okay.
loses money. But you tell me, 10-minute quarters or 10 fewer games? A 72-game season, a 60-game season. You want a different game? Play 60 games. You'll get a different game.
Never
Did you
happened.
guys see that?
Hey,
number?
listen, if you go to 40-minute basketball games, Joker already plays 40 minutes on most nights anyway, or some nights. Just
in fact,
play him the entire damn game.
In fact, for those who say that you can't go to shorter games because it would rewrite the rule book and rewrite the stats, everybody, every stat that's ever been had, according to Dan Hyatt, listen to this: 151 of Nicola's triple doubles all came before the 40-minute mark. So he'd still have most of his triple doubles intact.
Yeah,
140 of 151 of them.
That's pretty amazing, dude. That's just pretty amazing.
I just think it's staring him in the face, and he's just either not saying it or he doesn't want to
just can't
acknowledge
fix it.
publicly.
You can't fix it. You can't fix it. It's impossible to fix.
Why can you not fix that?
You can't fix the officiating thing because that's player controlled. Players, I've told you that many times before. If you want to fix officiating, it's easy to say blame the officials, but it's on the players. They have to police it themselves. They have to run their own show.
Yeah,
if a hockey player flops, what happens, Moshe? In a hockey room,
what do you mean?
I mean, I'm just saying the shame that you. Right?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean,
shame, right?
It's like
shame.
everybody will just say, "Stay on your skates." Stay on your skates.
Right? It's shame.
That's one of the biggest things in hockey. Stay on your skates.
Now it still happens, but
sure,
they shame themselves.
Well,
if you see it,
they also the NHL officials also call embellishment.
True.
I mean, you will see two guys go to the box all the time.
But it has to start with the players policing it themselves.
Absolutely.
If they police it. NBA players
encourage it. They encourage it.
In fact, the reason flopping occurs is because the stars do it. And when the stars do it, you don't think a secondary player is going to do it?
That's why I don't like watching Jalen Brunson, who's a great player. I can't stand him falling on the floor every time he goes to the rim.
If Nathan McKinnon was falling down all over the place, he couldn't live with himself. Couldn't live with himself.
Well, I mean, again, it's a player problem. It's not a. You could blame the league. You can blame the officials. Yes, the officials could be better. Yes. But at the end of the day, if you want flopping out of the NBA, tell the players. Let's see.
I think they've tried. I mean, has anybody been fined for flopping?
They tried to pull that, man. Remember a few years ago?
That was a couple years ago.
Nobody ever gets anything for it. How many times
it went away? Dude, it went the way of the dodo immediately.
Do you know the signal for flopping? The referee's
I don't think
signal?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's like an elephant trunk or something like that. It's like wait, I forgot, something like this. Wait, or is it like this?
What?
I think it's like this.
Don't do that.
Whatever. How many times have you seen
I
it?
think it's like this.
How many times have you seen? Can somebody show me the damn flopping signal? I know it's in there somewhere.
I don't think I've ever seen it, Vic. I'm dead serious.
You know what?
I couldn't tell you because I don't know what it looks like.
Let me tell you something right now. If the sign for flopping was what Moser just did, nobody would ever do it in the league again.
Okay. Let's check last
If you
night's
called
game.
out somebody in front of 20,000 people and did that sign, nobody's flopping ever again.
How many flops during the course
My
of...
camera's off, Vic.
I think it's like this. Wait, is it like... What is it? It's...
Hang on, Moj. You're up against the... whatever. Go ahead.
Anyway.
Go ahead. You're fine.
Go.
Hand, show me.
We got a foul on number 25 on New York. Flopping.
All right, so here's a classic example. Take any NBA game. How many flops during the course of an NBA game will you see?
20? I don't know.
How many flopping signals have you seen over the last year?
Vic, I don't think I've ever seen one.
I've never seen it.
I don't.
So do they police?
Tell you.
So do they police flopping?
Of course not.
So what are we doing then?
Do what Moser did.
I'm just saying that I don't think reducing the. What was wrong with the game 48 minutes in the 1980s, in the 70s, when Bob Cousy was playing? Yeah. Yeah.
How about that
now,
one?
if you did that, you would shame the hell out of players. Exactly. And you got to have a signal that makes the player look really, really dumb.
What was wrong with the game all these years? I just don't understand what was wrong with the game. In 48 minutes, all these years, I have no clue why it's an issue now.
I'm going to say this one more time, and I'm going to be very clear. If you want to fix flopping in the National Basketball Association, it has to be player-driven. The Players' Union has to come together. They have to come together and say, we can't have this anymore. It's ruining our game. The refs can only do so much. The league can only do so much. It's a players' league.
Jordan had 2 years when he was injured.
It's a players' league.
Michael Jordan, okay? Brady played. So one year he played 17, 1 year he played 18. All of his other years are this. You ready? Mm-hmm. Games played. That Embiid stat, by the way, would you bring up what Nelly sent us about Embiid? Because that blew my mind.
Oh, here it is.
But
here's Michael Jeffrey Jordan. What is it? I can't. You're not.
That is impossible to see.
It's impossible to see.
Hang on, show me. What is it?
That's what a flop call is. Yeah, you do it. You do it.
Like this?
Yeah, it's something with the arm up and down. Again, we see it so rarely, we forget what it is.
It's this guy behind you. You do 2 hands up and then 2 hands up kind of like towards you, and then you flop them both forward. Like hands up kind of by your face, and then you let them fall forward.
It's this.
That's the flopping call.
It's like Mama Lombardi. Hey!
Hey, forget about it. Why are you flopping?
Yes.
Hey, Brett, playing.
That's what it is.
40 minutes a night.
You ready, nerd?
You ready for this? 82 games, 82 games, 82 games, 81 games, 82 games, 82 games, 80 games, 78 games, 82 games, 82 games, 82 games. With Chicago. Then he gets old, and he comes back and plays for Washington. 60 games. His last year, Michael Jordan played 82 games.
Moj,
and averaged 38 minutes a night.
Moj, you want to...
I mean, what's wrong with the game isn't broken. Your product is broken.
Yeah, well, you want to fix the NBA? Don't talk about time. Here's what you talk about. SGA last night, I don't know if you guys saw this game. The Golden State held off old KC and won. SGA scored 52 points in that game.
Yeah.
He had 21 free throw attempts. Who in the hell, in their right mind, wants to see a guy go to the free throw line 21 times?
I don't know.
Who in the hell thinks that's entertainment?
I really don't know how Adam Silver's take was like, yeah, let's just cut 2 minutes off a quarter. And then
don't give a
that's going to change things. It's not. It really is a stylistic thing. It's like, I love basketball, and like a lot of that is just completely unpalatable.
Hey, I would say to Commissioner Silver, those international games that we saw, the Olympics, first of all, it's the Olympics. Everybody wants to watch that. Second of all, stylistically, it looked like real basketball. It looked like good hoops.
Dude, I love some of those gruff Eastern European refs. They're like, yeah, shut up.
Unless you're amputated, you're not getting a call.
Exactly right. Shut up. Get up. I don't care who you are.
Play the game.
By the way, guys, if you want a chance for some fun, well, here's what you got. Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to hook you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So hurry, visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters.
I got mine in.
There could have been so many better ways to do it. Like, come on, who came up with that? So many different signals you could have done.
The Macarena.
You want to flop? You want to play this little game?
Flop. Flop. Back after this.
It is the start of a new year. Do yourself a favor. If you're suffering from any form of erectile dysfunction, guys, you're tired of the frustration, maybe the embarrassment that ED causes, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. There isn't a better resolution you can make for 2025 than to be done with all this ED stuff. It's a new year, and you don't need to be embarrassed. If something else was broken in your life, wouldn't you fix it? Absolutely you would. Maybe the pills aren't working for you, but let me tell you what does. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because they work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Initial visit only $99. Includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work right there in the office, then your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be right back to where you were immediately. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, so give them a call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I want to get to a little NFL version of true and false here in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, can I ask you guys a question regarding both of our teams, the Avs and the Nuggets, right now? If I told you, do you believe that the Denver Nuggets are going to make a conference finals appearance, what would you say?
I'd say it's iffy.
I'd say right now, no.
I don't feel confident at this very juncture.
Yeah.
I'd say it's iffy.
If I asked you, the Colorado Avalanche, are they going to make a conference finals appearance? What would you say?
I don't feel very confident either.
With the way, I mean, with what they're looking like this second, I'd say that's also iffy.
It's one of the reasons why I thought the Mikko trade, it didn't bother me because I didn't see it with Miko.
I'd say one thing in regards to the Avs. I think they have a much better shot as of right now for this reason.
I think they do have a better shot.
Well,
yeah.
hockey lends itself to that in the first place. You'll see teams that aren't playing top of the line until they get to the playoffs, and then they shoot. They go.
I'll go back to my old trusty comfort blanket and say, when Val comes back after this Four Nations break, I think they'll take off. I do.
I do as well. And listen, there's one thing for certain. A lot of guys on that team know when to go.
Mm-hmm.
They know when to, all right, it's time to go. And they drag everybody, even kicking and screaming with them, and then everybody goes. I completely agree with that, Brett.
The difference with the Nuggets.
But I say iffy only because, dude, the Western Conference is really, really, really hard. The Western Conference is really hard.
Just hang on 1 second. Hang on 1
Yeah.
second. The difference to me, though, the main one between the two, why I feel this way, why I feel better about the Avs than I do the Nuggets is the Nuggets are in a place right now where they're still trying to figure it out, right? They don't know who should start, who should come off the bench, who should do this, who should do that. And they have deficiencies that feel very difficult to overcome.
I don't like the way you brought that up, still trying to figure it out. But this is the same core that won a championship. What are you trying to figure out?
Who's in the starting lineup?
Yeah, but think about what you just said there. You make it sound like this is a new getup of guys who are trying to gain chemistry together. It's the same guys.
Kinda. I mean, yes, overall, Vic, you're right about this. But there was an adjustment period to Christian Brown being in the starting lineup. And now you don't even know if he's in the starting lineup, so you're throwing something else in there. That's all I'm saying. There's some differences there.
Percentage-wise, though, there are still more pieces of the Nuggets championship roster still here than there are Avs pieces of their former championship roster.
That is true. And looking at the Avs, here's what I tell you. They seem to have the issues that face them most. Like, what do you think is the biggest weakness of the Avs at the current moment?
I think it's just inconsistency. I mean, they're two different teams from one day to the next. Is what I mean.
Sure,
you're going up, down, up, and again, I would say overall the power play has got to work. That's got to happen.
It's looked better,
and it's looked better, but it's got to produce. And I think Coach Bednar said it perfectly the other day. Look, we looked and played well enough to win all 3 games. We won 1. At some point, you've got to cash in. At some point, you've got to get wins. You have no choice because these teams that you would put in the rearview mirror that you don't want to look down at anymore, they're going to be biting you right in the butt.
Moj, the cruel irony with the Avs' recent woes, and it's hard to assess just 3 games into a trade, but the cruel irony is that the breakdowns have not come on the offensive end. You traded a great offensive talent. They've come on the defensive end.
Correct.
They've come in the third period of games on the defensive end. Crucial breakdowns that the difference between 2 points and none.
Absolutely.
They got, it's funny, I was going through the list. I think of the championship team on the Avs, there's 9 left by my count. 9 guys.
About that.
Now, that's including Landeskog, who is yet to play a game since that finals run. But what's weird about the Avs, they still look and feel kind of like the same team. And the concerning part with the Nuggets is the Nuggets won their championship largely based upon a big defensive effort that I don't know if they can get back to that level anymore.
It wasn't even that big. If you go back and look at their defensive rating from their championship season, they weren't a top 5 defense.
But they could when they wanted to.
They weren't even a top 10. They were like 13th that year.
But I think you would agree, when they wanted to play defense, they played defense.
Especially in the playoffs.
Yes. I don't know if they have that gear. That's what's concerning me right now. Like, a lot of times you just look at the Nuggets, like, even when they were down, one of my favorite things to do back in that championship season and the regular season, if you looked at money line odds at halftime of a game where the Nuggets were down like 15, do you know how much cash you could have won because the Nuggets would just flip the switch and they'd turn it on in the second half and just blow teams away, come back with a win? I don't know if they have that right now. And maybe they do, and maybe this is just part of, when you've been to the playoffs a whole bunch of times and you have high expectation, you can sort of lollygag through the regular season, like maybe. But we mentioned it before. I don't see perimeter defense on this team getting better unless there's a move that's made. You know what I mean? I'll say this about Porter, because you guys know this about my thoughts around Michael Porter Jr., that I think he brings more to the table than people give him credit for just from the threat for spacing. One thing's very clear with him, and people say that Porter's lazy on defense. Is this a fair assessment, Vic? I don't think Porter's lazy on defense. I just don't think he's athletic enough to be good.
I think he's physically limited.
Yeah. I don't think it's an effort thing, though. I think he tries, but think about it like this. He has a really tough time. If you watch him move, Moshe, he can't move laterally. And I think it has to do with 3 different back surgeries. But here's the problem you face. When you're guarding somebody on the perimeter, what's the thing we were complaining about against Chicago? Wide open, uncontested threes,
Well, absolutely,
right?
yes.
So now you're Porter.
But for 2 different issues. Bad switches and just not making an attempt to get to the perimeter.
But think about this for a second as I'll mime this out.
Mime it out.
I'm Michael Porter Jr. You're at the 3-point line. You can shoot threes. I got to get in your face, right? So now I'm up here. All you got to do is put the ball on the floor and run by me, and now I'm chasing because I'm not physically gifted enough through back surgeries to shuffle in front of you and keep in front of you. And now you're chasing. That puts pressure on somebody else to dive in and help out on defense. Leave somebody wide open on the perimeter again. Like, it's tough. It's tough in that sense. And I don't know how that gets fixed. I think that KCP, for the last couple of years, was really good at helping in that area. But it's difficult now. Because we all acknowledge perimeter defense for the Nuggets it's bad. It's just bad. And I don't know how it gets fixed with this lineup.
You know, what's crazy about last night's game, they lose Joker 90 seconds in. And you're thinking, oh, God, it's over. Because the Knicks go off on a 15-0 run immediately. 15-0.
If that didn't change in a hurry, Vic, I would have turned the TV off and then came back a little bit later.
Okay, so what do you think changed there? Why do you think the Nuggets were able to keep it close? Did you see how they defended in that second quarter?
Mm-hmm.
Late first, second quarter. That's about as good a defense as the Nuggets have played in quite some time. They have stretches, Brett.
Yeah.
They've shown it, but they just can't do it.
Well, that's what they did for that 15-game stretch is they played great defense, you know? And so maybe it is just one night you're giving effort, another night you're not. I don't know. But it's really difficult when you don't have, you mentioned the word consistency with the Avs, Moj. Consistency with the Nuggets defensively, too, seems to be some sort of issue.
It certainly does. I don't know. Look, I don't know what the answer is. Vic, I know you wish you had the answer. I don't know what it is, Brett. But here's what I do know. And you're talking about, locking teams down. Here's what I do know. If they get this much better at it.
Yeah.
Just, Vic, look at me.
Mm-hmm.
This much better at it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to win a whole boatload of basketball games. They get this much better at it. Because typically they're scoring 120 a night, and I know they didn't last night, but typically they are.
I'll give you an example. Last night, first quarter, the Knicks scored 31 points in the first quarter, right? They had 22 of those 31 in the first 5 minutes. And then the Nuggets started playing a little defense.
Mm-hmm.
And they sort of they slowed it down and got them under control. It's there.
Murray made some shots, too, which helped.
But you can make all the shots in the world. You got to make stops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They took an 8-point lead in the third quarter. 8-point lead. Did you see how quickly they gave it right back?
Right.
They couldn't make stops.
Yeah. It's a problem. It has been all year, and we're entering February here in a couple days and still trying to get that stuff figured out.
You know what's interesting? The NBA trade deadline is February 6th.
It's next Thursday, right?
Right. Is that the 6th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
A week.
The NHL trade deadline is not until March 7th.
Yeah, that is wild.
Why is that?
It's always been, I don't know, the NHL trade deadline's always been with like about a month and 6 weeks to go in the regular season, something like that.
That's like too.
Not even that,
too
5 weeks.
That doesn't give an incoming player enough time to. Does it?
I think the NBA's deadline is a pretty good spot.
Don't you want a little more time to gel with your team before a playoff run?
Well, would you rather take what the NHL does or what the NFL does? It's like 7 weeks into the season. Hey, if you want to make a deal, you make it now or it's over.
The NFL trade deadline is fake anyway. And how many trades really happen in the NFL?
I wonder if they'd get more if they pushed it a few weeks. If some other guys got hurt and then it's like
push it to what, like week 13 or 14?
Like 10 or 11. Give it like a month and a half, 2 months left in the season.
Man, if you you got a team that's bouncing along at 3-10, right? You got 4 games left, 5 weeks left, 4 games left in the regular season. I would absolutely move it late. And not that the NFL needs it, but boy, you would create a ton of interest at that deadline.
Mm-hmm. Before we get to a break, can I play a piece of audio for you from Stephen A. Smith? Now, I'm going to put a disclaimer out there. This is about Bronny James, but I just want to play this clip so we have this in our drop.
Dude,
I want this in the drop bank, okay?
Yeah,
this is what I
heard
want.
this.
So if you guys have been paying attention, Bronny has been getting some playing time for the Lakers. It's not been going well.
And let me tell you what I would do if I was on the show with Stephen A. after this.
So he's played in 13 total games so far this year. He has not made a 3. His field goal percentage is 6.3%. Vic, if I put you in a basketball game for 13 different NBA games, could you get a 6% field goal percentage?
I wouldn't shoot.
Why not?
Just to salvage that 6%. I'd maybe take 2 shots around the rim.
Here's what Stephen A. said.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this. We all know that Bronny James is in the NBA because of his dad. Right now, Bronny James is averaging 0.3 points, 0.3 assists, and 0.4 rebounds. You know what people are saying. You know what they're going to do to this kid. In 13 games, he has played 44 minutes. He has scored 4 points. He is shooting 1 of 16 from the field, 0 for 7 from three-point range. How are you doing him favors? We know that he's not ready yet.
So, Nelly, what I'm going to need you to save is, LeBron, I'm begging you as a father, please stop this. I think we could use that in a multitude of different ways.
Agreed.
How do you think...
Hold on, Vic. Why didn't you, as Stephen A., we all knew this was coming. I said it way before the draft. We all talked about it way before the draft. The kid can't play. At least not yet. Why did Stephen A. not say this?
He did.
Before the draft last year?
Yeah, he did. He was pretty...
Are you
Everybody
sure?
said
Everybody said it.
Can you name a single
How can
person
you
that
be
said this
so
is a
sure?
Can you name a single person, Moj, that said this is a great move for the Lakers?
No, but you know what?
I'm positive.
The day he was drafted, I came on these airwaves and said, you know what? He just did an immense disservice to his son. I mean, that's what LeBron just did out of his own ego is incredibly unfair to what seems to be an awesome kid.
Pretty insane that the Warriors were thinking of drafting him, too.
And by the way, Brett, I'll grab that one, and then here's another drop from later in the clip.
You're exposing your son like this?
Yeah, save both of those, please. No.
Why did they draft him? Vic, answer that.
Because it's LeBron's son. End of story. Simple.
Because of LeBron's ego.
Because LeBron had a deal with the Lakers. And the deal was, you want me to stay here? Have my son play here.
Voice of the people, available on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm there in your corner.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this.
Hey, did you guys see the Utah Hockey Club and what they're thinking about for their name change?
Utah, give me 2.
They've narrowed it down to 3. So here's a report from Chris Johnston. Utah says it's no longer pursuing Yeti as a potential permanent team name because of trademark issues.
That's hilarious that what is it? One of these? Is it one of these things? The jar? What is this?
Well, Yeti is another name for the abominable snowman.
No, but there's a company.
Yeah, they make, well, you know exactly what it is. Coolers, cups.
All that stuff.
All that stuff. It's a real high
So
end.
because of coolers and cups, you can't have a team name?
From what I understood, they got the trademark office said no.
How does Stanley Cup get away with it?
They were worried that they would try to trademark something Yeti related, and then it would be confusion whether it was related to the cooler and coffee cups or the team. So just to eliminate confusion, they said, nope. Just like the Highlander, there can only be one.
I think the rational human being can discern the difference between a cup and a hockey team.
So they went to Yeti, did the hockey club, said, let's work something out.
Maybe that should be their logo. Maybe they should just be a tumbler.
On the front of the jersey?
Yeah.
So let's work something out. Because that's what they really wanted. And Yeti goes, nah, we ain't working it out.
So this one's called a hydro flask.
Yeah, it's the same. They're all the same. Yeah. I mean, they make cool. I got a Yeti cooler at home. It's pretty rad.
Honestly,
it's a little
what
guy.
if you spelled it with 2 T's instead of 1?
Yeti. But how does Stanley Cup get away with it? There's a giant tumbler company called Stanley Cup.
It's made by the Stanley Company. They've already been in business, and they.
So then how did the new
Why don't they call it a Stanley mug then? Or a Stanley tumbler?
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, the company is called Stanley. People call it a Stanley Cup.
Yes.
I know this much. If there's another hockey team out there that wants to be called the Hydro Flasks, you better think again.
So it goes on. It says the organization will have fans attending the next 4 home games place votes on the final 3 possibilities, which are Utah Hockey Club.
Okay. And if that ends up being their name, I can promise you that I'm going to use Hockey Club like I would a nickname of a team. I'll say, and so Hockey Club takes a minor penalty for tripping. I'm gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be calling them Hockey Club as if they were the Kings or the Sharks or the Kraken or whatever.
Utah Mammoth?
Now that's ripping us off because we have a mammoth. Although, listen, if you had a team coming to the NBA wanted to be called the Orioles, could they do it?
I suppose.
I mean, you have plenty of, Bears and I don't know, man. You have 2 Cardinals.
Rangers. There's 2 Rangers.
Two Rangers, right.
Yeah, how come they can't sue each other?
2 Jets.
Yeah.
2 Jets. There you go.
That's true. Why can't they do that?
Yeah, the Denver
you
Broncos.
You got 2 Giants, obviously. You got 2
Boise
Giants.
State Broncos and Denver Broncos.
2 Giants.
Same
that's right.
colors, essentially, right? Boise State and Denver, both Broncos. What?
So, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be a problem, too, when the Colorado Mammoth have their team, to have a team in the NHL become a Mammoth. But it's the third one that gets me.
Yeah, this is the Utah Wasatch.
The hell is that?
It's another name for a Yeti.
What?
No, it's not.
I think it is, isn't it?
No.
The Wasatch is a mountain range.
Yeah, you're thinking of Sam Squanch.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
A Sasquatch.
Sam Squanch.
The Wasatch is a mountain range in Utah.
Sorry, you're right.
I'm telling you, it's a damn Sam Squanch. You ever see Trailer Park Boys and the Sam Squanch?
Yeah.
That's what... it ends up being a cougar.
I was thinking of Sasquatch. What's the matter with me?
But was it Corey or Trevor? One of them gets cut up by this mountain lion, and
so it's
try to stop the bleeding.
It's their version of the Rockies. Is what they're doing.
They dump out a bag of salt and vinegar chips, and they press the inside of the chip bag. Hey, salt and vinegar. Awesome.
It's the Rockies. It's like the Rockies,
right? It's their little nickname for the mountain range outside of Salt Lake City, right? Dude, you're not calling your team the Wasatch. You're going to be made fun of so bad.
Here's my problem.
It'd be like the Colorado Front Range. I mean, people would think it's the dumbest thing ever.
Here's my problem. If I'm spending the money to buy a professional sports franchise,
by God, I could call it whatever the hell I want.
But one of the first things I would think, though, Vic, is I'd have a name ready, right?
Yeah, but that happened so fast. That was a different circumstance. Do you remember the circumstance?
I mean, it came together.
Give me
really,
24
really,
hours.
really quickly.
I can come up with a list of names that I think sounds all right. 24 hours. It doesn't. What is this? Is this what business has come to? We need like a 6-month, year-long think tank to come up with a name? Really? You know what they asked our old PD when I got here? What should the name of your show be called? I said, how about our names? How's that sound? Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Boom, done.
You know what the Utah? Oh, here's one for you.
I didn't need a year to be like, what about the personal valid sports like?
Good morning breeze.
Yeah, it's fine. Just find something that works.
All right, so here we go. You know what the Utah State bird is?
Let me guess.
Couldn't care less.
Pterodactyl?
It's a seagull.
Huh?
The Utah State bird is commemorated as the seagull, more accurately, the California gull.
But there's no sea.
Having saved the pioneers from the Mormon cricket invasion of 1848. So, friggin' seagull. Okay, fine. State animal in Utah is an elk. You want to be the Utah elk?
You might not know this. The state animal of Nebraska is actually a dolphin.
And you said the California seagull? Utah has to steal somebody else's bird?
It's a seagull, more accurately known, the California gull.
I'm embarrassed to say I've heard the Colorado State bird before, but I always forget what it is. I know that the state flower is a columbine. The state bird always gets me. It's some like little thing. Not a hummingbird. It's like some weird thing.
It's a lark bunting.
Yeah, whatever the hell that is.
It should just be a magpie. You guys know how I feel about magpies.
No.
Big fan. They're one of the smartest birds to ever exist.
Yeah, I saw a crow, I saw a crow I don't know what it was in Rome.
I had a woodpecker in my house for over an hour.
Yeah, we know that. I saw this crow or Vic, what are those big black birds in? Oh, raven. This whatever it was in.
Look at that mess of a man.
DMac. Hey, let me tell you something right now. Right now. I could list off the amount of facts I know about magpies. Insane. I had them in my backyard. I thought they were cool birds. People saying they're the worst. No. They steal snacks out of your golf cart. You want to know why? They're smart. They're one of the smartest birds to ever exist.
Okay,
They mourn the death of their other birds. No other birds do that.
Dude, I saw this bird pick apart this. It was incredible. It doesn't even matter. But check this out. Here's what's in Utah. California gull, okay. Gila monster. Fringed myotis. Like a bat.
That's neat.
Dark kangaroo mouse.
You fringed your what?
Wait, it's called a fringed myotis. You're right.
You wanted to fringe?
Look, fringed myotis. All right, Utah prairie dog. Prairie dog would have been a hell of a name.
That's actually pretty cool.
What?
I'd take that.
Prairie dog? Yeah. Except they're invasive. Cutthroat trout, western honeybee, shrews, ground squirrels, foxes.
Shrew. I'd have gone with shrew.
Allosaurus.
Wait,
you should have been.
What are we naming here?
Oh, you should have been the Allosaurus. You should go. They have a lot of dinosaurs in Utah. Now, you want to know about dinosaurs? I'll tell you about dinosaurs.
Stupid ass questions.
You want to go to Craig, Colorado? I'm taking you to Craig, Colorado.
It's right past Dinosaur Park.
Nelly, you weren't here for that. I don't know if
you
you
weren't
heard.
here.
We had Moser going off about how much he loved dinosaurs, and then he goes, there's a whole bunch out in Craig, Colorado. And somebody goes, I live in Craig. There's not a single dinosaur bone here.
Check this out.
That's where Jurassic Park was filmed, in Craig, Colorado.
You ready for this? The Utah State cooking pot is a Dutch oven. Listen, I don't know what you're going to do. It's not my concern. I'm going to call them whatever they end up being. I'm guessing they're going to go with Mammoth because it's the most palatable. You want to have a nickname. You don't want to just be Hockey Club. And I'm sure the league doesn't want that. And you're not going to name yourself out of the Wasatch. If people don't even know how to pronounce the Canadians are going to screw that up, I promise you.
No, I'm reading this story. On April 29th, 1931, the Colorado State Legislature passed Senate Bill number 251, which elevated the lark bunting to the status of Colorado state bird. And I always wonder, how does that go? Like you're an
who's in charge
elected
of that?
official,
Yeah.
and no, but you show up for a meeting. You're like, I got a meeting today. What are you guys doing? You got to figure out who the state bird is. And it's like the representative from Arapahoe County. Pigeon. No, you idiot. Not a pigeon.
Let me ask you this. Is there a state something for every class of animal? Is there a state snake?
I don't know that we have a state snake. The lark bunting's kind of a little guy too. Man.
Okay, but is every
just a little? It's just a little tiny little bird.
Why do only birds get that?
Oh, there's a state. There's a state amphibian. Yes, it's the western tiger salamander.
The Nebraska state fish is the channel catfish.
The state animal is the Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, obviously.
Yeah.
The lark bunting's the bird. We have a state cactus. We have a state dance.
Do we really? What is it? The Macarena?
It's the square dance.
Come on.
It's the square dance. Yeah.
That was a hustle.
The state fossil, Moj, is the
state waffle?
Fossil.
Oh. Allosaurus. Stegosaurus.
Stegosaurus,
man.
Stegosaurus.
And by the way, did you know that, Vic, you want some, let me give you some knowledge.
The state domestic pet is dogs and cats. Is there any other option?
No. It certainly doesn't
I've
marmot.
seen baboon.
Hey, Vic, you know what a
What's
stegosaurus
that?
looks like, right?
Yeah.
Like what's it look like?
No, I don't know.
Okay, it's the dinosaur with the plates on its back that stick up all the way down.
Yeah, those are weirdos.
Do you know that we are closer in time, human beings, to Tyrannosaurus Rex than Tyrannosaurus Rex is to Stegosaurus?
Hold on a second.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to make Vic mad.
Did you know that?
That's great.
The state...
Does that blow your... Look at you. Does that blow your mind?
Yeah, that's just nice.
Can I make Vic mad on the way to break?
Uh-huh.
The state summer sport. What do you think that is?
Oh, my God. No, it's...
Okay, hold on a second. The state summer sport.
What would really piss you off?
If you say pickleball, I'll just walk off.
No.
What would really make you angry?
This was passed in 2012,
All
actually.
right, so what do we do in the summer? We play golf in the summer. Right? If you say kayaking, I'm out.
There's a baseball team in town.
What is it?
Pack burro racing.
What the hell is that?
You take a burro, a donkey, and you race them.
Oh, I'll take that over kayaking.
That's it. You know what? All right, I'm in.
God.
All right, back after this. This is when music mattered in movies. You hear something like this? I forget the name of the big composer in all these movies now in Hollywood.
John Williams was the one who did this.
Hans Zimmer. Is that the guy's name?
Yes.
Well, John Williams was huge.
You know, Jurassic Park holds up. I'll tell you this, Steve. I was flipping through the channels the other day, and Independence Day came on, which I love that movie.
I love Independence Day as well.
I forgot how, like, it's poorly written and kind of poorly acted, but it's just a fun watch. My wife never watched it. She goes, "What is this?" And I go, "You know what? Sometimes you just turn your brain off and you watch some people kill some aliens, okay? What you got to do." Because she jumped in, Moser, right about the time that Will Smith was in the chase with the alien in the desert. And then
it's a pretty good scene.
Punched him in the face and knocked him out.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, it's a little far-fetched.
Then he puts him in the parachute and drags him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little far-fetched.
Tyler says, Moser, did you know that nobody gives a blank about dinosaurs except 12-year-olds? Tyler.
I think dinosaurs are cool.
We spent 20 minutes on gum on this program 2 days ago.
You know, it turned out to be a pretty hot ticket item.
Okay, I give you a really cool stat about dinosaurs, and Tyler's all over my butt. Now, Tyler, get lost. Tyler.
Right to jail. Right
Tyler,
away.
from me to you, buddy. Tyler. Buzz off. Because I think a lot of people care about dinosaurs. Tyler, did you like Jurassic Park, the movie? Did you like Jurassic Park 2?
How could you not?
What was the third one with Chris Pratt where he's training the dinosaur, like the little guys, to be his friends or whatnot?
Don't watch cartoons.
Well, let's do something else. You don't like cartoons? Do you like games? Nelly?
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, we're going to do a little NFL true or false here, huh?
Will says, my 3-year-old likes dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs are for all ages.
Are they really? Are dinosaurs for everybody?
You're telling me if I showed you a dinosaur fossil right now, you wouldn't be, like, interested? Please.
I would be totally. Hey, listen, Vic, Heritage Westmore, the golf course.
Yeah. Walnut Creek now.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
You know what their logo was forever? Maybe it still is. I don't know. Brett, do you know?
Get off your dinosaur thing.
What? No! It's a triceratops because when they were digging one of the bunkers to build the golf course, they found a triceratops skull, which I think is pretty rad.
I'm going to get to my game now.
Go ahead.
Start with the Broncos. We'll get a little bit more broad as we go along. But starting with them, the Broncos will have Zach Wilson back next year. True or false?
False.
False.
The Broncos have Jarrett Stidham back next year.
True.
Oh, that easy.
I think Stiddy realizes who he is as a player.
And
hey, listen, maybe
Zach still wants to be a starter in this league.
Well, dude, I think he still can. I think
Why
he can
wouldn't
be.
he, right? Why would he's watching what's happened across the league. He's seen Darnold flourish, and he's like, "Wait a minute, I just did that."
Maybe Jarrett Stidham could be the same kind of guy. Look at that and go, hey, you know what? I could do that. I mean, I wish him the best. I hope he could be. But I think the likelihood of a guy getting the opportunity to be a starter in this league is far greater with Zach Wilson.
The leader in carries for the Broncos next season is not currently on the roster.
True.
I'll say true. I think
on
so
that too. The leader in carries for the Broncos, because you guys said that, will reside from the draft.
That's a great question, man.
Wow.
I'll say false. They already drafted a guy who barely played. I don't think they do it again.
5th round.
All right, let me look one more time. Free agent
I think
running
that's a free agent
backs. Free agent.
You know, running backs are the kind of
backs.
position you could flip a 6th for if you wanted somebody to.
Yeah, Aaron Jones ain't coming here. I could see Najee Harris getting some bread. I could see an A.J. Dillon because, he's toting the rock there in Green Bay.
Honest,
I don't know.
Did it burn you a little bit seeing Samaje Perine with the clinching catch and first down?
He's really good at that role, man.
I know.
He's really good catching the ball in the
Denver.
backfield. Yeah.
He was the passing game for a while.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yeah.
How many screens turned into like 20-yard gains?
Yep.
The leader in tackles is not on the Broncos roster.
False.
Well, if Alex Singleton comes back, he could very well be that guy.
He's coming back. He is that guy. He's coming back. and he is that guy.
Who led the Broncos in tackles this year? That's a great question.
Barton.
Okay.
Cody Barton did. But it's always Singleton, so he's there.
The Broncos' first-round draft pick will not be a running back or tight end.
You know, it's funny you say that because we're always hopeful. We always sort of earmark one position. We're like, got to go get it. But what happens in the draft? Best player available is always the guy taken.
And if it happens to be a running back or a tight end, then that is cool.
One more Broncos-related on the same subject. Running back is more important to find this offseason than a tight end.
I say tight end.
False.
Oh. I didn't like the way you presented the question.
Nailed it.
They got to get a tight end. I mean, you can do committee again. You can throw some Estime, Jaleel. Yeah, you can do some.
So true or false?
What's the question?
What was the question?
Finding a running back is more important than finding a tight end.
I need a tight end, baby.
All right, expanding outward. The Las Vegas Raiders won 4 football games this year. Pete Carroll in year 1 will win at least 6.
True.
Gosh,
This division's going to get to be a pain. I'm telling you, for the Broncos, dude, it's going to be harder to make the playoffs next year than it was this year.
Ben Johnson will still be the head coach of the Bears in 4 years.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
It all depends on one thing. It all depends on one thing,
Caleb
Vic,
Williams.
and that depends on number 18. Can Caleb
Coach, your
Williams
cell
play the
phone's
game?
as bad as the offense right now.
Can he get Caleb Williams to play the game at a high level?
And I
If
put
he
those
can,
two
then he
back
will
to
be.
back because they're in a similar situation in a division with 3 teams who made the playoffs.
I'm going to say false.
I don't think it's a bad call. I really don't.
I'm saying false as well. Oh, yeah.
To the Super Bowl. If Mahomes wins, he deserves to be in the discussion for greatest ever because that's going to happen.
He already is.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you mean
That's true.
going to be? He's already in that discussion.
There's a lot of people that said that this is going to turn into an eras debate like Jordan, LeBron, where whatever Brady did or whatever Mahomes does is not going to equal what Brady did over 20 years, that type of thing. So just wondering where you guys are at.
Dude, I'm coming around on this, and I hate to say it because I think Kansas City's going to win the Super Bowl again.
The Super Bowl MVP.
Wait, hold on. How many will he have if he wins this one?
4.
Right. And he's got a lot of runway left, dude. He's not going he's not going anywhere. How old is Mahomes? 30, 29, 30? Max?
Yeah.
What is he?
I think he's 29.
He's Nikola Jokic's age.
He's not going. Joker's going to be 30 in a couple weeks.
His birthday's around the All-Star break. He usually is.
So it usually, yeah.
Well, they could move the All-Star break to August.
True, yeah.
He's not going anywhere. I would say it's like I didn't think Ovechkin could catch Gretzky. I've come around, obviously. Yeah, dude, this guy he's going to win on the 9th, and he could have 3 more in him, yes.
The Super Bowl MVP will not be Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts.
False. By the way, you're double negative these things. You're making it hard.
It's not a double negative.
Yeah, you're doing things to make it hard.
Will not be.
Yeah, just will. The Super Bowl MVP will be a quarterback. That's an easy way to say it.
I like the way I presented it.
Well, I didn't like you're double negative in this stuff, and it's just making me think more.
It's not a double negative.
Yes, your MVP. Your MVP is either Mahomes or it's Saquon Barkley. It will not be Jalen Hurts.
Well, that doesn't answer the question. Will it be an MVP or not?
Well, that's my answer.
Or will it be a quarterback or not?
Yes, it's going to be Mahomes.
When you're using the word "not" in your question, you're double negative in the true or false.
Well, you did that. See, that's why you aren't allowed to do this, because you did that. All right, moving on. If the Eagles win, it would be a massive upset despite a 2-point spread.
Feels like it. I'll say true. It feels like it.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a lot of people are giving the Eagles a shot to win this game, and this is almost a pick 'em.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. Jalen Hurts' Super Bowl win won't change his perspective around the league.
False.
I'd say false. Once
change it immensely.
Yeah, I think so, dude.
Change it immensely.
Listen, the guy is a player. Yeah. I saw that 4th and 5 pass to A.J. Brown was superb last week. I'll say I'm with Vic.
Saquon Barkley is the best non-quarterback in the game.
Oh, Chris Jones is pretty good on the defensive line.
I'm
I
going to
would
say true. I'm going to say he
say-
changes the game more than
Yeah.
any non-quarterback out there. I'll say true.
I'll say true.
Finally, one last one. You will watch 2 minutes of the Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl festivities this year.
False.
False. I don't even know when it is.
What's this weekend?
Oh.
Not only do I not know when it is, I don't care when it is. The answer, Brett, is a
What if I include clips that you watch on Twitter from like Dodgeball or something like that?
Oh, I'll see those. They'll come across. Yeah. But I mean, to actively participate in the broadcast, no. Nope.
Dude, you could.
Hey, let me ask you this.
You could sprinkle the Pro Bowl festivities with clips from My Cousin Vinny, and I wouldn't watch.
The PhD guys, I was listening to their show yesterday.
Are
They were
you
talking
sure?
about they spent ample time watching Senior Bowl practice. I would rather drink polluted water than spend time watching Senior Bowl practices. That's just me.
You know me. I like that kind of stuff. I can't do Senior Bowl. I will dabble. I'll dabble in the combine.
Yeah,
I'll dabble in the combine.
Me too.
I can't do Senior Bowl though. I'm with you. Now, if this had like Shador in it or something like that, different story.
Rumor has it. There was a time when I got off on this stuff. Rumor has it. You know how the Avs rookies always go someplace and they play other teams in like their little rookie symposium thing, right?
Yeah.
Before the training camp. Rumor has it that Vegas and Utah, maybe that's it, they're coming here this year for the rookie deal. And I used to really like that. I remember watching Mikko Rantanen when he was just a little guy doing that. Good luck to you.
Yeah, but something
96.
about the senior,
but you can't really tell a ton.
something about Senior Bowl practice. Again, unless there's a guy regionally that you're interested in, I would rather drink coffee out of Moser's mouth.
Would you watch it if it was actual seniors in it? Like 65-year-old men.
Yeah.
All right.
P-U-T-I-T. P-U-T-I-T.
That is NFL True False.
P-U-T-I-T.
Can always get in touch with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Back after this. I do love this song. It's a good one. Turn your mic on. I can't hear you.
This is Post Malone and that one guy.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, it's a good song.
I tell you, Post Malone,
Got range.
I'm kind of anti guys from different genres jumping to country. Like, I'm not into the Beyonce country thing. Doesn't work. I'm pretty protective over the country music that I like. I dig this. I like it. It's a little more poppy, a little more pop country, but I like it. What's the problem?
It is a catchy tune. They go into this bar. They both get beat up.
All country today is pop.
It's not true.
It's absolutely true.
Tyler Childers, Chris Stapleton, that's not pop.
No, it's not. But,
so I'm right.
But
that's country music I like. If you don't listen to Tyler Childers, get on it.
Well, I like Hardy a lot too. Coach Bednar turned me on to Hardy about 4 years ago, and that guy's really good.
I like Luke
3
Combs.
years ago.
Luke Combs is another one I like.
Yeah, but a lot of it sounds very pop-ish, right? I mean, and that's just the way it goes. I mean, it's what people want, whatnot. But there's this thing, Nelly. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's called the Country Song Mashup from like #1 songs from like 10 years ago.
I saw that. It was why every country song in I think 2013 or 14 was the same. And they ran through methodically about how every popular song was about girl drinking that good stuff, pickup truck.
Well, hold on a second.
Boots by the lake.
And what they did is they took clips from each song and they strung them all together. And it sounds like the same song all the way through. Then they took all 5 or 6 #1 songs and they played them all at the same time. It's the same song, bro. I'm not even joking. It's the same song.
I'm not even a big lyrical guy. I'm about the way it sounds, but I'll tell you this, that Kenny Chesney song where he just goes Mad Libs country adjectives the entire time. You know what? Buy a shirt, drink a beer, get a dog and get your truck, wear blue jeans, do some skull. Like that song right there, get along or something like that.
Shoot a squirrel.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like every country thing you could say, I'm just going to throw it into a song.
From the Jaguar, from Carolina. What's his name? What's the squirrel-eating favorite guy?
Xavier Leggett.
Xavier Leggett.
I love that.
Spurgs.
Go ahead, Vic. You look like you got something to say.
I do. I have something to say. Are you guys
Is it about country music?
No. Are you guys aware?
Is it about gum?
It's going to be announced officially today that Colorado, Denver, is going to announce a new franchise, a women's professional soccer franchise from the NWSL.
National Women's Soccer League.
Coming to Denver, local ownership group has paid the big fee, expansion fee. What was it, $165 million, something like that? Big number.
It's a lot of money.
And with that, the owners are talking about building, they're going to work temporarily out of a venue somewhere, but building a new stadium. And it's going to be parked somewhere in Denver, somewhere perhaps near downtown. They're saying it's going to be near mass transit somewhere. There's a lot of activity. How many more stadiums can be built?
So you know what's funny? My buddy, he's lived in a lot of different places across the country. Michigan, Seattle, a whole bunch of
different spots. Is he on the run from the law?
No.
Okay.
He worked in radio is what happened.
Oh, yeah, okay. Baby, if you've ever wondered.
But he stayed in Denver for the first time, and he stayed downtown. And he said, you know what's crazy? All of these stadiums are next to each other. Like, most places don't have these things within, like, a rock throwing distance. You know what I mean? Like, Coors Field, Ball Arena, Mile High Stadium, all within, like, what is it? A couple miles?
We'll go to Philly. They're all in the same parking lot.
It's just it's pretty crazy.
Literally,
teams that all are in this concentrated
it's the
area.
biggest parking lot you've ever seen in your entire life, and all the baseball, the basketball, hockey, and the football stadium are all in the same parking lot in Philadelphia.
It is it's a major risk though, because you think about it. You remember the First Bank Center, which is coming down now?
Yeah, but that's not even an old unit.
That's like new.
Yeah. Like maybe
Are you
20
aware
years.
of this place? It's right off of
What's it called?
It's on the way to Boulder.
It's an arena.
It's on the way to Boulder.
There used to be a like a G League team that played there for a while.
There was a
what is that called?
First Bank Center.
Oh, the First Bank Center. Yeah.
A hockey team played there,
and they're disassembling that sucker. It's out.
It looks nice.
I know it was.
Was nice.
Yeah. I did a Harlem Globetrotters exhibition in there. It was cool.
It is kind of in the middle of nowhere, though. Nothing really around it.
Have you ever been up to the Budweiser Event Center in Loveland where the Eagles play? They're, by the way, the Eagles they're going to build a whole new thing too, a whole new complex, all kinds of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
Closer to Greeley, I think.
How many more arenas and stadia
I don't know.
Are being built? I mean, we haven't even got into the Broncos and their plans. The ball redevelopment project, which will net some new things.
It's a good question by a texter. All for new sports here, but why wouldn't they just use Dick's? And it's like, I don't know when the schedule is for the women's soccer league, but if they play on the same days as the men's, then it could get confusing.
I'm sure
maybe
they could figure it out if they really wanted to.
Well,
I don't know the answer.
The Nuggets and the Avalanche play in the same arena.
I mean, they could totally figure that out if they wanted to share the same. I mean, hell, yeah, Dick's is out there, but that's a pretty cool venue when you're in it.
It's really cool, yeah.
It's a great venue. But at the same time, I mean, would they probably put concerts in it and all that kind of thing, and monster trucks. I don't know.
But
I will say, women's soccer is becoming more popular every year.
Well, I'll say
how many teams are in the league now? Do you not know?
I'm not sure. I do know this. I do know this. Having two young girls that grew up playing soccer here in Colorado, girls soccer in Colorado is a freaking hotbed.
Yeah,
hotbed. Girls soccer and basketball have produced some serious talent that go out nationwide. We are home to some serious talent in Colorado.
That is true.
More so than the men's side.
I just saw something, by the way, that's freaking me out as the father of a young girl who is not in the sporting age yet. That it was a third grade girls soccer team that costs $1,300 to play on.
Just wait.
No. I'm like, for soccer, they just need cleats and a ball.
Just wait. Dude, when my kid...
Soccer?
Dude, my kid was playing lacrosse, club lacrosse, basketball, club basketball, baseball, club baseball. Wait till you get some of these invoices.
That's scaring me. That is scaring me a lot. Is this a new cottage industry
well,
that we're just late to the party
what gets me
on?
about youth sports, and again, every parent wants to do it because I loved going. We used to go to San Diego for spring break and playing tournaments out there. It was just a reason to go on vacation. But when you're traveling the entire country, I used to always ask myself, why can't we just go to Arvada and play a couple of those teams? What are we doing? Why are we in Maryland getting our asses beat?
Good question.
We just go to Commerce City and Arvada and maybe
bounce around the metro a little bit.
Go a little crazy and go down to Colorado Springs.
Brett, it's been that way for quite some time. Talking about the travel teams and all this.
But
I mean,
some sports
it's not a cottage industry. It is an industry. I don't know where all the money is going, but I know somebody's got to be making some serious bread with all the travel hockey, travel girls soccer, travel baseball, travel this, travel.
Hockey's probably the most expensive, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, because
you're
you're going to Dallas for the weekend. You're going back east to Boston. I mean, all these different things. It's a lot of money.
I almost had to take a second on my house to pay for club lacrosse.
I'm not even kidding you. It's like, yeah, why can't you just play teams around your area? I don't know. Why do you have to go to, Raleigh, North Carolina to play? I remember my buddy, I was out there one time. Avs are playing the Carolina Hurricanes. And he says, hey, I'm gonna be in town. Do you think you could score me a ticket to the game? I said, I'll give it a try. See what the Canes say. And I did for him and a couple of his buddies because they were all out there. Well, what are you doing in Raleigh, North Carolina? He says, oh, yeah, my daughter's soccer team has a huge tournament out here for like 4 days. Like, why do you need to go to Raleigh, North Carolina for your girl to play soccer?
Because parents are in on this and they want to go on vacation. I'm telling you, I lived it. A lot of times these tournaments come up and you can opt out. You don't have to go. But a lot, peer pressure comes into play. Hey, your kid's not going and the other kids are going. You want to make sure your kid gets. It's just the way it works.
It's the cost. It's airplane flights. It's hotels. It's food.
You'll see.
It's for 10-year-olds. It just seems crazy to me sometimes.
If your daughter,
to each their own. Don't get me wrong. To each their own.
Hey, ask Kyle how much he spends on his daughter's club softball.
Well, she's really good.
She's really good.
Quincy's going to be. She's going to get a scholarship and.
Yeah.
Maybe
what I'm
play
saying
pro.
is
She's awesome.
The kind of money that's out in youth sports today, it's so crazy compared to when we were growing up. It's not. You can't even compare it. I didn't have club teams. We didn't have that.
No. My daughter was a cheerleader.
I worked at Elitch's in the summer.
Yeah. My daughter was a cheerleader. She played golf, that kind of thing. But if she was like, let's say, a soccer player, and she wanted to do this kind of stuff, I would have a heart-to-heart with myself and then her as well. Like, you know what? You're not good enough to travel.
Oh, dude.
You're not doing that. You know what?
You know
Both of
what?
my
No.
girls- Shut up.
Hey, honey,
Both
I
of my
love you.
Girls, and they're not going to listen because they don't listen to this crap. They were not good enough either, but they did all the traveling. I wasn't going to deny my daughters what the other girls on the squad got. You're not going to say that.
Honey,
You're not doing that.
Honey, mom and dad have talked about this, and we've determined that you suck. It is not cost-effective to travel you to Atlanta, Georgia for 5 days to play soccer when you're really bad. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the movies.
No, it's not happening. The reason youth sports exists at this level is because parents pay for it.
Yeah. I just saw a texter. This happened to me. Said I went to a baseball tournament for Bear Creek in Michigan, and we played Chatfield. I was pissed. I've done that before.
Yeah.
We traveled like 10 hours on this road trip to Oklahoma, and we ended up playing against our rival high school. And I'm like, what are we doing? How does this get matched up?
Bro, but it goes the other way, too. When my kid was playing basketball, 8th grade, we won the Gold Crown League, right, here in Denver, and the first Golden team to get there, and we were like, God, this is special. We're really good. We took a lot of those same players. We went to Vegas to play in a national tournament. We weren't within 50 points of an opponent. We didn't get within 50. What do you learn from that? Besides
how to take a lick.
What do you gain from that exactly?
Besides dad's at the craps table trying to get back the travel, trying to get back the cost of the tournament.
Hey, Vic, what are your overall thoughts on the loss last night to the Knicks?
I have conflicted thoughts. I think if the game were normalized, and when I say normalized, Joker doesn't get into foul trouble 90 seconds in, all right? And that's partially on him, right?
Yeah.
It changes the whole dynamics of the game. I would have loved to see that game under normal circumstances. That was anything but normal. Would we agree?
Yes.
The Nuggets were up by 8 midway through the third quarter. They came back. They took their best shot. They survived the storm. They're up by 8. And I'm trying to look back and say, what happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Started turning the ball over. 2 straight turnovers. 8-0 run. Knicks tie the game. They take the lead and never look back. You can't make those kind of mistakes on the road. I think the Nuggets, they can beat the Knicks. The Knicks aren't better than the Nuggets. They played better last night. Again, they played better. I really believe the Nuggets, talent-wise, are just as good as the Knicks. They are.
You know what's interesting?
They are.
I'm looking at those numbers, Vic. You just sparked something in me.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I think they are. I just think last night was another example of it's so anti. It's not what the Nuggets do. They fell apart.
Vic,
yeah,
you sparked something.
They fell apart.
They had 14 turnovers last night, did the Nuggets, which is not.
Well,
it's not
early. It was a lot.
Yeah, I guess it's more win, right? That's not crazy. You know how many turnovers the Knicks had all night long? All night.
6?
5.
5, yeah. You can't
whoa,
but the 14
bro.
turnovers the Nuggets had, and Michael Malone even mentioned this after the game. It's not 14 turnovers isn't bad.
No.
It's live ball in the middle of a run where the ball goes the other way and ends up in the other hoop. When you're up, go back, when they're up 8, the Nuggets had 2 opportunities to extend that lead. You extend that lead when you're up 8, that game looks a little different, man.
Yeah. You know what's powerful for a team as well, Vic? When the Nuggets were on their way to go winning a championship, 16-4 in the postseason, where was their confidence level internally as a group?
Highest ever.
Exactly. And if you have a couple of turnovers and, as you said, easy buckets the other way, they're not fragile by any means, but it's not that same.
You could sense it by the way they close games.
Yeah, it's not
you
that.
Could sense it.
The sense of doubt in themselves, or I don't even know how to categorize it, Vic. Is that fair to say? Not that they think that, they're not out there doubting themselves, but you know what I mean? Like, it creeps in a little bit that, oh, God.
Yes.
Can we stop this?
I'll make it very easy for you. The last 2 games, in Chicago, they led at halftime. They were 17-0 when leading at half. They led going into the fourth, and they lost that game. First time it's happened all season. Doubt creeps in. Last night, they led by 8. They couldn't finish. Doubt creeps in. This was known, the Denver Nuggets, as the best finishing team in the NBA for 2 years running. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Who do you want finishing games? 2-man game.
The whole thing was just like keep the game close at the end, and then they'll close it.
Keep it close, and they'll finish. They're lacking confidence in finishing games.
Yeah.
I saw it last night again, and I don't know how you get that back. I don't know what you do. You got to win a couple close ones, I guess. I don't know.
They shot more free throws. It's just
Can you take it?
I look at that Knicks number though, Brett, 51.6% from the floor. I need that down. Just need that down.
Mm-hmm. Can you take it back to Game 7 from last year?
Hasn't been the same since, has it?
Mm-mm. It's not. I haven't.
I said it then. I said that's going to leave a scar.
I know you guys laugh at me when I say this, but when I talk about confidence that I have in a team in a certain moment, I think you feel it in an arena. If the fan base doesn't have confidence, especially if you're playing at home, it's pretty much a reflection of what you feel on the court, right? I haven't felt like they're going to kill this team late in the game, really ever. Even the games they were winning early. You remember when they were struggling out of the gates and they were winning a lot of these games with 2 points or something like that? Remember how those games would finish, though? It's always like a 3-pointer by the opponent that just missed or something like that.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos. And that's where the Nuggets have that's where they're better than most, and they've been better over the last 3 years. They've been the best in chaotic moments, chaotic games. And right now, they just can't wrap their heads around it. Games get tight, and they get tighter.
Yeah. Feels that way. 303-504-0925. No games tonight, but we'll have the double dipperoo tomorrow as the Nuggets take on the Sixers and the Avs take on the Blues.
Hey, man, can I say this? Hey, Nelly, can you please resend or tell us what that stat was about Embiid?
All right, we'll hang on to that. We'll get to that when we come back, along with the fact checker. Stick around. All right, no games tonight. Maybe that's a nice little reprieve, okay? I feel like I know the Avs won against the Rangers a couple games ago, Moj. It just feels like I haven't had a win from either of those two teams in like a week and a half.
It's a Senior Bowl night.
Yeah, I might just need a night to chill.
I have no idea.
No, the Senior Bowl has to be on the weekend, doesn't it?
That's DMac.
Listen.
Yes! You got your yes!
I appreciate. Listen, I appreciate his commitment.
He knows his stuff.
I appreciate his commitment, but that's just straight up nerd.
By the way, Moj, 2 members of a very good Avalanche hockey team, in Brandon Saad and Philip Grubauer, are both now free. They've been waived. Just saying.
No.
Not with Grubauer, obviously. You're fine in that department.
What
is it that you got against Saad?
We're in that space.
I just don't think he can play anymore. He can't play.
Gotcha.
He's not fast enough to play at a high enough level with the Avs.
Gotcha.
Period. End of story.
We're in that space for both teams, both Nuggets and the Avs. Tell me if you guys agree with me.
But that's unfair, by the way. Hold on, Vic. That's probably unfair. I don't think he's the best fit right now.
Yeah, the Avs have a specific style they play at, and
he's going to sign somewhere for really cheap because he.
Well, that's what I was asking. He would be cheap.
His contract has been terminated. Like he wanted out, so he's not getting another dime.
He
from
took
them.
a pay cut just to hit the market again.
Yeah, we're in that space where, as trade deadlines approach, where as a fan you're like, okay, this is the solution. Here's the recipe. This guy, that guy. We're in that recipe mode, right? It's a weird place to be because think about. In the championship seasons for both teams, the Avs made some changes that got them over the top, and so did the Nuggets at the trade deadline. Do you remember what the Avs did at the trade deadline that changed everything?
Lehkonen, and it was
Manson.
Lehkonen
and Manson came.
Cogs. Do you remember how vital those players became in their championship run?
Absolutely.
Now, not as much for the Nuggets. At the trade deadline.
Was Helm at deadline, or was he a free agent deal?
Who?
Helm.
Darren Helm.
No, he had signed a 1-year deal
right.
in the offseason, I think. Right? Yeah.
So when you see that happen, you're like, okay, there's the formula. There's the recipe. Just add a couple key ingredients here, and boom, you're on your way. I think it's easier to do that in hockey than it is in the NBA.
Well, absolutely.
With the rules now, yeah.
You were talking about I heard you on the way in. The Nuggets want to be the second coming of the San Antonio Spurs, right? They want to be a dynasty over the course of 6 seasons.
Yeah.
Not necessarily win it every year, but be in the mix.
Right.
And one point you made, and I totally agree with you, the CBA doesn't make it so anymore. The reason why the Spurs were able to do that over the course of time is the financial flexibility. It was easier to get by then than it is today.
Yep.
Aprons, luxury taxes, penalties, taking away your first-round picks. It's harder to sustain today. They're basically closing those dynasty windows with the CBA today.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, oh, you want to do 6 years, huh? It's going to cost you.
Like, if the CBA existed when the Warriors were in the middle of their dynastic run, they couldn't sign KD.
I don't think so.
No, they just couldn't. There's no way they would make that work. Wouldn't be allowed to. Not do that and have all the other pieces they had on that team. No way. And so
maybe we're looking at this wrong. Maybe this dynastic vision that everybody has, those days are gone.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. That, looking back, and hindsight's 2020, as I start to understand what little I understand about the new CBA and all the rules now, maybe it would have been just more beneficial to say, screw it, keep KCP. I don't know. Maybe it would have.
Moj, what's the closest thing to a dynasty we've seen in the NHL? The Blackhawks?
Well, Blackhawks won 3.
Yeah, the Blackhawks. That's it.
Pittsburgh.
Tampa won 2?
Tampa was.
Well, Tampa, they won 2 in a row and went to the third, and the Avs beat them. One of those, of course, was the bubble. It's hard. First of all, winning is hard. Sustaining is probably even harder. It's very, very difficult to do.
Well, and it's interesting to see how these things sort of taper out. Because in hockey, what I found is interesting, teams don't just fall off. Typically. Chicago kind of did. But if you think about it, when I was doing radio for a year in Michigan, they used to have with the Wings, their standard was a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time I got there, they were saying, let's just keep the playoff streak alive.
Yeah, just
you know how much farther that dropped off over time.
Well, think about this, Vic. How good were the Colorado Avalanche in their first year?
Oh, gosh.
In Denver.
Well, they owned the division for a decade.
How many cups did they win?
In that decade? Well, they won one at the beginning and one at the end.
Hey, Brett, they went, maybe some of the youngins forget this.
Dallas and Detroit.
But look, they were right there. Dude, they went 5, as good as that team was with Sakic and Forsberg and Waugh and Foote and blah, 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 blah.
Names galore.
And a lot of guys fled from that first team, too. I mean, deals were made. They went 5 years in between Stanley Cup championships. 5.
Mm-hmm.
And those teams were kick-ass. They were awesome, awesome hockey clubs. It's hard to win, man. We're talking loaded with Hall of Famers and jersey retired all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they went 5 years between Stanley Cup championships. Thought maybe they could have, should have. Hey, look, whoever came out of the West was winning, right, Vic? You talked about it. Dallas and Detroit were also right there. The East was getting smoked because, those teams were so good. But they went 5 years. It's hard, dude. Very hard.
Maintaining that championship way, maintaining that
sustainability.
That dynasty.
All right. Yeah, sustainability.
Today, let me ask you guys this. Is it more personnel driven? Is it harder to do because of the cost of talent? Or is it harder to do because tough to keep talent motivated?
No, I think it's what you said first. Because I was talking about this, just taking it over to the Broncos part, is that the Broncos have a team right now that just made the playoffs, and they don't have guys on huge deals right now. Mm-hmm. They don't. Like, they got a couple. They got Surtain. Bull's got an extension, although he's not the highest paid left tackle in the league. That leaves you flexibility to make the team better. Like, my whole point was, it's hard on paper to see the Broncos as a worse team next year than they are this year. It's very hard because they have flexibility. When you form a team as good as what the Avs and the Nuggets had, you have to pay people.
Yes.
And then you need to make decisions on who to pay and who not to pay and who to let walk. And that becomes really difficult.
Well,
because the guys you let walk are key pieces that did things for you that others can't do, but you can't afford it.
If money was no object, there was no cap. What do you think the Avs would have looked like the year after and the year after?
Oh, Kadri would have been back.
Well, we saw it. Pierre Lacroix, without a cap, got what he wanted.
It also didn't always work either.
But they were flush back in the day.
Yeah,
no cap. 96 is still playing with McKinnon right now.
You know what, Moj? At the end of the day, this is why when you spend so much money at the top talent on your team and you're not certain it's enough, you still have doubts, right? And that's what we had. Let's be honest. That's why I walk away from that deal and I'd say, okay, I get it. I'm looking at the Nuggets right now. Their top 4 players make 80% of their payroll.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that for a second.
But those deals were signed before the new rules came in, which makes it even worse. Is that they were operating under a different long-term sort of deal, right?
80%. You have no room for error. None.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. It's one of the things when I was talking about that earlier, Vic, I was bringing up the Chiefs. Like, think about what the Chiefs are. They've sustained winning. Think about who they've lost, by the way. As far as key pieces to their success, Tyreek Hill was huge.
I know.
He's gone.
Still with
Tyrann Mathieu was huge. He's gone. L'Jarius Sneed, huge. He's gone. Juan Thornhill, gone.
You know what?
All these different guys left, and they sustained it.
You know what's crazy? We all love to give all the credit to Mahomes. He's the reason. He's a big reason. But they're winning games with their defense, too.
Mm-hmm.
You got to, the fact that their defensive coordinator in the clutchest of clutch moments in a key game draws up a blitz package like that.
A corner blitz.
He has the Coliones to draw that up, execute it, and it works. It's more than just Mahomes. It's more.
Yeah.
It's the entire package there.
303-504-0925. How about a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, we went down a rabbit hole of weird state symbols, right? Like we talked about Colorado's state bird, flower, all that jazz. Brett, I looked up a list of things for your home state for Nebraska and
please.
pop quiz. Can you tell me Nebraska's state beverage and state soft drink? They have two separate
Not
ones.
a single thing, I don't think, but let
Milk.
me try.
Milk is the state beverage. That is correct.
I answered that.
Soft drink?
The state soft drink of Nebraska.
Milk. Milk as well.
Fanta.
Carbonated
I don't know.
Carbonated milk.
Wrong on all counts. It is actually Kool-Aid because the creator of Kool-Aid developed the drink in Hastings, Nebraska in 1927.
How about that?
Edwin Perkins. And actually, when he sold the original form of Kool-Aid, they came in packets where he guaranteed you could get 10 full glasses for only 10 cents.
Wouldn't it be funny when you're squirting under that cow if you can make it like a carbonated version of that milk?
Yeah, why is Kool-Aid called a soft drink? I thought soft drink had to be carbonated.
That's what I assume, too. You know, it's nothing soft about Kool-Aid either. That hits you hard.
Oh, yeah.
I will say this.
It's like a rocket.
You know the Higgins boats that took troops to shore in World War II?
Yeah.
The Higgins boats?
Like the D-Day ones?
The ones that opened on the back like a,
Where do you think they were designed and built?
Where Kool-Aid was invented?
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Oh, show some respect.
You need to know that. And you know what? And the fact that you didn't pick up on my on my dinosaur knowledge today, and the fact you didn't give me props on that really chaps my butt too.
Look, I told you about magpies. You didn't care about my magpie facts.
But the knowledge that I bestowed on Vic.
Wait, is that true? Soft drink just means no booze? That's all that means?
It is a flavored, water-based beverage that is usually carbonated and contains a sweetener, but they can be non-carbonated.
All right, tell me one more time before we say goodbye. What is the flop signal in the NBA? Show it to us.
Sure.
No, stop it. That would be
Shake
better.
weight. Shake weight. Shake
What you
weight.
just did.
Again,
Shake weight.
if
Shake
you want to
weight.
really shame people into not flopping, don't allow a ref to make that call on somebody and point at him
Could you
afterwards.
imagine?
You!
Yeah, that was
This.
you who did that.
Number 25 on New York uses a shake weight.
All right. iTunes, Spotify.
Have you ever?
Wherever the hell you find your podcast, you just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We'll pop up.
My sister got a shake weight as a white elephant gift one time at a Christmas party.
The fact that that thing actually sold, it had to be mostly novelty. For that exact reason.
Are they still
white
out there? Are
elephant.
they still out there?
Guarantee you can go on Amazon and buy whatever the hell you want.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure they are. You guys have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Christian Brown going to come back in for Denver. I don't know, folks, just one man's opinion. At the level Christian Brown has been playing, it's hard for me to watch him come off the bench. And we'll see what transpires here over the next 48 hours. I mean, dude just had a career-high 28. The guy's playing out of his mind. And then he got benched. He's coming off the bench. Second free throw, Westbrook, no good.
Damn. You got to be a stupid mother to get fouled on your day off.
We're done at Madison Square Garden. There's the horn. For the first time this year, the Denver Nuggets have lost 3 games in a row. They fall to the New York Knicks by a final of 122 to 112.
Oh, no! We suck again!
The Nuggets, a combined 2-8 against the top 4 seeds in each conference this season. They dropped 3 in a row to start this 5-game road trip. 133-104 to Minnesota, 129-121 against Chicago, and last night a 10-point loss, 122-112 at Madison Square Garden at the hands of the New York Knicks.
Raj, you know what's coming next, don't you? Did you hear what Kaz said about Christian Brown and being the starter, the bona fide starter for the Denver Nuggets, and then all of a sudden he just was relegated to bench duty? And he said, am I the only one that finds this a little bit strange? That Christian Brown, after playing his best basketball, is now somehow being explained that he comes off the bench? You know what happened yesterday, Raj? On our little interview with Christopher A. Dempsey on the NBA baseline. Go ahead and tell the fine people.
A little Nostradamus is what happened with me.
Rajstradamus?
Rajstradamus.
What happened, Raj?
No, we were talking about Christian Brown, how well he's been playing as of late, and I phrased the very dumb question. I went, well, should Christian Brown be starting more often this year? And he's been starting legit like the entire season.
The entire year.
And Chris, being the nicest guy on the planet, like he always is.
A little different than my reaction, but
right.
we'll get to
you
that.
You looked at me like I had 7 heads, and as soon as I realized why, when you looked at it, I was like, that was the dumbest thing I've ever said. Dempsey continued to go on. Well, he's been playing a lot more, and now we're trying to figure out the actual starting rotation this year with Aaron Gordon coming back and seemingly in full health. He goes, well, yeah, he's starting, and he should be starting. What happens that night is Christian Brown
isn't starting.
Gets relegated to the bench.
Because of a Raj curse?
It's unbelievable.
A Raj jinx.
It's unbelievable.
How
it's
is this
uncanny.
even possible?
I don't know.
Even a Freudian slip leads to.
It's ridiculous.
And then you know who has to clean up the mess? Our very own Jason Kosmiski. He's got to clean up the mess.
13
that
points.
You created, Raj.
Minus 18 in the plus-minus for Christian Brown yesterday, coming off of his last 5 games. 28 points out of +4. The game against Minnesota was bad all around. The team was just crap, and you got blown out.
I don't know, folks. Just one man's opinion.
But 3 straight 20-plus point games prior to that in 3 straight wins against Orlando, Philly, and Sacramento. It does feel like if that was an experiment to see, hey, let's get the band back together again, right? Let's see what our 4 can do alongside Russell Westbrook. If that's the experiment, you might want to try something else on Friday. Because the first 3 games of this road trip, we were talking about this road trip being, well, they should go 4-1. This is a disaster so far. Both the Avs and the Nuggets, their last few games, man, that's a lot of red on the schedule.
Yeah, this January feel-good story I was looking for, especially from the Nuggets, man, it was feeling pretty good about a week ago. It has come to a screeching halt, Raj.
No.
2-8 right now, the Nuggets are against teams that are top 4 in their respective conferences. That's the Nuggets record against the top 4 of the Eastern Conference and the top 4 of the Western Conference. That is a tough pill to swallow, but you are who you are. And right now, the Nuggets are not a contender. They're not. How can you say you're a contender when you are 2-8 against the top 8 teams in the National Basketball Association?
I think both teams at Ball Arena right now they're on the outside looking in, because of how difficult the West is in both the association and in the NHL. The Avs obviously have way more room to wiggle with and to make trades prior to the March 7 trade deadline. You move away from Rantanen. You open up $5 million in cap space, and the word around the league overwhelmingly is Chris McFarland is not done wheeling and dealing. The Nuggets, however, unless you're part of a trade over the next couple of days, and the trade deadline is the trade deadline 6 days away right now? February 6th. So 7 days away. Unless you're part of a 3-way deal where you can move on from either the Saric or the Najee contract,
You're not going to.
you can't do anything, much like McFarland has done this season, to get yourself back into a position to really call yourself, I wouldn't say contender, but a favorite, right? That's where you should be right now with both of these teams. You have the best player in the world in Nikola Jokic. You have two of the best players in the world in Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. You should be favorites right now. The Avs have the runway. The Nuggets, unless there's a miracle where a team needs the Nuggets to launder money, I worry that, to steal something from the Buffalo Sabres, the solution has to be in the room. Is the solution in the room? Is it there?
The solution in the room for the Denver Nuggets is a decision that needs to be made about how you are going to play, about how you are going to go about and execute on the defensive side, about how you are going to take care of the basketball. It's got to be a decision, because so far, all I can see is that the collective roster has not made the decision to be serious about this 2024-25 campaign. That's what I see, Raj. The Avs, on the other hand, they need Val Nichushkin back. Period, point blank.
It changes everything. He changes everything.
Dude. And then they need to get acclimated to playing with each other with change-ups in the line. And they will. I have no doubt in my mind. I feel much better about the Colorado Avalanche if you can guarantee me that Val Nichushkin is going to indeed be returning to this roster after the Four Nations Cup and will be available for all of what is to come.
You're never going to get that guarantee.
I need it.
I think you're going to get the guarantee that he's
back. Give it
back.
to me, Raj.
You're going to get the guarantee that he's
don't,
back.
No, actually, whatever you do not give me your guarantee.
Hey,
do not give it to me.
You asked for it.
No, I don't want it. I was misspoke.
Val will be back on February 22. You will never, and this goes back to the conversation that we had during the summer, you will never get rid of the scary monster in the closet. It will always, for the remainder of his career, whether he is here in Colorado or elsewhere, there's always going to be that scary monster in the closet that could come out or ceases to exist in its entirety. It will always be there in terms of guaranteeing that he'll be there for the entire cup run, right? And I'm not talking about injuries. It's always going to be there. You have to, unfortunately.
You know that scary monster you keep talking about?
You just got to swallow that pill,
Do
Coach.
you feel a little bit like, as a franchise, even when I asked Chris McFarland a bit, I was alluding to it, he didn't really want to take the bait at all. Do you think there's a little bit of avoiding the inevitable, not addressing the elephant that is in the room, which is that Val Nichushkin has let you down 2 different times?
Right, but
with
what's the help?
decision-making?
What are you gaining out of addressing that right now?
You need to talk about it all the freaking time. And that's what I choose to do, Raj. We're going to talk about it because I'm going to do the opposite of a Raj curse. I'm going to speak it out of existence.
What's the opposite of manifesting?
I don't know. But
it's where you all the 40-year-old suburban housewives where we're manifesting things, right? I don't know what the opposite of that is. Yeah, I right now I sleep well at night about the Avs' immediate future. I haven't slept well at night about the Nuggets' immediate future almost the entire season. And that's odd because the biggest experiment that you had this year with the Nuggets is Russell Westbrook going to work in Colorado? And the overwhelming answer to that question, that experiment, has been yes. So why are we in this situation right now where the one big question mark going into the offseason, actually the 2 big question marks, right? Is Russ going to work? And can Christian Brown be good enough to dampen the loss of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope? Both of those questions, they've been answered with big green check marks. So why are we sitting here on January 30th at 28-19 questioning whether or not they're true contenders? it's consistent in the fact that they can't get stops when they need to. And it happened last night. You can't get stops when you need to. You were careless with the basketball. You let the Knicks go on a run.
What I don't like is that I don't believe that the roster construction of the Denver Nuggets.
The Bridges 3 killed me.
I don't believe that this is a defensively challenged personnel roster. Right now, it's a defensively challenged desire and decision to play at a really high level on that side of the floor. That's what I have a problem with, Raj. I need to see that. I mean, that has to be fixed. And I don't know, is it a Michael Malone problem? I don't know, Raj. Is it a buy-in problem? I don't know.
It might be a buy-in problem because it feels stale, doesn't it? Am I wrong? It's felt a little stale, even with all the changes. Brown now being a starter, Russ coming in.
Feels like there's a lot of whistling as you walk through the graveyard at times. Just another game. Yeah, we're here in New York. Okay. I might play some defense on a third of the possessions.
The loss against the Knicks wouldn't feel as bad if you had taken care of business the 2 games previous. Because this was a game that you looked like let's be honest, you probably should have lost this game anyways.
Oh, I mean, there were some feelings and legitimate nerves. We heard it from Chris Dempsey, who really knows this team, follows this team really closely, is embedded with the team in home practice and whatnot. He was worried that this was going to be a 35-point blowout. And it wasn't. But it was another game where you did have a lead in the second half. And for whatever reason, the Nuggets can't keep a lead and win games against good basketball teams. Can't do it. They do it they couldn't keep a lead against Chicago, Raj.
Is it time to make a truly big swing? Because if we're comparing and contrasting the Avs and the Nuggets right now, which it's impossible not to, with the recent championship success, with the very clear overlapping of generational talents on both teams, there's been one major difference between the Avs and the Nuggets right now.
There was a move made.
The Avs made an unbelievably controversial move. They've made multiple. Chris McFarland was the first general manager in the history of the NHL to trade both his starting and backup goaltender at the beginning of the season prior to Christmas. It had never happened before. So that was already, I wouldn't say earth-shattering, but unprecedented. And
that was a cool pronunciation of unprecedented.
I hiccuped.
Do that again.
I don't think I can. I hiccup. It's in the middle of it. It was a hiccup directly in the middle of it.
Wow.
So he did something
I feel like
unprecedented.
I got smaller. I got smarter there. I couldn't even say smarter. Because I didn't get smarter.
I'll level with you. I did not mean to do that. I don't know if I could recreate it.
Was that in your native Finnish?
I actually don't know. I don't know a single word in Finnish.
Well, you just came up with one.
He did something unprecedented and then followed it up with one of the biggest trades in the last 2 decades in the league. Maybe it's time for the Nuggets to do that too, to swallow that pill of there's a guy on the team that we really like, that is homegrown, that makes us better, but something drastic has to change. Because if not, we're going to wallow in what feels like mediocrity, even though they're still within very good shot of a 2 or 3 seed in the West. What feels like mediocrity, nothing's going to change unless you make a big trade. And I wonder if the MPJ thing is going to rear its head in the next 6 days. I think there's a decent chance because you can't just keep banging your head against the wall right now. You can't do it.
I think there's no chance.
Because what else is going to change? He's the only guy you can trade. He's the only guy. Can't trade anyone else. It's not going to happen.
The thing that can change is a collective decision made by this roster. Hey, guys.
So the answer's in the room.
It is in the room. And I believe it's in the room. And if they don't make that decision, the championship window takes another year of being wasted of Nikola Jokic.
On TNT last night, Paul Bissonnette had some words about the Mikko Rantanen situation. If you haven't heard it, we're going to play it on the other side and react to it. Again, still shockwaves throughout the world of hockey, and certainly here in Colorado, the Avs trading away Mikko Rantanen. Avs will be back on the ice at home on Friday evening to take on the St. Louis Blues. Altitude Sports Radio and our friends at Hooters want to set you up for a party with you and 4 friends and a Hooters prize pack that's hosted by our very own DMac. And all you have to do is answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. Entry with the most correct answers after the game is going to win, and a tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So if you haven't done it, get on it. Hurry. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That is altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. Unfortunately, as I told you yesterday, Coach, because you have me on your team, we are not going to get our little our lunch party that's been promised to us.
I believe in you in this case.
I don't believe in me at all. I don't believe in my predictions whatsoever. They're as bad as they get. And you know what? Like Spring and I got rid of. By the way, Springer on the ones and twos today.
Is that Johnny? High five,
my guy.
Hey, give me one.
High five.
Give me one. Give me another one. Come on.
You get one.
No, give me one more. I need one more, Spring.
He's not a dancing
it's my
monkey.
Show. That's actually your show, Raj. It's our show. I need one more.
How about a fist bump?
I'm in desperate need of a high five.
How about a slap on the back?
A little slap, a little backside tickle?
Yeah, you don't want. I've already gone through at great lengths about what patting somebody on the rear end too much
many
does.
times, yeah.
Yep, you might get one on the backside that it's not good.
Coach, did you catch any?
Thanks for one high five. Jeez, Spring.
Did you catch any of?
I know you're pissed that you have to be in here today with me and hanging out.
I gave you a fist bump, a high five, and a slap on the ass. Come on now.
That's plenty.
It's a lot.
You got a lot of touches.
A lot of salutations.
Did you catch any hockey on TNT last night?
I didn't. How was it?
Paul Bissonnette had some interesting things to say about Mikko Rantanen.
I did see this.
I think this is a huge risk for Rantanen and what he did, and he was caught off guard, and so was his agent. I think that they had all the control in the world where they could have went to Colorado, and maybe he wouldn't have got what he got in free agency. Maybe he wouldn't have got the 13 and a half. But I bet you if he went away and said, I want to make $100,000 less than what Nathan McKinnon's making, I guarantee they would have handed that over. They were willing to make him the highest paid winger in the league. Now that's going to change.
That's going to change because the cap's going to
no
fluctuate.
doubt.
But I get that you think it's a risk, but you're telling me like if he doesn't deliver with Carolina, it only takes one team to pay him in free agency, right? Do you think it's that big a risk?
I think that you're playing with you could argue the best player in the world over the last 18 months, and you get to have a guy who's all over the place feeding you the puck, and you get to score 50 goals, have 100 points, and you get to make over the course of that deal maybe $8 million less than what you would have got and taken the risk somewhere else. You don't know where you're going to go and be happy. So I do view it as a risk and the opportunity to win more championships. So the fact that he's startled and now this is shaking him up and he hasn't looked like himself like he has in Carolina at least yet.
It's still early.
I know it's still early, but he's he's talking to himself on the bench. Like he's flabbergasted by this whole thing where I think going into the season, he had the whole offseason to think about what was my true number and slide it over the desk instead of playing these games with the agent.
Before we dive too deeply into our guy the Biz, right? His take on Mikko, I know that I am graced with two extreme knowers of the puck, Alex Rantanen and Mark Springer. I need to clear up some things here. How do you pronounce Mikko's last name? Can you guys give me the proper pronunciation? Because my guy, the Biz, making it, I don't know.
In Finnish, Biz said it closer to what it's supposed to be.
Okay, you have
Rantanen.
Okay, there you go.
But
you said you didn't speak.
I don't, but I know how to pronounce a few things. Like I don't pronounce my own last name correctly.
Can you pronounce it correctly in Finland?
Rantanen.
Whoa!
Rantanen.
All right, give
me
a Spring in all your culture. Give me the correct pronunciation of Mikko's last name.
I mean, I assume the correct pronunciation is probably Rantanen, but I say Rantanen.
Okay.
I say Nicola. I don't say Nikola. It's
Because
just
you
what I
don't
do.
want to sound like a pretentious bat.
Yeah, it sounds a little pretentious if you do that. Like you're trying too hard.
I completely agree.
Yeah. All right. That's all I have. So it is Rantanen.
It's like if Zeke Tovar comes up to bat and he goes 2 for 4 in a game, and then the next day that we're shockingly talking about Rockies, you start like rolling your R's. Tovar. You'd sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
You'd sound like
I'm
a
a
bag.
big pronunciation guy.
But you'd sound like a bag.
But does it surprise you? I just do the most with just about any opportunity I get.
Yeah, I know.
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, well, Rantanen. It's a big gamble, right? If you came to the table and the Avs were willing to say, let's call it at 12. Let's say that's where they came. 8 years, 12 million. We talked about this in the actual numbers a little bit yesterday and what we were hearing from within the organization. Let's say it's 12. To say no to that is a massive gamble on what you think your open market value is, because you are gambling on Rantanen still being a top 10 player without the best defenseman in the world and either the best or the second best forward in the world next to you. If he falls, and I don't think this is going to happen because he is so good, if Rantanen falls flat on his face and he's like let's call him like a 3/4 of a point per game player, there is a world where no one's going to sign that guy to a $13 million contract, and he comes back to the open market and his value is closer to 12. Crazier things have happened where players have been moved on from, not necessarily in the NHL, but in other sports. Remember Cliff Lee?
I don't.
Left-handed pitcher. I think Cliff Lee won a Cy Young or two, if I'm correct.
I was thinking about the left winger, Cliff Lee.
No. The pitcher.
Yeah, the old round ball.
It happened with Cliff
Rounders,
Lee when Cliff Lee was a Philadelphia Philly, and they traded him to Seattle, I believe, at the deadline. And then he re-signed with Philadelphia in the offseason. It happened with him. It happened with Aroldis Chapman more recently. There have been situations where guys have gone out and teams have guaranteed that they've gotten a return back and re-signed that player.
All right. What do you two hockey knowers, puck knowers, what do you think is more likely? Mikko Rantanen continues the trend of scoring in the triple digits and is that for the Canes and signs a massive deal either with the Canes or with another franchise, or his market value after not being around Nathan McKinnon, not being around Cale Makar, it is closer to that of somebody who should command between 11.5 and 12.5. What say you, Spring?
I think the second option you presented is very possible, but when he hits unrestricted free agency, he'll get the best number that someone offers him. So that could be impacted by his play. If he plays well, number could go up, number could stay the same. And as far as what he wanted in his mind, if he doesn't play well down the stretch, number will go down, but he'll still sign, he'll probably, I don't think he's coming back to the Avs. I don't think that'll happen.
It is a pipe dream.
He'll probably re-sign with Carolina. Maybe Carolina changes their mind. Go ahead, Coach.
But do you think that not just in this case where just about anybody who enters into a trade and has unrestricted free agent play in front of them, it's play for pay, right? How you play.
Yeah, contract years.
It's a true contract year situation. Is it not even more consequential for Mikko Rantanen because he is going to be playing without Nathan McKinnon for the first time in his career?
It is more consequential for Rantanen to go through this situation than it is for other players. So yesterday and the day before, there were two former Avs players that left after getting the Colorado bump, as it's known throughout the league, which is you play alongside Rantanen, Makar, and McKinnon, you then get more points and you get more money.
It's the equivalent of the Colorado Rockies in the 1990s with the elevation
and no humidor.
You
get to hit more bombs and more doubles because of the
you like that,
cavernous
Spring?
outfield.
You like that?
I love it.
And
can I get a high five for that?
High five.
Yes!
Brandon Saad, who had good games here with the Avs and was a player that when he left in free agency, fans were upset because he was a good middle of the lineup player. He just got placed on waivers and then his contract was terminated by St. Louis because he's not the same player that he was alongside the stars in Colorado. Philip Grubauer, who when Grubauer left the Avs in the expansion draft to go to Seattle, there were a lot of people going, well, that's the end of the cup window. Avs can't do it. End of the cup window. Grubauer's not here anymore because he goes to Seattle. He just got placed on waivers with multiple years remaining on his deal. Rantanen is a different level of player than Grubauer and Saad. But the trend is something that I think Rantanen and his camp should be very wary of. Look at all of the other players that have come before you, that have left Colorado and have not been the same moving forward. Darcy Kemper, not the same goaltender moving forward that he was here in Denver. Everybody else that has left has not succeeded. Andre Burakovsky, JT Compher, everybody that has left this carefully incubated nest, everyone has relatively failed outside of Denver. And I worry about that for Rantanen because his stakes, as you mentioned, are so much higher than anyone else's. I'm rooting for him, but history tells you it probably wasn't a good idea to re-sign.
Look, he's only played 2 games with the Hurricanes.
Data set super small.
And look, the second one, he only had 1 assist, but the Canes dominated the Rangers. And it was a nice assist that Mikko had.
5 total goals by the Canes?
You saw, yeah, it's 5 or so.
Yep.
And hey, the Hurricanes host the Blackhawks tonight. Can Mikko and the Blackhawks, the Avs and the Blackhawks, we'll see what happens tonight. But I told Raj, I think it comes down to the playoffs for Mikko. Even let's say Mikko has like a torrid regular season, but he flounders in the playoffs on the national stage, that'll hurt him. If he has a weak rest of the regular season, chemistry, getting acclimated, all that, but then he turns it on in the playoffs on the national stage.
He does.
I think that's what will determine his number, is how he plays in the playoffs for the Hurricanes.
It'd be amazing if we get a Carolina-Colorado Cup final.
I just am so thankful today on this glorious Thursday that the two of you have allowed me to join Between the Pipes. This is so fun, man. This has been my dream. I've been asking Kevin Shockey to allow me to be a guest on Between the Pipes, and here we are. Raj.
You were so upset when we did the when we did the emergency podcast when Mikko got traded on Friday night. We did that emergency podcast at like 8:30. We had myself, Spring, DMac joined us. We had Connor McGahee join us from the road in New York, and I got a text from Sanford. Not only a text, but he commented on the stream live. Was upset about not being on.
I said I have such bad FOMO right now. Why would I not be included in this monumental hockey situation?
Sometimes there's too many cooks in the kitchen, Coach. What can I tell you?
You know what, though? But I really felt like DMac, I think he's really moved on from me in the post-football season era.
Oh, you feel discarded?
I feel very discarded. Like I was only of use to DMac when football was a thing, was a real thing. Now he's just all in on the podcasting with Raj.
You're so much
Spring.
You're so much more than just football, Coach. Don't let him pigeonhole you.
The proof is in the pudding, man. Until this very moment where I got an impromptu joining of Between the Pipes here in the 10:36 a.m. hour. This is amazing. I feel like I'm back,
Don't
man.
let DMac put baby in a corner.
No, I'm not going to let it happen.
You got to dance. You got to dance,
What are you doing
Coach?
on Friday night, Coach? What are you doing on Friday night?
I'll tell you this. I'm going to be Between the Pipes.
Come on, Friday night. After that Blues game is kind of sneaky big.
It is big. And you know what? It might have some personal relevance for you and your dating life, if I'm not mistaken.
Someone I am seeing is a Blues fan.
Yes, I do know of this.
Yeah.
See, not only do I know my stick and puck, I also know fan allegiances of all of the dating situations here at Altitude Sports Radio. And here we are.
Coach is just airing out laundry.
Let's not get into too many specifics of it.
Guys, 10:36 on a Thursday morning. He's just airing out Spring's personals.
So good, man.
Spring's boxer briefs just on the line for everyone to see. The guy's coming in, saving the show, running the board, and you're going to sewer him like that?
No, hey, look, it's even more juice for why the Avs need to dominate on Friday night. Not just win, but dominate. We need to send some messages.
Those are the kind of particles and the vibes that I needed to throw out into the Denver airwaves. And that's a big thing because everybody's on Team Spring. Everybody needs a high five in their life. And Spring, if these Avs win by 4 or 5 goals against the hated interpersonal strife that you have with the St. Louis Blues, then I think we might even be able to shed the Raj jinx. And that's what I'm looking for.
It's going to take a lot more magic to shed my jinx than that, Coach. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports radio app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Coach, on the other side, answer this question. Who is the number one internal free agent that the Broncos must keep next season? Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Mark Springer hanging out with us today, filling in for KJ. Coming to you live from the Backus and Shanker studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. No games tonight. Nuggets coming off of their third straight loss. Avs will take the ice tomorrow night at Ball Arena on 92.5 against division rival St. Louis.
No Avs, no Nugs.
No Avs, no Nugs.
No football.
No football. What are we going to do tonight?
Tonight might be a good night. One of those rare occasions where it's good to take the old ball and chain out for a little date night. Take care of old wifey.
I was thinking about the Diddy documentary on Max. I might do that.
Yeah, we got another episode down last night. We're on episode 3.
I'm proud of you.
Really good.
We're
not good.
We're watching
because the content and the life decisions.
Yeah, not awesome.
Not great. But the make of it it's incredibly impressive.
We're watching that Ben Stiller and Adam Scott on Apple TV. Was it Severance?
Oh.
So we're on
good.
season 2 of that.
Pretty good.
Very good.
I need to start with all
it's so
the
confusing.
Kilkenny. What are those things called?
Kilkenny? Letterkenny?
Letterkenny. I got to start with
Kilkenny.
That's South Park.
Yeah, it's South Park. It's very different. The humor's not that much different, but it is a different show.
My gosh.
We started watching like the second episode of it. It's very confusing.
Yeah.
And it's been I think it's been like 2.5 years since the first season or something like that. And I'm a person that likes to watch things kind of once and then move forward. But the wife is someone who falls asleep during things.
Same.
Constantly.
I am your wife.
The amount of
yes,
times.
Raj, I am your wife.
I think the time that it takes me and the wife to get through a series is 4 times the amount that it actually should be. Because I have to go back and then we have to restart the episode because we fell asleep 20 minutes in, although I've watched it now 3 times. So now we are restarting season 1 of Severance. And while I'm happy to understand the plot a lot closer going into season 2, that's like 10 hours of time that I don't necessarily have to rewatch. Just saying. Maybe tonight we binge a few.
It's a good binge night. I think I'm going to take get some youth basketball tonight. Drop off the kid, little youth basketball. Bring the wifey. Go to local watering hole. Come back and pick up the kid a little toasty. Just kidding,
Coach. I asked you in the break. The Broncos are projected to be like right in the middle of the pack for projected cap space going into next year. Your notable unrestricted free agents from the team right now are as follows: linebacker Justin Sternad, running back Javonte Williams, quarterback Jarrett Stidham, wide receiver Lil Jordan Humphrey, punter Riley Dixon, my man.
I do love me some Riley Dixon.
Love some Riley Dixon. Fullback Michael Burton, linebacker Cody Barton, and defensive tackle DJ Jones. Who should be your number 1 priority internally this offseason?
My power ranking is Cody Barton, number 1. He will be paired up with Alex Singleton. Let Justin Sternad walk. He did enough where he's going to be able to command bigger money than just special teams, specialist type money. That's okay. That's good for him. And I am saying that number 2 in the power rankings for me is Riley Dixon. I think he's been a fantastic punter. He's got an absolute piss missile for an arm, as was evidenced. A Syracuse guy. Learned about it.
Love that.
Yeah. He's repping the orange here in the great Mile High City. And then number 3, I think you let Jarrett Stidham walk and you sign Zach Wilson if you can.
I've seen a lot of talk about that, of people like national heads talking about the next quarterbacks to come available, and Zach Wilson's name has been thrown out there of, could he be the next Sam Darnold where he just finds success, or the next Baker Mayfield where he goes to a situation, he looks like a top 5 overall pick, and then he gets the 3-year deal at $30 million on an average annual basis. I wouldn't let that guy walk at all. I'd let Stidham walk. Stidham doesn't do anything for me. Like, if Knicks goes down with an injury or there's some massive second-year regression, which I don't expect there to be for Bo. I think Bo is just a steady Eddie,
agreed,
slow climb type of guy. I don't think he's, the nuclear success that Jaden Daniels is, but he's just gonna do the right thing moving forward.
Yeoman's effort.
Love it.
Just a plow horse. Guy loves football.
Guy is a
The guy
100%.
is a coach's dream.
People were asking
They
for your
love,
Gruden.
they love when Bo Nix just gets on the grease board and starts breaking down Spider 2-wide bananas.
Stidham also kind of feels like that guy who's just going to be a baseline type of quarterback as a backup.
He is a standard backup quarterback.
Why not give yourself the opportunity to hit a home run with Zach Wilson?
You absolutely should.
You should hold on to that guy. If you have to overpay him to be your backup, overpay him to be the backup. Let Stidham walk.
Yes. You're already overpaying Stidham to be the backup. You are. You did in the previous contract. It was a 2-year deal. It's pretty significant coin.
And if you commit to that, Zach Wilson then gets the lion's share of the backup snaps in the preseason and in training camp. And that gives you the ability, let's say you draft a quarterback in round 5 or 6 this year, who's the kid out of the McCord type of player that like maybe would hit at the next level as a backup. You draft him round 5 or 6, something like that.
I don't really want a quarterback in the draft this year.
I think you should, because then it gives you the ability that if Wilson looks great in training camp in the preseason, you can flip him for assets.
Smart.
And then you have a young, cost-controllable
Give me Riley
quarterback
Leonard
behind him.
I want Riley Leonard.
Even that's even fine. You were talking about him yesterday like he could be your Joker type role. I'd be okay with that as long as Zach Wilson is your number 2 going into training camp to give you the home run hit or to give you the asset.
We all need a good number 2 every once in a while, don't we? We need that.
It's a number 2.
That guy.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. The guys that I think you need to let walk. I'd already mentioned Justin Strnad.
Javonte Williams.
Javonte Williams. Let him walk. Don't re-sign him to anything. And if he doesn't get picked up for better value than league minimum, re-sign him as your third down back. He knows your protections. He knows your pass concepts. Bo Nix seems comfortable with him on third downs, in the check down game, directing traffic because the quarterback does make changes, at the line of scrimmage with where the mic point is, where the pressure might be coming. I thought that Javonte was great in that role. But don't get it twisted. Javonte Williams should never be a first and second down back for this organization ever again. And I do not understand. Why that became the case in the biggest game of the year and, frankly, the biggest game in a decade for the Denver Broncos. Why was he your bell cow running back all of a sudden in the first week of the playoffs that you haven't made since 2015? Make it make sense to me, Raj. Why?
I can't.
Why was Audric Esme not out there?
Because you wanted to attack the edges. That is what we were told before the game, is you wanted to attack the edges of that Bills defense.
Spring, wake up over there, man. I got a quick question for you.
Shoot.
Why? Give me some logical explanation for Sean Payton making Javonte Williams the bell cow running back all of a sudden out of nowhere after not doing it for about 5-6 weeks in the most important game in a decade here in Broncos country.
Over the course of the entire season, just by default, wasn't he their number 1 running back? Not that he carried the ball much. What did he get, like 8 carries per game? But that was still, then he led the team.
But that was earlier, and you felt like he was used a little bit more as the first and second down back. He would start games. Later on, it was either Javonte Williams, and then it started to become Audric Estime. And there was nothing negative coming from the Audric Estime performances.
But nothing special was coming from it either.
It was better than Javonte.
It wasn't special. It wasn't good enough to make the actual change. Nothing was good enough from anybody in that backfield to go, you're my guy now. Which is why you have to go out of your way to get Ashton Genty here, because you're not going to sign a free agent running back. It's not going to happen. Your best free agent running backs this year are who? Aaron Jones, is he actually going to leave Minnesota? And do you want to sign a 30-year-old running back to a free agency deal that's probably going to be a 3-year contract? No, the answer is no. I think the only answer is in the draft in the first round this year, which means you have to go and then find your wide receiver of the future in the offseason. I think T. Higgins to Denver is, I think that's sneaky, man.
I do too. I didn't realize how big the dude is. 6'3" and 5'8". That's Sean Payton.
Sean Payton likes a big wideout.
He likes him big, man. Dude, but to your point, we were talking about it. Just average yards per carry. Javonte Williams averaged 3.7 yards per carry. It was It was the worst of qualifying running backs on this list. Audric Estime averaged 4.1. Jaleel McLaughlin, a very respectable 4.4 yards per carry.
Estime, it felt like Estime never got out of the doghouse for the early fumbles. Right? Remember, he fumbled twice, got injured, and then it felt like he never recovered from it.
The thing I hated the most about this 2024-25 Broncos season was that there was never a chance to allow a running back on this roster to get a good lather going, both within a game. And the one that looked like it was going to happen was the Chargers game. Audric Estime looked like he was starting to get a good lather going, man. Second half, nope. Give him the ball 2-3 more times. And then over the course of maybe a 4-week stretch, there was no running back that was just given the opportunity to find a rhythm.
So does it scare you that Sean Payton's post-season presser, when he said, yeah, we want to be a by committee running back room, does that scare you?
It scares me a ton. It scares me a ton. I don't think that the Broncos would even draft Ashton Genty if he was available at 20. I don't. And they sure as heck aren't going to trade.
I don't find them trading up for
to get him.
Back. No,
so they're not
I don't see them doing
They're
that.
not getting him. Like, why are we like, I don't know. I'm just.
Because the reason why you're focusing on it, why you should focus on it, is because it's a glaring need on a roster, on a playoff roster.
And it's also become the path forward for a lot of these NFL rosters, is to have a real number one running back, a special dude at that position. It's a trend. The NFL's a copycat league, and that's a trend right
It's also
now.
a circular league. Like you knew that the age of the running back being undervalued was going to die soon, and it probably died this season. The undervalued position of running back. Am I right?
You're right. The team that has really shown that the running back by committee and devaluation of the running back position is not going to get in the way of
They don't count.
Yeah,
is it the Chiefs? They don't count.
That's who it is.
They don't count.
That's exactly who it is.
You can't pull the Chiefs and go, well, it works for them, so it should work for the rest. Doesn't count.
Like even the Bills, man, I would argue that the best football player on that team, like in the playoffs, you're like, I don't want that guy touching
James
the ball.
Cook.
Yes. Against the Denver Broncos, were you more afraid of Josh Allen dropping back or the ball being put in number 4's belly?
I was equally as afraid.
I was I was mortified of number 4 having that ball in his belly.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Join us on the Shop Mazda text line today at 303-504-0925. One price, one person, in 1 hour. Hour 2 is coming up next. We'll have NFL Notes, the High Five edition from Mark Springer, coming up at 11:15. Don't go anywhere. Morning Sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy hanging out with you guys until noon. PhD will take over from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home 3 to 6. And the Blitz from 6 to 7 with Mark Springer, who's filling in for KJ Granderson today. And Mark Bertinoli. No Avs, no Nuggets tonight. You'll see a double dip on Friday. Avs at home against the St. Louis Blues. Nuggets on the road on Friday evening. And they got a slump buster on Friday, Coach. Last night was not, I know you're coming off 2 losses. You're like, oh yeah, like you got to have this one. That's the New York game on the road on Wednesday was a game that you probably weren't meant to win anyways. You have a slump buster coming up on Friday. Philly's not a good basketball team.
Stop doing it. Stop doing it.
It's a slump buster.
Oh, man. God, we've had a lot of games that both the Nuggets and Avs just should win.
They should win it, though. Like, there's me saying it doesn't make it untrue.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Philly's won, unfortunately, they've won 4 straight games. They're coming off of a 7-game losing streak before that. So it's not great that you're catching them at probably their best at this point of the year, but you get them before Boston, so maybe they're looking ahead to taking the head off of the champs there. Like that, I think Friday night for the Nuggets lines up really well for an awesome bounce-back game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to fix anything because beating Philadelphia doesn't make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Speaking of the Eastern Conference and wanting to see the Eastern Conference Kings get taken down, as a as a Nuggets fan, Colorado Western Conference, not really getting too emotionally invested in what happens in the Eastern Conference. Is this a likable Knicks team that you would enjoy seeing take down the Celtics this particular year?
I don't love watching Jalen Brunson play basketball.
Why? Pretty dang good basketball player, man.
Dude, every single time that he takes a shot that is not a 3, the guy's on the floor. Every single time that he takes the ball anywhere near the paint, he is on the floor. And I think he's one of the biggest culprits of flopping in the league. When he shoots from outside, I think he's an electric player. But he's one of those dudes that, he takes the ball to the hoop and you hear, and he's gotten hit as hard as Jack Drury hit Ilya Sorokin the other night.
He's the guy
he's screaming like someone shot him in the ribs.
He's the guy when you're playing pickup basketball at the rec center.
Calling his own fouls like a loser.
Everybody in the entire gym's looking over at him like, dude, who is that guy?
Why are you here?
Can you tell him to take his talents to the next county over?
OG Anunoby's fun to watch. OG's a really good ball player, but when he plays the Nuggets, man, he's a first-team All-Pro.
Isn't it wild how long it's been since the Knicks have won anything of relevance? It's crazy.
Well, they were competitive.
Dude, this is the New York Knicks, though. Like, this is what would you say geographically is the basketball epicenter of the United States of America? Like, where did basketball grow from? Where is basketball played at a high level? So many of the superstars over the last 30 years of the NBA. It's freaking New York, man, and all the boroughs. The New York Knicks are the flagship squad.
State of Indiana is very upset with you.
I've lived in the state of Indiana twice. I mean, if you like fundamental basketball and the triple threat position and being in the right and great elite chest passes and bounce passes.
Solid pivot foots.
I mean, I learned really fundamental basketball when I was a JV player at Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana. I know about fundamental basketball, but that's not the game of the National Basketball Association really over the last 20, 30 years. So
it's dunks and threes.
Dunks and threes and playing with verticality.
So you're telling me that is that a bad thing for you? Threes and dunks?
No.
Are you part of the crew that doesn't like
I'm kind
how
of a
the
big
game
fan
has changed?
of in athletic endeavors. I like athletes that are athletic, that do things that very few people on planet Earth can do, and it doesn't just require working on fundamental basketball with an old Pete Maravich VHS tape. The proper step, right foot, right hand, right elbow. Perfect. That's not my game.
Did you see Adam Silver came out yesterday and said that the main fix, the crazy fix, as he said, you know what? I won't paraphrase. You can hear from him yourself.
As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball, is 2 hours, college basketball, of course, is. I'm a fan of what baseball did. I'm a baseball fan, and I think some of those changes have really increased sort of the engagement, the entertainment value of the game. And so I'm paying a lot of attention to that. And in fact, I've used the pitch clock, the sort of the increasing the size of the base, et cetera, in meetings at the NBA to say, if baseball, which is more locked into tradition, and I don't mean that negatively, than any other sport. And part of what baseball provides is the tradition, the legacy, that if they're able to make those changes, certainly we shouldn't be afraid to look at changes as well.
The answer to fixing basketball is less basketball?
I agree with Adam Silver here.
Oh, I don't.
I think it's smart. I mean, you probably would have been fighting City Hall back when they added a 3-point line to the National Basketball Association too, Raj. I mean, why not tighten up games? Why not make it more ingestible from a TV audience? That's where everything's moving anyway.
I've never sat through an NBA game is not laborious to sit through.
I think sometimes the first 3 quarters are. I mean, especially regular season NBA games.
It's faster than a hockey game. It's faster than a football game.
Yeah, but it just seems like
NBA games are done in like 2 hours and 15 minutes, man.
There's been a move in the National Basketball Association that I do believe that Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, in my eyes, broke up a little bit, which is it doesn't really matter what you do through, 43 minutes of the game. Just keep it close and then all of a sudden play the last 5 minutes. I do think that there are times where the first, man, you go to a Nuggets game at times, and there's times where the first half just drags on. You're like, does anybody really care about making a move right now in this game? They're just kind of just keeping it close. Biding time. Fourth quarter, all right, let's play basketball. I don't know. There are way more regular season games than there are postseason games. Would that
not stay the same? Right?
I don't think so. I mean, 10 minutes, it just tightens everything up. And it's
2 minutes each quarter. You're still going to wait till the fourth quarter to start really playing according to
Raj,
that
the
logic.
Crazy thing about going from 12 minutes to 10 minutes, you mentioned it, that's 2 minutes more a quarter. If you're really good at math, it's 4 minutes a half. Continue it. It's 8 minutes a game.
Keep going.
It's a lot.
Keep going.
And then you go 82 times 8.
You gonna try it without your phone?
It's really good.
That's what I thought. You were feeling yourself right there. You're gonna ask Siri what 82 times 8 is.
656 minutes that you saved off Jamal Murray's knees and Aaron Gordon's whatever ails him.
10 hours of basketball. That's nothing. That's not going to fix anything. You got to go more drastic than that. Take away the corner 3. That's probably the way to do this.
That was pretty good math on my part. I did a good job. Like, it took a little longer than I thought.
You got to like 3rd grade math, and then you kind of petered out. Let's be completely honest.
Do you think that you have 82 times 8 just right while you're talking?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. The last math course, I never took a math course in college. Didn't have to take one.
I was an AP Calc
The
guy.
last math course that I took, I was 17 years old.
I really wanted to major in math in college.
Nerd.
I love math.
What a nerd.
Yeah. Okay, so we were talking about the Knicks. When's the last time do you think that the New York Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Did they make it with Melo?
2000.
Oh, so no.
Lost to the Indiana Pacers.
Is that Ewing?
4 games to 2. Before that, they had a 98, 1998, 1999.
Yeah, they were very dangerous in the Ewing years.
But look at this, man. For what I consider this is a legacy franchise in the National Basketball Association. Is it not, Raj? The New York Knickerbockers.
Of course it is.
They have been, first of all, 25 years, quarter century, have not been to the Eastern Conference Finals. They went to 2, 98, 99, 99, 2000. Before that, they went to 2, 92, 93, 93, 94. And then before that, it was 1973 was their last Eastern Conference Finals.
You know what's funny? The
Dude, that's
Rangers,
insane.
the Rangers were kind of the same thing. They won a cup in 94, and they've been to a cup final. Since then, they lost 4 games to 2 to LA, back when Jonathan Quick had like one of the greatest postseason runs of any goalie ever. But before the 1994 season, I think like their last cup was in the 50s or something like that. It's something about New York. Not getting it unless you're the Yankees, you're not getting it done.
I'm rooting for the Knicks. If this isn't the Nuggets' year, let's just talk Eastern Conference. I'm rooting for the Knicks this year on the Eastern side.
I could get on board with it. You know what? It's amazing. You see orange and blue, coach, and you're just drawn to the team. You're like a mosquito to a LED light, man. Moth to a flame. You see orange and blue, and that's your favorite team ever.
Same with you.
Kind of.
I mean, it's great color combination.
It's a great color combo. Speaking of color combos, so
are we talking about glassware here?
The Utah Yeti has been taken off the board for the
Coolers
Utah
and
Hockey
glassware?
Club. Utah Hockey Club is supposed to be a name for a year. Yesterday, it came out that they lost this battle with the U.S. Patent Office, and they're not allowed to be the Utah Yeti or the Yetis because of the drinkware company, and I would also assume maybe the mountain bike company, Yeti. So that's off the board now, and there have been 3 names that have been whittled down, and over the course of the next 4 Utah home games, fans in the arena will vote on either to remain the Utah Hockey Club, which I think would be stupid, be the Utah Wasatch, which is the name of the Rocky Mountain Range in
Wasatch
Salt
Mountains.
Lake. Also,
I like it.
Dumb as hell.
Okay, I guess you don't like it.
So it's so
Jeez,
dumb.
Raj. I
so
thought it was
stupid.
Have you ever lived in Utah?
No.
I have. And I think the Wasatch is pretty dang
du-
cool.
It's cool, but it's a dumb name. It's a dumb name.
I mean, when the Avalanche were named, do you think that was an awesome name?
It was better than the Rocky Mountain Extreme, which is what they were about to be.
That's pretty sweet.
It's pretty dumb.
That's awesome.
It sounds like an arena football league team, man. Come on. The Rocky Mountain Extreme, that's a youth hockey inline team. The only one that they have on here, and people are going to get pissed off because it has my vote, the Utah Mammoth.
So bad.
Because I know that you got it.
Why
here.
would you swagger jack a team that we already have as our coworkers here at KSE?
It's an indoor lacrosse team. Dude, it's an indoor
I
lacrosse
don't
team.
care.
It's an indoor
Oh, you're going to
lacrosse
throw
team.
shade at an indoor lacrosse
I am,
team?
a little
Well,
bit.
you know what? I'm going to ask my good friend Andy Lindahl, who's a lax or die type dude, to come in and bring his stick and give you a little whack on your forearm.
All right, so what about the Utah Outlaws then? The Outlaws aren't a thing anymore. They used to be a thing, outdoor lacrosse. So what about the Utah Outlaws? I'd be cool with that.
I like Outlaws. It's cool.
Or the Bandits, something like that. Something robbing stagecoaches. Because that's, I don't know, it's kind of feels like the West.
What about the Utah Elders? Just lean in.
The Elders.
Lean in.
Soakers.
Just go Elders. Keep it classy. You know,
What would be your logo? Just an old dude?
I think it'd be awesome. Just short sleeve, just a general avatar with a short sleeve white button-up shirt and a name tag. The Utah Elders.
Not the logo. You just make the entire uniform like that. Have you seen a lot of like minor league baseball teams and minor league hockey teams will do the head to toe uniform redo? Like there's been a hockey team that they did SpongeBob versus Patrick. You could just do the black pants and the white half shirt.
Raj, I just arranged for something to happen. I'm not the driver of this program.
What have you done? Is Andy going to yell at me?
No, actually, I went in a different direction. We were talking about potential names for the Utah Hockey Club and our very own Altitude Sports Radio's very own and the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh, God.
Illustrious pipes of the Avs.
What do you want?
Connor McGahee joins us live on the Ramos Law Hotline.
Connor, what do you want?
Hey, you called me. What do you mean? What do I want?
This is what I want. The Utah Yeti, the team that never was. What was going to be the McGahee matchup for a Utah team that would have been named the Utah Yeti? And How would you have come up with this process? I want to hear your process for how you tweet out the miraculous words that you put together on a tweet regarding the matchup.
I mean, mostly it involves sticky notes on a dartboard. No, I mean, it's easy. That one writes itself. You know, you can't, and there's some flexibility to it. Force of nature versus cooler. Force of nature versus insulated mug. Force of nature versus mountain. I mean, look, the possibilities are endless. But what I don't approve of, and Raj, the Colorado Mammoth, that was my first television play-by-play gig, was the Colorado Mammoth on Altitude Sports. So I don't want to hear you throwing any shade.
Big shade guy.
Towards the Mammoth.
It was too shady.
Who are a family member of ours.
I agree.
Stand up.
It was too shady.
Your family.
It was too shady, but why can't we have multiple bears across multiple sports? We have multiple lions across multiple sports. Multiple Cardinals.
An extreme lack of creativity. Like you have these Giants and those Giants and these Jets and those Jets. There are so many things out in the world that you could name it. I mean, I was looking at I went to the PBR finals at the stock show last week, for example. And if you don't know, there are team events in professional bull riding. So you have a bunch of riders who are on a team that represent, say, Oklahoma or Nashville, or there's a team in Florida. And Nashville is the Nashville Stampede. Do we have a Stampede, for example, in professional sports? No, we don't.
Idaho.
Florida is the Florida Freedom. You know, like they were able to come up with some creative things. How come we can't do that in a major force sport in North America?
I think you're right. Hey, there was one other name, the Utah Wasatch, that I thought would have made a lot of sense. Having been a resident of the great state of Utah myself, my dad a 2-time resident of the state of Utah, the Wasatch Mountains are beautiful. Hear me out here. Force of nature versus picturesque mountain range.
Okay, so I think part of this, Coach, is you're missing the point of the whole game.
Okay, please.
And the point of the whole game is to just slightly demean the opposition.
Yeah.
Insult.
I'm not paying any compliments to anybody else. When I say force of nature versus adjective, I'm not paying the Minnesota Wild a compliment on their abilities to communicate to other human beings. I'm not doing that. This is all about being slightly demeaning, but in a fun way that everyone can get on board with.
Connor, we appreciate it, man. We'll hear from you tomorrow night as the Avs take on the St. Louis Blues. Get out of here. And
Force of nature. I got it. Force of nature versus incorrectly named mountain range. This is part of the Rockies.
Force of nature versus Mike Sanford's wannabe home.
All right, Connor, we got to get out of here. We're over break. That's Mike Sanford, Connor McGahey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy.
All right.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with NFL Notes presented by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Normally, KJ Granderson takes things away, but Mark Springer of Between the Pipes fame and the showrunner for Kreckman and Lindahl daily here from 3 to 6 p.m. filling in for KJ. Mr. Springer, what is first?
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
All right, let's start close to home in the AFC West, as Pete Carroll is your new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Also close to home, where is Russell Wilson going to quarterback next season? Could it be in this division with the Raiders? Well, yesterday, Pete Carroll went on the Rich Eisen show, and he was asked what the Raiders will do at quarterback this season and if they will consider bringing in Russell Wilson.
Right now, Susie, it's so early. I mean, we're just in the midst of just trying to, find the puzzle pieces, not even putting them together yet. So I can't even say. I mean, guys are still, free agency hasn't come yet. That's the first competitive opportunity that will occur. And then the draft is coming, we'll have that opportunity to do things. I can't tell you right now. I mean, I could guess, but it would just be a guess. So, but I promise you, if you're a real competitor, you're not letting options get away from you. So we're going to consider every option as a possibility, and we're going to go after it very aggressively with intent and hopefully with a sense and a feeling that people want to be part of this thing. So,
what does that sound like, fellas? Sounds like some good old-fashioned coach speak, doesn't it? And it is a reality, and part of coach speak is that you just take it in the exact steps of the process. But when you're a coach, you've thought about these things. And you know that your quarterback tandem right now consists of Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, and I don't even know which one is going to be up free agent or not. I'm going to tell you this. That sounds a whole heck of a lot like a head coach that doesn't want Russell Wilson to be his quarterback.
That's exactly what it sounds like. I've been there. I've done that. I have squeezed
moved
that
on from
lemon.
that one. Yeah, moved on from that one.
I've gotten all the juice out of that thing that I could possibly get, and it shows.
Wild as this sounds, after having some interaction with a former colleague of mine in football, Russell Wilson is liked more than you would think in Pittsburgh.
Is this a current NFL colleague of yours?
Current NFL, but not in the coaching ranks.
Okay.
But is a part of the Pittsburgh Steelers organization.
Got it.
They like him a little bit more than most Broncos fans would think and most Seahawks fans would think. Probably most Steelers fans would think.
I don't know, man, if the Raiders are a fit for him.
They're not. Dude, you need something that looks like a fresh start. Russell Wilson at this stage of his career for the Raiders and becoming entertaining again does not feel like a fresh start. The Raiders got to go and get Shedeur Sanders in the draft. Period, point blank, end of story.
Is there a thought process on Sam Darnold? 3 years, $35 million.
Doesn't it feel a little bit like Jimmy G? A little bit,
but you can be successful with
Kinda
Jimmy
didn't
G
work.
if you.
But didn't Jimmy G just not work in Las Vegas?
He didn't work in Vegas, but you can make Jimmy Garoppolo work with the right team around him.
Okay.
San Francisco made it work for a bit.
Yeah,
I think Darnold is a way better quarterback than Garoppolo.
Raiders got to move up because I think there's going to be some gun shy drafters at the quarterback position in the top 4, and I think the Raiders need to either move up or just let it play out. And I think one of Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders will be available when the Raiders potentially pick.
Dion would be ecstatic if that were to happen. That's a perfect spot.
It's a great
for Shedeur
situation.
to go. Great situation with a historically great head coach. It's a good spot. Spring, what's next?
High five.
Okay.
We got it.
There she is.
Got another note on the Raiders hiring Pete Carroll and a couple notes on Bill Belichick. So Bill Belichick, remember, there were reports that Tom Brady had reached out to him to potentially be the next head coach of the Raiders and coach under Tom Brady. Nothing ever came of that. And Mike Florio, writing for Pro Football Talk today, that appears to have been a favor from Tom Brady to Bill Belichick to get his name back out in the NFL coaching cycle. A red herring that the Raiders wanted him, and maybe another team would be like, ooh, we got to go get Bill Belichick now. So that's what Florio wrote today. He also wrote that Bill Belichick was not pleased, according to sources within league circles, that the Raiders hired Pete Carroll instead of him. Okay, Bill Belichick, here's another note, also went on the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray, and he talked about potentially changing the name of the Lombardi Trophy.
Players win games. You can't win games without good players. I don't care who the coach is. It's impossible. You can't win without good players. You know, I found out when I had Taylor and Banks and Harry Carson, Pepper Johnson, Jim Burt, Everson Walls, all those guys are the Giants. And same thing, you know, when we got good at Cleveland and then at New England. I mean, it's Brady, it's McGinnis, it's Vrabel, it's Brewski, it's Corey Dillon, it's Randy Moss, Troy Brown, Lawyer Malloy, Ty Law, Rodney Harrison. Those are the guys that won the games. Man, I didn't make any tackles. I didn't make any kicks. That was Vinatieri that made that kick in 4 inches of snow. You got to have good players. And as a coach, you want to give your players a chance to win. You want to put them in a position where if they go out there and play well, they'll have a chance to win. That's what Coach Parcells taught me, is there's always a way to win. You just got to figure out what it is, and you have to give the players a chance.
They don't name it the Star Trophy. It's named the Lombardi Trophy.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy. He won 7 of them.
Oh, man, I just love some good old-fashioned false humility from Bill Belichick. Named 37 players, I think I counted. All the reason that they won. Not him. Not him. It's all those other guys. This guy's doing the labor.
Also, what's that comment from his camp saying they were upset about Pete Carroll? You took yourself out of the running for any of those jobs by signing with North Carolina. So how are you upset that when you take yourself out of the head coaching pool, when someone else goes with a different candidate, it makes no sense.
Well, remember, he hadn't signed that contract with North Carolina.
It was like in its...
It was done but not done?
It was called the MOU, and I've done this before. You sign a memorandum of understanding that is
What does that mean?
All it is it's you're agreeing to general principles to become, and so you can start your employment at, say, North Carolina, but you haven't agreed to every line item of the contract.
So it's like getting engaged without giving someone a ring.
You know what it kind of is have you ever heard of people going out and getting married and they don't actually get their wedding certificate till weeks after? It's like you went through the ceremony and you can tell everybody you're married and you show up on people's IG feeds as a married couple, but really you're not officially married. There is no legal document that would bind you if insofar as you had a divorce, and there's, so that's what it would be.
Imagine moving into a house, like you've purchased the house, right? In principle, and you've already moved into the house, but nothing's been signed. You have not paid any money to live in that house, but it's your house. Is that what I'm?
A little bit.
Is that what I'm getting at?
A little bit.
It's insane.
So the MOU, and I've operated on an MOU for months.
It's a sticky note IOU.
You do start your general paycheck. Like HR triggers like your general paycheck, but it might be that your buyout isn't agreed upon. So insofar, like if you were to leave, if you were to be fired with or without cause, those details haven't been hammered. And so it's a lot of the details that are on it would be the divorce component of the contract. And that's why it was a bit of a precarious situation for
bizarre situation
for Bill Belichick, and especially, I mean, the one that I heard about the Belichick contract is there was a $10 million buyout that he agreed to, and I think it was part of his MOU, his memorandum of understanding. It was in that document as well. $10 million contract buyout if he left for any job before June 1st of this year. And then that $10 million dropped to $1 million after June 1st. So they just wanted to make sure they got him for 1 year. And then what happens after this year? We'll see.
Spring, keep it moving.
High five.
Bengals GM Duke Tobin was talking out at the Senior Bowl yesterday about some of his key players, Jamar Chase, Trey Hendrickson, and T. Higgins. He said it's going to be hard to find agreements that make sense for everybody in terms of contract extensions. He said that getting Jamar Chase's deal done is a priority. He said that Trey Hendrickson has earned a pay raise. And does this mean that T. Higgins is the odd man out, as many have assumed would be the case? Well, Duke Tobin saying, quote, I've always been very upfront in my desire to have T. Higgins on our team. I've never not been upfront about that, and the desire continues, but we have to be able to come together with this representation on what this means and what the right number is for his experience, for his play time, for his production. Let's find something that works for everybody, because he is a guy that we want to have here, and hopefully that can come together, but we have other guys who are trying to take big bites of the apple in other areas, and we're going to have to balance those as we go forward.
What's the right number for T. Higgins?
20 per?
$20 million per this year would get you Amari Cooper, Brandon Cooks, Deontay Jackson or Johnson, Keenan Allen, Mike Evans.
Those the last one there that was read off.
Also 20 per is a pay cut for T. Higgins.
What was he making?
21.8.
That was his second contract?
21.8. He is the 19th highest paid wideout in the league this year.
How many years of service does he have? 4?
Higgins has been in the league for 5 years. He is 26 years of age.
That was a franchise tag, I believe, that Higgins just played on.
So it still would be a pay cut. I think it takes 27 to get him.
Give me that.
Get him into
Give
the
me
top.
that number.
27 is DJ Moore, Cooper Kupp. Devontae Adams is making 28. Nico Collins is making 24 and a quarter. DK Metcalf 24 on the nose.
Yeah, it'll be that's
maybe 25.
That's the neighborhood right
25 to 27 is the neighborhood.
Yep.
You make that deal if you're Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. 25, 27.
You feel good
You've
about-
got about $40 million in cap space projected by ESPN as of this morning.
You do your homework, and if you feel good about the cultural fit, I think you do it.
If you sign him to that deal, DJ Jones is gone.
Sweet.
Cody Barton's probably gone.
I don't know.
Maybe.
He was my number one, so you keep one.
Still got to slot in picks. It gets tight if you sign him to a $25 to $27 million deal. But you fix a big hole. You fix number one wide receiver. And I think T. Higgins is a true number one.
Mm-hmm.
Without a doubt.
And actually, having T. Higgins with his size, route running ability, opposite Cortland Sutton,
you get big quick.
You are monstrous.
So if you go 4 wide receivers in a set, you would go Higgins, Sutton,
Vele,
6'5", Mims.
Yep.
Mims is your little guy, but you have 3 dudes north of 6'3.5",
and then Tez Johnson. Go 5 wides.
That gets scary quick.
That's pretty good.
It makes a move a little bit, Coach.
Tez Johnson out of the University of Oregon, all 156 pounds of him soaking wet. I'm in.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Coach, did you see Cam Newton was talking with Stephen A. Smith this morning?
What were those two guys talking about?
They were gabbing about, Super
guys.
Bowls and legacies and stuff like that. And
These freaking guys.
you remember in 2015, our old buddy Ryan Harris would always coin this phrase: "We snatched the soul out of Cam Newton." And his comments this morning make me think: did he ever really have the soul of a champion to begin with? Spring?
We've got a former league MVP right here on the set right now in Cam. I ask you, Cam, if you could give back that league MVP for a Super Bowl championship, would you do it?
Nope.
Oh.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Because you have to ask it through this lens. That was a very journalistic viewpoint or vantage point or response, Stephen A. I'll ask you this question, and, just to pose this thought. What's more important, impact or championships? You look at a guy like Allen Iverson, or you stood up on the table and blah, 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 blah. Everybody's not going to be Michael Jordan. Everybody's not going to be Patrick Mahomes. Everybody's not going to be these individuals who have the luxury of saying, hey, I not only dominated this sport, but I also have championships to back it. Like, let me remind you, Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Respectfully, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. So, yes, when you look at those guys and you say, okay, what's more important? Would you have preferred to win a Super Bowl? I think that's the humble approach. But if we're being honest, the impact of you holding yourself accountable to say everybody has a responsibility to do. And you can say as an MVP award winner or an All-American, you've held yourself or you've held your end of the bargain down. And that's what it really comes down to for me. I know that's not the popular pick. I'm trying to be popularized. But my take is I'm taking individual success because I did my job. Football is not about one guy trying to do 11 jobs. It's 11 guys doing one job. And if everybody does their job best, famous words of our coach, Belichick, just do your job.
Do it. All right, Cam. I see what you're doing there, bud. Well, guess what? You played in the most interdependent sport that there ever has been and ever will be, the game of football. 11 starters on each side of the ball, special teams units, roughly 57, 58 players in, say, a college game, and close to 45 in a pro game that all have to depend on one another to do their jobs. And you made it about yourself. So that's why your legacy in football is what your legacy is in football. And it's one of, that was exciting. It was fun while it lasted.
You wore silly hats.
And then it just took a screeching halt because you couldn't get out of your own freaking way. And this is what I say to you, Cam. If individual success matters more in terms of legacy to you, then you should have been a tennis player playing singles. You should have been a golfer.
What is the legacy of Cam Newton?
Goofiness, silliness, freak show athlete. Wow, the guy was incredible when he was there. But he wasted his talent.
3 years.
He wasted
maybe
talent
3 years
because he couldn't get out of his own way.
Okay, I'll give you a run of 5 seasons where he was terrifying to play against, from 2011 to 2015. But that's it, man. And it was up and down, right? Like, he wins Rookie of the Year back in 2011, but they win 6 games. And then 2 years later, they win 12 games. And he's a Pro Bowler. He's got 24 touchdowns. And the year after that, they win 5 games. The year after that, he wins the MVP. They go 15-1. They get blown out in the Super Bowl, and he makes the business decision to not go and get that football that's on the ground.
Yep,
and
that's your legacy, bud.
That's the legacy.
That's the legacy, man.
That's
you know what, though?
the legacy.
But your one MVP season, which was largely due to your solely physical acumen, which is freak show. I saw Cam Newton at a Carolina Panthers practice I went to. I was like, that guy looks like the most insane football player, body type-wise, athleticism, arm talent, everything I've ever seen in my entire life. And you know what he did? Kind of nothing, except for winning MVP.
Let's look back at a couple of singular MVP winners in the last, let's call it 30 years. Matt Ryan, better or worse than Cam Newton?
Worse.
Worse?
Oh, excuse me. Matt Ryan, better.
Better career.
And way more like longevity of his career and relevance. Incredible.
And the Super Bowl, you can't put that loss. I don't think you could really put the loss on him.
Put it on old Gal.
Yeah, put that on Kyle Shanahan. Legacy for Matt Ryan feels better than Cam Newton, who they won their MVP seasons came back to back.
Yeah, he's an instant Ring of Famer or whatever it is at the Falcons organization.
Is Cam Newton an instant Ring of Famer in Carolina?
Bad organization,
probably, right?
dude.
Because you don't have a history of you don't have a championship history.
Just not much there. There's not much to celebrate.
Like who has the better legacy in Carolina? Cam Newton or Jake Delhomme?
I knew you were going there. I'm gonna go Cam Newton. Man.
Cam's the better player. He's got the MVP, but like when I think
Jake didn't win one either.
When I think of he didn't win an MVP. He got there, didn't win it.
Yeah,
I think of the Carolina Panthers, I kind of think of Jake Delhomme.
I love Jake Delhomme. He was great, but Cam Newton won an MVP. Both of them lost in a Super Bowl.
Sean Alexander, better legacy than Cam Newton? Not a quarterback.
No.
Running back. No. Cam's got the better legacy.
Yeah.
Steve McNair shared an MVP with Peyton Manning.
Oh, McNair's
got the better legacy.
He won.
Never won.
Oh, he went to
Never
it.
won one.
Went
to
early.
one.
First
Never
year,
won
right?
one.
First year in Nashville for the Titans organization.
Marshall Faulk.
Oh, Marshall Fox. No
Hall of
question.
Famer?
Oh, yeah.
Cam ain't a Hall of Famer.
Champ, too.
Cam ain't a Hall of Famer.
Marshall Fox, he's a...
Marshall is.
Yeah, but he was also a Super Bowl champ.
Certainly was.
Once or twice?
I don't know how many won. I think it was just one.
I think so.
I don't know.
Marshall.
Oh, this is a decent one. Boomer Esiason. MVP, never won one, never won a Super Bowl. But Boomer is looked at as an all-time quarterback.
Probably Boomer. The long game. It's a bit of the same conversation with Matt Ryan.
Bengals Ring of Honor, one-time MVP, one-time first-team All-Pro in the same year. He had 4 Pro Bowls.
Cam's legacy, the problem with Cam's legacy is that he got in his own way to prevent the further growth within his trajectory as a even a decade-long starter in the National Football League. He couldn't get it done. I mean, he's incredible talent. I would argue Cam Newton is the most talented prospect I have ever seen in my life in the National Football League historically.
Did you ever coach against him in college?
No.
But
never.
You were... Oh, so you were on the West Coast? Where were you?
I was, but see, I was recruiting Charlotte while I was coaching at Sanford, and I had a friend on the staff of the Panthers. I went and hung out at the Panthers facility.
Okay.
And I could kind of see what was to come with the approach to the game of football from Cam. Wild. They had to take breaks in their quarterback meetings I think they had a timer. It was
like mental wellness breaks.
It was like a 3.5 minute break because he would just start going nuts. Like he's like, I can't take this anymore. And he would go like he would just be staring off into the wall. Like, you can't blame him, but I mean, it does. And I've coached guys that have found a way to overcome challenges, learning challenges, or whatever it may be, or anxiety, or ADHD. I have some myself, Raj. You've seen it. You got to be able to do it. And Cam Newton is truly the most talented physical specimen I've ever seen at the quarterback position. And he should have been a multiple MVP winner and a multiple Super Bowl winner had he just chosen the correct path consistently over his career.
That'll do it for us today. For Coach, for Mark Springer filling in for KJ Granderson. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm Alex Ryan. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Get you ready for a double dip on Friday, both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. We got nothing tonight. Absolutely nothing tonight. But we'll be back to preview those games starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Be good. PhD's next.
laying the pipe for your entertainment wherever you need it. Maybe it's a sewer pipe. Maybe it's a drainage pipe. And Tyler just not feeling it today. Hopefully he feels better. Scotty on the road. Coach Michael Malone will join us. I'm sure he's in a great mood today.
Yeah. It's going to be real nice to talk to him after last night.
And Berto's here.
What's up,
My
DMac?
guy.
What's going on, brother?
It's so good to see you, my man. How you doing?
Good. How you doing? I saw you
I'm doing
yesterday,
all right.
but how's your life been?
I appreciate you asking that. It's going good. Little challenge on the bicycle this morning. See, this was a tricky one because I had a little something. I had to be here a couple hours ago. Usually that is highly unusual. Usually I'm walking through the doors, you know, 2-3 minutes before the show. Not unusual that I'm on the old bicycle. And I don't come far. It's just 3 miles down the road. Seriously, it's literally down Yosemite. It's down the road.
Yeah.
A couple little uphill things. But I had to be here a little early and it was snowing out. But here was the tricky part. I knew the sun was coming out later. Like, it's going to be okay.
So you risked it. You were like, let's go. Let's get on a bike and go.
It was a little bit of a moment like, you know, I do have like a fat tire mountain bike sort of deal, you know. I got the Rocket. I got the good bike. I got that. But I also got the, you know.
Like, what's the price? Because former Denver Nugget play-by-play guy and now works for the Colorado Rockies named Jerry Schimmel.
Huge bike rider guy.
And Shim, and for years and years, Shim would like ride his bike across America and stuff like that.
It's crazy he did that.
But the price tag that he would, I could put a down payment on a home.
You don't have to tell me that.
For what he'd pay for some of those bikes. And I'm wondering if you're up in that Schimmel league
yet.
I'm
in, but it's not cheap. I'm in the what is my go? The $4,000 to $6,000 range.
Okay, see, that's still that's nasty. But I'm talking about that like 10 to 15.
Oh no
range.
No.
Like
I'm
dropping
not there.
$10,000 on a bike.
No, but when I threw my bike in wet cement and I smashed my face up and had to get the bike basically. That cost me a couple bucks. That wasn't cheap.
Did you send an email? Because here's the best part about that: you smashed your face up, but it was that night you were supposed to make your debut on Altitude TV, right, at Ball Arena. You were supposed to be on.
It was 2 days later. It was like it was a couple days later. And I told them, I said, listen, my face is messed up. It looks bad. And I sent them a photo. And they're like, yeah, why don't we put a pin on this one? But then like the day of the game, they're like, come on by.
And you're
I was like, are you kidding me? You really want me to come? I'm telling you, it looks terrifying.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, come on in. Because I think they realized because I was okay. So I looked ridiculous, but I was okay.
Yeah, but it looked like you'd gone through a prison riot.
Oh,
you know
no
what
doubt
I mean?
about
It didn't look like you just fell off your bike. It looked like you got smashed.
No, and I'm not a good-looking guy to start with. So this is a true story. The accident that happened was on Halloween.
Was it really?
Oh, yeah. It was like 4 o'clock on Halloween. Kids come to the door around 6. So my bike actually worked, even though my face was all messed up, and I'm only like 3 miles down the road. So I did ride after I got in my accident, I rode my bike home. And I was bleeding and gross, and I walked through the door. My wife, I'm like, hey, I'm okay. But as we healed up and whatever, we realized I was too scary looking to answer the door for little kids on Halloween.
They'd be freaking out.
Like, that's like on Halloween when you're normally in crazy disguises, it was too real looking. So yes, I did not answer the door that night, and but they had me on Altitude TV. You know what's ironic? They really haven't had me back since.
I wonder why. Would you scare the viewers off, bro?
This might be scarier than the accident. Just healed up.
No, man, it was literally like half your face. I remember like half your face was just
something.
Like you were Two-Face from Batman, man.
That's a good comparison.
It was scary. Like if you turned one side, you looked okay, but then as soon as you no bueno.
And then let me tell you, 2 weeks later, I laid my bike down again. And a car ran over the bike seat. Yeah, I didn't even talk about that one because it was embarrassing. But it was like that one was like slow motion. Like it's like a patch of ice. Hold on. It's like everything happened super slow. And it was on the road, so my bike was just out in the road just a little bit. And this car just like ran over my seat. I was like, hey, dude, how about backing up?
You might have to just rethink this whole bike thing. Is there something else you can do?
I should. But today I rode in the snow a little. I got fat tires, though. I went real super slow. I took it easy.
All right.
Got a little pump in. Got a couple of hills.
How many times has that been a terrible mistake on your part where you're like, I'm going to ride the bike, and then halfway here or halfway after work, you're like, nah, that was a terrible idea.
It has not happened yet.
Okay.
Has not happened. Because cold is cold. Like, who cares? Cold, I go skiing.
Yeah.
You go ski? You ski? Snowboard? You do anything?
No. I haven't skied
Really?
or snowboard. I've lived in Denver for 28 years now. No, I haven't skied or
You gotta be
snowboarded in
kidding
like
me.
20.
Oh, well, I love. Okay. That's weird. Okay, cool. But I love skiing and getting out in the mountains. So being cold that's whatever. That's just outdoor activity. It's just, sliding all over the place and killing yourself.
Yeah.
That's the difference. What do you got? You got a text? You
No,
texting?
yeah.
You got some breaking news?
Yeah.
What do you got there?
Somebody went full Photoshop on your face, bro. Yeah, I'll show Twitch too.
Look how scary that is.
That is you. I mean, we've got a side-by-side comparison of Aaron Eckhart in The Dark Knight.
Two-Face.
As Two-Face.
Yeah.
And then you doing the show. Man, you
It's
messed
terrifying.
yourself up.
I know.
Did you catch yourself with your face?
Yes.
That's what hit first.
Yes.
What were you doing with your hands, brother?
On the handles. Because I didn't see it coming. I went through there, had a couple little cones. I'm like, all right, there's something here, but whatever. There's cones all over the road. I did not realize it was literally wet cement. So I'm going through the cones, bam! Like, there's no, hey, it's about to happen, whatever. My other little accident, 2 weeks later, I could see coming from a mile away. No. Just imagine going along, and without thinking about it, you're stopping yourself with your face.
Did you know immediately you'd messed yourself up?
Yes.
Immediately.
Why, man? Landed on my face. My glasses were destroyed. Destroyed. And sadly, because my eyes are so messed up, my glasses that's $1,000.
Oh, really?
Because it's not the frame. My prescription is
It's just wonky.
It's this. It's a thing.
LASIK, brother.
I can't. I'm not a candidate for it.
Oh, you're that messed up.
I'm that messed up.
Ooh.
I've looked into that maybe half dozen times over 30 years.
And they're like, nah.
Nope. I'm one of the few people that can't even get it. I would do it in a heartbeat if I could.
Yeah.
That's how messed up my eyes are.
Sorry, bro.
You know why?
Why?
So I was coming out the chute. They put forceps on my head. I got a dent in my head right here.
Oh,
right up here.
no.
Yeah, I got a dent. It screwed up so nobody in my family really has bad vision problems. But
Except for you.
I was coming out and they were like, the big, huge clamps.
Yeah.
To suck a baby out.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you ever think how much that might have messed you up?
Totally.
How much different are you from the rest of your family?
I'm the only blonde and I'm the only one wearing glasses.
Yeah, you got messed up, man, and it started at birth.
That's
crazy.
Didn't even have a shot.
Nah.
Never mind, I couldn't dunk.
Nah.
I mean, and listen, when I'm a little parenting advice, because kids just don't know when you're 10 years old that you're never going to be able to dunk. You need to have a chat with your kid because as a parent.
Wait, right now? Tell them you can't. There's some things you just can't do.
I'm telling parents when it comes to sports, there are things your kid is not going to be able to do. I was doing hockey and basketball at the exact same time.
Mm-hmm.
My dad played hockey at Northeastern. My grandfather played hockey at Northeastern. My uncle played hockey at Cornell. We're short Irish people. Why would they let me touch a basketball?
Listen, man, just trying to keep the dream alive. You're a father, but if you had a kid right now with athletic, even just the littlest bit of athletic talent, or let's say a whole chunk of it.
Yeah.
Say you got an athletic kid at the age of 12, right before the teens.
Yeah.
What would you suggest as someone who's been in the sporting world now for a quarter of a century? What would you suggest that kid do? If just an athletic kid, if you're like, I want my kid to have a future as a professional.
Let me give you advice. A professional?
Yeah.
Golf. But it's the best pro sport you can be. But here's what I would do with every single kid, boy or girl, it does not matter. I would stick my kid in two things to see who they are. One, ice skating lessons. Got to get them young. Got to get them up to speed.
Okay.
And if they take to it, they take to it. If they don't, they don't. But you can start that at about 4 or 5 years old. The other sport is wrestling.
Really?
Find a wrestling club. Because wrestling teaches you everything you need to know for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean you have to be a wrestler, through and through.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get your nose bent a little bit, you can cry. Every wrestler I know cries. Every kid, the toughest wrestler you've ever known, ever cries. Can you come back from that adversity to keep going? And it'll point you in the right direction in life. Now, it doesn't mean you have to be a wrestler. Just means you're suited for one thing or another. But wrestling for a little kid, it's aerobic, it's toughness, it's physical, it's the best.
Man, I had not thought about that. That's not the not the lane I would have
Because
driven
every other sport can be picked up later on. But how tough are you as a kid? And skating is like, you got to just learn how to do it or you're just, forget it. Because hockey's two sports. It's skating and it's hockey. It's two sports at the same time. And by the time you're 10, if you haven't started at 5 or 6, it's too late.
You got to start young.
You got to start young. It's just ice skating. It's a good thing to know how to do. Period. Any other sport you can pick up.
There's no other. Ice skating is like a survival skill or something like that.
But if you don't have the skills with it, you just can't do the sport. Yeah. And it's an awesome sport. So and you, like, my older kid took to it, my younger kid didn't. So my older kid played hockey, was amazing. He can skate like unbelievable. My younger son, had it's just like whatever. But he was a wrestler.
Yeah.
Neither one of them. I mean, it was just a great building block thing for everything else they did. My younger son ended up playing college baseball, and my older son, did his own thing, kind of played baseball, varsity baseball, and hockey in high school. But, then he had other interests, and he moved on with life.
All right.
But it's wrestling's an unbelievable sport to put your kid in. Boy or girl. Boy or girl does not matter.
Is football, like youth football,
you don't
popular?
Unless you're a quarterback, you don't need to play football until you're in high school.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
How
young do they start playing ball here in Colorado? Like, how young is the youngest, like,
tackle football?
Yeah, like
7, 8, 9, 10.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
Man, I had no idea.
Yeah, but listen, if you want to do it, you got a good coach and they know how to do it. It's fun. It's cool. But you don't have to. Like, football is the easiest sport in the world. Football is literally the easiest sport to play.
See-ball, tackle ball? See-ball, catch ball?
Because either you're an athlete or you're not. Either you're strong or you're not. Either you're fast or you're not.
Yeah.
There's except for quarterback, the skill level can be picked up by anybody. There's kids that never play football who are incredible football players. There's not a lot of coordination to it, depending on what. You got to be strong. You got to be fast.
Right.
I sucked at football because I was neither of those things.
But Quinn Miners doesn't need to run a 4.2 40.
Not really, man.
He can just sit there and take up space, and you're
Sure.
good.
There's something to that.
All right, man.
Well, that's how I'm doing. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good.
We're not Micah Malone on.
Yeah, I don't even know what the first thing I want to ask Coach. I mean,
well, you better think of it because Scott Hastings is setting up. Look at Scotty. Scotty's getting set. He's in City of Brotherly Love.
Yeah.
But we got the skeleton crew today. I'm glad Scotty's on. Great to have you here. Cole's in here for Dan Tanner today. There you, Scotty. We gotta go to. Can you talk? Do we got Scotty up?
No.
He's got his headset on.
He's just kind of wandering.
Oh, I see you. Can you talk?
Hey, Philly looks pretty nice, man. Look at it. It looks like sunnier than here.
Sun's coming out here. It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Show's been on for 22 years.
Hey, somebody forgot to teach Colton how to put me up.
He's doing his best. He's filling in. We got you. Hey, we're gonna have Coach Malone on here in a second.
Yeah, I just saw him.
Okay.
I just saw him 2 minutes ago.
All right,
Took it like a little train ride. You know what? I got to say this. I don't know if I want to do it every day, but it was actually kind of enjoyable. Sit on the train, just
from New York to Philly?
Here.
We're going to hear all about it. Yeah,
about an hour and 20 minutes, I think, 15 minutes.
Yeah, the Avs just did this too. The Avs took a train from New York City to Long Island.
Scotty, do you remember the last time I remember the Nuggets taking a train? They then lost to the Nets by like 40 points.
Nice memory.
Remember everybody blamed Jim Gillen
that
for
was
it?
During the Jim Jim Gillen era.
Yes.
And that was probably 10 or 12 years ago. We've taken a train about once a year for the last 4 or 5.
Oh,
okay. But after Gillen and we got hammered by 40, we didn't take a train for about 5 or 6 years. That's for sure.
All right. Well, hang
Or
on.
more.
You're hooked up. You just got in. Michael Malone will join us. Berto's here. Cole's here. You're here listening, and we appreciate it, man. So, Coach Malone, tough game last night. 3-game losing streak. Switched up the starting lineup. Should be in a great mood. So we'll talk to the coach. We'll talk to the coach coming up.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
All right, it's PhD. Scotty, my man.
Yes, sir.
All right, talk to us about your travel stuff.
Well, like Berto mentioned a while ago, we did this years and years ago, like 20, I think it was probably 20-some when Jim Gillen was still the head athletic trainer, and we took a train, and it was kind of a debacle. We had to put all of our bags on the train, and you pull all your bags off the train, and you had to go up these escalators, and then you had to get a bus, and it really didn't save tons of times the way they did it. And we played Brooklyn the next day, and I think that was a back-to-back. And it was Brooklyn, right? I don't think they were still in New Jersey. It was Brooklyn, and they beat us by 40. And I don't remember who the coach at the time, George or somebody, that we ain't ever taking a train again. Blah, blah, blah. And so we didn't for about 10 years or so.
Okay.
And the last few we've been doing it. It's a unique thing. Like I said, it was an hour and 15 minutes.
That's nothing.
We had to have our bags down by 11, and once the truck was loaded, they just took off. And so the bags are already here, so we just got on a train.
Yeah.
And literally sat down, and the train rolled. Like when you get on the airplane, I don't know if Bertle's ever flown, but you get on the airplane, and it's 30 minutes here, check the engine this, blah 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 blah, and it's 45 minutes from the time you get on the airplane sometime or longer before you take off. This thing, I mean, we literally just sat down 2 minutes, and then boom, the train's rolling.
Well, did you have your own private car, or were you just like on a?
They had like it was a private train. They had like five cars maybe. Had a little dining area that you could get sodas and snacks. And the funny thing is, in the modern pro sports, you have nutritionists that are hired by the team, and they set what's on the airplane and what food you get. And man, you go Amtrak, you got Snickers bars and peanut M&Ms and Mrs. Fields cookies, and I mean it was
awesome.
it was grandma's and grandma's chocolate chip cookies.
Those things are great.
Doritos,
whatever.
It was, and like I was talking to Dan Cheminsky. I said, boy, the players got to love this because we didn't have control of the snacks on this thing. And dudes, and mostly coaches and man, I watch these guys snack up about 4 bags of peanut M&Ms and Snickers and throw it in their bag to take off the train. But no, so yeah, you get a snack car. The coaches were in one car. Muggles were and support staff kind of in another car, and then the back car was the players.
All right, so the Avalanche, by the way, I don't know if you knew this, but they took a train from New York City to Long Island for the Islanders game. They did not have a private train.
No.
The video is hysterical. They just went to a train station where anybody would go. So there's Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon and, not Mikko, not on the team anymore. And they're walking down just like any train platform. They're just standing on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Train rolls up. Nietzsche was on that train.
Nietzsche was on the train. Yeah, well.
Nietzsche came.
Yeah, and Nietzsche must have had a weird experience because his old team, the Canes, played, and then he got traded. They played in Long Island.
Yes.
He gets
he
traded.
had to go back and then come back is
right.
basically what happened.
He did kind of a bing bong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and tough moment for Nietzsche there. But okay, cool. I'm glad that you're there. Tough game.
And by the way, this is the greatest hotel that we stay at, in my opinion.
In Philly? Why?
The elevators. It's just gorgeous. I mean, I'll show you later. I mean, it's just a great room.
Okay.
But I'm looking out the street in front of me. There's a little circle drive. I may have told you this last year, and it goes out, and I'm looking at that building. The Rocky ran up.
That's the art museum.
Ran up the steps.
You can see the art museum from your hotel.
Yeah, it's right there.
Let
me get the Twitch.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll pull it over.
There's a big long road that leads up. I forget the name of it. It's like Independent something Avenue of the Americas or something. No, I can't see anything.
See, there's the road.
Oh, there you go. Well, point down. Oh, there you go.
So there's
yeah.
There's the road.
Yep.
And it ends right.
Leads right up to
the art museum.
Well, are you gonna do the run?
Come on, dog.
Well, are you gonna do it or not?
Are you going to leave the hotel room before tomorrow night?
Come on. Have you ever done the Rocky Run or not in all your times in Philadelphia? Have you ever done it?
Up the steps?
Yeah, well, you got to run down the block a little bit. You can't just run up the steps. I mean, you got to run a little bit before the steps. You've never done the Rocky Run. How many times have you been to Philadelphia? 1,000?
Let's see. Since 1982.
Yeah.
Count the games.
I mean, what are we talking about?
I used to be in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, so you've been to Philadelphia at least 500 times.
Yes. Yeah.
You've been to Philadelphia 500 times, ballparking, and you've never done the Rocky Run up the stairs at the Art Museum place.
2 times for 9 years. I haven't been there. It's not,
Whatever.
No.
Berto, if you were in Philadelphia, what?
I've been in Philadelphia when we had a 2-foot snowstorm and canceled the game, so no one was going out running the Rocky.
That would have been even better. That's what Rocky did to get ready for Drago. The snow. What do you think? The snow got in his way? It's like wrestling a bear.
Listen, I needed all the strength. I needed all the strength I can muster to go against Moses. Okay, he's going against Drago. I'm going against a biblical character.
Well, training is training.
Come on now, he's going against Drago. So no, I've never done it.
Well, do it today. Do it today, Scott. It's a nice day.
No.
Berto, if you were in Philadelphia, and would you do the Rocky Stairs?
I don't know. Probably not. I'm a fairly lazy human being.
Holy
man.
cow!
I'll walk up there just to see the statue.
Walk up the stairs?
What's up, Balboa? But I'm not going to run up the
statue.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 blocks away. 9 blocks away.
It's maybe a half mile. It's a half mile, and it's like, by the way, the Rocky statue is at the bottom right of the statue is not at the top of the stairs.
Oh, it's not?
No,
You don't have to run to the top of that thing to see it?
At the top, they have a little square block, and it says Rocky. Like where he stood with that scene, it says Rocky at the top, but it's small. The statue is down bottom right of the stairs.
Really?
I thought they moved the statue. Did they put it back?
They did. It's the bottom right of the stairs. It was somewhere else, and they put it at... You know what? Why don't you go check it out for yourself?
Is that city just loaded up with Eagle
I have a broken
nonsense
left
right now?
foot.
You do not have a broken left foot.
When did you break your foot?
He didn't. He's full of crap.
I have a Liz Frank fracture in my left foot, and walking very long crushes me.
Oh, my God.
Crushes my soul. I'm doing everything I can. I'm wearing orthopedics so I can try to get my foot right.
Then hobble up the stairs on one foot. Be a man. Be Rocky. What would Rocky do?
Well, you know what? Modern Rocky, millennial Rocky would Uber over there and get out and maybe walk the steps, maybe.
All right, we're gonna have Malone on. What's the betting? Do you think
that's where I'm at. And you know what's even cooler though? I got to point this out. I didn't show you. Right. There's a prison or an old prison. It might be one of those that's like haunted. I can also see an old prison that's right out here. That's the one I'd like to go visit. I think that's intriguing.
You want to visit an old prison?
Have Colton look that up.
Well,
go, like one of them old ones you see on them haunted places.
No,
haunted shows.
Scotty, go steal a car, and we'll get that done. We'll
get arrested and spend the night over there.
Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. The Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Coach, can we start with something fun here before we talk about other stuff? Can I start with something fun for you today?
Yeah, I'd love to do something fun. I could use the 4 lanes to fun right now.
Okay, all right, let's start with something fun. I'm sure you've been to Philadelphia a million times. Have you ever run the Rocky Stairs, which I think is pretty close to where you guys are staying to? Have you ever done the Rocky Stairs?
Of course. I've been coming here for 20-something years now in the NBA, and back when I was younger and my knees could function, I would always try to make a point to get out and run, and how could you not run the stairs when they're right down the street from your hotel?
That is what I'm saying, and we got Hastings over here, and he's, I don't know, making up excuses about Liz Frank, and he's been there 500 times, and he's making excuses about guarding Moses Malone. I mean, how do you not run the stairs?
Well, and let's be honest, he never really guarded Moses Malone. He might have matched up to him. But he didn't really guard him.
Wow. You want to take that one, Scott?
Hey, I don't want to say anything. My first dunk in the NBA was over Moses Malone. Come on now.
Hey, Here's a funny story about Moses Malone. So I'm Catholic. I'm getting ready for my confirmation. And I tell my mother, I said, listen, Ma, I want to take Moses as my confirmation name. And, Moses is he's a pretty big guy in the Bible. So I'm thinking she's going to buy it.
Right.
And I wanted it because of Moses Malone. Faux.
That's great.
And
That's awesome.
My mother, she put her foot down, and I wound up taking her father's name, George. So no Moses for me, but I was always a big Moses fan.
That is awesome. You asked for Moses. That's your confirmation.
That's great,
name.
actually.
That's great. All right. How we doing there, Coach? Where's our head at? Like, what's going on? What do you think at this point?
Well, obviously, what I think, simply stated, is losing sucks.
Yeah.
It's never a good feeling, and to lose 3 games in a row is really disappointing for a team. When you start this trip, we had just gone 12-3 in our last 15 games, and I think it's a reminder that an NBA season, 82 games, is a long season. Lots of ups and downs, lots of twists and turns. And after playing so well, Minnesota, Chicago, and last night New York, we have not done enough to secure a win. And we have 2 more chances, starting in Philly tomorrow, ending in Charlotte, to try to finish this road trip with some positivity by getting wins. And how do you do that? And obviously right now, in the last 3 games, our defense has disappeared. We're 30th in defense in the last 3 games. A big part of that is our offense. We're turning the ball over. We're 30th in turnovers and points given off of our turnovers. So the offense and defense always go hand in hand, and we have to get back to taking care of the ball, getting back in transition, and just being a lot more disciplined in everything we're trying to do.
Yeah, and you didn't really have as much. I think the turnovers in that Chicago game for points, but it still was. I still think it was pretty high. Last night you were minus 20 in that category, 23-20. And I know we've talked before, and you've talked about it before too. It's great. Let's get defense. Let's get the defense. But if you're giving 37 points up off of your turnovers to Minnesota, you're giving up a minus 20 in a game against last night in New York. Man, you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball to where now everything else has to be almost perfect, and you still might not win the game.
Yeah, it's really a concern right now because, to your point, in the last 3 games, our opponents are averaging 26 points a game of our mistakes. And the interesting thing is last night, I think we had 14 turnovers, which is not a bad number, obviously, but we gave up 23 points off of those, and a lot of them were live ball turnovers that fueled their break, and they got easy points. And when you're only generating 3 points off of theirs, that 20-point differential is huge. It was the same thing in Minnesota. Minnesota scored 37 points off our 20 turnovers. So we all know this. Good teams do not beat themselves, especially on the road. So that's priority number 1 is take care of the ball, which flows into our transition defense. And then when we get into a transition defense, our 3-point defense as of late has just been, non-existent. And we have to do a better job, coaches, players, of finding ways to eliminate teams shooting and making 17 threes a game per game in the last 3. And those are the 2 biggest concerns I have would be the turnovers and then our 3-point defense. And I know we can do it because for 15 games prior to this road trip, we were the number 6 defense in the NBA and playing at a high level on both ends of the floor.
Did you like the way
Coach,
you're? Oh, sorry, Scotty. Go ahead. Go ahead. Well, let me ask.
Okay,
Coach.
well, Coach.
Somebody asked me a damn question.
Do it, Scotty.
We talked about yesterday, and it, we're on radio, and it's obviously not as visual. We talked about lack of practice time, and how it's one thing to walk through a ballroom, but you're literally walking through as opposed to being on the floor and being able to show stuff. But I talked about in defensive rotations. I want to see what your take on this. A good defense, especially weak side. If I'm a weak side guy, and they're running a high pick and roll, and teams run a lot of high pick and rolls against you guys, I'm anticipating that before that guy even starts rolling. If I'm that first weak side guy, I'm anticipating that guy rolling before he rolls so I can meet him higher as opposed to at the rim. And congruently, the guy that now is going to get, help the helper, that guy's already got to be anticipating and moving down also. How hard is that to stress? How hard is that to get into action, if you will, if really because of the schedule and everything else you're doing it, you're just talking about it and walking through in the ballroom?
Well, first off, you used the word congruently, so I want to say congratulations on that. That's a big word.
Thank you.
And I could sit here and say, yeah, we don't have practice time. We haven't had a chance to get into a gym and get maybe the reps. There is some game slippage, but to be honest, that would be an excuse because I think every NBA team is going through the same thing right now. And when I try to wrap my head around, I don't know if I've ever seen a team who's played so well over 15 games and then just snap your fingers and all of a sudden playing so poorly. And again, that starts with me. One thing I always try to do is it's never our player, it's we. When we go 12-3 in the last 15, it's we, it's us. When you go 0-3, it's still we and us. And I have to do a better job as a head coach of coaching, of teaching, of holding guys accountable, cleaning things up. And our players have to take ownership of that and try to be better. But I do agree with your thought process there. Good defenses are 5 guys working as one. They're on a string. They're reading and reacting off of each other. And we're just not working as one right now. We have a couple of guys working and another couple of guys maybe not. And we're off. We're off of rhythm right now. And obviously that's our challenge going into Philadelphia tomorrow night, a team that's won 4 in a row, playing at a much higher level than the team we saw in Denver just a few games ago. So hopefully tomorrow night's an opportunity for us to get back to playing the level and brand of basketball I know this team is capable of.
Did you like the way the new look starting 5 came out last night, or is that too hard to tell when Jokers gets in the foul trouble he did against New York?
Yeah, I mean, it was really hard to tell, especially in the first half. I think at the 10:40 mark of the first quarter, Nikola picked up his second foul and had to go to the bench. Michael Porter picked up his second foul. Shortly thereafter, he had to go to the bench. I was really proud of the group that was out there. Nikola goes out at the 10:40 mark, second foul. We get down by 12. It looks like it's going to get ugly quickly in the Garden. And our guys that were out there, they competed, they fought, and we were in the game. I mean, we're up 8 with 7 to go in the third quarter. I think with 4 minutes to go in the game last night, 4:40, we're down by 4 points. So we competed, we played hard, but the turnovers, the transition, and then Jalen Brunson in that third quarter were all problematic.
All right, what's the thought process going forward, one way or the other, with AG in the starting lineup? Not. I mean, Christian's playing great. It can't be an easy decision, that's for sure. I'm just curious what your mindset is when you're thinking about it and how you're going to move forward with it.
Yeah, definitely. Never an easy decision. And, on one hand, you have Aaron Gordon, who has been a starting power forward since day one, helped us win a championship as our starting power forward, and who has been patient in his return to play and, finally had a minute restriction that was lifted, and now you could start him. And so if I'm going to put Aaron Gordon back in the lineup, that means somebody's got to come out from a group that's played really well.
Right.
And it came down to Christian Brown or Russell Westbrook. And both guys have great cases to stay in the lineup.
Right.
And the reason I decided to take Christian out was going into the game last night, the best two-man combo in the NBA has been Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic. And so I like having Russ out there while Nikola's out there. I think they play off of each other really well. And I also know that CB, as a young kid, he's willing to do whatever it takes for this team to win. And as I told him yesterday when I met with him, whether you start or come off the bench, CB, we need you to be who you are, to bring your aggression, your toughness, and that mindset. And last night, coming off the bench, he still plays 29 minutes. Mm-hmm. He goes out there, gets us 13 points, 5 rebounds, gets to the foul line 4 times, and did a lot of really good things for us. So
You could almost call Christian Brown our sixth starter. He's that important to this team, and I give him a lot of credit because I knew he wouldn't be excited about that decision I'm making, but he fully embraced it and is ready to do whatever is going to help this team win, and that's what I love about the kid.
All right, Scotty, one more before we go. You got something for
The
Coach?
last thing for me, this because I'm gonna flash back to the Poconos. What were them?
Poconos.
5-star camps. I don't know if you ever got to work to the 5-star camps or go to the 5-star camps or all that stuff. And it's probably not politically correct now, but good defense, right? Weak side defense. Remember what we were taught? It was point your pistols. Point the fingers at the ball and your man at all times and be able to see both right there. That is a basic principle we're taught when we're just getting into basketball. That being said, is that not the same even at the pro level, that if you can keep that type of discipline, you're always kind of going to be in the right position to at least make a play and help side?
Yeah, well, first off, 5-star. Obviously, my father worked 5-star camp for years and was part of the 5-star family with guys like, Hubie Brown, and who we worked for with the Knicks many, many years ago. And I went to that camp and played at that camp every year at my high school. And you have the best players in the country, and I have a lot of great memories from 5-star and all the great coaching you received. And a lot of the same things still apply to today. And to your point, last night we probably had 4 instances where we got beat with back cuts. And the reason you're getting beat with a back cut is because you're above your man, you're not seeing ball and man, or you're getting caught ball watching and a guy's cutting behind you. And some of the fundamentals in recent years have gone by the wayside. And I'm not blaming it all on AAU basketball, but when you're taught how to play the fundamentals, feeding the post, that's another lost art that a lot of guys don't know how to do anymore. And so that's our job, my job, to make sure that we're revisiting those things and teaching those things. As these players get younger and younger, you have to continue to teach more and more. And obviously, with the way we're playing right now, we have our hands full. I have to do a better job of helping our guys, and that's from Nicola on down, all of our players, so we can go out there and play better and give ourselves a better chance to win. I don't like losing 3 games in a row, but I accept where we are. And now the challenge is to figure out how the hell to get out of that. And that's all the energy I'm putting in, is staying with my group, staying connected, staying positive, and try to help them as much as I can.
All right, Coach, we'll let you go. I'll give you a chance to chime in because everybody in the brother has done it, because Silver was on with Dan Patrick talking about 10-minute quarters. You got any 2 cents on that one?
He had a great answer on it last night. I'm with Coach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was asked about it last night pregame, right after they had, I guess, spoken to Adam Silver.
Yeah.
And my Cliff Notes answer is I'm not a fan of it. I'm the son of a coach. My father was a coach in the NBA for 30 years. I've been in it close to 25. I love the purity of this game, the history of this game.
Yeah.
And as I said yesterday, I know the league has concerns about viewership and how do we keep fans engaged. And now you're talking about 10-minute quarters. You're talking about 4-point lines. You're talking about all this stuff. I'm a purist. I hope we don't change the game and we find other ways to keep our fans engaged.
All right, Coach, listen, have a cheesesteak, run the Rocky stairs, just shake the cobwebs. We'll be all right. It's going to be all right.
Hey.
We'll get it back on track, no doubt, right?
So when I woke up this morning, we took the train down, which I love doing. We hopped on the train down to Penn Station, took it down to Philly.
So cool.
And one of the coaches looked at me and said, "Hey, the sun came out today." Yeah. And when you lose a game, at least for me, it's like the world's coming to an end. And when you lose 3 games in a row, it's even that much harder. But then you have to remind yourself of the sun comes up, and tomorrow is a new day, a new opportunity for us to improve and try to get back to our winning ways.
All right, Coach, we appreciate it. Best of luck. Yes,
Coach,
Scotty?
the sun will come up tomorrow.
All right, Scott.
You can bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there will be sun.
Okay. Thank you, Coach.
I appreciate that, Annie. Well,
yeah.
Thank you, Annie.
You're welcome.
Hey, he's not Andy. He looks a lot more like Daddy Warbucks these days than Andy these days. That's for sure.
Oh, He's never looked like Andy.
Without the money.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, Coach. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Michael Malone Show brought to you by the Central City. Central City. I know
Casino
I got
Parkway.
them.
4
I
lanes
got
of fun.
it.
Central City.
Golly, Central City Casino
4
Parkway.
lanes to fun.
You know, take I-70 to exit 243. You're 4 lanes to fun.
That's right.
Because Coach threw that line in to start his interview.
Coach
remember?
knows what's up.
No, man. All right, we got to take a quick
4
break.
lanes of fun.
We can reflect on some of those things that Coacher had to say coming up next. All right, Scott, we only have a couple minutes here. We appreciate Coach Malone. Berto's here, too. Great to have Berto sitting in today. Tyler, bit under the weather. He'll be back hopefully tomorrow. We only have like a couple minutes here. Takeaways there from Coach Malone. We'll get in some other stuff here at the top of the hour, but a couple of takeaways there.
Couple of takeaways. Let's go big to small. Big is I've never met a coach worth his salt that doesn't absolutely be eaten up for a losing streak.
Right.
And once you get to 3, you're kind of in a losing streak. So haven't seen him pre- and post-game yesterday. Saw him in the food line both last night and this morning. He wears those losses. I think he has bounced back better over the years, but so no coach likes that. It's really funny, and I fight with this all the time because I think they can be okay. They've got some issues defensively. They've got 2 or 3 guys that need to play big minutes and need to be big in those minutes. That are a minus defender. If you were talking one-on-one defenders, or probably minus defenders more a lot of the time anyway. But still, if you're giving Minnesota 37 points off your turnovers, if you're being outscored 23-3 on turnovers on the other end, your offense is contributing to crap, right? Of your defense. If you want to be below a point of turnover if you can. A point of turnover, you're kind of living right there. I think that's okay. But you kind of want to be right at a point, if not a little lower per turnover. If you're doing that, then, take 18 points off the Minnesota game, probably a different game now down the stretch. You take last night 10 points off the game, or even 8 points off the game, it's probably a different game down the stretch. They got to get better with that. That's one. And then coach said at the end, they stand around. They got 2 or 3 guys that if you're always reacting defensively instead of acting and being in the action sooner, then you're always chasing. And once you get to a defensive philosophy, a defensive agenda of always chasing defensively, you're screwed. You're not going to win. You're going to lose a lot of games. You're not going to stop anybody.
All right, well, to keep that in mind, we do got to take a quick break here, but we'll talk about slump busting. We'll also have no dumb questions. Adam Schefter will join us. Yeah, so plenty to come as we get – the sun did come out tomorrow, Annie. I swear to God. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction, that's a losing streak that you should snap. And if you found yourself just, this, that, it's going to be all right. And now you're just dealing with it? Why? You don't have to. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served tens of thousands of men, many perhaps in the same situation as you. And with 5 locations on the Front Range, Fort Collins, down to Colorado Springs, everywhere in between, they're there for you. So listen, it's easy. It's a simple decision. 720-440-7900. Hit them up. Go on in. Initial visit's only $99. PSA test. Get a consult. If it doesn't work, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. It's going to work. So Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, like most men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Again, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Welcome to the show. Scott Hastings in Philadelphia. Berto here in studio. Tyler is out here today. Scott, I don't mean to surprise you with this too, but I just noticed it during the commercial break and we're going to have Adam Schefter on here in about 35 minutes or so. But I'm seeing this news about Justin Tucker. Are you seeing this? Did you see that, Scott, or am I surprising you with that? I don't mean to surprise you.
I don't have any news on Justin.
Well, he's being accused by the Baltimore Banner. I'm not sure what kind of newspaper that is, but of inappropriate behaviors with 6 massage therapists. And he has written a lengthy response to it where he is defending himself to the absolute hilt. So we'll see where that goes, and we'll have Adam on with us in about a half hour or so to sort of go into it. So I'll sort of reserve any judgment we'll hear from Adam about it in just a little bit, but that's literally just coming out within the past half hour. So we'll see. We'll see what that story is. Scott, slumps. Talk to me about slumps. And when are you in a slump and when are you not in a slump? And when do you get out of it and how you get out of it? And are the Nuggets in one right now?
I guess if you're 1 of 20 and you're a baseball player, you're probably considered a slump.
I'd say so, yes.
If I think the last 3 games, I would say Porter's 3-point shot would be a close slumper, wouldn't it? I think he was 1 of 5, 1 of 6 the last couple nights. Mm-hmm. 2 of 7 maybe the night before. I don't know. Every guy goes through periods of not feeling right. I knew a guy that always shot bad after he cut his fingernails.
Okay.
Because he wanted to hear that little of the fingernail going, last touching the leather of the basketball before he shot it. And when he cut his fingernails, he couldn't hear it for a while. I always shot terrible. Every time I cut my fingernails, I always shot terrible. I was just the opposite. If I don't mind doing too long, I felt like I couldn't shoot. So I don't know. A lot of things happen. The games, it's a long season. You're going to have periods of drought and struggles. The key is the play is one thing because everybody has a handful of games where you struggle shooting. What you can't let it do is affect the emotional. Once it affects the emotional, maybe that's the true definition of a slump, D, is when you've allowed a poor performance to linger multiple games and it starts to affect the emotion.
Well, what hit me was when Coach Malone, who was on with us, said, how does a team that's been playing so well, which they were, like a light switch, start playing so bad?
I mean, tomorrow is the 17th game the Nuggets will play this month. Tomorrow is game 17 of the month.
That's a lot.
Which is a lot. And I'm assuming that, fatigue, Scotty, affects everything, right? It affects the Nuggets' turnovers. It affects their shooting percentage. It affects everything that they're doing out there. But I really don't know whether or not the Nuggets are fatigued. I just know that that's a lot of games.
Well, maybe I should check in with you guys. Is it just a losing streak or is it a bit of a slump right now? And the only reason I even put slump out there is just because of the radical difference that they're playing now compared to a week ago. Mm-hmm. It was weird.
Yeah, I don't even know if the fatigue gets it. I was talking to somebody at breakfast this morning, and listen, we stay in just fabulous hotels, and we usually fly just unbelievably fine accommodations. But it's the grind. It's boom, get in the city, boom. So it's not just the fatigue; it's the tedium. How do you break up the tedium of, unpack your bag, go to practice, do the see the film, see the meeting, go to him, pack your bag, eat dinner, go to breakfast.
You got to break. You got to break the routine. You got to go.
You have to break the.
You got to go run the Rocky stairs.
Bro.
I know. I seriously, if things are just going kind of weird or I'm a little bit of a rut, I mean, 303-504-0925. When you're in a slump, when you're in a rut.
What do you do?
I like just getting outside. I'm not joking. Like and shake something up. Like go to work a different way or, go to a restaurant you don't normally go to or I don't know, man.
Is in baseball, though, there's a different way to break a slump, right? And maybe the Nuggets or the Avs could try that as well. Are the Avs slumping?
Are you talking slump busting?
Yeah, I'm talking about slump busting.
Well, that's a whole other thing.
Are the Avs slumping too? The Avs have lost 3 of 4 or 4
well,
or 5?
to me, a slump means you're better than what you're doing.
Okay.
That's what I define a slump as. You're better than what you're doing. Now, if you're just not that good, you're not in a slump.
Is Jamal Murray in a 3-month slump right now, or
is it who he is?
Or is it just it's just who he is right now? I don't know.
Scott, you want to take a poke at that one?
Well, he had 31 yesterday, so if you just follow stats, you would say, "Oh, that's fine."
33. Don't shortchange him. It was 33. Yeah.
But I don't know. I've got thoughts. I thought Joker was a little weird last night.
Yeah,
he
was a little weird.
He gets in foul trouble. But I will say this: and he hasn't done this in a while, but he's had a history of getting a little sensitive and just saying, "Fine, I'll just pass the ball around," when he thinks guys aren't playing the right way.
Okay.
And I got a little sense of that in that third quarter. Sure, I'll jack up some threes, and I'm just going to pass the ball. Whatever, you guys go. You guys are. And it'd be real interesting. And my sign of saying that is probably true is you made 41 shots and had 21 assists, which that means 20 times there's probably a little more one-on-one play than usual. Right? I mean, they lead the NBA in assists at over 30.
Here's what I'll put in front of you guys. See if you agree or disagree. I think the Nuggets are in a little bit of a slump. I think they are. I don't think the Avs are in a slump.
Okay.
I think this is who the Avs are right now.
Ooh.
I'm not saying this is where they have to be forever, but I think there's a identity crisis with the Avalanche right now.
Ooh, interesting. That's because I think the Nuggets might be going through a little bit of an identity crisis, just because you're messing with the starting five, you're throwing and all that kind of stuff that's happened with. You know what, Scotty? Let me ask you this: remember when Michael Porter Jr. first came into the league and teams would target him on the defensive end because he was a liability? Does it feel this season that a lot of teams are doing that with Jamal Murray? It just feels like a lot of teams are like, we're going to go at Jamal on the other end of the court because he's a liability for the Nuggets right now. Or do you think I'm reading too much into it?
No. I think last night Brunson Denver's trying to switch on the back end, and he was finding out who Porter was on, and he was having that guy come up set screen. And so he'd get that switch with Porter, and then he'd call the Knicks guy up, and it was Joker. So now you got Porter and Joker, two guys at 6'10 plus, trying to guard a starting all-star point guard off the dribble. And now, the rotations. Now you're counting. Lord.
Hey, you know what it is, Scott? I know what it is.
Do I want to tell you how I really feel? I'll tell you how I really feel.
Yes.
I feel protect me.
Yeah, absolutely. We got you.
I think it's tough to take out of a lineup a guy who's probably been your second best player consistently all season long, and you move him out of the lineup. I think that was a tough decision. And I'm not saying that was last night, because that was the third game in 3. But if you go back the night before in Chicago, Joker and if not for Joker and Christian Brown, did you have anybody going at Chicago? I mean, was there anybody else balling in that game?
No, that was it.
I'm gonna say what you're beating the bush around. I'm just gonna say it. You should consider bringing Jamal Murray off the bench. If we're gonna try to make this thing happen.
But he played 37 minutes last night. Can you bring a dude off the bench and play him 35, 37? Christian Brown played more minutes last night off the bench than Michael Porter Jr. did as a starter.
I gotcha.
So you just answered your own question. I think when guys make rotation changes, and Jared Bednar is probably the same way. When you move guys from first line to second or second to third, you're probably not moving guys to another line or off the starting lineup in basketball that you think could be an issue and you would lose them emotionally.
Well,
and I think the guy they moved out of the lineup is the one guy that you're not going to affect emotionally.
Okay.
And I agree with Malone. The best 2 games in basketball has been Joker and
Russell Westbrook. Yeah.
And Russell. And yet, if you go back and look, and I know it got affected early because of the foul trouble. But I thought that was the least amount of 2-man game that they played all year, or in at least the last 15 games with Russ and Joker.
Hey, Joker's going to be off every now and then, and he had an off night for whatever reason. It just wasn't a great night for him. It wasn't. And maybe he is frustrated that, hey, why don't you guys pick up the slack here and there?
Right. Like, I'm having one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NBA. A little bit of help here, right? Something like that.
That being said, hey, dude, I thought the Nuggets were going to lose by 30 last night based on the way that game started. I was like, this ain't going to be good. So the fact that they kind of hung in there and they did all right, but here's the truth, and the truth is harsh. That New York Knicks team right now is just a flat-out better team than the Denver Nuggets. And I hate saying it because I don't think there's a lot of teams in the league that are just flat-out better than the Nuggets. Mm-hmm. That Knicks team is better than the Nuggets right now. It's not about an off night or not this, not that. That team, as it's constituted, is just a better team.
But you don't have to worry about them unless you run into them in the NBA Finals. Well, that's right. You got to be more concerned about OKC and Houston.
You're
and
right. So it's just a little humbling.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I don't necessarily disagree with it either. Okay. You know what their biggest difference is? Because Brunson and Murray basically played each other fine. Towns and Joker basically played each other fine. Now it's your 2, 3, 4s who can win that battle. And I also think another significant thing that they played better in particular, who'd they bring off the bench and what did McBride do?
He had a great night.
McBride was killing him. What did our bench do?
Again. He had nothing.
Christian
was fine, but he was a minus 18 in that game, man.
Yeah, but McBride's a scorer. McBride is a put the ball in your face, get to the basket. Who does that off the bench for Denver?
Well, is Christian Brown now an off the bench guy or what? Is he a 6th man or not? So who is he?
Yeah, but he's not. He is not. He is a compliment.
No,
guy.
I know what you're saying.
Right, he's not instant offense. Christian Brown is not instant offense off the bench.
I know what Scott's saying. Strother needs to. That's his role. That's who he needs to be. Peyton Watson. I'm not sure what world Peyton Watson is in right now. I'm not exactly sure where he fits.
He can't finish around the basket in traffic, and that's his biggest issue right now.
Yeah.
He's a good player, and I think he'll be fine, but he's not finishing at the rim the way you need him to finish.
See, this is the part of the season we're having Duron Holmes healthy. 50-something games into a rookie year. That's kind of what you really wanted, right? Mm-hmm. Like, hey, we give the rook some time. This is the time of year that he'd have the most.
Right.
This is where Christian Brown as a rookie was unbelievable.
Or anybody. If Dario could give you anything,
that's
man.
That's just
if
a dead
Zeke
dog.
gave you anything.
That's just
a little bit of help.
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, I agree. You're right. It doesn't exist. Not only does it not exist, it ain't gonna exist.
No.
Like, and that's just that. There ain't no other way to look at it.
Scotty, do you think has Peyton Watson's development stalled this season, or do you think it's where it needs to be? Because Peyton could be.
This is who he
got
is,
such
bro.
He's got such a high ceiling, though.
I don't think so.
Really, you think this is it?
Yep.
Scotty, what do you think?
I think he could get to a status of elite defensive player. He's got to get consistent when he gets open, when he's in there, because he's got to give you something offensively. He's either start attacking the offensive glass more. And I said this in the broadcast last night, Michael, and he's done this for the last few games. When all of a sudden that shot goes away, all of a sudden you're seeing him cutting and getting on the offensive glass. Because, listen, Michael wants to score. He's a scorer. Peyton's got to start doing that more. He's got to giving you some putbacks and things like that, easy buckets in off the offensive glass, and then a transition. You know, he's got that Euro step, but I think he just likes the Euro step, but he's not doing it when he needs to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to be able to start finishing in contact, and he really struggles under contact. So right now, and listen, I'll say this too, and I like Peyton a lot. He disappeared the last half of last season too, didn't he?
Yep.
So why do guys fade out in the last half of a season? And it has nothing to do with conditioning. Well, it does, but it's a different kind of conditioning. Slight bodies wear out in the NBA. Slight bodies in the NHL wear out as the season grinds on because you're not putting muscle and weight on during the season, right? You're not getting bigger and stronger during the season. And so you got to hopefully you can maintain. And I know these guys do a good job of working out and stuff, but he's got to be stronger. He's probably got to be 10 pounds heavier and stronger. And I don't know if you can do it in the season. And I'm not sure we're not seeing a fade down now because of the grind of the season and the slightness of his size and the position you're asking him to cover all the time.
We'll do a round of no dumb.
Anunoby just blew him up one time and moved him back about 8 feet.
All right, we'll dig more into the game. We'll get into the Avs. We got some football on the way with Adam Schefter coming up in about 15 minutes. No dumb questions next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we got Adam Schefter in about, 10 minutes. So kind of a tight, quick version of No Dumb Questions here, Scotty. What you got? Lead us off, my man. Give me something stupid.
Oh, I have my microphone. There you go. Real fast. Oh, yeah, this was stupid last night. Dessert. Two choices.
All
what
right.
are you taking?
All right.
What are you taking? Ice cream or cookies?
Ice cream.
Ice cream. But I can't put the cookies in the ice cream? It's got to be one or the... Well, all right, hold on. Are we talking... How is it chocolate chip? Is it hot and gooey?
You can put whatever your cookie is, whatever your ice cream is.
I'm going to have to ultimately go ice cream, but if you give me a big chocolate chip gooey cookie that's a little hot and the chocolate's kind of melty in it, I'm tempted to go in that direction rather than the ice cream.
I don't know, bro. Scotty, what are you an ice cream guy, Scotty, or a cookie dude?
No, I'm not really an ice cream guy. Unless it's a Turtle Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
Ooh, I heard Kaz gave me, was it in Chicago that the Chicago Bulls had ice cream for the first time in forever for the media, and everybody was freaking out. They were like, ice cream. The Bulls have ice cream. Whee!
Oh,
really?
You should have seen all the fat kids going over to that table. we had Nuggets support staff showing up in the media room that I ain't ever seen
Hey,
before.
man, the Nuggets dessert table for media, it's pretty good night in, night out.
Really?
I think it is.
They used to give us beer. I miss those days.
What?
Yeah, they used to give us Coors and Coors Light, but that
Get
was
out of here. What, at McNichols?
Yeah. Well, no. This is also at Ball Arena. It
No
started at Ball Arena.
way.
Hey, Scotty, all-time NBA dude, used to work for the Nuggets, became the GM for the Washington Wizards for a while. Tommy Shepard. That's who
Tommy Shepard, yeah.
Tommy Shepard used to bring us beer after every Nugget game, and I was like, Tommy Shepard's the best person on planet Earth.
You're talking after the game's over.
Yeah.
You're not talking about getting sauced like,
No, they're not rolling up in the third quarter and be like, shotgun a beer, bro. No.
No, like
that's after the game.
That's a sweet move, though. Yeah. That's kind of a nice little deal.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that in a minute.
I don't even know what Tommy Shepard's doing now since he left Washington. Is he in the NBA still?
He got fired a year ago, so this I think his second season out. I talked to him a few months ago, but he's doing fine, just being dad and husband right now.
Did you have a cookie ice cream choice that you had to make or something?
No, I mean Marlowe is like the king of ice cream.
Is he really?
And last night they had little cups of Haagen-Dazs, and he had a chocolate and a strawberry.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So he had two of them. Yeah, he had two of them.
Yeah,
I'm not a big ice cream guy. Now, I will try some if it's a little soft serve and got the hot fudge you can put over the top of it, maybe a little sprinkle of some nuts.
Well, wait a second. How is Kaz doing with the free ice cream?
He brought it up, so
he had chocolate and strawberry last night too, I think.
Marlowe seems like the kind of dude who's always on the lookout for food, no matter whose it is or where it's at.
Yeah, but he's fine. Marlowe can eat anything. I mean, look at him.
Yeah, he looks great. I'm just saying that you might want to watch yourself if you got food around Marlowe.
Oh. And he could be snatching it up?
Right. I'm just saying, I do believe there was an In-N-Out episode a couple of years ago where Marlowe was housing some In-N-Out burgers that did not belong to Marlowe.
Really? All right, I'll ask you guys a dumb question because both you guys, all three of us have been around the arena after the game's long over. Okay. Have you ever seen because there's a lot of food that's still in cartons and stuff on the floor, but it's still in the carton.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever seen somebody go over and pick out a chip or a French fry or something that, picked it right from the floor, right from the carton?
No, I remember that. If I saw somebody just housing trash food off the floor?
Trash food off the floor, but it's in the carton. So it hasn't left the carton.
No.
You've never seen it.
No. Or people walking down the hallway in the hotel and somebody's takeout is right
there. You go.
And you're grabbing a fryer. No.
On the plate? It's still on the plate.
there's a basket of fries half eaten, but
Yeah.
they're still in the little basket. You ain't
Yeah?
housing the fry.
Nah, I don't think so, man. That seems dangerous in this world.
Okay, I've never seen it either, but I'm just curious if you guys ever spotted
Have you ever
anybody.
done it? What do you mean you haven't seen
I
it?
have not
You
done
asked
it.
that question because you've
I have
done
not-
it.
I've been tempted. Because
With
sometimes,
what?
oh,
With
dude,
what? What did you
dude,
see? A burger?
No, this is my biggest pet peeve about Ball Arena. It's not about Ball Arena. It's about stadiums. And I'm sure that it's the same in every stadium. It's not just Ball Arena. I cannot believe how people treat, and Scott knows that I rant on this. You're at home, you throw your trash away. But if you're at the arena, you just take a plate, a thing of food, and you throw it on the floor.
Yeah.
It is staggering how much food is just on the floor after hockey and basketball games. It's unbelievable. And sometimes it's like barely touched.
Yeah.
Like a full thing of nachos.
Kaz
Like,
was just telling the story that when they were at Madison Square Garden after the game was over, there was food on the ground, and these huge rats were coming out and grabbing like pretzels and nachos and stuff off the ground at MSG. And Kaz was freaking. He knows, and they was like big rats, like Chihuahua-sized rats, were just like rolling out and grabbing a pretzel and then ducking back
I gotta
in.
say, I have never seen that at Ball Arena. I have never ever seen anything like that. Not once. McNichols might have been a different story, but I have not seen that at Ball Arena.
Yeah, no, me either, man. MSG though.
All right, hey, Adam Schefter will join us next as PhD on 92.5. All right, Adam Schefter will join us here in a little bit. It's cool having Berto in here. Scott Tyler's out, but Berto, I don't know how much engagement you've ever had with Adam over the years.
Oh, none. Just like with you, we've been in the same city doing the same job for I don't know how long, and this is the first time. I mean, just this year that
it's been awesome. Yeah, no, that is true. We've been kind of circling each other.
No,
Scotty
I don't
and I
want
have
to
crossed
talk
paths.
to any of those guys.
Who? What are you talking about?
Why would you want to hang out and just chill with like Kliss or Schefter or anybody? Like, no, man. I mean,
what?
If I need information, they're going to tweet it out for me. I'll just find it there. I don't need to go grab a beer with, Mike Kliss and be like, chop it up, Mike. Let's hear it, bro.
Oh, Mike's a good guy. Schefter, Scotty, you ever hang out and have a beer with Adam Schefter?
I've probably had dinner with him when we were doing the Broncos together.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wait, was Schefter part of the Bronco broadcast back in the day?
Oh,
did I not know that?
We had him on the pregame. I'd always interview him. We did a segment. Basically, I feel like we started what he does now because he would do news around the NFL in our pregame. We did like a 2-hour pregame show, right? So it was like one segment every weekend.
Well, we would have him. I mean, I go back, man. This is early 2000s. He was on the locker room on KBPI with us.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
how old? You know what? How long was he here in Denver? Because I remember him here in Denver.
He was here quite a bit.
Yeah, and he worked for the Post.
We were doing the Bronco games in the '97 Super Bowl year. So that year, I know he was there. That's when we were starting doing.
I think he left for the NFL. He did. I know he did. Because I was at his going away party that was at Rick Riley's house where John Elway showed up.
There's the name I haven't heard.
And it was like in 2000, I want to say 3 or 4 or something like that.
Wow.
So that might have been the last fancy party I've ever been invited to. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, wow, Adam's a pretty cool guy. There's Rick Riley. I'm in Rick Riley's little townhouse there in Cherry Creek. There's John Elway having a beer, and we're all like saying goodbye to Adam Schefter. He's off to the NFL Network.
Nice.
Big fancy pants there. So. Yeah. And now he just, does this show every now and then.
Now he's a king of all media.
Right. It did feel like the entire NFL universe was coming for that man this weekend after the Chiefs officiating tweet early before the championship games. It felt like the entire NFL world was like, where's this Schefter dude at? I want to talk to him.
Well,
it's like, what?
I don't think the refs are in the bag for the Chiefs. I just think they're psychologically wired, and they may not even know they're doing it to give advantages to the Chiefs. I think it's a weird, deep state, psychological, almost like they're in some sort of Chiefs cult, Scott. I think, hey, Adam Schefter, there he is. We're just talking about him. He's signing on. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, good to see you, my man. I just want to introduce you to Berto, Mark Bertinoli, who's been in the Denver market forever. He's filling in for Tyler today. And Scott is on the road in Philadelphia, and you're in your beautiful little place in Long Island, I believe. And it's all good, man. How you doing?
I thought I was going to see you at Madison Square Garden last night.
You know what? I debated coming, and I was insulted that you didn't invite me to come meet you, number one. And the truth of the matter is Tuesday night, I went to the Avalanche Islanders game. It might have been the first hockey game that I went to since I went to an Avalanche playoff game, and I met somebody from Kroenke Sports there, shall we say, and on Tuesday night. And so like I'm there and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, we got the Nuggets. I'm like, oh, that I would have really loved, like hockey. I went to see my friends, but I would have loved to have gone last night. That would have been great, but nobody invited me, and I didn't know it was in advance. So that's the way it goes.
The guy you saw in the game in Long Island, I spoke to before the game in Madison Square Garden. I mean, I guess he probably could have got you a lot better seats than I could have.
Well, that's no doubt about that. Zero doubt about that. Listen, the Justin Tucker stuff. What do you want to say about the news about Justin Tucker that's come out within the past hour or so?
Listen, obviously you read it, you feel like you're going down a familiar path again, right? Like I feel like I've seen this story before, and everybody's entitled to their day, and you got to make sure everything is right. Obviously, there are a lot of people that put a lot of time into that story. There's deeply disturbing allegations in there. The league is looking into it.
Well, let me recap just quickly for people who might not know. There's allegations from 6 different massage therapists saying that Justin Tucker had inappropriate behavior around them, and this was reported by a newspaper in Baltimore. How am I doing on that? And Tucker has put out a lengthy statement defending himself.
Yeah.
Did I basically get that?
Yeah, he said it's unequivocally false, right? So that's where we're at. You know, they have a well-reported story. He says it's unequivocally false. See where it all goes, right?
Okay. All right, just checking in on it, and we'll see. Like you said, we'll see where it goes. Do you think referees favor the Chiefs not consciously, but subconsciously? They don't even know they're doing it, but it's happening.
Let me say this. Scott, you played against Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Do the best players?
Yes, he.
Sometimes.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Before you even asked the question, yes, I did.
Okay. And like, I don't see what's wrong with this, right? Like, Tom Brady got calls. Teddy Bruschi said Tom Brady got some. It's not overt. It's not anything like you look at and go, oh my God, they're really giving this guy the advantage. It's just, you're talking about all-time legendary players that I think subliminally they get the benefit of the doubt on certain calls.
Yep.
That's it.
I'll tell you a quick story that I thought crossed the line of being unfair. And I was sitting back when they had the announcers sitting right on the table, and I'm sitting on the table in Los Angeles. Kobe's playing, gets called for his third foul early, and is just yelling at this one referee. And the referee all of a sudden goes, Kobe, and the Nuggets were shooting a free throw, and he goes, Kobe. And he comes over, and they're standing literally right in front of me. He goes, dog, come on, don't come at me like that. He goes, you know I'm not going to let you foul out.
Oh, jeez.
And I went.
Great.
Wow.
And I went. Now, to me, that's crossing the line. Right? I mean, I think that's crossing the line. But do they get calls? Does LeBron? I watched a video the other night of LeBron dunking. Right. He took 6 steps. Yeah, they tend to look up sometimes when the star players do things.
But people are offended by this, right? Like, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, what are we going to
do? Well, what are we going to do?
Well,
nothing.
Listen,
is that just it?
And here, I don't know what you can do, because I think it's Chamberlain didn't feel like he ever got calls, but I mean, let's be honest, that was the '60s. I don't know. I think it's been going on forever and ever. The problem is you've got more cameras than any time before. You've got more social media than any time before. Everybody's going to find – I mean, after every single game the Chiefs have won this year, there have been videos out that, the ref missed this call, the ref missed this call, the ref missed this call. And sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not, sometimes it doesn't matter. But when it adds up and when you get inundated with it and you're seeing a view, and now you got guys, if you've seen the non-first down, right, for Buffalo, there's people now put tracking lines across the film, and it's showing his whole head past the line. And after a while, you get inundated to where you think, well, gosh, maybe there is something going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I just think the best players of all time get benefit of the doubt. You proved it, Scott, with your story. I just think it's that simple. Like, we could look into it all we want. Like, do I think that the officials are going out to try to help? No, I don't think that. I think that's ridiculous. I think people get carried away. Do I think that when Mahomes in the pocket and there's a question, do I think that an official might subconsciously that's plausible. We've seen it, right? There's nothing wrong with it. That it's a tribute to his greatness and how great he's been.
Do you think it's affecting the integrity of the sport? Or, I mean, because as long as there's the engagement.
I that's for people. I don't think that it is. Like, it's just a part of the way sports have been. Like, if it's blatant, which I don't think it's blatant, then it does. But I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that.
What's the best storyline in the Super Bowl, Adam?
Well, going for the three-peat. I mean, it's the most basic, it's the most simple, it's the most cliche, but it's the true, right?
So, okay, let's going down that path. Historically, if the Chiefs were to do this, that's never been done, would it make them logically the best team ever? How about that one? Does that make them the best team ever?
Here's what I would say. To say that they're the best team ever, I don't know that you could say that. Like, were they better than the 70s Steelers or the 80s Cowboys and Niners or it was the 89ers and the 90 Cowboys and the 2000 or this decade's Patriot? Like, I don't know. I can say this. They've done something that no team has ever done before. They've won 3 Super Bowls. So we could debate all that stuff, but it's undeniable that they've done something, if they win in the Super Bowl, that nobody else has. That's their distinction. Like, everybody could argue all they want. The facts would be the facts. No team's ever won 3 straight Super Bowl titles. The last NFL team to win 3 straight titles was the Green Bay Packers from 1965 to 67, when they're up to 16 teams in the league. There was no salary cap, and the Packers had to win 7 postseason games over 3 years to win the 3 straight titles, right? Mm-hmm. So what they're doing is more impressive. I don't know that it makes them a better team, but it puts them in a unique category if they finish off the 3-peat.
Yeah, I kind of think about those great teams. Like the Cowboys had a little blip. Steelers had a little blip. Niners had, little bumps in the road. Like, it is actually pretty phenomenal to think that you could do this literally 3 years in a row. It's an interesting argument to make, especially in light of how much parity Adam seems to be in the league. And then to see how close these Chiefs wins have been this entire season. Like, it's crazy.
I just want to say this, like 17 straight victories in 1-score games.
That's unbelievable.
It's hard to imagine that. It's hard to, so what that tells me is that all these teams, every one of these teams has their shot and nobody gets them. Nobody. Why is that?
That brings up the referee conspiracy theory then.
No, it's beyond that. Come on. I mean,
I don't know.
Come on. Come on. That's not the referee.
Let's spot that ball again.
Hey, Hubie Brown told me years and years ago, great teams win close games, and I think you got to put Kansas City in a great team, otherwise they wouldn't be going for 3 in a row. That being said, because that is the story, 3 in a row and everything else, is the country, the national media, the people that follow the NFL and the Super Bowl, are they sleeping on the Philadelphia Eagles by any chance?
Well, you know what, Scott? We're going to find that on Sunday. I mean, I don't think we're sleeping on them. Like, we're giving the Chiefs their flowers and what they deserve because they've been so great. But, the Eagles, they've won 13 straight games that Jalen Hurts has finished. 13 straight, right? They had a chance to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl 2 years ago and didn't do it. And I would argue, right or wrong, we'll find out, that this Eagles team is better than the one that lost to the Eagles in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, strictly because they've added Saquon Barkley and they've added Vic Fangio on the defensive side of the football, and they have Kellen Moore on the offensive side of the football, and they've really kind of overhauled that defense to where there are 7 new defensive starters from the one that started in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. So, I mean, this is a really good Eagles team, but you know what? We can't answer how really good they are until they play the team that nobody beats in 1-score games.
Right. Do you think the NFL is a better league with dynasties, with these dominant teams like the Patriots dynasty and now what the Chiefs are doing?
I don't know. I don't know that it matters, right? Like how many people are going to watch the Super Bowl? How many tens of millions? Like, it doesn't. We're going to watch whether they've won before or whether they haven't. Whether it was the Chiefs or whether it was the Bills, whether it's the Eagles or whether it's the Commanders. So, I mean, I don't know. Is it good? All we care about is seeing an entertaining game, and I think that these two teams have a real possibility of playing an entertaining game on Sunday.
A week
from Sunday.
How much money is T. Higgins going to get Adam in free agency? What's his number going to be, you think?
I would guess 30 plus a year.
Yeah, I think so too. There's like a dozen guys that are in that ballpark. Like,
By the way, the agent, it sounds like they could tag him.
Really? Ooh. Really?
Possible. I don't know how it's going to play out, but yeah, it's certainly. I don't think he's very happy. I don't know that that's what they want. But, like these guys, first of all, he's working with the same agent that's representing Jamar Chase. So it's like all these guys are, they want to try to stay together if they can, if there's a way.
Well, the first year tag is the average of the top 5. So he'd be clearing 30 easily clearing 30. But that's only a 1-year deal. Like, whoa.
I think the tag for T. Higgins right now will be over 24, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to check. It's over 24. But by the way, 24, that's a bargain, right?
24 would be a bargain. Am I wrong on that? I thought it was the average of the top 5. So maybe I got that wrong. I just know that there's about a dozen guys or so that are like 28 and up in terms of the highest paid receivers. But I'm not sure, I guess. So 24 would definitely be a bargain. Okay, fine. I mean, he'll be an unhappy camper, but you got him, I guess.
Yeah.
And then the second tag is the top 3, I thought. So I don't know what the Bengals' finances are, but I suppose you could do it for a couple years, I guess. I mean, geez, that's heavy bread for like 2 dudes, though. So I don't know.
Jamar's going to want about 40 a year.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so you can't pay Burrow 50 plus, Jamar 40 plus.
What are we doing?
I don't know that it work. I don't know if there's a way to make that work. Like that's hard.
Yeah.
Burrow will still keep getting sacked 6-7 times a game because they can't afford an offensive line.
Yeah, but they're really good on 3rd and 12 because they got $70 million of receivers. So I mean, you got that going for you. But that's a tough way to make your money, no doubt about it. All right, Adam, what's your Super Bowl plans? Who's going to be busier broadcasting the Super Bowl, you or your daughter?
Her, because she's flying down Sunday with me and my wife, and then they're flying back Tuesday, and then she's coming back Friday after school to go do post-game interviews. So she's like the one jet setting here, back and forth. And I'm just going to be staying in New Orleans and trying to, be safe and whatnot.
All right, my man. Well,
have you ever or do you ever go to Bourbon Street anymore?
Bourbon Street, Scott. I got wild stories, Scott.
I love New Orleans. It's my favorite Super Bowl city by a mile. It's the best. It's the best.
Oh my God, it's What Super Bowl would have been there? What was the last Super Bowl? Maybe Packers, Patriots?
No, I think it was the. Oh, was it? Okay, because I was at Niners Ravens.
Patriots? Was Rams Patriots in New Orleans? I think it was. It was Rams.
Okay, I forget. I've seen a couple there, man. It's great. It's the best.
I remember being out bumping into. I don't know if they were. I remember this. I was out with some people and bumped into the McCaffreys early, and then I was out really late, bumped into the McCaffreys with different people. it was a wild.
Hey, Adam, check this out. I got you beat on this one in terms of bumping in. I bumped into Bubby Brister on Bourbon Street at like 1 a.m. I couldn't understand a word he was saying, but we hung out for 3 or 4 hours, and I swear to God, I have no idea what he said, but it was awesome.
It didn't have to be 1 a.m. on Bourbon Street to not understand what Bubby was saying.
No kidding. I mean, you start with not understanding him, and then you factor in Bourbon Street and Bubby on Bourbon Street. It was awesome.
Saying that, Bubby was fantastic.
Hey, Adam, the only time I ever missed a team bus to go to the game when I was calling Broncos was in New Orleans.
Well, we all got stories. We all got stories. All right, I will let you go. Go be on TV, and we'll talk to you next week when you're in New Orleans, I guess. I hope. I mean, we'll try to figure that out,
That's should be a fun.
All right, my man. Adam Schefter. Thank you, Adam. Adam Schefter, the best.
See you, buddy.
Thanks for the invite, buddy. I'll talk to you.
Wow.
All right, my bad.
Wow.
My bad.
Adam's literally hanging out with the guy that could have put him at center court, Scott. So I wouldn't feel any guilt about that whatsoever.
I know.
My Lord.
I know.
Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bang. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports Not Sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay. Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest. That was not acceptable.
We go to Utah, where they have the 3 final names for the Utah Hockey Club, which is one of the names. They can't use Yeti because Yeti coolers say, hey,
hell no.
That's not going to work.
That's ours, brother.
We got
That's
that.
Ours. Yeah. They got stomped on that one.
Yeti coolers are pretty awesome, man. If you're rolling with a Yeti cooler, it's good stuff. So they want to protect their name, no go. And I get it. There's other sports names. There's Tigers. There's, Giants. I get it. I mean, I get the whole thing. But Yeti's a brand name. I guess they got the right, and that's where it ends. Here are the 3 choices. Mammoth. And,
no.
Well, hold on.
No.
Okay. Hockey Club.
Not great.
Yes.
Okay.
Not great, but probably.
Wasatch. And I had to look it up.
I had this whole conversation with Big A too.
Range.
Like, yes.
And it's the Ute Native American tribe. Ute language, Wasatch means mountain pass.
And they want the name to be the Utah
Wasatch.
Wasatch.
But
Maybe.
I would assume that would just be turned into the Satch.
Yeah, true that.
Right?
Yeah. I'm not going to call a team Wasatch. I mean, well, I guess I have to if they change the name, but
I like Utah HC.
Utah Hockey Club.
Mark Moser vowed. Mark Moser vowed if he's doing play-by-play, he will refer to them in the nickname that you would any other team, meaning Hockey Club on the face-off, Goal for Hockey Club. Like Mark has said, he will not mix in HC or Utah. He will just simply call them Hockey Club.
Is it this hard to figure out a name for your new NFL or new NHL franchise? Why is this? It's taking them 7
because they
months.
wanted. We know now. They wanted Yeti. I mean, that is exactly why it's taken. They thought they could work it out. They wanted to be the Yeti.
Would Yeti have taken money? Like if we've been like, yeah, man, give us like a jersey swap when a player gets traded. You're like, yeah, give me $20,000, I'll give you number 25. Could you just tell Yeti, hey man, we got $50 million. Let us borrow that name.
I am a.
Hey, what are they doing? What are they doing with the Grizzlies? Their AHL team was there. Has that team moved on to other pastures?
Oh, I have no idea.
I think it's still there. Matt, we had a preseason game there this year, just whatever it was, 5-6 months ago with that team because it's the Avs AA affiliate.
There's minor league teams in major league cities. That exists.
So I don't. None of these
Utah's
are good names.
awful small. I mean, when they brought the Avalanche, they moved the Grizzlies out of Denver to move them to Utah. And I was just wondering now that they
I don't know if I've told Scotty. I think I've told you this story, and I don't know if I've told this story to DMac. But the Colorado Avalanche, when they first moved here, were not going to be called the Colorado Avalanche. They were going to be called the Rocky Mountain Extreme.
Wow, that sounds like a roller hockey team.
The Rocky Mountain Extreme was going to be the name of the Colorado Avalanche, and then the fan base, I think, was like,
"That's a terrible name.
That's a terrible name."
That
and then
is
like,
a terrible
okay,
name.
let's change it. Let's figure something else out. But they were going to call
that's either.
Oh, that's bad.
Rocky Mountain,
a roller derby club or an XFL team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure now, 30+ years later, we'd been used to it by now. Rocky Mountain Extreme, but that's what they were going to call the club.
I don't know. That name may have always sucked. That's a bad name.
How about the Utah Extreme then? Just call themselves the Extreme.
There ain't nothing extreme about Salt Lake City, brother. There ain't nothing. Matter of fact, that entire state. There's nothing extreme about that entire state.
Well, the mountain range is pretty. Mountain range.
Park City. You got Park City. You've got the X Games are always there. Come on now.
No, hold on, Scotty. Umbrage. X Games are always in Aspen and Buttermilk Mountain. Not to be too much of a stickler, the X Games are actually never. The Olympics have been in Utah, but
yeah.
Come on.
Oh, so we get the X Games in our mountains, but they get the Olympics. Okay, my bad.
Correct.
Like they stole the Jazz from New Orleans, so I mean they don't even have their
They're not the most creative crew there in Utah.
No,
pretty straight laced,
no,
right down the line. Yeah. I've heard some people here locally, of course, Mammoth, maybe raises some raises your eyebrows a little bit because of our Mammoth, but listen, man,
Utah Woolies, call them the Woolies.
You know what? I don't mind Woolies. Let's go. Yeah, Woolies.
Well, it's down to 3 teams. It's 3 names. You guys can think about, whatever.
It can't be Wasatch. Please don't be Wasatch.
Utah
You kidding me,
Wasatch.
man? No way. That's like, remember, Scotty, when the New Orleans Pelicans changed their name, they were going to call themselves the Root Guru. Do you remember this nonsense?
What?
They were going to, because it's some mythical monster from New Orleans is the Root Guru. It's some nonsense. Like, they were literally going to call themselves, and everyone's like, what is that? And they're like, don't worry about it, man. It's a New Orleans thing. It's like, okay. They're like, we don't care if you don't like our name. This is what we're about. Yeah, it was like the Root Guru.
All right, so you got 3 choices. Mammoth, Hockey Club, Wasatch. What are you going with?
I'm going to go Hockey Club, I guess.
Scotty, what are you going with?
If it's just those 3, I'm going HC.
Yeah, me too.
But I would call it the Extreme.
Okay.
PA announcer, coming to the ice right now. Get to your feet. The Utah Extreme.
It says, it's a pet peeve of mine with youth teams. Like you see 10-year-olds and it's the Premier this or the Extreme that. There's you got it, Scotty. There is like
that's true.
There are
that
so many 10-year-old softball teams that are Extreme this and Extreme that or Prime this or Premier. It's like you're not that cool. You're 10. You play softball. I get it. You got a fancy bag and everything. But how extreme can you be coming out of Highlands Ranch? It's 2:00. Let's go. It's combining the Avalanche and the Nuggets. And here's my big question. Are the teams in a slump or are they is who they is? Which for what team? Are they in because they're kind of both bumping around here, not in good places. Is it a bit of a slump for both teams or is it who they are? Scott, what do you think?
I think the Avs get a grace period because I think right now you are in a transition period of losing one of your better players for the last however many years. So you're now in a transition period. So I think they're in transition. And I think I don't know what to say with Denver. It feels like something needs to shake up with them. Somebody needs a shake up, and maybe they too need somebody moved in or out or a new face or something like that also.
I think they're both slumping right now.
Slumping. This isn't who they are.
Listen,
okay.
the Avalanche made that move not because, because of a lot of reasons, but the Avalanche haven't won back-to-back games this month, right? They haven't won a back-to-back game since December 31st and January 1st, something like that. Like, they've gone win-loss, and then, of course, lately that road trip was not great. They got a point out of Winnipeg, but you lose 3 of 4. You are slumping. You're slumping. The good news is that you're not going to fall out of any of the wild card spots, so you can do that. With the Nuggets, man, I think the Nuggets is possibly just partly fatigue, and then the other part is that I thought that the Western Conference is not as nasty as I thought it was going to be. We've had this discussion before. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder are kind of running away and hiding right now, and that's the only thing that makes me nervous.
All right, let me put it like this.
Well, I think that Western Conference is as nasty as it's ever been.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So how much better do you? There are 3 teams in front of the Nuggets right now.
Yeah.
OKC obviously, but the two teams ahead of the Nuggets right now I think are super interesting. The Houston Rockets and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Right.
What do the two of you think about those 2 teams in the West? Both young, both up and coming.
Young. All 3 of those teams are young and dangerous.
Yeah.
All 3 of them are young, dangerous, fast, quick, good size.
Like Houston would scare me if the Nuggets ran into them in the first round.
I'm not afraid. Well, all right. Let me get my question because it pertains to exactly what you're saying. Right now, the Nuggets are in 4th place. They could go either way. They could go up to 2nd. They could fall back to like 10, actually. Without too many. Not 10, but like 7. I'm sorry, just out of the into the play-in.
Yeah.
Like there is many games. Going backwards as they are going forwards. They're never going to get to number 1. You're never going to get there. Oklahoma City's running away with it. But you could easily fall to 7. Mm-hmm. The Avalanche are there's 2 wild card spots. they're pretty good in terms. They're all right. Like, I don't think they're going to fall out of the wild card spot, but I don't know if they're going to fall into the non-wild card spot either.
Right.
My question to you guys is, which team do you think is more likely to stay where they're at, improve, or fall back? Because they're both kind of in that middle area. Both of them are kind of in that middle sort of area.
You're right. I don't know,
Which is
man.
likely to stay where they are, jump up, or fall back?
I don't think the Nuggets will fall back. I don't think either team will fall back. It's how much can you advance,
or just stay where they're at, and then we're in the playoffs, and they're that's exactly where they're at.
That's fine, but I think you'd like to get to 3.
Oh, really?
If you're
for
the
the
Nuggets. What do you think? Yeah. Can they get to 3?
Because now you see Oklahoma City in the finals.
Right. And you'll get the Lakers, the Clippers in the first round, and that doesn't scare me at all.
Well, right now you got the Lakers, right?
Yeah. If the playoffs started tomorrow, the Nuggets would host the Lakers.
Awesome.
But the Lakers is just a game back. LA goes on a winning streak. All of a sudden, you're traveling to LA to take on those fools.
The 2 teams that I am not afraid of in the playoffs for the Nuggets are the Clippers and the Lakers.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Bring that.
I'm with you.
That's fine by me.
I think the Nuggets probably stay at 4. But yeah, they could get hot and move. I think the Nuggets stay at 4. The scarier proposition is the Avs.
You both think the Nuggets could bump up a little bit. You both think that.
Yeah, once the All-Star break is over and the stretch run comes around, and the Nuggets can be like, all right, none of this, and string like 4, 5, get a 5-6 game winning streak going for the Nuggets. Yeah, and you move up just a little bit. The Avalanche are in a tougher position, but then again, who do you want to face in the I don't know. Can the Avs catch Winnipeg for first in the West?
No,
they're 13 points.
No, forget it.
So that's not happening.
No way.
What you can catch is either Dallas or Minnesota, which means you'd play Dallas or Minnesota in the first round. So the Avs almost have a chance to decide: do we want to face the Edmonton Oilers in the first round, or do we want to face a division opponent?
Here's what I think is crazy, though. Follow me on this. I think it's more likely the Avalanche more or less stay where they're at. However, I think it's a higher possibility today that they could beat anybody in the playoffs.
Okay.
Whereas the Nuggets, I'm not so sure about. I think the Nuggets could bump up a little bit. But after what I saw last night, there's no doubt that the Knicks are just better than the Nuggets right now. There's no doubt about it. And I'd say the Celtics are better, and I'd say the Cavs are better.
Yeah, but none of those teams have Nikola Jokic.
And those are all Eastern Conference teams. I get it. I'm having a hard time just flat out buying, Scott, that Oklahoma City's just that much better. But, I mean, look what they've done to the Nuggets this year. I mean, they've owned them. So, and Houston I have a hard time buying to. But I think actually once you get to the playoffs, I actually think the Avs could do more damage in the playoffs right now than the Nuggets. I do.
See, that's
right
interesting
now,
too.
Right now, and here's why.
But see, here's why emotions shouldn't rule the day. You said just the opposite last week.
Yeah, well, okay,
and
all right.
You're letting the emotions of 3-game losing streak really affect
I'm
you.
influenced by that, and here's what I'm influenced by as well. The Avalanche are going to get Val Nichushkin back at some point, okay? They are. It's going to happen at some point, probably after 4 Nations. That's going to happen. The Avalanche have made aggressive moves to try to get the team better one way or the other. The Nuggets haven't done anything. So this is just it as far as we're being told. And the trade deadline's, this time the trade deadline will be 1 hour past.
Mm-hmm.
We got 1 week to get better if you're the Nuggets. Are they going to do anything? Or is this it? You guys, I guess I'm asking.
I don't think they can do anything. Unless,
sure they can. Of course they can.
No, the only thing they can do is trade Mike. That's it. Mike. That's it. That's the only thing.
Well, the only thing the Avs could do, I guess, was trade Mikko. And they did it.
I mean, the Avs have been super aggressive in changing things, right? Like, they're like, we got a goaltending problem. And then a week later, they change both those goaltenders out. They don't like what's going on with Mikko. They don't think they're going to be able to sign Mikko. They think he might walk.
Yep.
Okay, let's get a deal done. Well, we still got a month before the NHL trade deadline, right?
Hey, Scott, you could trade Christian Brown if you wanted to.
For whom? Yeah. For Jimmy Butler?
Whatever, man. Hey, Scott, tell me. Is this
De'Aaron Fox?
Okay, is this team... Well, I mean, okay. great. I mean,
right, that's not going to happen.
I mean, is this team it? Do we have the team? Are you sure we've got the team? I'm asking.
As constituted by the core, probably.
Okay, then here we go. But this is a tough stretch then. If this is the team.
I think Thomas Bryant's available.
Man, okay. Listen, bro.
All right.
That's
I'll take. I'll take Thomas Bryant over Sarich right now. I will. Yeah. I mean, if we're having that conversation.
Did not play coach's decision last night and for the last month or whatever it's been.
I mean, I know he's a world champion, Thomas Bryant. So let's,
But Scotty, there is something to be said about greatness. And with the Denver Nuggets, you have Nikola Jokic. And it feels like when the playoffs roll around, if Joker, fully engages and does that MVP thing, you're going to be all right, at least through the first couple of rounds. Although I guess I thought that last year and you lost to Minnesota in the second. But, I mean, Scotty, when it comes to the end, isn't it harder for a Cale McCarr and a Nathan McKinnon to take over in the Stanley Cup playoffs than it is for a Nikola Jokic to try to take over in the NBA playoffs?
Well, they tell me they are, right? They tell me that because there's just, I mean, you've got to work to get a puck to McKinnon or somebody like that. Whereas basketball, it's easier to get it in the hands of Nikola, and now here you go. I don't know, man. I'm not worried about Nikola at all. They got beat in the second round, and what he averaged 26, 13, and 9, right? And so I'm not worried about what he's going to bring you. But you got to have everybody. I'm not sure everybody's bought in that he's the alpha.
Oh, really?
And that was the sense I got yesterday. And that scares me. Berto, and I've said this yesterday. Everybody keeps, you can trade Michael. You can trade. Yeah, and I think he'd garner some sort of you get a nice player in. I honestly am not 100% sold he'd pass physical.
Oh.
So you got that right there. I
haven't thought about that either. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to make massive changes to the Nuggets lineup, you have to wait till next year.
You can trade Christian Brown.
Oh, man.
He's coming off the bench now.
Once again, for what, though? Christian is going to give you 30 minutes a game, and he's going to score double figures. He's going to play some pretty good.
You got to give something to get something.
But who? You can't just be like, let's trade Mike, let's trade Christian. You got to tell me who the hell we're getting back in return.
I got you.
You do.
I got you. But if the answer's nothing, the answer's nothing. But okay, here we go. Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go.
This is it. This is the team you got. This is the team you're going to get in the playoffs. This is it, man. So, yeah, you're right. Get ready for it.
We had Michael Malone
on.
I
think they will add a piece, but I think it will be, kind of like and who knows, might even be this guy, but I think kind of like a Bruce Brown type piece that you may not think much about it, but I think he's going to be a big contributor to what you need defensively.
You know what, Scotty? Let me ask you this question. It was Reggie Jackson, the straw that stirs the drink. Who on the Denver Nuggets is the straw that stirs the drink? It's Joker, right? That's it. That's all you got.
Well, shouldn't it be Strother? That's a pun. That's a joke. I just threw it out there. Sorry.
Joker's your enchilada, but you know what? You don't just order an enchilada. You usually get some beans and some rice. You get a tortilla with it. Sometimes you get a little guacamole, little chips and salsa, maybe a nice cold margarita. You got your enchilada. It's a whole enchilada, but you ain't your sides. There's not been much consistency with the sides, except for Christian Brown, who now, when you put him on the bench, becomes your flan.
Wow. And on that note, we'll get back here with Let's Football Go. We got Cole. We'll see how Cole does, giving us the latest and greatest in the NFL. 303-504-0925. That is the Sean Moz, the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour's PhD on 92.5. Hey, nice job, Cole. That was funny, man. Yeah, that was Michael Malone. We got, it's tricky. We're in 9 different places,
we're all over the place.
But all right, it's time for Let's Football Go. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Check them out at mountainhighappliance.com. They are the best. Cole filling in for Dan Tanner. Scotty, see how Cole does here. All right, go for it, Cole.
Come on, Cole.
I will do my
Let
best
football
to
go.
fill in for DT, the all great and mighty. The coaching carousel for the NFL continues as the Jets hire Chris Banjo for their special teams coordinator position. Chris Banjo was the Broncos' former assistant special teams coach for the last 2 seasons, and according to Mike Kliss, the Broncos are the first team since Super Bowl champion 2021 LA Rams to have 3 coaching assistants leave for coordinator
Cole,
positions.
I'm going to
around
coach
the
you up
NFL.
here. Just say it in one sentence and ask a question, my man. I love you. What's the question about Chris Banjo?
Well, my question is Sean Payton's coaching carousel growing, and do the Broncos have the proper plan set forth to keep building into a Super Bowl contender?
We have no idea. Here's the truth about this situation. This is a lot of coaches, from what I've been told, to actually leave a team. So
really?
Well, yeah, I was kind of told 3 or 4, and the Broncos are at 5 and change here, and it's not a bad thing. I mean, like,
just to get a better job or get the hell away from Sean
no,
Payton?
it's all for a better job.
Both.
Like, I don't think so, Scott.
Both.
I don't think so.
Yeah, listen, and I'm not just saying this for Sean. I think this for all coaches. It's a better job, a lack of in your current status, a feeling of much advancement, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the current system that you're in. So that would be because of the coach, but that's everywhere too. It's not just Sean Payton. If you think you're stuck here and you ain't ever going to get a chance to get anywhere else, you're going to go first opportunity.
Has it ever hit you guys, like, why do they have so many coaches? Like, what are they all? What are they all really doing?
Scotty, tell DMac how many more coaches there are now on the Nuggets bench compared to 10, 15 years ago. How many more? 20? Is it 15? How many?
When I played and Coach Malone's dad was a coach, you had a head coach, 2 assistants, and a trainer.
What you got?
That's it. You have 2 trainers, 3 strength coaches, a masseuse, 2 physio activation guys.
Oh my Lord!
3 film guys, at least 2 guys, 3 guys, but 2 rotate traveling. I think that are workout guys, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 assistant coaches and a head coach.
Man, it's just so much. Like, the good old boy network is just getting more gooder and older, and I mean, right? And especially in the NFL with all these.
Well,
retreads.
I will say this with this staff, which I got to believe is with a lot of staffs. After that front row, that sits and everybody gets to see, everybody else usually behind, maybe except for Augie. We're talking pretty much young dudes. We're talking like mid late 30s dudes and younger.
Mm-hmm. So on the way up.
Well, I actually, with the Broncos, I'm like, I don't know. You're an assistant special teams guy,
right? How important are you to
I don't know. Got me tight ends coach, really? How much coach are we?
Well, right? How many wins is that?
What's assistant to the offensive coordinator? That just means he's running the game plan down to each positions,
right?
And they're putting his suggestion. He's like that guy in World War I. In Gallipoli, that's like running between the different trenches, bringing messages because the enemy's cut the wire.
Right.
That's like, Charlie Blackman was just announced as the special assistant to Bill Schmidt, right? What the hell is Charlie going? What's that job entail?
I'm looking at Andrew Cogliano, who kind of has that job right now at the Avalanche, and I don't think there's a whole lot of nothing going on. I mean, what are you doing? I really don't know, man. You're the special assistant too?
No, that's what I mean. Are you just giving a dude a job
because
you like
your
hanging
special
out with
assistant?
him?
your special assistant to the owner with the Rockies is more popular than any of your players.
I mean, that will definitely be the case. Yes. Next story, Cole.
Pete Carroll joined the Rich Eisen show, and he was asked if Russell Wilson would be pursued as he is now the Raiders head coach. Here's what he had to say.
Free agency hasn't come yet. That's the first competitive opportunity that will occur, and then the draft is coming. We'll have that opportunity to do things. I can't tell you right now. I mean, I could guess, but it would just be a guess. So, but I promise you, if you're a real competitor, you're not letting options get away from you. So we're going to consider every option as a possibility, and we're going to go after it very aggressively with intent and hopefully with a sense and a feeling that people want to be part of this thing. So.
Is Russ joining the Raiders in 2025?
No way.
No, why?
No way. Pete Carroll and Russ back together? No way. I bet you Pete Carroll wants nothing to do with Russell Wilson. Nothing to do with that man.
Scotty, what do you think?
I don't know if they'd be a first option, but it could end up turning into their best option to try to win more than 4 or 5 games and get up to 500. Maybe you can get, as you talked about the other day, that third quarterback, and I don't even remember his name, and give him a year or two, to maybe learn something.
Aiden O'Connell, we talking about the Raiders quarterback room, or?
No, yeah, we're talking about them drafted at 6, the third quarterback on the. Listen, Berto, I don't do mock drafts, but I knew as soon as I say the third quarterback on the board this year that DMac will know. So
it's Jalen Milroe.
That's why I said
is Jalen third on the row?
He is.
Listen, man, if the Raiders end up with Shedeur, though, that would be. I mean, but he's not falling to 6.
He
no
could.
Way, right?
I mean, here's how he could do it. I'll tell you exactly how he could do it. Tennessee says they want a generational player, and that ain't Shedeur, so that's Travis Hunter. And then, oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name. There's a pass rusher. Gosh, Abdul Carter, I think. He goes to Carter, right? He goes to the Browns because they're stuck with Deshaun Watson. At 3, the Patriots, the Giants are at 3. Yeah. So they take Cam Ward. And then who I got there? 4 or 5, I think the Patriots.
Yeah, New England's at 4.
All right, they
offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle because they got Drake May, who's at 5.
And then 5 is Jacksonville.
And Jacksonville likes Trevor Lawrence, and they take whoever.
And then 6 is Vegas.
And then 6 would be Shedeur. However, that is so risky to do if you're Vegas because New Orleans needs a quarterback. Pittsburgh needs a quarterback.
You think they'll get? You think a team will jump them?
Oh, if you're the Patriots or like say you're the Patriots at 4, and the Saints give you a number 1 next year, you're not trading that pick out?
No dumb question.
You could trade the 2 though. That's their target's gotta
you
be,
could do that too. Listen, I think it's insane that Shedeur will fall that low, frankly, because if you're Cleveland, unless you're just so in love with this, this Abdul Carter guy, why wouldn't you trade back? And frankly, are you that in love with Travis Hunter if you're Tennessee? Really? Seriously?
Well,
you're that in love with him?
No dumb. Let me ask both of you a question. This is just ridiculous, but would the Tennessee Titans give you the number 1 pick for Bo Nix?
What?
If you offered the Tennessee, I'm asking the question. I'm just asking the question. Would the Tennessee Titans give you the number 1 overall pick for Bo Nix?
All right.
Would they do that?
I'll answer your question.
Would they do that?
I'll answer your question with a question. If the draft if Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward were in last year's draft, where would they be drafted?
That's a good question. I don't know. Would Shedeur be picked in that? You mean in the top 12 and the top 6 guys that
you
went?
Think he'd be ahead of Bo? You think he'd be the 5th quarterback, 6th quarterback, 7th quarterback?
Do I think Shedeur would have gone in front of like JJ or Drake or something like that?
Yes.
I don't know, man.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I think. Oh, I think one of those guys go ahead of May. Maybe May.
No way. Drake May was the shizzle. If he was in this draft class, he'd be such a slam dunk number 1. It would be a joke. They all would.
You think almost all 6 of those
May,
guys?
May,
all
May,
6 of them. Bo?
Yes.
May or McCarthy would be passed.
I don't think so, man.
Knowing what we know now, yes.
Dude, I saw Oregon play CU. I saw what that looked like. You don't have to. You don't have to twist my arm to see who the better quarterback was.
Did you see Oregon played all this year? Who was even a better team
Dylan
than they
Gabriel.
were last year?
Yeah, I saw that.
So you think Tennessee wouldn't take Bo Nix for the number 1 overall pick?
No, that's actually a good question. I don't. I think Bo Nix is better than Cam and Shedeur, and that's a good one. See, I'm hung up because you would lose that year of eligibility too. Not eligibility, year of service,
right?
Because you can build around that. See, this is the greatest thing the Broncos have going for them. They made the playoffs. They were salary cap crushed, and they have money now to build around this guy. You have the ultimate benefit of taking a quarterback in the first round. The Broncos are in a great position, relatively.
Mm-hmm.
But you give that all up.
Except they're picking 20th, and they've been better if they'd have missed the playoff and been somewhere around 12, 13, 14 again.
I don't know, man. At that point, it's much more of a sort of a crapshoot, especially when you don't need a quarterback. I'm fine with where they're at right now. It's all right. Yeah. And if they don't get Tyler Warren, okay. They don't get Ashton Genty. I mean, all right. You'll be all right. You'll live.
Yeah.
You'll live.
Number 20.
All right. Last one there, Cole. Let's hit it, baby.
Bleacher Report's Christopher Knox believes former Dallas Cowboys running back Rico Dowdle is the potential long-term starter who warrants a multi-year deal commitment from the Denver Broncos.
Oh.
Do you guys think the Denver Broncos should prioritize running back or tight end in free agency?
Wait, what's his name?
Rico Dowdle.
Rico Dowdle.
Listen, man, I love a dude named Rico. Let's go.
Can he throw it over the mountain? Wow. I'm sorry. Cole, I got a Rico Dowdle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Cole thinks the Broncos should lock up as their next running back.
Rico Dowdle?
All right, man. Listen.
I might have to Google that one up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I'm a Rico expert.
Saquon Barkley just had he is currently having one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NFL. Do you think that changes the way NFL teams look at running backs because of what Saquon did this season?
Dude, I should shut the hell up about Rico Dowdle. I'm looking at him now. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody.
I did not recognize your game.
My bad. My bad. He is 235 carries for 1,079 yards. Couple of touchdowns for the Dallas Cowboys. I apologize. My bad. Hey, Scott, my football ignorance right there. Rico Dowdle looks pretty good right there. How old is he? 26?
They're not going to let him go, though.
He's entering his 27-year season.
Okay. Hey, okay.
An age.
My bad. My bad that I didn't know more about Rico.
Is he a cowbell back though? Because Sean Payton doesn't like cowbell backs. That's a lie, right?
Backs.
That's Sean Payton was lying to all of us when he was all like, "I don't think we need a number 1 back. I like a lot of guys back there."
It's not cowbell. What is it, man? It's cow. Damn, it's not cow. Is it not cowbell? What is it?
Is it not cow?
No, it's cow something.
Cow something? I don't know.
Your cowbell.
Is it cow? It's not cowbell.
I'm a big fan of cows. I find them to be humorous animals.
What is it, man?
I can just look at a cow and laugh. Those things are awesome.
Cow.
I think it's a cowbell back,
it's not
right?
cowbell.
No, am I losing my mind?
No, you're not, because it's cow something.
I don't know.
What the hell is it, man?
I just think when Sean Payton talks to us about this stuff, he is lying to us. Like he's trying to run the okey doke on everybody in the NFL, including us. So I'm not sure I trust him when he's like, we don't need it. We don't need an Ashton Genty. We don't need a Scattaboo on this roster. We'll be fine.
Who's your guy then? I'm sorry. Bell cow.
Bell cow. So I said cowbell?
Yeah.
It's the exact right. Okay, there you go. Bell cow. Shout out text line, bro. Yeah. I would put money that I was right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, that's why it was
cowbell.
Bell cow.
Bell cow back. Bell cow.
Well, you know what they say.
That's like we should listen a little. We ought to listen to a little Oyster Blue, man. That's
Oyster
what we need
Blue. Yeah, called Oyster Blue.
We need to put some Oyster Blue. Hey, look for some Oyster Blue on there.
Yeah, let's say don't reaper fear. I mean, that's it. That was funny.
Cowbell. Bell cow.
No, we want the cowbell. More cowbell.
We want the cowbell.
We want more cowbell.
More cowbell.
Look at the text line. It's bell cow, morons. Smiling, laughing emoji.
Yeah, no, I'm sure we had hundreds of people in their cars going, how can they not know it's bell cow?
Oh, bell cow!
That had to be the number one moment of people screaming at us in their cars.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
That had to be it right there.
Yeah, because we couldn't,
Because we couldn't figure that out.
And I can't believe I couldn't figure. I mean,
well, you know what? Listen, what you're
awesome.
saying is you want somebody that as a running back that they can water the carrier.
Okay, we could just do this all day. I appreciate it.
I know, right?
Okay,
isn't that what it is? Water the carrier.
We got to water the carrier with our cowbell running back.
Listen, man,
it's HPD here on 9-2. I don't know. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that stinks, man. It's just not fun, and it probably hurts your relationship, and it's just not a good time. I get it. And you know who gets it too is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and this is a problem that you can get taken care of. Most men, once you get this done, you're back having sex the day after your appointment. You get a test dose in the office. It's only $99. T and PSA test. If it advised the test dose, hey, if it doesn't work, freebie. But it's going to work. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This is what they do. 720-440-7900. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. They're there for you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, man, that's funny. I did this a couple years ago, too. And I apologize for not being more up on Rico Dowdle. I should have. I mean, ran for 1,000 yards for the Cowboys as a starting running back. Like, that's I should know that. So that's my bad. And I'll never forget, like, a couple years ago, I just hadn't been really following the Rams, and I saw some of the in the Pro Bowl, like Puka Nacua, and I just was like,
"Who is this?
Who's Puka Nacua?"
And you're like, one of the best.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. He's like, "Hey, you moron! You don't know who Puka Nacua is." And I, felt like an idiot then, and I'm getting ahead of it. I'm pre-murdering myself on not knowing my my NFL guys there because I don't want to Puka Nacua it up. So I'm just throwing myself out there. That's it.
Well, as little as the Cowboys had, they can't let that guy go, though, right?
I don't know, man.
I mean, for being honest,
you kind of get into this free agency world, like, what's their budget? Who are they into? What's the deal? How did he get to free agency in the first place? What are his injuries all about? Free agency always comes with a lot of, like, how did this guy get here? Question mark. And then you get into running backs and, like, I mean, I get it. Like, you're 30. Are you any good? Aaron Jones still? Or is it all done? Even at 26, 27, you kind of get, are you really the same guy you were at 22 and 23, even though it's only 3 years later?
Right. We talk about Todd. Todd Gurley was amazing, and then it's like age 25. You're old and busted.
It's
bro.
weird.
You're out.
It's
like,
weird
what?
It's weird how quick it goes. Like Javonte Williams, man, it's done. Like, his career is
how much of it is
done.
that? How much of it was the injury? You
A
think?
lot of it.
Yeah, you think a
a
chunk
lot.
of it
I think
was?
a lot of it's just wear and tear in general because you get beat up in college. You get to the pros. You go through a season that you're hurt, and you're bagging groceries at Kmart or something. I don't know, whatever you're doing. You're a real estate developer. It's part 2 of your life.
Yeah, Paxton Lynch, isn't that what he's doing somewhere? It's like selling homes.
Paxton Lynch was thick as a box of rocks. That's why he's not around. He's the worst kind, man, because you have all the physical abilities. Dude,
and you just can't put it together.
You gotta see
what's in between your
like.
ears?
Have you ever stood next to Paxton Lynch?
Big dude.
Yeah. Like, you look at Paxton Lynch and then you just watch him throw a football out on the football field. You watch him run around. Scott, hey,
Scott
man.
would have been a great quarterback at 6'11", man. Flinging it in for Arkansas. Yeah, bro.
No. I was a Veer quarterback. They didn't want me throwing the football.
I don't know, man. The weirdest thing about football quarterbacks, the weirdest thing is, like, hey, man, I think 6'6" is as big as you can go.
Really?
It's weird. Like, give me the best 6'7" or taller quarterback.
What was the guy? Was it Mark McGuire's?
Yep.
Was it Mark McGuire's brother?
Yep.
Was at San Diego State?
Yep.
Or where was you? San Diego State?
You got it.
And everybody said, this guy is going to be just a flamethrower, and just did nothing, didn't
Nothing. And he was like 6'7", 6'8". Hey, listen, if you want to give Brock props, that's fine. He's 6'8".
That was a big dude.
He's a Super Bowl champion.
How tall was Peyton?
He's 6'5" and like change.
Oh, is
he's
he?
right there. He's a pinch above 6'5", maybe not quite 6'6". He's right there. Peyton is a lot bigger than people may think, and so is Eli. Like, because they have that self-deprecating sort of sense of humor.
Right.
You don't realize how big Peyton Manning actually is.
Yeah.
But you know what? You must say something funny. I don't know if he's that tall, but I'll say this: he's Christian Brown size.
Well, that's right.
So could you imagine Christian Brown at a quarterback? I mean, that'd be a big joker, wouldn't it?
Well, did you guys see the video of LeBron shaking hands with some of the Eagles?
And he towered over him.
It's unbelievable.
Well, I brought up Saquon. Saquon's like 5'11" and a half, right? Even if he's not even 6, right?
Still, to this day, I think the funniest video I've seen in the past couple of years is when Russell Wilson met Nikola Jokic. And
he's just,
there's no way Nikola could believe that Russell Wilson was a professional athlete. First of all, I doubt Jokic is following football. And if he's just told, like, this is the quarterback of the Broncos, I would love to put him on, like, a truth-o-meter to see if he believed it.
Same thing, though, when he met Von Miller.
Oh, he's a lot bigger than Von, yeah.
I mean, Von's not a tiny guy, and Von's, I mean, he's not as thick as outside linebacker.
Vaughn's kind of like a skinny 6'2" for a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. He's not the biggest of dudes.
But compared to Joker, you're like thinking, dang, Joker's in 2 weight classes above this cat. I mean,
sometimes
he
people
dwarfed Von Miller.
Sometimes people think Nathan McKinnon's kind of a bigger guy. He's not.
No.
And you see him next to Joker, and it's like,
yeah,
like, hey man, here's what it is.
Like a kid.
Because when you watch an NBA game, they all kind of look the same size-wise. You got to stand next to these dudes. And Scott, you're one of them. I mean, you're a 6'10" guy, so I mean, you've kind of lived in this world. But what's weird about the NBA, just my 2 cents on this, when you go to an NBA game, they're not the only tall ones around. Like, the coaches are tall. The equipment guys are tall. The trainers are tall. Like you're like in the world of Avatar or something. You know, it's just strange. Like everybody's kind of bigger, Scott. It must make you feel like right at home, actually, frankly. It must be good to be around those. You ever go to a hockey game, man? It's like Lilliputians.
Yeah,
it's like munchkins.
Like you run into Cale McCarr at Target, and he looks like a high schooler.
You ain't no doubt about it.
I got a no dumb question that we had last night at dinner, but
yeah.
That's why I've always said with my size, I know I'm 6'10", but I've always felt I'm normal. And then you hang around a lot of people, and then you realize, and that's why when I go to concerts like a Red Rocks,
right?
I don't like to stand up because I know I'm blocking, at least 2 people behind me.
Right, because in the NBA world, you are kind of normal. You really are. You're still taller than most, but you're not taller than everybody. And there's a lot of people that are almost as tall as you. You know, it's you're kind of normal. But you go anywhere.
You want my no dumb question?
Yeah.
We had from last night?
Yeah.
Real fast. No dumb question we had last night. Katie Winge brought this up. In their prime, you could see one band, one musical group perform, and if you want to pick where it would be, who would that be? Get one choice at anybody, and you can catch them in their prime. Who would you see?
I don't know, man. That's tough. Obviously, it'd have to be somebody who I couldn't see now, somebody who's already passed, somebody who's no longer with us. So I could go see the Stones or go see.
I've seen the Stones in their prime. Well, I don't know. When was the prime of the Stones?
Man, that's a tough
where
one.
are we at?
I don't know.
I saw them in '89, and I feel like I saw them in their prime.
I agree. I saw them.
Right?
I saw them. I think that same tour, Steel Wheels tour, I believe was that tour.
Yeah.
That felt to me like they were in their prime, Scott. I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. Who in your opinion is the greatest touring band of all time?
Well, I'll tell you this,
I
bro.
saw the Who in '85 or '86.
I see.
Said,
you know what? A band like that is a good one, Scotty. Yeah, a band like Led Zeppelin or the Who, somebody who will never rock again. But you get like, yeah. I could see that. Like, I want to see Led Zeppelin at Red Rocks. Let's go. Led Zeppelin at Red Rocks. Let's go.
In their prime.
Yeah.
In their prime.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin in their prime.
The hell out.
That's pretty damn good.
But yeah, it's got to be somebody like that. Who's the greatest touring band of all time? I mean, the Beatles? The Beatles?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'd see the Beatles in their prime just because I want to see it in their prime. But.
Yeah. But I don't know. Who's the greatest rock band of all time? You tell me, man.
Or
do you want to see like Michael Jackson? I never saw Michael Jackson in concert or anything like that. I don't know if
I
want to go see MJ.
Jackson 5. I saw the Jackson 5 in Atlanta Fulton County Stadium in like '84.
Yeah, I bet you that rocked.
You know, concerts are so
crazy.
weird, man, because they're so subjective. Like, I'm a big Metallica fan, but I've seen some Metallica concerts that I've been like, okay, and walked out of.
Yeah,
because I love Rush. Love Rush. Boring after about 45 minutes, because the show matters.
Right.
The show matters. I'll give you
Prince.
I would have loved to have seen Prince in his prime.
Because I'm sure that's a good concert. I never saw him in concert.
I think the best guitar solo of all time is at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when they did While My Guitar Gently Weeps, and Prince ripped it.
Oh, my gosh. He killed it.
So, like, that was pretty extraordinary if you were at that. See,
that's when you had George Harrison's son was on the stage with him, and his eyes are, like, going up. And
it's Tom Petty. It was incredible. But, like, can I just tell you something? One of the funnest concerts I was ever at in my life, was Vanilla Ice last summer at Fiddler's with the Cool concert, because I just had a couple, and I got up on stage, and I'm on stage with Vanilla Ice.
And he's like, Ice Ice Baby. You're like, this is the best moment of my life.
It was kind of like stupid ridiculous. And so to me, like the greatest concert is kind of like, Scott, who are you with? How's our mood? What are we doing together? What are we collectively doing together as a group?
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't say I sat in the last row for Pink Floyd while everybody was high in college, and that show sucked. But I bet if I saw Pink Floyd in the right environment, it'd be better.
I saw it was a tour that he ended up passing on, Stevie Ray Vaughan in concert.
Well, that'd
when
be
he
amazing.
had those couple albums of Blue. And guess who came out for like 3 songs just to play licks with him?
Who?
Eric Clapton.
See, that'd be incredible. But I saw 9 Inch Nails in the mud in Woodstock 95, not 99 where they burned everything down.
95.
95, and it was the best concert performance that I'd ever seen in my life. Everybody's filled with mud. It was 9 Inch Nails. It was like I was sitting front row or whatever. It was unbelievable.
They're coming to Ball Arena in September, and I need you to work tickets for me and the Warden and you and Kim.
Kim, I'll take a poster, Kim. I'll go. I'll go. I could get Kim there.
The Warden and I and you.
That's fine. Kim's waiting for the Kenny Rogers concert. It's not the. I love her, but Nate and Andy coming up next. Thank you, Cole. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. See ya.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Brunson has it at the midcourt circle, guarded by Westbrook, trying to go for a steal. He goes to the right hand. Throws it off. Game winner, Josh Hart. Layup good. For the first time this year, Denver's going to lose 3 games in a row. They're down by 12 points in New York City to the Knicks. And Denver is going to lose this basketball game.
Oh, stop beating ourselves. I mean, that's priority number one.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Andy, do you remember last week?
I don't know what day.
Just the general time in the calendar that was last week.
Yeah, we've done this. Yeah, I know what you're getting at, my friend. I do.
Yeah,
we've done the show a long time.
You're picking up what I'm putting down. We were here on Friday. They had just beaten Sacramento. They'd blown out the Sixers. They'd had a great 2-game trip to Florida and beaten Miami and beaten Orlando.
Felt like a good win. The vibes felt right.
The vibes were good. We were riding some hot vibes, Andy.
We were vibing.
Yeah, we were. 28-16. They have lost 3 in a row since then.
Yeah.
And okay. Here's the problem that I have with last night, Andy. Is I told you before the road trip they're going to lose this game. All right, they're going to lose because here's the thing about the Knicks. They're good.
Yeah, they've got dudes. They're deep too.
They're deep. They're tough. They're good. I looked this up, by the way. The Knicks haven't been to the Eastern Conference Finals since 2000. You got to do it this year. You got to at the very least go to the conference finals. I don't know if you're going to beat Boston, but you got to get there. That team is legit. Whew. They got dudes, and they play mean. You know,
it's New York basketball, right?
It's really
it's
physical.
It's kind of a throwback to what they were.
Which you know Michael Malone does not appreciate getting out toughed in his own hometown, but that's what he's got right now. There's no shame in going in and losing to the Knicks, but it feels bigger because it's the 3rd in a row because you just lost in Minnesota and in Chicago, and now you go and lose in New York, and you got a back-to-back coming up here against Philly and Charlotte. They should win both of those games, but I don't feel super confident with the way that things are going. And they played better last night.
Yeah, in some ways, I was thinking of you because you had said they weren't going to get this win. They weren't going to get this win.
Yeah.
You've been calling it. Matter of fact, back to last week when you were looking at the longer stretch and we were trying to figure out what the record could be, you thought they could go 10-1 or 10-2 in a stretch. It sounded good to me. No, they've lost 3 in a row, so that's all out the window. So part of me was like, should we really be annoyed that they're not winning this game? But you get to the 4th quarter, it's a tight game.
Yeah.
You've answered back despite the horse crap that got, Nicole is out right away. I'm like, guys, do you really think the national TV audience wants to watch this team without Nicole? Not to be a jerk to any other guy on that roster. But this is a national TV game. You're going to have Jokic out with 2 fouls a minute, 90 seconds into this thing.
They were both fouls.
Well, it's fine. But my point being, you fought back from that.
Yeah.
You made it a game again.
Jamal played really well last night.
He did, but here's the thing.
Let me put it this way. He played really well for the game's final 41 minutes. He was garbage to start that game. They all were. Everybody came out asleep last night. They were kicking the ball around in the first quarter, and the Knicks were like, "Cool, we'll just take a nice lead." And then they settled down, and then they played a pretty clean game.
Got a lead in the 3rd quarter where you're like, "All right, here we go."
We got the Michael Malone special.
Gave it right back
in the 2nd quarter. They get the game back to tied. He left the reserves out there for 2 possessions too many, and it's a 6-point game by the time Jokic comes back. Okay, that's part and parcel for what this team does right now. You have a good start to the 3rd quarter, but then Brunson took over, and then the Knicks they closed that game out without Brunson on the floor last night.
Well, yeah, and again, you quit hitting threes. They start hitting threes. You don't cover the corner 3. Didn't Ojinobi have 9 quarter threes? I mean, what are we doing?
That guy murders.
God.
The Nuggets.
So that annoyed the hell out of me. Look, man, here's my problem right now. And it just is so amazing to me how the Nuggets and Avs find themselves in kind of the same spaces for different sports. But this feels like a 4-man team depending on whether it's Porter or Murray that shows up. Last night, Murray shows up. Porter gets the 9 points. Other nights, it's been Porter that shows up.
Yeah.
Murray doesn't. But, it'd be cool if you had all the guys and Christian Brown kind of rolling. And then, you know what? I do this. It's more love than hate, but I still find there's just points of the Russell Westbrook experience that I do still hate. Like, how do you miss an easy layup? How are you clanking a free throw as a guard?
Airballing corner threes that lead to runouts.
But you do so many things. I'm not saying get you out of there. Just can you not so much with some? Peyton Watson gets there some nights too, where I'm like, what are you doing? I don't know what to do with you. You're a high energy, super high upside athletic player. You can jump out of the gym. You can bother shots. You can go get rebounds. But other times you feel like the
limited
like
player.
the truck rolling down the hill with no brakes as you go towards the hoop. So I don't know what to do with this team. I don't know what to say. I don't know what it is.
I wrote down in the fourth quarter last night. I'm looking back at my notes that I was scribbling down as I watched that game. I wrote, the Knicks all play as hard as Westbrook.
That's a great, you know what? That's a great note right
there.
They
all do.
That's a great note
They
right
really
there.
all do. I mean,
okay, let me ask you this real quick.
Run out dunks last night off of missed threes. Like
what
inexcusable
about the inbound
crap.
play that you just let them? Dude, there was the one. Jamal. I was so frustrated with Jamal. He had that one play where he telegraphs his pass to Jokic.
Yeah.
Of course it gets knocked away, and then you get the take foul. What are you doing? You just, again, why does this team have this ability of you make a mistake and then you go and make it worse? Don't at least, if nothing else, don't make it worse. Don't compound one mistake with two. Are they not hungry anymore? How could they? I don't know. When you talk about the Knicks, when I watch OKC, I see hunger. This team has lost the chip on its shoulder, and I don't know why.
At least they have in the last week.
I would have understood it a week ago, or last year, I should say, when you had gotten your championship and you knew you could do it.
Yeah.
Where is it? It's just the hunger, the chip. I don't know what's going on.
The yearning. Where is the yearning?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we enter the month of love here.
The pain.
Pretty soon, you need the yearning.
An old woman experiences pain and yearning.
Yearning. What the hell is yearning?
They don't yearn enough is the problem.
Is yearning a fancy word for horny? Help me out.
I yearn for you.
I've only heard it. Basically, you're horned out and somebody called it yearning. Isn't that where we're at?
Wasn't that, what was Costanza's dirty talk? I long for you.
I just remember him trying to eat a salami sandwich or whatever in the bed.
Yearning, a feeling of intense longing for something. Hey, there's longing again.
Okay, then now go to longing.
This is
somehow
funny.
we're going to define all these words and get to horny. That's what it's going to be.
Here's on yearning, by the way. Here's the example that the Webster's online dictionary gives me. He felt a yearning for the mountains.
Well, I mean, who doesn't from time to time? Not the traffic, mind you.
That could have been the slogan for Busch beer. Yearn for the mountains.
Yearn for the mountains
of Busch beer.
Yeah. See,
Christian Brown came off the bench last night. How'd that scratch you?
You're like, all right, cool. You know what I don't like?
Well, the irony of it was like 90 seconds in, your new plan didn't exactly work out.
And then what do you end up playing? 37 minutes?
Yeah, Jokic goes to the bench.
He played more minutes.
I got to tell you, Andy, I didn't like it. I really like. I know when we had these discussions, the discussion was basically here were the three options because they have six. They have six starters. Okay. That's what this team has. They have six starters.
And just a quick correction, he played 29. He basically played starter minutes. Played more than Porter.
They had to play a lot last night.
And 1 minute less than Gordon.
And they have six starters. We threw out Aaron Gordon because he's kind of missed the most time, Christian Brown, and Russell Westbrook. And in all of these discussions that we had, I kind of just kept coming back to I don't think you mess with the young guy. I don't think you mess with the ascending player. And that was ultimately what Malone chose to do. He cited the Westbrook-Jokic combination, which he's not wrong. It's an excellent combination. I think it could have been found in other ways. But he decided to put Christian Braun on the bench, and I believe there's going to be repercussions to doing this. And you heard Brown's comments, frustration, clearly frustration, trying to be good soldier, but you can tell he doesn't appreciate this. He became an NBA starter, okay? And Russell Westbrook was brought here to be a reserve.
Be the bench guy.
Exactly. And it's just so odd to me. It's like the guy you chose to put on the bench is probably of the three of them, I'm not going to put AG in that conversation. That's a championship power forward. But probably the one that deserved it the least was Christian Braun.
Yeah, let's go and let's look at let's have a look at the replay.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking. I got the box score up. Brown went for 13 last night. Porter's got 9. Gordon's got 15. Now some would say, do you just go with Russell? Bring Jamal off the bench? Was that the other choice?
They were never going to do that.
Murray's got 30. Well, Murray scored 33.
Yeah.
Can't afford to have that sitting on the bench.
Yeah, no.
Russ only got 14. And look, what I don't like is that the explanation seems to be, well, Brown will handle it the best. All right. Well, we all need to be pros then. You want your money or not? What do you mean handle it the best? The only guy that's got any right to not put up with stuff, frankly, to me, is Nikola Jokic. That's it.
Well, sure, but also, you got a bunch of dudes you want a title. I get why the core four are in the starting lineup.
Fair enough. Then bench Russ.
It comes down to Westbrook and Brown. But again, is that the right move right now to go with? Maybe in the long run it'll turn out to be. I think there were ways that they could have worked the rotation to still maximize Westbrook and Jokic minutes together while keeping Brown in the starting five, because there is a certain designation to it all that now you have to wonder what's going to be the fallout for a young basketball player.
Yeah, I hope not much. I mean, look, I hope he's got a level head, and I hope this keeps going the right way.
How would you feel?
Me? I know. I'm with you. I'd be
moved
upset.
into
Matter of
NBA
fact,
starting five.
I'm not real sure I'd have given the politically correct comments that he gave.
Did everything right, and first thing he says is, I'm going to work my ass off to get back in the starting five. Not, I'm thrilled to have this job.
Yeah, listen, I've got 3 people with me. I know this. I was part of your run. That's what he can say. I mean, I don't mind. I respect Russ, but I was part of your run for the ring.
Yeah.
I was here.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I got tweeted by Magic Johnson last night offering me congrats.
Hey.
Because Magic was not aware that he had won back-to-back college and NBA championships. I was like, why is Magic Johnson tweeting?
Well, the Commanders are done. He doesn't have anything better to do. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to go to Las Vegas. Our buddy Adam Hill is going to join the show.
Oh, we need to open a little Sheryl Crow.
That's right. We got a little AFC West Losers Club here with the Chiefs going back to the Super Bowl.
Why you got to put it that way? Golly. 3 of the damn teams made the playoffs.
We're all looking up at those guys.
Yeah, that's why.
Staring right at their butts. We're gonna talk to Adam Hill, Pete Carroll, Tom Brady. Who the hell's gonna be their quarterback? Let's check in on the Silver and Bleak coming up next.
Hey, you need to swing by Hooters to hang with DMac? Well, while you're out in the vehicle, why don't you swing by Colorado Off-Road? Get yourself some truck and 4x4 accessories. Get a tow hitch, maybe. You could get a camper top. I don't talk much about the camper tops because I've got a bed cover, but you could get a camper top there. You could get maybe the step rails. You could do the floor mats. You could do anything you can think of for a truck or 4x4 and something maybe I'm not even thinking of. You can get it at Colorado Off-Road. Also, a great time of year to get a remote start installed in your vehicle. Now, we got lucky, at least my end of town. The storm breezed on by and didn't catch us. But let me tell you, last week when you were able to warm the car up, I was able to warm the car up before going out and getting in it. A lot better than having to just sit in there while you wait for it to warm up. You can get it right now over at Colorado Off-Road. Won't take very long to get that thing installed either. Go stop by and have a chat with Jerry Jones. If you're thinking about doing something with the vehicle, maybe you want some custom work, he can do it for you. If you need a recommendation on a brand, he can do that as well. He's a Colorado resident. This is a longtime Colorado business. They know Colorado. They know the products that stand up to the weather conditions here. Go have a chat with them. Again, the showroom 3 blocks south on downtown, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind ACC. Give them a call, 303-761-1264, or find them on the web, cooffroad.com.
Yeah, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We've got more Nuggets starting lineup lamentation coming up today here on the show. But we've been talking about what's going on with the Raiders and what's going to happen with the Raiders. They've become one of the more intriguing teams this offseason. That's going to happen when Tom Brady is calling the shots and you bring in the very spry Pete Carroll. Who is their quarterback going to be? What are they going to do with their first-round pick, et cetera, et cetera? Here to shed some light, as only he can, is our pal Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal, covering the Las Vegas Raiders. Adam, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
I am good. I don't know if you've heard, Pete Carroll has a lot of energy.
Are you dealing with it now? Is it the annoying energy? Is it like too energetic in the morning guy, or is it just general energy?
Well, nobody has specified that. It's just energy and a lot of energy and energetic, and I hear that a lot. And I was told the other day, and I hadn't even thought about it, and now it's just stuck in my head. Somebody who was not happy with the hire said, if you have to tell me 100 times he's energetic, there's a problem.
Yeah, it's when Josh McDaniels was hired here to replace Shanahan, it was just like, oh, this youthful breath of fresh air that came into the building. And everybody kept telling us that all the time. And it turns out that guy couldn't coach a lick.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, Nate. I mean, I went in skeptical to the press conference. He really is energetic. He really is good. Nice.
Remember, he was throwing passes as a backup quarterback.
That's true.
A couple years ago, Adam. Maybe he'll throw you a pass.
He might have to do it in the games.
Oh no, you got Russell Wilson coming allegedly. No, aren't you? Yeah.
Oh, I'm aware. We're ready.
You know who else was energetic? Nathaniel Hackett.
No, real quick, and I'm sorry to jump in, but I got to ask you, because Nate, look, and Adam, I'll tell you, I got people that, I got one person in particular that I trust, that I know has been around Pete Carroll, that tells me the guy does not love Russell Wilson the way this has been portrayed. We all know he tried to get him fired. Do you really think Russ is a viable option? Is that really going to happen?
I didn't, because I've heard the same as you have, but it's weird. Like Tom Brady and Bill Belichick are tight again now.
That's true.
When I was skeptical until I heard the Russell Wilson interview on McAfee, and I don't know if it was, hey, he's trying to keep his options open, or maybe he wants to come to Vegas because he did want to come here last year. I think that might involve someone close to him potentially getting a residency in Vegas too, and then him playing here. But I think he's trying to keep those doors open. But he went on McAfee and said, he organized the welcoming committee or the going away party, whatever you want to call it, in Seattle after Pete Carroll was gone, which really raised my eyebrows because I didn't think they had a great relationship. And then I heard that, and I said, well, maybe we're wrong, and maybe who knows about this. So that did kind of pique my interest a little bit, and obviously there's a lot of smoke there. And the Raiders do need a quarterback. Now, I don't know if Russell Wilson is the answer, but we'll see.
Yeah, I can't imagine a guy that went out of his way and went behind your back to go to ownership to try to get you fired in Seattle. I don't feel like that grudge is going to die anytime soon. Also, as soon as I saw that report, I was like, this smacks of something Russ's people are putting out there right now. I don't know if there's real interest from the Raiders. So, Adam, let's ask you some other quarterback names there, and could they potentially work?
Before you do that, hey, hold on. Before you do that, are you suggesting there's a team of people around Russell Wilson who manipulate messages and put things up? How dare you?
They were allowed in the building excessively when he was here in Denver, and that bothered some people. They got to hang out in his office all day long. Yeah. So, Adam, let's hear this. What do you think about this one? Is there any chance Tom Brady could tab Aaron Rodgers to be his quarterback in Las Vegas?
I mean, why not? At this point, let's go.
Are you bringing Devontae back there then?
Yes.
Does he still have the house with the Taco Bell?
I think Devontae is going to Green Bay.
Okay.
I feel like that's happening.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. Now, as you know, my favorite player in the history of football is, I think, now the de facto starting quarterback with the Jets in Tyrod Taylor. Mm-hmm. So I'm all for Aaron Rodgers going somewhere else and letting Tyrod have his team at this point. That'd be great. But no, anything is possible at this point. So we've been talking to a lot of people around the team. Obviously, it's all new people, right? So you're you're hearing from different voices. You're trying to learn people, get to know people. I think there's a lot of possibilities on the table. And I look at so we're joking about the Pete Carroll hiring. I think it's good for a couple of reasons we can get into if you want. But I really think the big hiring is John Spytek, the new GM. I think he's going to be fantastic. I think he's kind of a star in the making, a guy really on the rise. Was very impressed with him before he ever got here, and now obviously after talking to him and hearing him say what he had to say, I very much believe in what he's trying to do here. So I think he can do some good things. And if you look back at what he did in 2023, as part of that front office in Tampa Bay, they had no money. There were $80 million in dead cap. Everybody thought they should tank. And he went out and he was able to, be a part of that group that found Baker Mayfield. And they, only had a couple $1 million to pay him, and they did it. And they kind of resurrected his career. And I think that's the type of guy. I mean, I don't know if there's somebody out there like that right now, but that's the kind of guy I would look for them to try to figure it out with here. But who knows? Pete Carroll wants to try to, work some magic with one of the older guys. Maybe that happens too.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, etc. Yeah, they're all out there. Talking to Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal, covering the Raiders. Adam, tell us about the Tom Brady regime that now seems to be running this thing, or am I overstating what's happening there? It sounds to us, and we're out of town stupid, that this guy's calling all the shots.
You mean Tom Brady, the owner, president, GM, every role possible with the Raiders? It seems like that's it. I mean, he was the guy conducting the interviews. He was the guy asking most of the questions. He was leading the committee, and we had heard that behind the scenes, and that was part of what we were being told by a lot of people that were part of the process to find a coach and a GM. And then you go to the press conference, and if you listen back, I listened back a second and third time and tried to count how many times Tom Brady's name was mentioned by Spytek and Carroll and Mark Davis afterwards. Like, it was over and over and over again. Like, that's who they were thanking. That's who they were saying, crediting with bringing everybody in. Like, he's a very, very, very significant part of this entire process. And, he's not going to be day-to-day. I don't think he's going to be weighing in on personnel decisions like, who to pick up off waivers and that sort of thing. But big-picture decisions in the offseason are Tom Brady. Now, you can only have so much influence if you're not moving here. Like, you live in another place and you're doing another job with Fox, there's only so much you can do. But if there's a major decision to be made in the organization, you can bet Tom Brady is either influencing it or making it.
How do you? You've laid it out. You have trust in Spytek. I guess we'll see where this Brady thing goes. It's still wild for me. Adam, we've all kind of done the job. I've not been a beat reporter like you, but I've, had to, as a sideline guy, you're living the existence of the team. And I feel like you get a feel after a little bit as to what way this may go. I remember when Josh got here and all of a sudden he's fighting with Cutler. You're like, all right, what are we up to here? What's your initial vibe? I know it's early and you laid out there. You're getting your new sources lined up, and I'm sure you haven't earned the trust all that of people. But what's your initial vibe about how you think this is going to go? How long do you think the Pete Carroll thing goes? Ideally, is this like a couple-year deal and get the reset and then move on, or do you think they're gonna let him go till he's sick of it?
I think Pete Carroll's going to be the coach of this team for the next 43 years.
Nice.
So much energy, he can't
be
die.
Like Krang the Brain thing from Ninja Turtles, where he's just running the sucker even without a body.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy, so I think that can continue.
Yeah.
No, I think what they wanted, and Mark Davis talked about this. Like, he's had 5 coaches since he's been here in Las Vegas. It's been ridiculous. He wanted a guy that he could hire and be the coach for 20 years. Like, in his mind, he wants the Steelers. He wants a guy he just hires, you set it and forget it, and he's your coach. But once they didn't get Ben Johnson, which is who they hoped they would find in that guy, I think they settled on that idea. Not that it was settling, it was their second choice, but they said, okay, Pete Carroll is really good at turnarounds. He's really good at coming in, fixing what's broken and building a foundation. And, yeah, he's not going to be the coach for 7, 8, 9 years, I don't think. But if he's here for 3 years and he puts you in a position where pretty much every available coach in the league is like, yeah, I want that job, like, that's an unbelievable job by Pete Carroll. Like, that's what you're looking for. I don't think anybody needs him to win a Super Bowl. Like, you just want it so that when you have to do this again, when you have to do this next process, like, coaches are coming to you. You're not begging people to take interviews like they did with Ben Johnson.
Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal. Again, we're learning about what's going on with the Raiders right now. Adam, when you hire Pete Carroll, when you hire somebody that is 74 years of age, theoretically you're doing so because, like you just talked about, you want that quick turnaround. You want to win quickly. Is there personnel in place with the Raiders right now that would that would make that possible at all?
Seriously?
Enough said.
But here's the thing. We didn't think the Broncos had that, and they won 10 games and went to the playoffs this year.
That's true. And by the way, slow down. He's 73. He'll be 74 by week 2. Only 73 now. So, he doesn't need any numbers added on to his age at this point. Look, to be serious, there are some pieces there, right? I mean, if you look around, obviously they have one very, very good tight end and another really good one, I think, in Michael Mayer behind him. Jacoby Myers, I think, is a really, really, an excellent number 2 guy if they can bring in a number 1 receiver. The offensive line was young and developing. Defensively, obviously, if Max Crosby's healthy, Christian Wilkins comes back. You've got the pieces. Now, there's a ton of free agents on the defensive side of the ball, but bringing back Patrick Graham as a defensive coordinator, I think, encourages a lot of those guys to maybe look at re-signing here. You can bring some of those pieces. You've got over $100 million in cap space. You've got the 6th pick in the draft. You're not that far away. You do have some pieces to build around. Now, you need a lot to add to it, but you've got the ability to do that this offseason if that's what you want to do. If you don't want to take a patient approach and kind of, slowly build up to that point, if you want to try to make a big splash with, 3-4 guys and add a quarterback, maybe you can get there into that conversation. But I don't think they're looking quick fix. I think they're trying to maybe do a little bit of slower build, compete in 2 or 3 years. Then at that point, you pass it on. I think they're just trying to build a foundation right now.
All right, are you guys still I don't even know what the right word is. Felt infatuated towards the end of the college football season. Maybe not there right now, but what is the feeling around town about Shedeur Sanders? Is there still at least a vibe among the fan base that they want him, or is Cam Ward going to be the guy, or are you worried you're not going to get either?
Yeah, I think if they had their choice of quarterbacks, I think right now it'd be Shedeur. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are very excited about 4 passes that Jackson Dart threw this week at the Senior Bowl. So that conversation is picking up. Actually, and I'm joking about that. I think Jackson Dart is so smooth the way he operates as a quarterback. I'm pretty intrigued by that too. But Shedeur Sanders is the one that's so tied into what the Raiders are doing. And, I think I mentioned with you guys before, but the fact that he has such a long-standing relationship with Tom Brady, and Tom Brady will be, and we're talking about how much influence he has in some of the decisions. Everyone is just saying, hey, Tom Brady's picking our quarterback. So that is, if Tom Brady wants Shedeur Sanders, I would definitely keep in mind that that's a big part of what they would get. They've worked out together since Shedeur was in high school. He was the first athlete he signed to his TB12 brand. They've got a relationship for a long time. So if they have a chance to get Shedeur, I think they will. But if they don't, I think they will have other options. Probably explore. They might explore a veteran even if they do get Shedeur Sanders. But yeah, I think that there was some people behind the scenes that also were pretty impressed with Jackson Dart this week.
All right, Adam Hill, everybody. Catch him on Twitter. He is at Adam Hill, LVRJ, covering the Raiders and all Las Vegas sports, including the Knights, for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Adam, good stuff. Thanks for stopping by the AFC West Losers Club.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, Adam Hill joining us right there from Las Vegas. If Tom Brady wants it, Tom Brady will get it.
You think they'd trade up for him? Dude, I will say this.
A pick or 2, maybe?
This quarterback class is underwhelming everybody. It is unbelievable.
We
heard about this last year.
2
I'm
first
come
rounders.
on, somebody's going to play their way into your hearts.
Yeah, there's 2 first-rounders.
I'm not sure. Yeah, man, this is...
But also, okay, there really is 2 first-rounders most years.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
We talk ourselves into the dudes. It's just this year, you know what? A third quarterback's going to go in the first round.
Oh, sure.
I'll take the over on 2.5 right now.
Dart will probably play his way into something because he's got the big arm, right?
Also there's no planet in which Ashton Genty gets past Dallas at 12. I'm planting my flag there. In fact, here's the thing. They might have to trade up to get him.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's the Kansas running back that I saw way too much of when CU played Kansas.
There was a lot of him.
I just read in The Athletic today, there's a big running back class.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, it's a conversation for down the road, but are we going to get to that thing where NFL teams are like, man, there's a lot of backs in this class. You probably snag Genty, but then you're just like, whatever, we'll take the rest after the first, second round. Unless you want the 5th-year option.
That's what you should do.
Because
that's what you should do.
In classic fashion, there's too many.
Yeah.
The running backs are high. The quarterbacks seem low. and we'll see with the rest. I don't know. The Senior Bowl has seemed interesting. It doesn't feel like they're having a good time with a lot of the positions at the Senior Bowl.
Jeff Legwall to be with us tomorrow to tell us about the Senior Bowl. Hey, Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. You just got to answer 10 simple questions about the big game. Yeah, the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. Tie goes to the entry that was entered first, so hurry. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. Andy, we've got some dirty deeds done dirt cheap going on in the sports world today.
Do you like that song?
It was fine. It sounded. I wasn't the biggest AC/DC guy.
I liked enough. I like Money Talks and the.
I mean, good licks and all that.
Sure,
but they're like, I know dudes that are like AC/DC for life, like worship. I never got there with those guys.
Very tough to karaoke that band. At least the Brian Johnson years, right?
Can you do any of it?
No, I've tried. Like, I liked Money Talks.
My
voice, you shook me all night long, but I can't sing that.
I don't think my voice could get there. I was a Back in Black guy myself. Yeah. I dig that riff. It's a good riff.
You can't do Thunderstruck either, man. Forget about it. It just sounds like everyone's got like Birdo would have to go hoarse, and maybe he could try to pull it off, but that'd be about it.
We're gonna get texts from dudes that are like, "You guys are idiots.
You guys suck.
AC/DC rule."
Yeah, is there controversy between the who was the first singer?
Bon Scott.
Bon Scott.
Yeah,
but he died, right? This isn't like a Van Halen. This isn't like.
I want to make sure we're not killing the wrong guys right now.
Yeah, we're pretty good at that.
Right now, Moser is punching his steering wheel.
In his Camaro.
Oh, wait.
Should we get DMac in here? He probably knows.
So one of these.
Should we call up Mark Stout?
I'm surprised by that one every single time.
Oh, so is he, apparently.
Okay. Let's anyway. Besides my bad quoting of AC/DC lyrics.
You don't even want to look it up, do you? You want me to do it? I'll do it. You don't want to get into that logarithm.
You look it up. I'll
give
that
algorithm.
I'll give everybody Justin Tucker news, okay?
Dude. What are we doing?
Here we go.
Is Bon Scott alive is a popular search. No, unfortunately not.
Ravens kicker Justin Tucker is accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists in the Baltimore area, according to an investigation by the Baltimore Banner. Tucker's conduct, according to an article posted by the Banner. I'm reading the aggregated story from ESPN. I did read most of the Banner story today, and it's pretty creepy. Tucker's conduct, according to an article posted by the Banner on Thursday, caused some therapists to refuse to work with him again and resulted in 2 spas banning him from returning. The allegations reportedly occurred between 2012 and 16, which were Tucker's first 5 seasons in the NFL. About an hour after the Banner's article was posted, Tucker called the allegations unequivocally false in a lengthy response on social media. Posting to Twitter today, throughout my career as a professional athlete, I've always sought to conduct myself with the utmost professionalism. I've never before been accused of misconduct of any kind, and I have never been accused of acting inappropriately in front of a massage therapist or during a massage therapy session or during other body work, close quote. Well, that's kind of weird because all he's saying is, I've never been accused of it. He doesn't actually say I didn't do it. In his post, Tucker said the article takes innocuous or ambiguous interactions and skews them so out of proportion that they are no longer recognizable. This is desperate tabloid fodder. As though somebody was sitting around going, how do I take down the kicker? I'm bored today.
Yeah, yes.
That kicker's gotten real full of himself after missing a few this year. Really screwed my fantasy team. I got to get that guy.
There's a lot of deep reporting, it felt like, by a Baltimore newspaper on this, too.
Was quite detailed.
Yes.
When I read this story. Detailed so much to the point of, like, I'm just going to go to the end of that paragraph. I'm good. Okay? I don't need to know that much about Justin Tucker, okay? Ravens issued a statement saying, quote, we take any allegations of this nature seriously and will continue to monitor the situation, close quote. Okay, this is always one of those things, and I know this is a little speculative, but this is one of those things I wonder about. Justin Tucker was pretty bad this year. He did not have a good season kicking the football. This is one of those things where it's like, okay, suddenly some dirt from your personal life creeps in and you're maybe not so focused on football? Is that possible? Oh, I got to start worrying about this now? You wonder about that. Oftentimes when athletes do have a drop-off in performance, You can sometimes later find out, that was the year he was going through the divorce. Okay, that was all right. Okay, that was the year he lost a parent or whatever it may be. Like it affects these guys. Maybe that's why he sucked this year. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know.
Attorneys for Tucker denied the allegations of inappropriate behavior, telling the Banner that it's speculative and impossible to prove. Well, yeah, the allegations are from like 8 years ago.
Here's my thing, Nate, okay? Here's where, sadly, we can say stories now because it's a plural.
Yeah. Yeah, he went full Deshaun.
When this all came out for Deshaun Watson, remember you and I were like, this is tough to believe. And I remember my take. Come on, he's an upstanding member of the community. And everybody just praises the charity work and the person that he is, and on and on and on. The next thing you know, it just kind of all unravels.
It was
I just like, who's this lawyer? This lawyer's just looking for this. No, it turns out no.
And then another allegation, and then another allegation.
It's 30-something.
And then another allegation. And
you're paying people to be quiet. And
the Baltimore Banner piece pointing out numerous different accusers whose stories really matched up and people that didn't know one another. All right. Well, it seems as though there was an alleged pattern of behavior here from this guy. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just lay there and get your kicker massage, man. Ugh. Ugh. We got another gambling scandal, too.
Yeah, this is crazy as well.
More dirty deeds done dirt cheap, Andy. Terry Rozier. Remember Terry Rozier?
Barely, but yeah, I do now.
Yeah. He's back in the news. Unusual betting patterns surrounding the play of then Charlotte Hornets guard Terry Rozier in a game nearly 2 years ago are now under investigation by federal prosecutors, part of the same probe that led to the lifetime ban of Jontay Porter, the brother of Michael Porter Jr., the NBA confirmed today. Wall Street Journal first reported the investigation, noting that Rozier, who played for the Hornets at the time and now plays for the Heat, has neither been charged with the crime nor he has been accused of wrongdoing. The NBA said it looked into the matter at the time and did not find that any league rules were broken. So what are the feds doing here? If the NBA has already looked into this and everybody is saying there was no wrongdoing, what's going on right here? NBA spokesman Mike Bass said in a statement, March 2023, the NBA was alerted to unusual betting activity related to Terry Rozier's performance in a game between Charlotte and New Orleans. The league conducted an investigation, did not find a violation of NBA rules. We are now aware of an investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York related to this matter and have been cooperating with that investigation. The U.S. Attorney's Office did not immediately comment. The Heat referred to the NBA statement when asked for comment. The game involving Rozier that is in question was played March 23rd, 2023, a matchup between the Hornets and the Pelicans. Ooh, barn burner.
Is that on ESPN?
Rozier played the first 9 minutes, 36 seconds of the game, and not only did he not return that night, citing a foot issue, but he did not play again that season. Charlotte had 8 games remaining and was not in playoff contention, so it did not seem particularly unusual that Rozier was shut down for the season's final games. In that March 23rd game, Rozier finished with 5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists in the opening period, a productive quarter, but well below his usual total output for a full game. Posts still online from March 23rd of that year show some bettors were furious with sportsbooks that evening when it became evident that Rozier was not going to return to the game after the first quarter, with many turning to social media to say that something shady had gone on regarding the prop bets involving his stats for that night. One frustrated bettor posted an image of a ticket for a 3-leg parlay where a $65 wager would have returned $401.95. The bettor played over 6.5 goals in the Tampa Bay-Ottawa NHL game, over 8.5 rebounds for Julius Randle, both of which hit. But the ticket did not cash because Rozier finished well below his prop bet of 32.5 combined points, assists, and rebounds. The bettor picked Rozier to exceed those numbers. Yeah.
Hold on. So this is really sounding a lot like, unfortunately, for the Porter one, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a foot thing with Porter, too, that he claimed? Or
wasn't it his eye?
Is that what he said? It was his eye?
He claimed to have been hit
in the eye? But it was
eye?
the prop bet again thing, right?
Yes. And it was a night where there were Jontay props that were out there.
Right.
Why the hell are you offering John? Now, and I get like Terry Rozier's an NBA rotation player. Like those guys' props are out there. Those things are everywhere.
A lot of this just sounds so familiar to what we read a year ago when the LeJontay thing went down.
Yeah, it's and I think it's generally the same thing. Jontay got banned for life After the
Jonte?
league probe. Mm-hmm.
Not LeJonte?
Not LeJonte.
Who's the other LeJonte? Didn't we have a LeJonte?
LeJonte Wester.
There we go.
Played for the Buffs. Yeah,
That's right. That's right. Thank you. One of my favorite interviews.
This is Jonte.
You're right.
Sans the law. But yeah. So there you go. Terry Rozier. Under investigation by the feds. Potential federal, or it is a federal investigation into some shady behavior going on, potentially, from Terry Rozier. I mean, here's the other thing, okay, Andy? Like, he cited a foot issue. He didn't play again that season. Might have really been hurt. Might have been.
Right.
And unless there's, like, evidence on whatever that weird, like, social media texting app thing that Jonte was using. And unless there's something like that is raising red flags. Because that's basically how they got Jonte. Was like, well, there's evidence of you corroborating with bettors.
Yeah, you would think the feds weren't looking to waste time, so I'd be curious why they're reopening it. You said if the NBA has said there's nothing to see here, but who knows?
Yeah. So there you go. Terry Rozier, Justin Tucker. You guys get the AC/DC treatment today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're talking Broncos offseason with Nick Kosmider coming up next.
Man, are you failing to perform like my partner, Nate Kreckman, at times? Well, let me tell you. Swing on by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It could be your testosterone level. That could be part of the problem. Are you feeling like maybe you're dealing with low T, the low energy, the bad workouts, can't improve your sleep? Maybe you got you got a little fog head going on there, Nate. You feeling foggy, brain fog at times?
I'm wearing the fog hat.
Do you not wake up feeling yourself? Or maybe your live read comes up at an improper time. And so you know what you do. You go on down to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, here's the good news. If you're like most guys, treating your low T could be really easy to do and could change the way you feel about all of this, whether it's from sex drive to your workouts. Maybe you've even put on some weight. It could help you with that. Just go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com to take their quiz. It's a 10-question quiz if you're into quizzes. Nate, go take that quiz right now. They'll draw your blood. I'm going to have your results in 30 minutes when you go to your initial visit. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider to review and discuss your options on what the test said. It's a T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day of your test, you get that testosterone treatment. The visit's free. So what could be easier than that? Swing on by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. I can tell you the first shot that I took from testosterone was like the greatest cup of coffee you've ever had. So don't wait any longer. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it's hour number 2. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're having a delightful Thursday afternoon. No Avs, no Nuggets tonight. We're dark here on Altitude Sports Radio.
You know what? A week or two ago, that would have annoyed the hell out of me. Tonight, I think I need the break.
I need some space.
Yeah.
Okay?
Let's just, it's not a breakup by any means, but,
You guys are suffocating me right now.
Why don't you go sleep at your house tonight?
Yeah, so let's take this opportunity to talk about the Denver Broncos. Nick Kosmider joins the show from theathletic.com. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Nick, welcome back to the show, by the way. Good to see you. Or hear you. I don't actually see you right now.
You guys.
Yes.
You can envision,
You're still tall.
My mug and all that. Still tall.
Yeah.
I can confirm.
Mm-hmm. All right, Nick. Let's just start here, okay? I just want to cut to the chase. All right? Cut to the chase. No, Zach Baun. Is this guy going to be a Denver Bronco? Does this guy check the boxes of Sean Payton guy and a stud that this defense could use?
Yeah, it's interesting because I was doing some research on this on some of these potential candidates or kind of digging into who he might look at to replace some of these staff members who have moved on. And one of those guys is Rob Ninkovich, who obviously played for the Patriots after 2 separate one-year stints where he played for Sean Payton in New Orleans, including his first year in 2006. He's talked about potentially getting back into coaching. He's been a guest at Broncos training camp before. But anyway, Payton has said multiple times that that was a guy that I wish hadn't gotten away, and I made that mistake twice. Bond can be kind of looked at in another way, right? He was a 3rd-round draft pick of the Saints, and obviously, now shining the way that he is for the Eagles, it would almost be like this opportunity, all pro, to add to Denver's list of those. It would seemingly make a lot of sense, and as you continue to kind of go through and really try to evaluate these needs the Broncos have, that one really, to me, kind of sits at the top of the list. I know it's not a marquee position, but in terms of the actual need that they have for more traits at that spot, he certainly seems like a fit.
All right. Well, since he started with a free agent, and we're also look, I know we want the Broncos to make moves. We in the media would love it because it gives us stuff to talk about.
Content,
you know what I
baby,
mean?
content.
Whether it's Not Another Bucking podcast or the Kreckman and Lindahl show, but Adam Schefter, hope you don't mind me quoting someone else's numbers, Nick, because I don't know, if you're really worried about the market of T. Higgins. But Adam Schefter said that T. Higgins could command $30+ million a year. Is that really the aisle the Broncos are ready to shop in? Look, I love a T. Higgins here. Don't hear me wrong, Nick. But still, there's still Russell Wilson, dead cap money on there. And, do you think that's a realistic item to put in the shopping cart there?
Well, it's just you got to just look at the history of how Sean Payton has operated in the past, and that has not been a big tick item that he typically, is prone to spend money on. He's not gone out in his tenure as a head coach and spent a lot of money on wide receivers in free agency, and you're talking about kind of the clear-cut number 1 free agents in the class. You add that to the fact that George Payton, in his end-of-season press conference essentially said, we felt like the way that we went about last year, really being kind of targeted with the additions that we were making, that turned out well for us. And there's not really reason to think that just because we have a little bit more money to spend this year, that we won't kind of approach it the same way. Greg Penner said similar things, although he did say, if the opportunity or the need to be aggressive arises, that's certainly something that we can do, but I don't know that we'll need to do that. I just don't think that that's necessarily the route that they want to go. I know they need more playmakers for this offense. But again, you're talking about, a guy that's going to get a top of the market contract, has missed 10 games in the last 2 seasons due to injury. And obviously a phenomenal player. They got to see it up close. 11 catches, 131 yards, 3 touchdowns in that Week 17 win for the Bengals. He was unstoppable. It's not a matter of whether this guy is an elite receiver, because I think that he is. But you have a lot of other needs. You're not going to have a rookie contract forever on your quarterback. And so you have to be judicious in terms of how you acquire and develop players.
Talking about the Broncos, the offseason with Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Let's turn to the coaching staff now. Nick, we were playing a game of Broncos assistant coach bingo in the last commercial break right there, and we got another one. David Shaw has exited. He now goes to Detroit to be the passing game coordinator for Johnny Morton, who was here in Denver. He is now the OC for the Lions. So yeah, we got guys leaving. Special teams, they still got to figure all of that out. Inside linebackers, there's moves to be made right there. Should there be anything made of all of this, or is this just standard coach poaching? This is what happens when your franchise finds its way and starts to win again, or is there something else at play here, and could there be other, maybe bigger departures?
Well, I don't like. I think that I got asked this question in a mailbag that I have coming out at The Athletic tomorrow, and it was like, there's obviously been a lot of talk over the last couple of years of wanting to create a continuity that the Broncos haven't had in past years, and that's part of hiring Sean Payton, a guy that had continued success in New Orleans over the course of 15 years. Was having these systems in place, because you're always going to lose coaches, and certainly when you win, that becomes something that happens more frequently. Coaches that are starting their own staffs want to pull from winning staffs, especially young coaches, and so a lot of that is, I think, kind of par for the course in terms of what happens in the offseason as coaching staffs evolve. I would also say that even if you have this shift, like from assistants, it doesn't necessarily matter a whole lot. Like last year's a perfect example. Marcus Dixon, the defensive line coach who ended up going to Minnesota, and Christian Parker, the secondary coach who's now, playing for a Super Bowl with Vic Fangio on that defensive staff. They were two of the more respected coaches on the defensive staff for the Broncos in 2023. They're certainly great coaches, but their replacements did a bang-up job this year if you're just basing it on the production from those positions. Jim Leonard helped develop a guy in Riley Moss who became, the starter opposite Pat Surtain this team's been searching for years. He, coached Surtain to his best season of an already sparkling career. And of course, that Pat Surtain had that season because he's Pat Surtain. But then the defensive front, I talked to guys all year on that defensive line room who said they loved working with Jamar Kane, who replaced Dixon on the defensive line and helped that group be contributors to a 63-sack season. So again, I think if you have the tent poles in place of what you're trying to do schematically as well as kind of culturally, then you can survive these changes. It's part of like having success, and the fact that you have gotten guys taken from you, you can look at it and say, well, that means we're putting the right people into position. The one thing that's going to happen is he's going to ultimately not be able to hire any more Saints guys because they're now all going and getting other opportunities. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with those roles, but I don't expect it to change a whole lot of how they operate.
Are you surprised Davis Webb hasn't been part of this conversation? I mean, now look, I'm glad he's not leaving because I think he's an incredibly important buffer between Sean and the quarterbacks as we've seen. But are you surprised he hasn't gotten more action?
A little bit, certainly with these, some of these coordinator roles that have come open. You would maybe look at that, and who knows? Like the one thing with this pass game coordinator role that the Broncos ostensibly have open now is that could just be a title that gets conferred upon Davis Webb. You look at a guy like Ronald Curry in Buffalo, a former Peyton assistant. He's their quarterbacks coach and pass game coordinator. So that it's almost kind of like a way to promote a guy up from where he is, and maybe that's a carrot that has been dropped his way. I'm really not sure, but Webb will have his chances. I think there's no doubt about that. But I think for the Broncos, especially, having a quarterback going into his second year, to have that continuity in that room, I think that is one area where I think that will be beneficial.
Talking to Nick Kosmider, talking Broncos offseason. Nick covering the Broncos for theathletic.com. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Nick, you did a bang-up job laying out the team's extensive list of their own free agents. Again, continuity is something that a winning team and a winning culture is all about. Who are your top candidates to stay? Who are your top candidates to exit amongst guys that are on this team whose contracts are up?
Well, I think the first part of it is they were able to avoid some of the tough free agent, conversations or decisions that they were going to have to make by extending Quinn Miners, Jonathan Cooper, Garrett Bowles. Those guys were all set to be free agents this offseason. Instead, they get long-term deals done. So you're looking at a group that really is not it's not a who's who of your top players. DJ Jones is probably the top name on that group, a guy that just got done with a 3-year, $30 million contract. George Payton talked a lot, or mentioned in his post-season press conference the job that Malcolm Roach did, helping solidify that run game. I could see them sort of just moving him into that role and then getting another veteran behind him on that defensive front. But if the number makes sense, I could see them bringing DJ Jones back because of, again, that group and what they did a year ago. You might not want to disrupt that. So his is like the real interesting one for me. The other intriguing aspect of this, because it's the position, is quarterback. Both of the guys behind Bo Nix, of course, are free agents, Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham. I think Wilson is more likely to get looks from a team as that potential, like, hey, let's take another role and another look at this guy and see if he could be, a guy that develops into a starter, or at least let him compete in training camp for a job. If you have a young quarterback that you're trying to develop, he might get a look like that. And Stidham, I know that he wants to have that kind of a chance, still believes that he can have a chance to start at some point. But he might ultimately find that the market says, hey, be a top priority backup in a system that you already know. And I think Stidham would be more likely to eventually land back in Denver than would Wilson.
Real quick, we're a little tight on time, but were you surprised Knicks turned down the Pro Bowl? Were you surprised by this surgery thing?
No, I mean, it was a deal where obviously, fourth alternate, and when you're that deep down the list, you're not thinking like, hey, I'm going to this game. So the idea to have, hey, a lot of guys have medical cleanups or whatever it might be after the season. And when you're fourth alternate, really not thinking you're probably going to be going to that game. I think that might have been part of it, but not surprised. Obviously, he dealt with the back thing midway through the season, wanted to get healthy and get right and have the kind of off season that he talked about from the very end of the season that he really wanted to attack. So I'm not overly surprised at how that went down.
Ow, my transverse process hurts like hell. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Read his stuff right there. And, of course, we talk to him every week here on the K&L show. Nick, good work, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
All right. Nick Kosmider joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. That is ramoslaw.com. Andy, last night, TNT, Paul Bissonnette.
Going off. Got some things to say.
And you know what? I thought he echoed a comparison. He didn't explicitly do it, but I thought he echoed a comparison that you made regarding the end of Mikko Rantanen's tenure in Colorado. Let's explore that coming up next. Well, don't just let me push you. Jump into Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com. Download Sport Trade onto your phone right now. It is Colorado's brand new app designed just for you. It's a premium sports betting experience. Great prices on Sport Trade. Minus 106 on the main lines. That is more earnings for you when you win. High limits. No spinny wheels when you're live wagering with Sport Trade. In fact, Sport Trade has the best live betting experience in the industry. They're not going to cancel your bet or change your odds or do any of those annoying things that other apps do to you. No, we're talking about instant in-play wagering with Sport Trade. They have figured this app out. Plus, Sport Trade, right there on their app. My favorite feature, it's called the tape. You see every bet happening on the service in real time. Sport Trade shows you the action happening on the site from other bettors, and you can follow the smart money as it is getting laid down. Sport Trade, guys, it's where the big bets happen. If you're stuck in a rut on your app, and I know many of you are, check out Sport Trade. Get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Andy got the A. Cale Makar, Team Canada. He is an alternate captain, assistant captain, another captain, whatever the A stands for. Sidney Crosby gets the C. Connor McDavid and Cale Makar, they get the A's. Cale Makar's got to be the next captain of the Avalanche, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
It all makes sense, right?
Sure.
It seems to add up.
It's a tough time to talk about it right now, but yes. I'm not sure anybody's really, saying, hey, make me the guy.
It feels like the most obvious choice, at least to me. The Avalanche will play the Blues tomorrow after the road trip concluded, a 1-2 trip. Avalanche losing on Long Island the other night, but they will take on St. Louis on Friday and then home against the Flyers on Sunday. So
real quick, let me pause you right there.
Real quick.
Sorry,
okay.
I know.
Okay.
Real quickie a lot.
I know.
It's never quick. Spring, will you come on? We get a lot of texts. Speaking of the captain, a lot of people all up in their fields because we're about to talk about the Mikko situation. And a lot of people are blaming Gabe's money for the reason why they had to trade Mikko. And you were educating me. That's not the case, right, Spring?
Gabe's on long-term IR right now. They are using some, if not all, of his money right now.
So we can't be blaming the captain for this situation.
Yeah, right now he's not affecting the salary cap at all, is Gabe Landeskog.
And to back up Spring's point, because I wasn't sure, Spring told me that Monday.
Yeah.
But to back up Spring's point, I did see a number of articles when they said, oh, you minus this, that, here. Oh, okay, well, they're going to bring Gabe back. And then Chris McFarland had to go out there and say, no, we're not in any different situation that we were in.
Yeah.
It still is what it is. But for those that think that it's Gabe's money that's forcing this trade, that's not the case. So there you go. If that helps.
No,
some frustration that's been expressed in a lot of forms.
All right. I'm going to real quick you right back. And
you never real quick me.
And I want to think about this in an alternate way. All right. I'm going to get a little esoteric on you here. So, no, it isn't the dollar amount of Gabriel Landeskog's contract as to why you do this. But if you are Chris McFarland in this Avalanche front office, and since you won a Stanley Cup, you have watched as a good chunk of your salary cap going to Gabriel Landeskog, who is, his $7 million salary this year. And again, LTIR, I get all that. But that's 8% of your cap dollars right there, which is that's a significant
chunk.
Amount.
You're not paying your new goalie that much.
Right. Valeri Nichushkin, his money right now is 7% of your cap, okay? So again, just what you were planning on mathematically going into the season, 15% of your cap is not there right now. And the team is playing a frustrating brand of hockey of late. You're now looking at your Chris McFarland, and let's go back over the last couple of months and probably the way that they were thinking about this and the way that they were pros and consing this situation. That's totally the way to say it. Is they may have been looking at it and saying, okay, McKinnon right now is, according to Spot Track, he's 14.3% of your cap. Cale Makar right now is 10.2% of your cap. Cale's also going to get a massive raise. He's extension eligible after next season, and he could be pulling down as much as, 17, 18, 20% of your cap by then. It could be going to the best person in the world, our friend Cale Makar. If you also...
Best person in the world, Cale Makar.
If you also meet Mikko Rantanen's contract demands, that's essentially like 3 dudes that are upwards of over 40% of your cap dollars right there. You're already in a season where you have seen a large percent of your cap dollars largely not be available to you, both in this season and what happened last year in the postseason. And it creates such a slim margin for error for the team. And so in a roundabout way, I really did real quickie on this one, Andy. In a roundabout way, they may have looked at it and said, man, when you make that kind of massive investment in just one dude, or in, the other case of two dudes, and they're suddenly not there, you're not the same team. And you don't have the depth and the pieces available. You're asking, minor league guys to step up and be able to carry that weight at the NHL level, and they're not able to do that. Why? Because they're AHL guys.
Right. Yeah. Here's the thing, and I know we get a lot of people.
I hope that made sense.
No, it did. People don't want to hear, and I understand it, guys. Again, I'm not trying to. There's certain things you get saucy about and dig in on. That's why we have sports radio. Okay, I'm not here to tell you this Mikko Rantanen thing's going to end up being the right decision. I have no idea.
Right.
I can't hot take this thing because I don't know how it's going to go.
I mean, Andy, okay, in a physical game where guys are constantly in and out of the lineup. What are the chances? And I know they had good injury luck and they were able to win a Stanley Cup. What are the chances that all three of those guys are going to have like 90% availability in a given season when you are so dependent on them in such a physical and demanding game? Again, just the law of averages said eventually one of those guys is going to miss a big chunk of time with an injury. What would you be doing to yourself if you committed that money?
Hey, let's go back. When didn't Nate miss some time during the Cup run? Spring, or was that the year after? I mean, look, Nathan McKinnon's missed
season
time.
He missed some time.
Mikko's missed time. You know how you overcame it, though? You had depth.
Right.
This team, back to your point there, doesn't have depth anymore. Mm-hmm. They don't have 4 lines deep. They don't have 3 lines where 2 of the backup lines, the second and third line, could be starting for other teams.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get their first line right now.
Yeah.
And where I will give Chris McFarland some grace is he said, we've had Mikko and Nate most of the last 2 years. And guess what? We're not getting out of the first or second round. It wasn't enough to get us past Dallas once Nichushkin was gone. Mm-hmm. The scoring went. So the fact that you want to get deeper, it's one of those, I get that point. Now, again, that doesn't mean you traded the right guy. That doesn't mean that Mikko won't go off and be one of the greatest scorers the league has ever seen, and they won't retire his jersey in Carolina or wherever he holds up. None of that. All that's on the table. I'm completely acknowledging that. But with the info we have today is this Avs team is not good enough to get out of the first couple of rounds so far, even with that, because Kadri, I keep going back to Kadri and Burakovsky and all the guys you've lost. You don't have Eric Johnson. You don't have Jack Johnson. You don't have the dudes that help get you there. You don't even have Bo Byram anymore, Look, if you want to get frustrated that some of the trades you have made to this point haven't worked out, i.e., it feels like a Casey Middlestat is more down than up at this point with the way he's been in it, or, gets moved around from a good line to the fourth line or whatever, go ahead and have at it. But I do understand, like, we kind of just talked about it with the Nuggets last hour. How long can you consistently go with having 4 or 5 guys that are your good players and nothing else?
Let's hear from Bissonnette. Paul Bissonnette last night on TNT. And he addressed Mikko Rantanen leaving, what Rantanen and his agent's demands were, allegedly or otherwise. And if Mikko Rantanen ultimately, with those demands, made the right call or not. This is Bissonnette last night.
I think this is a huge risk for Rantanen and what he did, and he was caught off guard, and so was his agent. I think that they had all the control in the world where they could have went to Colorado, and maybe he wouldn't have got what he got in free agency. Maybe he wouldn't have got the 13 and a half. But I bet you if he went away and said, I want to make $100,000 less than what Nathan McKinnon's making, I guarantee they would have handed that over. They were willing to make him the highest paid winger in the league. Now that's going to change.
That's going to change because the cap's going to
no doubt.
But I get that you think it's a risk, but you're telling me, like, if he doesn't deliver with Carolina, it only takes one team to pay him in free agency, right? Do you think it's that big a risk?
I think that you're playing with you could argue the best player in the world over the last 18 months, and you get to have a guy who's all over the place feeding you the puck, and you get to score 50 goals, have 100 points, and you get to make, over the course of that deal, maybe $8 million less than what you would have got and taken the risk somewhere else. You don't know where you're going to go and be happy. So I do view it as a risk and the opportunity to win more championships. So the fact that he's startled and now this is shaking him up and he has hasn't looked like himself like he has in Carolina, at least yet.
Still early.
I know it's still early, but he's like, he's talking to himself on the bench. Like, he's flabbergasted by this whole thing, where I think going into the season, he had the whole offseason to think about what was my true number and slide it over the desk instead of playing these games with the agent.
Interesting stuff right there. Basically, the point that Biz making right there is careful what you wish for. Okay, because playing with Nathan McKinnon is a lot cooler than not playing with Nathan McKinnon. Now, I'll also say, let's not just go kicking $8 million out of bed. All right.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
that's substantial. Okay, that's a couple of generations worth of wealth right there. So let's be
respectful of it.
Very much so. But Andy, you kind of made this comp the other day. You said, hey, like, when Brock Osweiler got frustrated here in Denver and said, I'm going to chase top dollar, I think we were all under the agreement. And Osweiler's career, the way that it played out is that he would have been better off staying in Denver with Gary Kubiak, staying in a system where he was comfortable and had a better career. Now, look, I think Mikko Rantanen is a far greater hockey player than Brock Osweiler was an NFL quarterback. But that's sort of the point that Biznet is making right there of just like, dude, you turned into an all-world player in Colorado. And you were, he's number 10 overall pick. Mikko was a hot prospect. He was a guy that years ago when the Avalanche were completely, reconstructing their entire roster, they said that guy's untouchable. 29 and 96 are untouchable. Those guys aren't going anywhere. And he developed into what you hoped he had been, but also, like, things are going to be on the ice tougher for him, even though undoubtedly this offseason his bank account is about to skyrocket.
Yeah, but see, that plays into this. Let me tell you Let me tell everybody out there why I like the Brock Osweiler comp, okay? And I agree with Nate. To be clear, neither one of us is saying Brock Osweiler looked like a very good prospect that proved things to his teammates in 2015, and one very critical. He quarterbacked the win over the Patriots at home. People always forget he had an absolute dime of a pass to Owen Daniel to get him in position to win in overtime against the Bengals, which also helped them keep the home field advantage. Without it, they ain't going on to the Super Bowl.
Call him a system quarterback all you want, but he was great in the system.
He performed when he needed to.
Yep.
But then he went and chased the dollars, and he went to Houston. And you and I had him on the very show, and we weren't, you know what? We asked him. He was great that day. Brock, to me, was always great in one-on-one situations. He was great when you and I got him on the show. And he said, yes, I do wonder what my career would have been like had I not left Denver. Now, in Denver, he wasn't playing with a Nathan McKinnon type, although, Demaryius Thomas loved him. The defense loved him. The locker room loved him.
I mean,
he had nothing to prove to those guys.
That 2015 defense was kind of Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah, and I asked guys, they loved Brock.
Yeah.
He didn't have to prove anything to them. Mm-hmm. But when he went to Houston and he had the most money and it was guaranteed and everybody in town knows what your salary is, and all of a sudden your face is all over the billboard as the next great quarterback of the Houston Texans, and by the way, you're playing for a psycho in Bill O'Brien, everything went to hell.
Not the same.
Now, guess what? Now you're living. Mikko has now got to deal. And I'm not saying, I don't know. He may handle it phenomenally. We don't know.
Right.
This is not us knocking Mikko.
It's 2 games into being a Carolina Hurricane.
But to explain what Paul Bissonnette is talking about is Mikko now has to live with being the dude every night the way that Nathan McKinnon does, the way that Cale Makar does, okay? Now, granted, he was a phenomenal compliment to those two, but how many times did we come in here and ask, what the hell's wrong with Mikko? It was always about Nate, or it's always about Cale.
Yeah.
That's a different kind of pressure. Jeff Legwald told me one time when they traded Demaryius Thomas, I asked him, I said, well, Emmanuel Sanders going to be fine? I mean, he's a pretty good number one. He gets a lot of passes anyway. And Jeff said, all right. We'll see how he does dragging the number one corner around. We'll see how he does dealing with the double coverage now that they can put his way. It's different. You can go in any sport. And so Mikko is taking a bit of a risk. Now, I heard something terrifying the other day. I hope doesn't play out, that if Carolina, if they don't come to an agreement or whatever, Mikko could end up an Oiler. Are you kidding me? Draisaitl and McDavid, then we'll all have another reason to go cry in the beer again. But all we're saying is it is a risk for Mikko, too. Now, again, it's a risk for the Avs. But to me, the Avs have got to find their way back to at least 3 really good lines, and you still need some stuff on the blue line. And if you sign Mikko, you weren't going to be able to do that.
The Avalanche would not have made this trade unless they believed the cost was getting out of control to retain the services of Mikko Rantanen beyond this upcoming season. I'm going to use another comp here for a moment that I just thought when I was kind of diving into all of this. And I mean no insult at all to Mikko Rantanen, because I don't believe this is what's going to happen to his career. But follow me on this. Chris Bryant won a Rookie of the Year. He won an MVP. He won a World Series. One of the most infamous, let's be honest, it was the greatest moment in the history of sports when the Chicago Cubs won the World Series. Maybe just my opinion.
Yeah. There's a lot of silence around that. But go ahead.
But my point here being is that KB, he had done it all. Colorado wants to give me $180 million. I can go play for an irrelevant franchise. What the hell do I care? Sure, I did all the stuff. There's no, can't doubt the resume. All right, this is you're gonna overpay me by $50 million more than any other team in Major League Baseball was gonna give me. Hell yeah, thank you, Mr. Monfort. Where do I sign? Okay, Mikko Rantanen has won a cup. He has scored 50 goals. You know, like he's reached, for what many players are, the top of the NHL mountain. And it's okay to say, time to cash in, baby. Now, here's the thing. He might go win something huge in Carolina this year. It's a pretty damn good team.
He might win a cup this year. That's a pretty good squad.
Very well could do it, but also, like, what do I need to take the discount for? I did the thing. You know? It's yacht time, baby. Like, again, like, Mikko Rantanen is listening to Paul Bissonnette right there and is thinking, what'd you say about $8 million? Sounds pretty good. That's, and you know what? That makes sense to me. That's understandable to me.
Let's be honest, Nate. Nas did the same thing.
Yeah.
Kadri got his cup. Kadri could have given the team-friendly deal and done all that stuff, but Nazem was like, nah, man, I want to make my money.
This is my time.
I will tell you, more than any other sport, I don't really begrudge the hockey players.
No.
The hockey players
and
are
the
hoping
football
to get
players
per
especially,
year.
yeah.
Well, but even the hockey especially, dude, we're talking about $15 million.
Right.
That's a damn roster bonus for some guys in the NFL. Are you kidding me?
Right.
I get why they
some
want
guys,
every dollar they can find.
Yeah. Because
this is a tough league to make the big money in.
That too.
So I don't blame Mikko at all. I'm just saying it. Look, this is why I say I wish the NHL would just have a few exceptions so that the cap didn't have to. It's such a hard cap, and they want such cost control. The NHL is the biggest the dumb. And I keep hearing, well, the cap's going to go up. Okay, well, when? You keep saying they've been saying for a couple of years it would hit $100 million. It still hasn't.
Not yet.
So you can't count on it. Because then you can end up like the Nuggets where the math changes after you've signed 4 guys to a contract, and now you can't make any moves.
NFL news at 5 o'clock. Coming up at 5:20, we'll talk about Michael Malone's starting lineup shuffle. But on the other side, how do you name a sports team? Turns out it's harder than anybody realized. That's next. It's not Green Day, it's Thursday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Do you know you can watch us on Twitch? If you want to look at our stupid faces, we're there.
It's extra stupid today.
Shop Safeway's winter 4 times points event. Earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for all your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app and start earning today.
You know, it's I found out yesterday the Mammoth are going to be on ESPNU this weekend, so we're psyched, and big ESPN call and all that today. And what does Andy notice? Getting a little pimple on the chin. Why not? Perfect. No! Haven't had a pimple in a year.
This is your week?
Yeah, why not? This is the time.
Now you got that damn national TV coming your way?
Face is ugly enough. Let's add to it.
That's when you're like, can we put it in standard def tonight, fellas?
No, man, they get all up in our business. I found out you need to back up. I'm going to request, just back up. Just give me a little bit. You know what? So what if some of the booth is shown? I don't need the Rycroft Moser tight guy shot. So what if you see a little of the booth around us, Nate?
It's okay. It's all right that people know you're in an arena.
Right?
I always think the green screen thing, especially the Amazon one, it's a little too futuristic.
Yeah. Or even the backdrops they do, all the football booths. The football booths, I think, are bigger than it, although our TV booth over at Ball Arena is pretty large, too, for network. The network people get all the space.
Yeah, the network people.
You damn network people.
By the way, did you...
Oh, good for
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
Not to denigrate, or not denigrate, that's not really the word here. Obviously, you wanted to watch the game on Altitude last night, but did you take any of the ESPN telecast in last night?
Yes, Nate.
Oh, because I was about to be complimentary of it. I love Billis. I watched it. I will just say this. I got nothing against our Altitude people, but when I can get a different take on I know.
Yeah. I love all our people, and I'm sure they hate me. You know, but we get plenty of, I'm not knocking the broadcast.
I know what you mean.
But I like a fresh opinion.
Yeah.
Because come this weekend, we'll be back with our folks.
Did you hear Jay Billis call Nikola Jokic the best pure basketball player I've ever seen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
he was like, look, like Jordan's the best player. You know, he sort of rounded his point in, but it was just sort of like, however you measure basketball IQ, this is the best I've ever seen in my life.
Well, how about the one where he whipped the pass to Christian Brown and both commentators made an audible noise that they couldn't believe he saw Christian Brown for that side. It wasn't quite the corner three, but around there.
Yeah, I think Billis is great. And we've had Russillo on the show before. Nice guy. I got a tweet from the Utah Hockey Club here.
Yeah, man, I got a little bone to pick with them, but go ahead.
Hey, Utah hockey fans, because that's what they're called. We listened to your feedback and dug into all the Qualtrics data from last night's survey. Shout out to the survey company.
Carl.
Yeah, right. For the team name, it's clear that Outlaws should be in the mix instead of Wasatch.
All right.
So we're swapping it out.
Okay.
So surveys will continue at the arena Friday, Sunday, and Tuesday for you to vote for the options: Utah Mammoth, Utah Hockey Club, and Utah Outlaws.
And look, I know it's not a big deal to people, and so what?
Oh, put on your Denver lacrosse hat.
Yeah, you realize 2 of the 3 damn names are Denver lacrosse teams, you fools. Pick something else. Okay? The Mammoth have been here a lot longer than Utah thought about hockey, pal. You can't come up with something else? Come up with something else.
What's wrong with Wasatch?
I don't know.
It's the mountains.
We'll find out. No, apparently it was an indigenous word for a pass, like a mountain pass, I believe.
Okay.
So I don't know, Nate. I don't know. You know that at the end of the day, the story really has come out. They wanted to be the Yetis, and Yeti Cooler has so much money that they are not going to allow an NBA team to become, or I'm sorry, an NHL team to become the Yetis.
The irony was they were going to be able to fund an entire lawsuit off the sale of just 2 coolers.
I wish I could afford a Yeti cooler. What do you have to do?
What?
You know what?
What old money do you have to be born into to afford one of those coolers?
I'll know I've made it when the purchase of a Yeti cooler means nothing to me.
That's we always joke about yacht money on this show. Nope, Yeti money.
It's going to be Yeti cooler money, like the big one. I'm talking like the big one.
If
you're housing a couple different brands of beer in there, and there's still room for bottles of wine.
That's how I know. Local radio, I still got an igloo, Andy. That's still how I'm getting down these days.
You know what? I went all before our trip that never happened last year. I went and bought one of the big igloo cooler on wheels, and I realized I was looking at Yeti. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be Yeti guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got in there, and I was like, gosh, this igloo is $150 less and twice the size. The hell with it. I'm igloo guy.
Yeah. I don't know, keeps my beverages cold.
What else could we be? Do we need to help offer them some more suggestions? Why not just be the Cougars? Since you like copying things that already exist,
sure,
just be the Cougars.
Well,
it's a combination of Utah and BYU.
Now, granted, I can't I can't claim this, but I had heard this from I think it was Wyshynski. You know, Utah's the beehive state. They like bees there. Be the swarm. The Swarm.
Ironically, another National Lacrosse League name there in Georgia.
Oh, are they?
Yes,
Dang.
Yes. No, but I like
well,
that.
Screw that.
Hey,
They're Georgia.
Listen, Georgia ain't paying attention to Utah. It's too far away.
That's what I'm saying.
So swarm it up.
Swarm.
Should I give them some more names? We had the Riptide that just got done in New York.
Huh?
They want to use that one. We've got the Toronto Rock coming in. Why the Rock? I don't know. It's this weekend. Toronto Rock showing up. It's Y2K night. So,
the Rock.
Yeah.
I got another name for you. Rockies AA affiliate Hartford Yard Goats have a purple and yellow alternate identity for 2025. They will be known as the Hartford Thunder Chickens.
Spring, can you put the logo up behind Nate? I need Twitch to help weigh in.
The Hartford Thunder Chickens, a nickname for a wild turkey. The Thunder Chicken is the first of 2 new alternative identities for Hartford this season. They have alternative identities. Thunder Chickens. There you go. Thunder Chickens, Andy. What about the Utah Thunder Chickens?
Okay. Yeah, they could be the Thunder Chickens or the Humpback Chubs. Don't they all share the same river or whatever? Okay, I'm going to pull this up.
Are there any
quick.
wild turkeys in any rivers in Utah? Do we know?
A little wild turkey near Utah if you got the little license.
Yes,
you got to have the club card, though. I'm going to thank you, Spring, and I'm going to put it up there, too.
Yeah.
All right? I like it. It's behind Nate, so go see it.
Thunder Chickens.
Bro, take a look at that's a turkey.
Well, that's what a thunder chicken is.
What the hell? No, but then why is there thunder? Well, I guess that's lightning.
Yeah, if you have thunder, why?
When the hell do we call a turkey a thunder chicken?
I don't know. I had never heard that expression, but I'm sure somebody out there can inform us.
Spring is really servicing the Twitch folks with the way he's angling the hat, and
this is what I'm gonna start using this expression though. Next Thanksgiving, I'm gonna be like, you know what? It's time to thaw and roast the thunder chicken.
How?
I'm about to bring the thunder chicken.
Who calls it a thunder chicken?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a good laugh.
The Hartford Yard Goats claim that people call turkeys thunder chickens.
Okay. I would. Well, isn't that like, what were the armadillos? The something poodles?
Oh, right. What was that?
Sod poodles.
Sod poodles.
Yeah.
What about the trash pandas?
Yes. Well,
those are raccoons.
That I get. I will say, I would buy that hat and wear it all November long.
It's a great. If you are a turkey enthusiast.
But you can't really illustrate thunder, right? I mean, I know what they're going for, but that's lightning.
No,
that's an electrocuted chicken.
That's a turkey getting fried right there. Which you could burn your house down doing that. Be careful, everybody.
That is it. That hat here. That hat or the license plate uniforms. Give me that. Give me that.
By the way, Andy, did you know Benjamin Franklin?
No, I don't know him.
Benjamin Franklin, he wanted the national bird to be a turkey rather than the bald eagle. Did you know this?
I've heard it before, but I don't remember why.
A bald eagle is, according in a letter, Franklin wrote that the bald eagle is a bird of bad moral character. He does not get his living honestly. He is too lazy to fish for himself. Because apparently eagles are scavengers. He said turkeys are a much more respectable bird, and with a true original native of America, he is, besides, though a little vain and silly, a bird of courage. The turkey.
It's
AKA,
also a Thanksgiving feast.
AKA the Thunder Chicken. The Hartford Thunder Chickens.
What? Now, come on.
That's what's up.
I mean, you can't do the sharpening your talons shirt with a Thunder Chicken.
No, you really can't.
That red little thing he gets in the way. Where the hell that is. They're what is the thing? What's behind, what's the thing hanging down at the back of your throat? The epiglottis or whatever?
The uvula.
Yeah, the uvula. Is that their uvula? Only it's on the outside and
the little gobbler thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know the anatomy of a turkey or a thunder chicken for that matter.
So he thought the eagle was too lazy to be the national bird.
He was stealing everybody else's fish. The turkey, on the other hand, a noble bird, the thunder chicken.
Why? Because it can't get away when we're ready for Thanksgiving dinner? Huh?
That's more honorable, Andy. He faces the music. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have got NFL news next. Let's do it. We got NFL news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are 10 days away from Super Bowl licks. I can't take that merch seriously. L-I-X.
I know.
Licks. Also,
we just do the numbers. Let's just go. What do we need the Roman numerals for?
I don't
Since you
know.
added the L's, like the X's, I think were cool. But since you've gotten to the L's, it's not as cool.
What have the Romans ever done for us? What did they ever contribute to future society?
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe.
Nobody answered that question. Go ahead, Spring.
Hey, it's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Ravens kicker Justin Tucker is accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists in the Baltimore area, according to an investigation by the Baltimore Banner.
Yeah, so if you're a Ravens fan, all right, and you've probably been doing a lot of making fun of your division rival Cleveland Browns and their creep quarterback over the last few years.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, you really you have lost that higher ground to be standing on right there after this. Of course, Justin Tucker is denying the allegations. Andy, how much of the Banner story did you read through today?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
I read the headlines. I saw some of the highlighted accusations.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a few other things on Twitter that seemed to corroborate some of these reports.
Accusations of exposing his, brushing 2 of them with his exposed, and leaving what they believe to be on the massage table after 3 of his
we're good. See, again, you talked about the articles that you don't need to finish the paragraph of. I'm good.
Yeah.
You need a highlight for me?
Yeah. No, it was, again, it was just kind of like, all right, okay. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Again, Tucker denying the allegations. That a big part of why I read the Baltimore Banner story was it was just like, I need to know how well reported this is. Pretty damn in depth. And you're, again, like those editors are prepared to lawyer up and before they put out something like that about such a beloved public figure in their own community.
See, that's a good point. I didn't really think about that. When we got the Deshaun Watson stuff, to remind everybody, one of the reasons for my skepticism would have been it was coming from Tony Busby, the lawyer. Right? And this was this was just, I've got clients and these are accusations and all right, who is this guy, right?
Right.
And it was at a time where it felt like, Houston was kind of, what were they going to do with him? This, that, the other. Who was it? Jack Easterby wasn't. All of it just seemed weird. This is a case where we're talking about a long time paper, right? And
and also
journalists really going to work on this story.
To your point, like when it was first Busby, it was just like, okay, what's going on here? You can be skeptical, but then
it didn't stop.
After the New York Times report and everything else, it was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Busby knew what he was doing.
Yeah, there sure was a lot of there going on with Deshaun Watson. Justin Tucker will lawyer up and hire the best PR firm in the business and do everything to defend himself as much as he possibly can. I tell you what, if you're the Ravens.
Dude, this is your Jason Elam. For those who remember Jason Elam, I mean, probably the most decorated, beloved kicker in Bronco franchise history.
Also, Jason Elam, as far as we know, wasn't doing anything like
but
this.
I mean, as far as stature in the team.
Yeah.
Stature in the team, holding all the records, just as automatic as could be.
Right.
Had that record-tying field goal once upon a time.
Future Hall of Famer.
Justin Tucker, by all I understand, was beloved by the Baltimore Raven fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, for a Baltimore paper to come out with this.
Yeah. Also, if you're the Ravens and you're John Harbaugh after he had himself a down season this year, pretty easy to move on now.
Yeah.
Now you get out of the Justin Tucker business, most likely. Anyway.
We'll see. We'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, these are the allegations, but it's like, is an organization going to be willing to go to the mat to maybe a bad euphemism right there, but are they willing to, how far are they going to go for the kicker, especially a kicker that just had a bad season? Spring.
High five. Hey, the Detroit Lions are hiring David Shaw as their passing game coordinator. He will leave his position with the Broncos as their senior personnel executive.
Yeah, David Shaw, who, the former Stanford head coach, one of those guys that just felt like he was in on every head coaching cycle interview. All right, finally, he joins Denver last year. There's a pipeline from Stanford to the Denver Broncos, most recently Condi, obviously John Elway, John Lynch and others before that. So he finally comes to Denver, works 1 year. Now he's going to join John Morton, who is now the OC of the Lions. John Morton was the passing game coordinator here in Denver. So David Shaw is gone after 1 year. They also have to replace the tight ends coach because Declan Doyle is now the not tight ends coach. He is the offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears. They've got to fill the special teams role. Chris Banjo got a gig. So
Jets?
He's gone. He's going to go work for Aaron Glenn in New York. They got some inside linebackers coach, Minuski.
Minuski left?
Yeah, they let him go as well. So we got hot assistant coaching news.
They also had one of the largest coaching staffs in the league because the owners could afford it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how many of these positions get replaced. The Shaw thing, just to touch on the most recent highlight, I do feel like this shows he wants to get back into coaching. You know what I mean? He'd applied.
Right.
He had interviewed, I should say, for a couple of which I guess is applying. For a couple of head coaching positions, didn't quite get him. Remember, the Broncos did talk to him here in the process of finding Sean Payton, liked enough of what they heard to bring him on, and now he gets to get back into the kind of a hybrid OC role as a passing game coordinator, and away we go.
Andy, I'm assuming the answer is yes, just for legality and compliance and everything else like that. But when you interview to be a head coach, do you have to fill out an application?
I'm sure you do. Isn't that part of what you bring them in for?
Like, the EEOC rules and everything else like that. Like, you've got to, I would assume, do you have to give the references from your previous job? Do you have to provide all of that?
Let me text Sanford.
Are you a felon?
I know one guy that knows.
Ask him if he's had to fill out an application like he's trying to get a job at TJ Maxx or anything like that. Is it? And is it like the same form application that they have at any place where you apply for your job? I'd be interested to find out. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, we have a football game here in a week and a half.
We do?
It's a big game.
Super Bowl licks.
It's the Super Bowl, yeah. Here's some injury news ahead of the Super Bowl. The Chiefs have designated wide receiver Sky Moore to return from IR.
I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, he hadn't done much, but he did catch a touchdown the Chiefs Super Bowl win over the Eagles.
He did.
A couple years ago, so he might play against the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
He also, his name has the rare 2 Ys in a row, which you don't get very often. I know I always make a big deal out of Max 66 Crosby, but Sky Moore, double Ys.
How are you saying that?
Sky.
You got Gregiga Williams.
You do have Gregiga? And now you got Sky.
But see, that's the weird.
Moore.
Now that's different, right? You got the 2 Ys, which should be a yeah, but it's acting as I.
Sky.
When you can't, yeah.
But when you give me the second Y, I got to that thing
I know,
somehow.
But you can't. I'm trying to tell you. Nate Kreckman, big brain.
No, we don't know the rules of double Y. Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
For the Eagles, one of their good pass rushers, a longtime Eagle, Brandon Graham.
He's old.
Yeah, he's 36 years old.
Yeah.
He had a strip sack of Tom Brady when the Eagles beat the Patriots in the 2017 Super Bowl. He spent his entire career with the Eagles. He tore his triceps in week 12.
Ow.
And he is returned to practice for the Eagles. There's a chance he could play for them in the Super Bowl. Here's Brandon Graham talking to the media today.
It just feels good to be in this position, put them pads on today, get out there and move around and be back with the guys. I was excited talking my stuff out there to the guys. Just it felt like it was the right thing. And so I'm just enjoying it. Today was a good one. Tomorrow we'll see what happens. And we're just going to keep working until we get there.
206 NFL games played for Brandon Graham.
How many sacks?
76.5.
Yeah, you know what I'm doing? I just need about 5-10 plays out of you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. And you know what? I'll never forget. We all talk so much about Peyton Manning, for good reason. Win the Broncos, Super Bowl 50, all that, and everyone kind of knew it was his final ride. One of my favorite moments is getting to interview DeMarcus Ware prior to that game.
Yeah.
Just one-on-one, me and him, my pregame interview for the Super Bowl and the pregame show.
Did you get lost in his eyes?
A little bit,
Yeah.
man. He was a striking man.
He
There's
was.
no doubt, and he would strike
he
you
is,
too
still.
But his intensity. You talked about it with the Nuggets earlier, that maybe you need some guys to remind you that playing with Nikola Jokic is special.
Yeah.
Brandon Graham, I think, is one of those guys that helps remind some of this young Eagles defense. Right. We don't get here that often. It may seem easy from the outside, and I know they've been to 3 in the last 10 years or whatever it is. But, man, this isn't easy, man. So don't take this lightly. Jeff Green did it for the Nuggets. The famous dinner at Jeff Green's house down in Miami.
And with Ish and DJ, it was like, hey, win one for the Gipper, so to speak, for the old veteran. I know Graham's got a ring already, but still, like, it's probably his last shot.
Yeah. And
gives you something to rally around. It's a nice story. It's what it is? It's one of those stories that if you win the game, you get to talk about it, and if you lose the game, everyone will just completely forget about it.
Well, and they talked about this in a way. Look, Josh Allen right now is wearing the 0-4 to Mahomes.
Allen?
Thank you, in the playoffs. No, you know what? I think I might need a new one.
Where's Chase Daniel?
No, yeah, where's Chase
Josh
Daniel?
Allen?
Thank you, Spring. I kind of like that one.
Spiro?
Josh Allen?
I'll have to get that one up.
Yeah.
We got 4 of them.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch.
It's too many.
No, but they were talking about today on ESPN, listen, Jalen Hurts doesn't want to be the guy that's 0-2 against Mahomes in Super Bowls.
Can't imagine.
So, Brandon Graham,
Yeah.
Good deal. Tie it all back together.
Good deal. Well done right there. Oh, I want to get to some of this Belichick stuff before we're done. But let's dive back into the Nuggets a little bit when we come back. What's going to be the fallout of Michael Malone's starting lineup shuffle after the Nuggets changed the starting 5 and then lose again in New York last night? What's he trying to get out of all this? We'll talk about that next. You can start your new year off. That's right. We're still saying New Year on January 30th with a decade of winning from the Colorado Lottery. Decade of dollars scratch games are here, and you can play. Here's your options. $1, $2, $5, $10, $20 games for a chance to win up to $10,000 a month for 10 years. Your best decade starts now. Andy, if you were to win Decade of Dollars Scratch, how many Yeti coolers would you purchase?
I would finally have that Yeti cooler money we talked about. I would probably go 2 coolers. Because I would go ahead and I'd buy a couple boats along with it, and then I'd be 2 cooler, 2 boats guy.
I'd get a house made out of Yeti coolers. A Yeti house is what I would do.
You wouldn't yearn for temperature control. I can tell you that.
You wouldn't.
It would keep the air in.
You would be absent of all yearning.
But only if I won the $10,000 a month.
Which you can win
for 10 years.
From Decade of Dollars Scratch. Start your best decade yet. Decade of Dollars Scratch games from the Colorado Lottery. 5 exciting ways to play. $1, $2, $5, $10, and $20 tickets with the top prize of $10,000 a month for 10 years. That's Decade of Dollars Scratch from the Colorado Lottery. 3 in a row, Andy. 3 in a row. Nuggets have dropped 3 consecutive games, and boy, have they given up some points in those games. Last night was a little bit better, only 122. Still lose by 10 at the Garden against the Knicks. Jokic, early foul trouble. 17, 6, and 6 last night for the Joker. He never got going. He also was playing a frustrated game in that fourth quarter last night.
Yeah, that was angry Joker, not the good kind of angry.
Yeah, it was the I'll just throw up early threes. And he said after the game, he even said sarcastically, we're chasing the points, okay? So I'm just firing away. There is a degree of truth to that. You weren't gonna get back in that game shooting twos last night.
But listen, he's a bit of a message sender.
Yes.
And I know we think he's having fun or he's being certain. No, I think he wants people to hear what he says a lot of the time. I think he's to the point in his tenure with Denver where some of the things that we throw away, it goes back to I took the shot, remember the half-court one?
Yeah.
I took the shot because I thought I could make it.
Right.
And everybody laughed, and he kind of looked around like, no, I'm not kidding. I
Right.
would not have taken it if I didn't think I could make it. Damn, he nearly did again last night.
Yeah, he did.
But
he had a good look.
He wasn't kidding. We're being too lazy on the inside, so if everyone else is just going to settle for threes, I guess I will too.
Frustration last night out of Nikola Jokic. Knicks get him. Brunson's great. Cat had a good game. Karl Anthony Towns, by the way, and I said this to you off air before, Andy, that's a dude that has underachieved so far in his NBA career, been overshadowed by other bigs. And I think that's a guy in a new setting that is playing with a new motivation.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it also speaks to how weird maybe things are in Minnesota, which would also speak to why the heck aren't you having more success against those guys.
That's a good point.
But I do think, and look, I'm not going to claim, when I think of Minnesota, I think hockey and football. The Knicks are a special franchise. We kind of laid that out yesterday.
Yeah.
Have they been good? No, but they call it the Mecca for a reason, and Madison Square Garden and all that kind of stuff. It may just be rejuvenating being in that basketball environment.
You know, like I think Malone is a coach that wears on guys. And I think Thibs definitely is a coach that wears on guys. His players have said so. His teams usually fade out at the end of a year. And again, last night, 8-man rotation out of Thibs. That's how he rolls this thing. I guess Landry Shamet got a couple of minutes last night, but not much. You know, he's a play 8, and you play heavy minutes, and you're going to be 35 minutes plus. And for the guys that have been there for a while, that can grind on them a little bit. All right, in a season like this, you add Mikal Bridges, you bring Karl Anthony Towns in, you get some kind of fresh life in there a little bit, and maybe the other guys go, oh, maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe the hard coaching can be a good experience, and we can be successful playing like this. That I think that Knicks team's really good. It's conference finals or bust for that team.
Well, because they have the sting of knowing if they weren't beat up, they might have made the finals last year.
Right.
They just were so beat up. It was stupid what a mash squad they became.
Yeah. Well, and we'll see if Thibs kills them again this year. The Nuggets, on the other hand, they had a new problem last night. Everybody was healthy and available. Aaron Gordon said a couple of days ago to Bennett Durando of the Post, I'm good to go. Well, Michael Malone saw that, heard that. I'm sure had a conversation with AG. And when Aaron Gordon's good to go, he goes back in the starting 5. That's even with AG having already said, I will do whatever the team needs me to do. But Michael Malone, and I agree with Malone on this, that guy goes back in the starting 5. Aaron Gordon needs to play with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, you're really just too small without him.
Yeah.
And I realize Michael Porter Jr. is a tall player. He's not physical like Aaron Gordon.
Right. You know, Aaron Gordon takes your best physical matchup every single night, and CB will take your best guard every single night. All right, well, last night, with everybody healthy and available, with all 6, and I've said this before, the Nuggets have 6 starters. Michael Malone made the decision last night. We've been talking about what are they going to do. I didn't think this was the one they were going to do, but Christian Brown went to the bench, and Russell Westbrook started, and CB came in as a reserve. Now, we don't really know exactly what the rotation is going to look like because it got blown up last night because Jokic was in foul trouble within 90 seconds and had to go to the bench, so you had to go to CB right away anyway. But what's this going to look like going forward, and how did they reach this decision? Let's listen to a couple of cuts from Michael Malone last night. Let's start with the decision to put Aaron Gordon back into the starting five.
Yeah, just talking with Short, just talking with Aaron, feeling that we could get him, over 30 minutes. And if that's the case, then, he can go back to becoming our starting power forward. He's been our starting power forward since day one. He was our power forward when we won a championship. And, it's good to have him back out there. Never an easy decision. Christian Brown's been great for us this year. Not good, he's been great. And he's done everything that's been asked of him. But I just like keeping Russell out there. I think the Russ-Nikola dynamic is the best two-man combination in the NBA right now. And I didn't want to disrupt their rhythm. Knowing that CB, whether he comes off the bench and plays 29 minutes like tonight or he starts, he's going to give us the same thing every night. And we need that as a starter or coming off the bench. So I applaud CB's understanding of what we're trying to do. And, hopefully we can try to find a rhythm with that group.
By the way, did you notice he dropped Westbrook and Jokic as the best two-man game in the NBA right now?
He did.
Well, statistically, he's correct. Jokic has assisted, Westbrook has assisted 107 made baskets for Jokic this season, tied for the most assists between any duo in the NBA. Chris Paul and Wemby are even, but they have played 93 more minutes together than Russ and Jokic.
So that favors Russ and Jokic.
I would say so. Yeah, I would certainly. Mm-hmm. So, wow. Okay, Jamal Murray, not a part of the NBA's best two-man combination anymore. But, again, statistically, Malone's got some backing right there. I still wonder how Jamal would feel about hearing that. Christian Brown going to the bench. Interesting choice. Started every game this year. Didn't he miss one game because of a back thing or something like that? But he started every other game. Malone on how Christian Brown handled the news that he would no longer be starting.
He handled it well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's had many downs in the NBA. He's only been in the league 3 years, and he's been in the rotation since his rookie year. But he's a team player. Was he celebrating? Was he shaking his pom-poms? No, of course. He's a competitor. He wants to be out there. He wants to start. But what you love about Christian Brown is he's going to do whatever you ask him to do and whatever is best for the team. And right now, that's to bring him off the bench. And I'm not saying that's permanent, but that's a decision we made for the time being, and we're going to give it a chance to see where it goes.
Okay. Again, he'll do whatever the team needs. Here's what Christian Brown said. This was after the game talking to the Denver Post. Whatever I'm called to do, that's what I've got to do for this team. Obviously, I took a lot of pride in having that spot, trying to win that spot, and I'm going to work to try to get it back. That's my job. That's what I want. But whether I'm coming off the bench or starting, I'm very grateful for every opportunity I get from top to bottom. So you just got to work to get that back. Everybody in the NBA wants to start. They're going to continue to give me minutes. They're going to continue to give me opportunities. I've just got to do the most with what I get. Asked what Malone's message was to him, Brown said, his message to me was just, it wasn't anything that I did. Wow, Malone went, it's not me, it's you. Or not you, it's me. It wasn't a punishment or anything like that. He just said he feels like that was best for us, and that's all right, close quote. A lot of politically correct answers in there. But also Malone said he's not waving his pom-poms, and CB is like, I want my job back.
Yeah, yes.
Uh-huh.
Listen, this all sound. I'm not sure how to feel about this whole thing. Okay. Yes, Russ and Nikola are good together. We've had the same debate.
Know that.
How do you break those two up?
Right.
And not start Russ? And Russ seems to be a better player starting than he is coming off the bench. Heck, most guys probably are.
Well,
that being said,
he's better when he plays with Jokic.
Right.
Again, that's what that means.
That's a great call.
Yeah.
But is this Malone just trusting? Malone has always been known to trust the vet over the young guy.
Yes.
Now, I would think Christian Brown's given him reason to trust him too. But is there a little of that going on here?
I don't want to pretend for 1 second that CB is a perfect player. Like
no, he's not.
He's gone through his shooting slumps, all that. But also, like, the irony of this is he's coming off of a career-high 28 and he loses his starting gig the very next game.
Right.
On a night where effort was, I'll call, lacking from some dudes in Chicago. I didn't say that about Christian Brown after that game, and I don't think Michael Malone would have.
Okay. I've got a statement that Scotty made that I want to bounce off you, but let's get a couple more quotes from the meat of this.
So real quick though, I want to. Also, Westbrook didn't talk to reporters last night, so we don't know Westbrook's perspective on any of this yet. I'm assuming he
chooses to do that quite often.
Yeah, and I think he's probably excited to be in the starting lineup again. That's what everybody in the NBA wants to do.
I know.
Yeah, and again, guys, like I feel like we always hear the old George Karl adage of it's not about who starts, it's who finishes. No, in Denver, when you start, you play with Jokic more. And that's what you want to be able to do. I had heard a suggestion of, all right, Russ is at 28 minutes a night right now. It's still very possible to get 28 minutes a night out of Russell Westbrook, not as a starter. Especially when if you want to use Jamal Murray to anchor your second unit, which is always what they've done, then put Russ into the game 5 minutes in. Give him the last 7 minutes of the first quarter. He maximizes that time, then with Jokic. If you don't want a Russ and Jamal lineup on the floor to begin the second quarter, again, put Russ in at the 7-minute mark. And you can do it in every quarter. 7, 28 minutes. That's right at his season average right there. And it's mostly with Jokic minutes right there, while also still allowing for Jamal and CB to get that time as well.
Okay.
And the other part of this, too, is, and I know some people could be listening to this conversation going, what the hell does it matter? You're getting paid big money, do whatever job they ask you to do, all that. Okay, fine. But Christian Braun went from, battling to get a rotation spot to landing the 8th spot in an 8-man playoff rotation to last year working his way into being a valuable member of the team the entire season to this year with KCP then gone, winning the starting job, moving into the starting lineup, having a career best year with your contract about to come up. And again, I do think that confidence is something that's important, that buy-in and culture is something to develop. And when you take Christian Braun out of the starting 5, I do think that there is now a challenge to overcome with that. Like comments like that of I'm going to work like hell to get it back and all those kind of things. I've never really heard Christian Braun say anything like that in the NBA yet. And maybe to Malone's point, it's always sort of been a charmed life for him.
Well, yeah,
and I don't think
feeling himself either.
He
is.
Right. I'm not saying that he's entitled.
No, he's not.
I don't think Christian Braun has ever acted entitled, but I also say that he's earned a starting job. Russell Westbrook was brought here to come off the bench.
All right. So let's just break this down this way. I don't know. Maybe this is dangerous territory, but look, I hear things.
Danger.
Scott Hastings said on his show today, I feel like last night what I watched, not everybody acknowledged that Joker's the alpha, and that's scary to me. Who would be the guy that is not acknowledging Joker as the alpha? Jamal Murray.
Yeah, obviously.
So this whole thing doesn't get right till we figure out what the deal with Jamal is. I'm just going to put it that way. And like, I like Jamal Murray. I really do. I like him as a player.
Played well last night.
He did. He did.
Ish.
Yeah, he did. But he had his moments too.
Yeah.
He had plenty of points, but he had his moments too. But the bottom line is that I always feel that there's just like Jamal is still looking for his respect somehow. And now I think it's getting ratcheted up even maybe a little bit more because Westbrook is here.
Right.
And the comment we started this whole segment with is probably going to, now I don't know, maybe Michael Malone's not dumb. He's been around this team a long time. He's been his guys. He's coached him to the pinnacle. He probably made that comment, would be my guess, knowing damn well what he's saying, knowing damn well Jamal's going to hear about it.
Right.
Someone is going to mention it to him, and knowing probably wanting it to get Jamal, show me that you're the alpha then. Show me that you're better than Westbrook. Show me that you're tired of having Westbrook maybe in your area or whatever it is. I don't know.
I also think that there should be a recognition of the more ball handling that Russell Westbrook does, the less physical demand on Jamal Murray, who, I don't know if anyone's noticed, his body tends to break down.
It does. But to me, this still feels like you're trying to get something right in the stew with Jamal.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And look, Aaron's been texting a bunch. He's really into this conversation. But people, along with Aaron, have asked, then why don't you bench Jamal Murray?
Never going to happen.
It's not going to happen because of the money that you paid. And again, what I wonder about, I'm not talking to anybody. What I wonder about from comments that we hear is, would he take it the right way? Because basically what I'm hearing, being around a bunch of benchings and coaches trying to explain a personnel shift, there's a guy that you know that won't go in the tank and will still give you the same effort. But that always suggests there's another guy that won't handle it the same way.
But here's the other thing about this, and this should serve as a stark reminder to everybody, is that the meritocracy of the NBA is not merely just the most effort. Why does Jamal Murray start? And we're having the conversation about whether it's going to be Russell Westbrook or Christian Brown, because Jamal Murray is a better player than those guys.
Most nights.
Sure, fair enough. But again, like if you're drafting players off the Denver Nuggets, you're taking Jamal Murray before those guys.
Yeah, man, here's the thing.
And talent ultimately wins in that league.
I completely agree, Nate, but here's what I'm going to say. And Michael Malone made the comment at the end of talking about the Christian Brown thing. For now, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that. Let's give this a go. You're trying to shake something up. You may in a week's time from now, because it's a week from today is the trade deadline in the NBA.
Yeah.
You may be shaking it up by changing up the makeup of the locker room, kind of like the Avs try to do.
Sure.
Or maybe the financials or whatever it turns out to be. But I can tell you this, if you're going to try it, that's cool. Then everybody gets a turn except Joker, frankly. Aaron's had his turn coming off the bench. You saw that kind of work.
Yeah.
Now it went all right. But guess what? At some point, Jamal may have to take his turn being the guy coming off the bench.
It's not going to happen.
If things don't go right. Well, if it's not going to happen, then what are we doing?
Yeah, it's what Malone showed us last night is the conversation is between Westbrook and CB. We had included Aaron Gordon in the conversation.
You need Aaron out there for the physicality, though.
Knowing how much the organization, how highly the organization thinks of Christian Brown, I was really surprised it was ultimately him. I was pretty convinced it was going to be Russ. And that is no knock against what he's done. He's been a great Nugget so far this year.
Could you give MPJ a turn if needed?
I don't think so. No, and I mean a part of
this.
Talk
about that.
A part of this too is like you run into floor spacing issues. You know, if there's too much Westbrook and CB at the exact same time, then the floor is not going to be properly spaced. You need another shooter out there. Like if you're running out there a lineup of Russ, CB, and AG. With Joker and Jamal, that's not enough floor spacing. That's three guys that I know all of them will hit a three, but that's three guys that defenses will ignore and say, go ahead and shoot it. So that's why Jamal and MPJ are not leaving the starting five. That's one where, like, again, I was surprised by last night's news. Either of those moves would stun me. That they would floor me, and that's just because they don't make good basketball sense. So that's where I think you get to right there. I don't think your points are unfounded that you're talking about Jamal Murray, but also there's no planet on which I think they'll take him out of the starting five.
Not with $200 million starting next year.
And that's another one of those things that owners typically like to, when they make those kind of investments, they like to sort of get some return for what they're spending. That's another one of those things right there. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are rolling with you here on a Thursday afternoon. Ooh, that was some hardcore hoops talkage right there. That was good stuff. You want to participate? 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. Text us something good or just call us idiots. Whatever you want to do.
Plenty of that too.
We're fine with that.
You won't be the first.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. You want to fly away with Good Times Bambino burgers. They're legendary in Colorado. In fact, they are so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino, the Bambino Supremo. With bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef, the new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times.
You know, if those just happen to find their way into the studio about our showtime, I wouldn't be angry.
If it was just raining.
Just some Bambinos.
Bambino burgers right now.
A little pack.
Really stoked.
A little carton.
Yeah. You
know what I need? I need the custard. I need their turtle custard. You not had a turtle?
I've not had the turtle custard.
See, you and I would never leave quite at the same time because sometimes I'd record those ads with Ken at Hofbrau.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Good Times just across the street.
Hitting the turtle custard?
Maybe. A couple times. More than I should have.
Hey, you know what,
Andy?
Andy?
Become a little more regular than anybody needed to know.
The transparency is appreciated.
Look, I had to put on the winter coat.
That's
all I'm saying.
What do you call it in the other seasons?
You got to take off the winter coat.
That's
but,
right.
It comes off in layers. And by the time the last layer's ready to come off, it's time to put it back on again. So why bother?
When it's beach bod time for Lindahl?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't ever hit beach bod. Look, I got a different beach bod. Not everybody has the same beach bod.
That's what exactly.
I'm there, so the young, skinny, single guys look good.
A beach bod.
I'm doing a service.
Is whatever bod you bring to the beach.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
I am there, so skinny, tan guy, so Val Kilmer in the Top Gun scene can look good for his girlfriend. Really, I'm helping you all out. I expect a thank you.
That's right. Okay.
If we were all skinny, how would you stand out?
Are we going to hear from Shefty here?
You want to hear from Shefty?
Set this
do
up.
it. So this is interesting. Okay, let's start with this because now Spring, I'll tell you what. Let's do a mini high five version. Ooh. I'll set up the Schefter cut because I heard him on the midday show with DMac and Tyler was out. It was Berto. But I want you to set up this Dean Blandino story because I had not seen this and we were unable to get to this from the high five. But it involves the Chiefs and the favoritism we all feel that they get.
Yeah, Dean Blandino of Fox Sports, NFL, officiating guru, goes on Sirius XM NFL radio, and he was asked this.
What do you say to everybody who watches that game and puts out rigged and that's trending on Twitter? I mean, I know it's crazy, but what do you say to that when everyone goes, well, how come they get all the calls, the Kansas City Chiefs?
People are saying. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say, look, the Chiefs have gotten the benefit of calls, right? But good teams make their own breaks, right? You think about the Patriots. My brother, who is convinced that the league is rigged, that is convinced that I signed an NDA. I signed an NDA when I left the league office that I cannot tell anybody that it's rigged because I was head of officiating. We grew up in the same household, by the way.
Wow.
I said, listen, there's no conspiracy. The officials, there's too many variables. There's too much going on. To me, it's the hardest sport when you think about football with 7 different officials to say, okay, I'm going to rig this game or the game is rigged from the league office down. The officials are just trying to get it right. And you can't tell me that the Chiefs have made 7 straight AFC championship games. They're going to play for the three-peat. They're playing in 4 Super Bowls in 6 years, that it's just because of the officiating. They're a good team and they make their own breaks. Yes. Have they gotten the benefit of calls? Sure. Other teams get benefits of calls. I just think right now the narrative is so out there that anytime any close call goes for the Chiefs, it's oh, here we go again. And I'm sure Super Bowl Sunday, we're going to hear it for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. So Adam Schefter.
By the way, Blandino's brother, Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, nice. Adam Schefter was on our afternoon show, as he always is. I believe it's about 1 o'clock on a Thursday, so make sure you don't miss it. And basically, DMac said, what do you have to say to this theory that's going around? That was a question. And here was Schefter's response, and I believe he got Scotty involved.
Do you think referees favor the Chiefs not consciously, but subconsciously? They don't even know they're doing it, but it's happening.
Let me say this. Scott, you played against Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Did the best players?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Before you even ask the question, yes, I did.
Okay. And like, I don't see what's wrong with this, right? Like, Tom Brady got calls. Teddy Bruschi said Tom Brady got some. It's not overt. It's not anything like you look at and go, oh my God, they're really giving this guy the advantage. It's just, you're talking about all-time legendary players that I think subliminally they get the benefit of the doubt on certain calls.
Yep.
Okay. And Scotty went on to tell a story about, and maybe you've heard it, maybe you haven't, but he talked about sitting courtside years ago, and Kobe comes over as the Nuggets were shooting foul shots and is yelling at one of the refs about, what are you doing? What are you fouling me? And he said the ref literally goes, dog, I'm not going to let you foul out of this game. And Scotty, he tells that story all the time because he was irate about it. You have said, though, and I think it's great examples, and I think we do need to be reminded while we're not all in the middle of the heated emotion that, look, you went in the favor of Manning. I think Jokic, how about last night? Jokic got the 2 early. I don't think he got his third to mid-third quarter or something like that. So it is.
Stars get calls.
Yes, that's part of all sports.
Yeah, it is. It is. Well, a couple of things. Number one, stars get calls. Also, stars are the ones that are the best at manipulating the officials. That is a skill. And it shouldn't shock you to find out the very best players are also the very best at being able to do that. Whether it is drawing contact, whether it is the embellishment of contact, whether it is the psychological game of working an official, that's your job, by the way. Like your job is to do whatever it takes to be able to win a game. And I promise you, Patrick Mahomes knows every nuance of roughing the passer and unnecessary roughness and how to try and get those calls. I don't think it's an accident when he slides late. He knows exactly what he's trying to do. Is it cheap? Absolutely. The hell does he care? Is he going to be thinking about that when he slips another ring on his finger? Obviously not. Brady did the same stuff. This exists with all of the greats, and I mean, we can all sit and gripe and moan about it all we want. It's not going away.